Chapter 3702 Cyclical Engine Chapter 3702 Cyclical Engine When Vase decided to take up Professor Benedict's invitation to study phase water, he invited Gloriana and the other mech designers to go along, but they all refused. "You're wasting your time that could be better spent on completing our mech design projects. Phase water is a notoriously difficult substance to harness," his wife told him as she hugged and rocked their daughter. "It is dangerous in most states and difficult to harness. Most applications of phase water involve building entire machines around it. At our current point of development, we are far from ready to build mini-drive-equipped mechs, let alone ship-grade warp drives. The only way for us to make practical use of phase water is if we buy out a research institution or naval development company that already possess the necessary know-how. Otherwise, it would take at least 20 years and a great sum of money for us to develop this specialty to a competitive level from scratch." "Mama," Aurelia echoed her mother. Naturally, that made Gloriana inordinately happy. She kissed Aurelia's cute head for the umpteenth time. "Good girl." Vase crossed his arms. "You are not thinking broad enough. Phase water is the future. The Red Ocean revolves around it. Why shouldn't we familiarize ourselves with it early? Besides, just because the known applications of phase water are too unwieldy and out of reach for us doesn't mean that will stay true for long. Not only are our capabilities improving every day, we may also find our own applications of this substance. If nothing else, it should be easy enough for us to configure a bomb that takes advantage of its volatility. Phase bombs are classified as weapons of mass destruction and are highly illegal, Vase. I thought you would know that since you've been trying to cozy up with the MTA as of late. Well, it would be handy to have this option in our pocket. Just in case." Though Vase made good points, his wife was concerned that he would get sucked into another rabbit hole again. She knew his habits well and understood that Vase easily tended to get obsessed with odd new side projects that completely displaced his original priorities. His high concentration was a boon whenever he was on the right track, but it could utterly consume him for weeks or months if he directed it towards other research projects. Vase eventually brushed aside her concerns and left regardless of her complaints. He and his bodyguards boarded a shuttle and transited over to the Cross Clan's new factory ship. Vase had observed the cyclical engine often enough from a distance. She was hard to miss as she was the only other factory ship in the expeditionary fleet aside from the Spirit of Bentime. Compared to his Hexer-built vessel, the cyclical engine was noticeably inferior in numerous aspects. She was a pure civilian vessel that was both slow and lightly armored. This turned her into a burden that was not quite suited for frontier exploration. The Cross Clan wouldn't have been able to acquire her on the second-hand market if her value was higher, though. At that point in time, the Crossers managed to secure quite the bargain. A greater proportion of her budget went into her production facilities, which were quite numerous due to the greater length of her hull. The added space and capacity enabled her production output to surpass that of the Spirit of Bentime if everything else was equal. As the Larkinson clan's shuttle slipped into the hangar bay of the 2.9-kilometer-long factory ship, Vase took in the atmosphere among the crew. The Crossers did not look upset or discontented from the recent battle. Though the material damage was considerable, not a lot of casualties occurred this time. The only annoying part was that the material damage to the starships was considerable. This was also why the cyclical engine had become more active than usual. Her production lines were tasked with repairing or replacing a lot of broken hull plating. The Hemington Cross particularly required a lot of attention. The massive fleet carrier was one of the capital ships that bore the brunt of the alien warship fire. If not for her greater size and surface area, she would have incurred more serious damage to her forward compartments and systems. Patriarch Larkinson, this way, sir. Vase and his group followed an attendant as they made their way into the interior of the cyclical engine. Though the ship started off as a second-hand civilian vessel, the Crossers had tried their best to convert her to a more robust vessel. Much of the interior had been upgraded with stronger alloys and thicker layers. The Crosser engineers had tried their best to reinforce her structural integrity whenever possible without necessitating a turn in a dry dock. Although the constraints of trying to upgrade a capital ship when she was in active service were considerable, the effort might make a difference one day. Vase still considered his Spirit of Bentime to be far more superior, though. His own factory ship had been designed and built with added defense and longevity in mind. Her defenses could also be upgraded rather easily due to her semi-modular layout. The attendant led Vase through a scenic route this time. They passed through a number of interesting areas, including a production hall where Vase could take a good look at the production equipment used by the crossers. Vase noted that the brand new machines were considerably more powerful and modern than the ones on his own factory ship. The Cross clan had definitely made a substantial investment after entering the Red Ocean. Even though the new equipment were not superfabs, they were still Heartland-level models that were considerably faster and more capable than what they used before. Impressive. Just wait until you see our lab and workshop, sir. Once they came close to the center of the cyclical engine, they passed through a strict security checkpoint before Vase and no one else was able to pass through. He entered a combination between a lab and workshop that was filled with high-quality machines. Vase immediately took in the powerful scanners, the advanced experimental tools and the high-quality production line that easily exceeded the specifications of his aging ELKINE production line. He grew slightly jealous at Professor Benedict's high-class equipment. It was even more expensive than the cheaper superfabs. Still, once his clan completed the next design round, he might not necessarily be poorer than Professor Benedict. He would buy a big fat superfab once he decided the time was right for him to upgrade his workshop. Once he finished admiring the equipment, he proceeded forward and found Professor Benedict to be standing behind a lab machine that was examining a quantity of phase water for impurities. Vase, Professor Benedict said in a familiar tone. You have arrived. Did you bring the phase water? I did, Vase replied as he raised the egg container that he had recently disarmed. All 2,375 grams of it. How much did we manage to retrieve from the Pokladen evacuation ship's warp drive? Our specialists have managed to recover 1804 grams of pure phase water from it, but there were clear signs that it used to carry more. The Pokladens have irreversibly expended hundreds of grams in an attempt to supercharge their warp drive. Vase winced. Those hundreds of grams of phase water were quite valuable. That much, yes. Just because your Amaranto managed to shut down the warp drive before it could activate does not mean that it could restore what it has used. From what I have observed from the alien warp drive, the emergency shutdown procedure dealt considerable damage to it and prevented it from performing any recovery activities. This was the price for stalling a warp drive that had been supercharged. If the Pokladens hadn't stuffed the device with so much extra phase water, the loss wouldn't have been so exaggerated. Vase made a quick calculation in his mind. We've managed to gather 4,179 grams of phase water in total. That means that I am entitled to 1880 grams of it while you get 1463 grams. That is so. Professor Benedict nodded in acknowledgement. These are substantial amounts of phase water, enough to allow us to perform more daring experiments that may use up any phase water we employ. The Golden Skull Alliance had made an agreement about how to divide any profit and plunder from situations like this. The Larkinson clan was entitled to 45% while the Cross clan made do with 35%. Since the Glory Seekers were smaller and weaker, they could only settle for 20% of the gains. These proportions were based on the contributions that the Alliance partners could make. If the Larkinsons underperformed in a battle, then they could only surrender a portion of their benefits to others. Of course, it went without saying that if the Cross clan ever gained an ace pilot, it would definitely demand a greater share of plunder. What do you plan to do now that I am here? Vase asked. First, we examine all of the phase water we have obtained and see whether they are tainted. Pass me your container. Vase carefully handed over the alien egg container to the senior mech designer. Professor Benedict raised a curious eyebrow while he took a closer look at the alien device. This is an impressive container. I wonder what materials the Pokladens have used to be able to isolate the dimensional fluctuations generated by phase water to such an extent. I wonder about that as well. Vase said. The existence of this container reminds us that the local aliens have been working with phase water from the beginning. We can learn much from them on how to handle and make use of the exotic. That is true, but we should do more than copy other people's homework. If we wish to develop our own uses of phase water, we must get accustomed to performing our own research. Let us begin with the first step. The process of examining phase water was a lot harder than it sounded. The biggest difficulty was that pure phase water in its rest state naturally produced dimensional fluctuations that could get pretty violent when gathered in greater quantities. Even when Professor Benedict only took out a single drop, the phase water already began to distort the surrounding dimensions. These disturbances made it extra difficult to examine the properties of any phase water samples because all of the readings became distorted. Fortunately, Professor Benedict had already made the right preparations. The large and modern lab equipment on the cyclical engine were all rated to work with phase water, though only with a small amount at a time. Vase had to help out and operate another lab machine in order to make better use of their time. "Why don't you bring any lab assistants over?" he asked. "I have been curious about meeting the journeymen you have hired." "You shall meet them later, Vase. As a rule, I generally prefer to conduct my work in private in this space. The journeymen I have hired are already preoccupied with other tasks and they are not suited to assist with my more personal research projects." Considering what Professor Benedict had been up to in the past, Vase did not blame him. It also spoke much about the senior's intentions when he insisted on working alone. Once they completed their examination of the phase water they had taken from the Pokladan refugee fleet, they confirmed that they were almost entirely devoid of impurities. While they both found trace amounts of pollutants inside, the concentration was not significant enough to affect the efficacy of the phase water in its current state. "It's quite beautiful," Vase said as he studied one of the containers that Professor Benedict had prepared. "They can bend and need space just by sitting there. I wonder where they get all of that energy from. Maybe we can turn it into an inexhaustible power source." "That is hardly the best use of phase water, Vase. There are far better applications that I can think of. Phase water is the gate that can make distance irrelevant. We only need to develop the right technology to harness it to its full potential." Chapter 3703 Minidrive Variations. Chapter 3703 Minidrive Variations. As Vase and Professor Benedict Cortez examined the phase water that they collected from their defeated opponents, both of them were considerably happy with how much they managed to obtain. Although phase water was supposed to be fairly prevalent in the Red Ocean, it was still a high-grade exotic that was difficult to obtain in greater quantities. "Have you ever wondered how phase water can appear in the cosmos?" Professor Benedict asked. "Yeah, plenty of times," Vase replied. "From what I learned, there doesn't appear to be a lot of rules concerning how they are formed. They can appear in space where there is not a drop of water in the vicinity. They can also appear underneath the immense oceans of heavy gravity planets. It really is inexplicable. Exotics do not make sense by definition. They are abnormal materials that are infused with greater energy than we can detect on the surface. For such a light material, it is highly unusual for phase water to contain so much power. I advise you not to delve too deeply into the nature of exotic materials. Only material scientists have the necessary background and prerequisite knowledge to perform these studies. For mech designers such as ourselves, it is much more useful to generate new and better ideas on how to harness the existing properties of phase water." He was right. There were lots of mysteries in the multiverse. Except for maybe the polymath, there was no other single individual who could possibly investigate every single unknown phenomenon. Mech designers were engineers by nature, and that meant that they were mostly in the business of developing new products. Of course, the good ones also performed a lot of original research, but they only did so in order to push their mech designs to a higher level. Both of them began to direct their thoughts to the more immediate applications of phase water. "We could theoretically use the phase water we have plundered from the Pokladans to make 83 mini-drives," Vase remarked. "They say it takes at least 50 grams of phase water to make a single mini-drive to work, right?" "It is more complicated than that, Vase. There are actually two types of mini-drives. There is the miniaturized warp drive that can enable a mech to traverse distances in system at a rapid rate. They excel in combat situations as they can quickly enable melee mechs to approach an enemy fleet, and they can also allow mech forces to make unprecedentedly fast tactical movements in space combat. They are already starting to be used in battles involving first-class forces." Professor Benedict activated a projection that displayed a battle between a first-class pioneering fleet and a group of Nunzer warships. Though first-class mech forces were generally a lot more powerful than the Larkinson army, the ones in the footage brilliantly displayed how miniaturized warp drives changed the game for the human forces. While the two forces initially took potshots at each other at extreme range, hundreds of human mechs appeared at the flank of the Nunzer fleet without warning. Upon showing up, the first-class multi-purpose mechs instantly unleashed all of their ranged weapons at the adjacent alien vessels. They also activated all of their boosters in order to close the distance as fast as possible. While the deadly Nunzer warships ought to possess more than enough firepower to repel the human mechs, the problem was that much of the weapons of the centaur-like aliens were pointed towards the distant pioneering fleet. It took time for the Nunzers to reorient their ships and vessels. In the meantime, their warships could only make use of only some primary weapons and lots of secondary weapons to repel the human mechs. While a few mechs succumbed from focused fire, the other mechs managed to make it through by relying on their excellent shield generators and armor systems as a buffer. Once the mechs finally got close, they employed their deadly melee capabilities to tear apart the alien ships with impunity. While the Nunzer vessels possessed plenty of means to repel infantry-level boarding parties, they weren't designed to cope with mechs at all. Not even other ships could help out, as their powerful anti-ship weapons were liable to deal more damage to the friendly ships than onto the mechs that were wreaking havoc inside. Once the raiding first-class mechs managed to destroy a few Nunzer warships through this method, they jumped out and quickly split up in order to threaten many more alien vessels at a time. Although the Nunzers did possess shielding technology, it was considerably weaker than the human equivalent. The mechs possessed enough firepower to blow a hole in the shield cover. Combined with the long-range fire support from the artillery mechs of the main human fleet, the Nunzer warships did not stand a chance. Impressive, Vase gasped. Although the Nunzer fleet doesn't look all that big, it's incredibly inspiring to see how those mechs made short work of those warships. The human fleet could have overcome the Nunzer fleet if it fought in a conventional manner, but the victory wouldn't be as smooth. Scenarios such as this are already taking place in the Red Ocean. Benedict said, mechs equipped with early-generation miniaturized warp drives are not practical enough to be used to travel to other star systems. A journey of weeks can take many months. It is much more efficient to board a simple combat carrier that can make the trip without relying on phase water. The real utility of this type of mini-drive is to enable mechs to perform long-distance tactical maneuvers on the battlefield. They are already starting to be called combat drives for that reason. The combat drive was the cheapest faster-than-light device that mech designers could mount onto mechs. They were derived from traditional warp drives that aliens had already mastered for eons. It did not take much of a stretch to figure out that the native alien races must have come up with mini-drives themselves. The Big Two merely stole the small drives and reverse-engineered them so that they grasped the tech as well. Professor Benedict waved his hand, causing another projection to appear. Miniaturized FTL drives are more interesting. They make creative use of phase water to massively lower the requirements to operate an FTL drive. With enough phase water, a mech can enter FTL travel without relying on a ship and reach another star system in around the same amount of time. The sights of the MTA's first-class multipurpose mechs exiting from one star system only to appear in another star system tens of light years away was impressive in a different manner. Although it was horrendously expensive to equip mechs with such extravagant drives, it provided mech pilots with an unprecedented degree of freedom. None of them had to rely on motherships any longer. Though humanity was still searching for practical and cost-efficient uses of FTL-capable mechs, there was no doubt that such mechs might become the mainstay for certain specialized mech forces one day. I heard these miniaturized FTL drives are substantially more demanding than miniaturized warp drives. Professor Benedict nodded. That is especially the case when they need to mirror the performance of a superdrive that can travel 10 times or even 100 times faster than an ordinary FTL drive. In order to distinguish between the two performance standards, the people in the relevant industries have taken to calling the basic version a cruise drive, and the amplified version a supercruise drive. Both of them can replace ships entirely when it comes to interstellar travel, but only the supercruise drive can be utilized in combat situations. In short, the distinction was similar to the regular-sized drives. The combat drive only excelled in combat. The cruise drive was only usable for interstellar travel. The supercruise drive possessed the capabilities of both of the aforementioned drives. Naturally, the cost of the latter was insane. N0 V Lusby. C0M, how much phase water is needed to build a supercruise drive? Vase asked. The development of supercruise drives has only recently begun. The few early-generation models that are known to the public are extremely rudimentary. They make use of an excess of phase water to brute force processes that we do not fully understand. I have heard that one model uses in excess of 10 kilograms of phase water just to provide superdrive capabilities to a single heavy mech. 10 kilograms. Vase almost felt sick. The same quantity of phase water could easily provide superdrive capabilities to several capital ships. To provide the same to a single mech sounded like an enormous waste of resources considering how much less space needs to be warped to make a single mech go faster. Professor Benedict smirked. The current prototypes are merely the toys of overeager researchers that are not short on funding. The magnates and companies funding their development do not think they are wasting their money. As long as they manage to accumulate more know-how and achieve an early breakthrough, they can quickly dominate the market for mini drives, which has the potential to yield unheard of profits. This was a game that could only be played by the biggest market players. Neither the Larkinson clan nor the Cross clan could touch this sector at the moment. Vase fell into thought as he considered the different varieties of mini drives that humanity was exploring. If we want to employ the phase water we've obtained in any of our mechs, then we should start with the relatively simple combat drive. Not only does it require the least amount of phase water, it is also more stable and relatively cheaper for us to acquire. We probably can't build it ourselves though, is that right? The senior mech designer slowly nodded. That is correct, I am looking into rectifying that, but do not expect any news on this front in the short term. Our only choice at the moment is to commission a third-party manufacturer that is specialized in making drives and mini drives to fabricate the combat drives for us. I have already performed an investigation and there are numerous relevant companies in Davut that have recently opened up for business. I can hear a, but, coming, you are quite sharp, Vase. An ordinary shipbuilding company such as Murphy & Sons are incapable of producing mini drives. You need to approach a specialized institution or company, of which a handful exist in this zone. Each of them not only charge high fees for their services, but also demand that we submit more than the necessary quantities of phase water required to build the mini drives. Can you give me an example? We need to submit 100 grams of phase water to obtain a combat drive that incorporates 50 grams of phase water. What a ripoff. Vase couldn't believe what he heard. He and his fleet struggled so hard to challenge alien warships. If not for the Amaranto's crucial move, the Golden Skull Alliance wouldn't have been able to obtain 4 kilograms of phase water. To give up half of that to obtain a handful of combat drives made him feel incredibly sore about this situation. The profiteers in the rear were harvesting the greatest benefits of the Red Ocean. We have little choice, Professor Benedict said in a tone that already conveyed his resignation. High technology is difficult to master. The companies based in Davut are not only in the business of developing and selling FTL drives for generations, they have also invested enormous sums of money to develop their first successful combat drives. If we wait 5 to 10 years, the market for mini drives will no longer be as cramped. The ratio will certainly drop to more reasonable levels at that point. Vase grimaced. If that is the case, then I guess I will have to wait. What about you, Professor? I think you may have already guessed our clan's intentions. Patriarch Reginald Cross wishes to incorporate a combat drive for his next expert mech. So soon? Vase reacted with shock. You'll squander half of your phase water if you go this route. Reginald does not mind. He seeks to pilot the strongest expert mech he can obtain from us, and it is within our means to integrate a ready-made combat drive to a design. I have already begun to study this module and how it should be added to a mech, but it is useful if you can gain familiarity with it as well. This is one of the reasons why I have invited you here to study phase water together. If Professor Benedict was being serious, then Patriarch Reginald Cross, next expert mech would likely be the first machine to gain faster than light travel capabilities in the expeditionary fleet. Chapter 3704 Mars Project Chapter 3704 Mars Project Vase needed a moment to adjust to Professor Benedict's explosive revelations. Right now, any form of mini drive was new technology to humanity. They were insanely expensive and considerably inefficient depending on their complexity. It would take multiple generations of continuous development in order to mature the tech to a more practical and affordable state. By that time, the amount of phase water required to build a mini drive would probably be half or a third as much as before. This was why most powers weren't in a hurry to add mini drive-equipped mechs into their arsenal. Though they opened up a lot of new possibilities, investing that money into more or better mechs was much more cost-effective. You never mentioned this before in our prior talks about our upcoming collaborative expert mech design project. Vase said, that is because we did not imagine that we could get our hands on a substantial quantity of phase water this early. It is only when we have managed to defeat the Pokladan refugee fleet that Reginald has told me to find a means to make use of our new bounty in the successor mech to his Balvo's Rage. In other words, Big Boy Reggie wanted to have the latest toys. He was the kind of spoiled kid who nagged his parents to buy the latest released version of a popular virtual game upon the first day of its release. Vase glowered as he thought of how the addition of a combat drive could completely mess up the design of an expert mech. Not only would a combat drive take up valuable space in the rear of the mech, it also imposed a huge burden on the entire machine. From what I've heard, all forms of mini drives are notoriously power-hungry. He told the other man. How are we going to power Reginald's upcoming expert mech? By investing more in its power reactor. Professor Benedict answered simply. We must also upgrade the power transmission systems and other relevant parts. Though the cost and complexity of our expert mech design will rise at a geometric rate, the benefits we can obtain from these improvements are not light. The power levels of the expert mech's energy weapons will also rise in turn. That's true, but I bet they will also generate an insane amount of heat. You will need to add dimensional heatsinks or other advanced tech in order to prevent Patriarch Reginald from getting cooked alive by his own machine. Heat management will indeed pose a major problem, but many issues can be resolved with enough funding. Professor Benedict nonchalantly replied as if this was not a great concern. Vase truly couldn't see how they could design and make this expert mech at a reasonable cost. By the time they were done, the cost of the Cross clan's extravagant new machine might be 100 times more expensive than the Everchanger. I suppose this is one of the consequences of having an expert pilot in charge of a clan. Vase sighed. Indeed. To be fair, there is good justification for doing our best to empower Patriarch Reginald's expert mech. Even if he does not break through to ace pilot, he can still take advantage of the enhanced firepower and additional mobility options of his new expert mech to turn around losing battles. The impact he can exert on the battlefield may even exceed that of the Amaranto. Vase asked another important question. What if Reginald successfully breaks through, though? His brand new and super expensive high-tier expert mech will become obsolete in an instant. He will need to pilot an ace mech in order to showcase his full power, and I don't think we can straightforwardly upgrade the expert mech that we have painstakingly designed and built for that. Only the best masters tend to design ace mechs. The older man looked dismissive. This is the Cross clan's problem, not yours. We will see what we can do once we reach that point. For now, even if it is not necessary to equip Patriarch Reginald's new expert mech with a combat drive, we will do so anyway because of the reasons I have mentioned before and because it will make our client feel better. When it comes to matters like these, boosting the confidence of the pilot is worth all of the additional expensive. The implicit theory here was that Patriarch Reginald would increase his chances of achieving a breakthrough if he piloted a more powerful and expensive mech. Whether it was accurate or not, the Cross clan appeared to be quite willing to squander tens of thousands of MTA credits on this bet. Vase shrugged. The professor was right. It was none of his business how the Crossers spent their money. Of course, he would feel quite upset if they wanted to splurge half of their total funds on building a giant statue of St. Hemington Cross in the center of Kotor City on Davut 7. The strength of the Cross clan directly affected the strength of the expeditionary fleet. This was why he was not strongly inclined to object to the Crosser spending plans. Perhaps it might sound foolish to invest a disproportionate amount of money on just a single expert mech, but the hope of creating a new ace pilot was worth the gamble. Take a look at my initial drafts. The senior offered as he projected a few sketches. Vase immediately grew fascinated by the mechs that Professor Benedict had visualized. They not only included all of the elements they talked about before, but attempted to combine them in a way that squeezed out as much efficiency as possible. As you can see, I have presented two different draft designs to you. One of them depicts an expert mech without a combat drive, while I have recently added one to the other draft design. The latter needs more work in order to make it more viable, but you can already see my overall direction from studying it. Take your time, Vase. These are not simple designs. That was an understatement. Through their prior collaborations, Vase already understood that Professor Benedict tended to hold extremely high expectations for both himself and his customers. He was the kind of mech designer that sought to pursue the best solutions within his means and assumed that the users of his products would also put in the same degree of effort. That tended to go extremely poorly when the majority of his clientele consisted of uncivilized pirates who never earned high grades in whatever academy they attended. Fortunately, Professor Benedict was able to preserve his sanity when he went back to designing mechs for professional second-class soldiers. There was still a gap, though. If Professor Benedict wanted to design the high spec of his dreams, he needed to find a sufficiently strong and skilled mech pilot that could actually keep up with all of the complex functions of such an insane machine. Patriarch Reginald was pretty much one of the best mech pilots that he could get at this stage. Though the leader of the Cross clan possessed a lot of personality problems that made it difficult to work with him, there was nothing wrong with his combat skills. Getting tutored by his father, who used to be an ace pilot, elevated his prowess to an immense height. If Venerable Joshua and Patriarch Reginald dueled against each other with completely even expert mechs, then the latter would easily be able to spank the former. Of course, this wasn't actually a fair contest considering that Joshua was still in his 30s while Reginald was over 70 years old. It was not impossible for Joshua to catch up and exceed the cross-patriarch when he reached this age range. Once Vase got over the extreme amount of skill required to pilot either of the draft designs, he began to examine the basic properties of the newest of them that incorporated a combat drive. The Mars project is a high-tier expert hybrid mech at heart. The Crosser mech designer narrated, "We have yet to decide its weapon loadout, but they will largely be energy-based to take advantage of the upgraded power reactor of this machine. Depending on how many dimensional heatsinks we can obtain, we may need to assume that the Mars project will excel more in prolonged battles than short, heated engagements." Vase nodded in understanding. Dimensional heatsinks worked vastly differently from conventional ones. They were essentially holes in reality that siphoned any heat into a completely different dimension, and could do so endlessly. The biggest constraint aside from their extreme cost was that they could only funnel a limited quantity of heat energy at a time. In other words, it might take minutes for an overheated mech to cool down to a reasonable level. Therefore, the most relevant variable in relation to heat management was how many dimensional heatsinks the Cross clan could obtain. Vase was quite familiar with the quirks of dimensional heatsinks because his Amastendira also made use of one. He could not fire the powerful laser weapon unscrupulously because of the need to wait until its dimensional heatsink funneled away enough excess heat. It should be fine even if you can't get your hands on a large amount of dimensional heatsinks. He remarked as he continued to study the design. "I see that you have made sure to reserve room for future expansion. That is good. You can easily slot in extra dimensional heatsinks once we are in a better state." The other solution was to replace a weaker dimensional heatsink model with a more powerful one, but the costs would skyrocket as a consequence. Though Patriarch Reginald will have to limit the intensity of his combat actions if he pilots such an expert mech, I believe it is well worth the trade-offs considering that each of his attacks can easily deal several times more damage. He does not have to fire as many shots in order to defeat his opponents. That is true. Vase noticed a clear difference when he studied the weapon loadouts of the two draft designs. Though neither of them went into excessive detail, he could see that the revised draft design carried more weapons that were suitable for long-ranged firefights. Professor Benedict even opted to replace a few positron weapon systems with laser weapon systems in order to give the Mars project a better chance of sniping down distant targets. "I don't mean to doubt you, Professor, but is this a wise choice?" Vase skeptically asked as he pointed towards the laser weapon mounts. "Your draft design has already taken on a great burden by mounting a combat drive on its back. This gives the Mars project the option to warp forward at accelerated speeds and close the distance to any enemy fleets. Why would Patriarch Reginald need any long-range weapons in this instance? There are plenty of countermeasures against close-range warping, Vase. We make use of some of the solutions as well. While the effective range of these countermeasures vary considerably, there may come a time where warping relatively close to an enemy fleet is not a wise option. Patriarch Reginald has made a request that the Mars project should also remain useful in long-range combat. He has grown more frustrated with the Balvos Rage's lack of precision solutions as of late. He does not mind it if the Mars project becomes more of an all-rounder due to this design choice." "I see. It is technically feasible even if we are not allowed to make use of your Luminaire crystal technology. Hybrid mechs could excel in many different ranges but possessed an inherent bias for short to medium-ranged combat. This was because their multitude of integrated weapon systems were not that accurate at longer ranges. It took a huge amount of effort in order to make them precise enough to compete against sniper mechs such as the Amaranto. N0 Velusby. C0 meters still, the client had made his demands known. It was up to Vase and the professor to do their best to realize Patriarch Reginald's ideal mech. Chapter 3705 A New Form of Adaptation Chapter 3705 A New Form of Adaptation The Mars project represented a turning point for the Cross clan. It was not the most powerful mech the Crossers had ever possessed. That honor went to the powerhouse of a mech that St. Hemington Cross once piloted when he was alive. Still, the Mars project significantly exceeded the power level of the Balvos Rage. Just the fact that it might come with a combat drive that provided it with unparalleled battlefield mobility would completely change the way it could apply its prodigious power on the battlefield. These elements and more propelled the successor mech of the Balvos Rage past the threshold of every other expert mech in the expeditionary fleet, the masterwork expert mechs of the Larkinson clan included. This This is no longer a second-class expert mech. This is a semi-first-class expert mech. Vase uttered with increasing admiration. The lead designer of this project responded with a proud smile. Strictly speaking, it is not a first-class mech. Its tech and power level are too low for that, and it still relies too much on second-class components and materials. Besides, if we truly completed a machine that conforms to the standards of a first-class expert mech, our cross-clan would no longer be welcome in the Krakatoa Middle Zone. Ah, I forgot about that. There are rules. The rules weren't that strict. They only provided additional pressure to discourage first-class pioneers from throwing their weight around in zones where second-class pioneers made their homes. The upper zones were a lot more profitable anyway. As the former stomping grounds of the major alien races, the key star systems concentrated a lot more wealth. In comparison, the middle zones were the equivalent to rural provinces while the lower zones were akin to wastelands. The Golden Skull Alliance was not ready to promote to the upper zones. There was no reason to head down to the lower zones either. The latter would only become necessary if the Alliance suffered a horrible defeat. Plenty of remnant forces had already trickled down to the most resource-poor areas of the Red Ocean that no one important cared about. The Mars project is meant to impose absolute superiority in second-class combat. Professor Benedict stated as he exhibited greater anticipation towards this expert mech design project. In terms of combat effectiveness, it should reach the top of what is possible for second-class expert mechs. If Patriarch Reginald Cross ever manages to succeed in breaking through, then the Mars project will still be strong enough to accompany him in his initial years as an ace pilot. Though I do not expect him to be able to defeat an enemy ace mech with our work, there should be no doubts about his ability to crush other expert mechs. This was the Mars project. This was the expert mech that would rule over other expert mechs in the expeditionary fleet. Vase could clearly see from the draft designs that martial dominance was one of its defining themes. The mech more than any other he had seen before centered around maintaining and reinforcing Patriarch Reginald's already domineering spirit. The Cross Clan was an organization that lived and breathed war since its inception. Having risen from the Garland Empire, the Crossers inherited its martial culture and perpetuated it to this day. In a society where the strongest fists earned the most respect, Patriarch Reginald had long led the Cross Clan with his unrivaled strength and his father's legacy. This was also why Vase partially felt intimidated by the Mars project. This extremely powerful mech not only threatened to rearrange the power balance within the Golden Skull Alliance, but might also trigger a repeat of the past. Professor, are you sure about providing such a domineering mech to your Patriarch? Vase carefully asked. This mech has a lot of sharp edges. I can imagine that once it is finished, it will inflate every aggressive and foolhardy trait that he possesses. What if he goes down the same road that St. Hemington Cross once traversed? The Cross Clan has already broken once. A second leader who is all brawn and no brain can easily make that happen again. Though Vase voiced his concerns, Professor Benedict did not look concerned in the slightest. From the beginning, the silver-haired senior mech designer that looked deceptively mild never exhibited any sign that anything was beyond his control. He already accounted for many variables related to the Mars project that it was difficult for him to get caught off guard. The older man currently shook his head. Your understanding of our clan and our patriarch is outdated. While I cannot deny that Reginald is not a suitable administrator, he is committed to learning from the mistakes of the past. He is well aware that even if he advances to ace pilot, he will not be able to act unscrupulously. Besides, there is an additional factor that has slowly encouraged Reginald to show more consideration to his fellow crossers. And what is that? The professor made the sign of a cross with his fingers. The kinship network you have given us. Through his connection with this fantastic existence, he has developed a greater heart towards his fellow people. I cannot say for certain how much this influence has changed him, but over the months I have noticed that he has exhibited more patience than before. Vase looked pleasantly surprised. That is good news. If he can become a more responsible leader, then we can actually rely on him on and off the battlefield. External pressures are also helping with dampening his aggressive tendencies. Different from the vicious mountain star sector, the Red Ocean is a large pond where many powerful sharks are roaming around. The threat of the major alien races along with the relatively close proximity to the Terrans and Rubarthans will keep his worst excesses in check. Patriarch Reginald recognized that he wouldn't be able to become the biggest bully in town if he broke through. The only way to change this was to advance to God Pilot, but that was such a mythical endeavor that he could only work quietly in order to progress faster. Now that Vase dropped his concerns, they turned their attention back to the draft designs. He could see a lot of hints of what Professor Benedict had in store for this powerful mech, but he did not observe as much details as he wished. The more he studied it, the more he felt that there were gaps. Wait a minute, your specialty is energy transmission systems, right? Why don't I see much of that in your draft designs? They are considerably vague on the internals. This was unusual to say the least. Mech designers mostly started off their design projects by beginning with their specialty. Their design philosophies literally colored their views on mech designs and always dominated the first design choices they made. For a draft design to lack the strongest aspects that a mech designer was known for was definitely deliberate. Professor Benedict did not keep Vase in suspense and summoned additional projections. Each of them showed diagrams that depicted the outlines of the internal architecture of the Mars project. Each of them were rudimentary and subject to a lot of changes, but they already provided Vase with a much better idea of what the senior mech designer wanted to accomplish with this expert mech design project. Earlier, I spoke about upgrading the power reactor of the Mars project. This provides a massive boost to the mech, but as you know, it is far from easy to leverage the abundance of energy it can output. The rest of the mech frame must be robust and powerful enough to cope with the powerful currents, but that is difficult to accomplish even with decent materials. What I have done is create a new concept of internal architecture that blends both my established strengths as well as the inspiration that I have successfully converted in my own gains. The senior had already mentioned numerous times of how he admired and took inspiration from Ves's work. By showing the older mech designer that mechs could be designed on another level aside from the physical was quite an eye-opening experience to him. This was especially important because he had one butchered an expert pilot in order to achieve a similar result. To be able to gain the potential key to his advancement of master without provoking the MTA was a fantastic turn of events for him. It took him quite a lot of time to reform his design philosophy, but he had finally reached a state where he could unveil his first fruits. The professor proudly tapped at one of his diagrams. What I have learned from your work does not enable me to supplant your specialty, but that is not my intention. The qualities of your design philosophy suit your inclinations the best, so even if I am greedy for them, I know quite well that there is little point in imitating a pioneer in his own field. The key lesson that I have learned from you is the power of adaptation. When the man tapped the diagram yet again, an astounding change took place. The power lines and structural elements changed. In their initial state, the internal architecture looked as if it was designed to generate as much peak performance out of the mech's weapons systems. This was a configuration that was highly suitable for duels and hit-and-run attacks. The downside to it was that it overheated so quickly that the Mars project's dimensional heat sinks would have to work overtime to cool this moving volcano down. The change that Professor Benedict had introduced practically inverted the power profile of the Mars project. A mech with this kind of setup would no longer be able to use up as much energy in the same period of time. Its weapon systems, active defensive modules and flight system therefore became a lot weaker as the machine simply wasn't able to feed them as much. In exchange, the Mars project became a lot more efficient with how it utilized the lower energy output. It not only gained an immense amount of staying power, but it also cooled down a lot faster. It was already good enough if the Mars project possessed one of the two configurations. Yet Professor Benedict had a lot more in store for his expert mech design project. Are you trying to make the internal architecture adaptable? Vase asked with wide eyes. Correct. Why settle for one solution when it is possible to incorporate two of them? If I can realize this new idea, the Mars project will be able to pick and choose its own power profile on the spot. Against large hordes of weaker opponents, it is enough for it to adopt a power-saving configuration. If it has to duel against another high-tier expert mech, it should switch over to a peak performance configuration right away. As long as this transition is fast enough, Patriarch Reginald will be able to display the greatest possible effectiveness and efficiency at all times. This was an impressive idea. Vase was astounded by how far Professor Benedict was willing to go in pursuit of energy efficiency. The brilliance of designing an adaptable internal architecture was that most mechs were designed with more balanced configurations in mind. While there were certainly mechs that possessed an emphasis on either peak performance or maximum endurance, these biases went only halfway most of the time. To be able to switch to the extremes whenever the Mars project fought against different opponents would rid itself of the compromises that weakened its battle power. It could more closely perform at 100% efficiency at all times. Achieving 100% was practically impossible, at least with the tech, materials and methods utilized by second-class mech designers. Perhaps first-class mech designers had access to better options that could get a mech to perform at 100% efficiency, but it was already good that the Mars project had the potential to waste much less energy in multiple different situations. A higher efficiency directly translated to stronger and more long-lasting performance. Chapter 3706 Fire in My Veins Chapter 3706 Fire in My Veins The new form of adaptation that Professor Benedict came up with was powerful. Since Vase possessed a thorough grasp of the relevant fields due to his system-acquired skills and sub-skills, he could more easily appreciate the charm of the senior's bold idea. Most mechs possessed internal architectures that were fixed from the beginning. They needed to be strong enough to withstand both powerful currents and strong external shocks. If a machine was weaker in either area, then it was liable to fall apart in battle. Relying on a strong structure and solid materials helped with strengthening mechs in the right ways. Of course, all of this rigidity also came with downsides. The inability to change to a more suitable energy transmission layout meant that mechs might not be utilized in the most optimal fashion at certain points of a battle. In fact, this was not an unusual sight at all. There were plenty of instances where mechs fought in circumstances that they were not designed to perform well. Instances where light mechs fought against offensive melee mechs and artillery mechs fighting up close against night mechs happened more often than not due to the inherent unpredictability of battles. In the same fashion, the expert mechs of the Larkinson clan excelled in certain situations and did not do well in other situations. Given the kind of battles the Larkinson clan tended to fight, Vase had designed all of his expert mechs to put more emphasis on peak performance. This meant that they pumped a lot of energy into their various power-hungry parts so that they could perform at their very best. While this sounded great, the problem with doing so was that all of the components dropped in efficiency. The greater the performance, the more energy was being wasted. This would ultimately lead to situations where his expert mechs ran out of steam remarkably quickly. This was highly inconvenient in battles where any expert mech returning to its mothership to resupply would inevitably open up a gap in the battle lines. Lower efficiency also resulted in the generation of excess heat. All of the Larkinson expert mechs scored rather poorly in this regard. Even the Dark Zephyr could quickly heat up if it chose to go for speed over minimizing its energy signature. Vase glanced at Professor Benedict, who looked both proud at his idea and eager to implement this challenging arrangement. As far as he knew, Professor Benedict's primary selling point was that he was able to design mechs that continued to perform rather efficiently despite being configured for peak performance. No matter what kind of mission his mechs were designed for, they all lasted longer, performed a bit better and generated less heat. Naturally, a senior mech designer possessed many other tricks and methods, and now he sought to develop another weapon that he could put in his arsenal. This solution, how does it work, exactly? Vase asked. I see you are attempting to make a morphable internal architecture, which has been done before, but what makes yours different? Also, how will you even make it possible? Will you rely on nanotechnology? That will introduce a lot of new vulnerabilities and complications to the Mars project. Professor Benedict looked appreciatively at Vase. Those are good questions. Let us sit down, because my answers are not simple. Both of them moved to a nearby lab table where they both sat down. The senior even used his cranial implant to call down a bot that served tea to them both. Vase raised his delicate and refined porcelain cup and studied it for a moment. He could not imagine that someone who used to make pirates shiver in their vac-suits would fancy such dainty little cups. He raised his cup to his lips and took a sip. The tea was nothing fancy to him. He only tasted a hint of citrus-like notes, but it might as well be hot water to his dulled taste buds. How do you like my tea? Professor Benedict curiously asked. It's a bit plain. My tastes are a bit abnormal due to my messy augmentations. I am not a connoisseur. That has become quite obvious. The older man said in a depreciating tone. A pity. I cultivate tea in my spare time. I have always tried to recreate the taste of the classic Earl Grey tea that I have enjoyed in my youth. I did not expect you to have such a hobby. Every mech designer needs a hobby. As much as people like us prefer to spend our every waking moment on designing a stronger mech than before, we are still bound by the weaknesses of our flesh and blood. As humans, we are both empowered and restrained by our irrationality. Managing our mood and emotions are just as important as managing the energy transmissions of a mech. A hobby such as cultivating tea is always relaxing to me because it is a puzzle to me. There are so many variables that determine the taste of a cup of tea that I cannot help but get engrossed in finding the best combinations. If I did not become a mech designer, I would have preferred to grow my own specialty teas. Quote. Vase could not imagine for a moment that someone who had the blood of an expert pilot on his hands could express such love and passion for such a quaint activity. Have you developed any hobbies yourself, Vase? Professor Benedict curiously asked as he took another sip of his cup. I don't know. Well, I occasionally make totems, but only for a purpose. I rarely if ever approach it as a hobby that I engage in for relaxation. I also enjoy working on non-mech related side projects, but each of them have a definite work purpose, so they don't count either. The senior smirked at him. It sounds to me that you have yet to find a formal hobby for yourself. I highly recommend you do so. The earlier you start with it, the sooner you can reap the benefits from it. Try not to find a hobby that is too closely related to mech design or engineering. The goal of engaging in a hobby is to cleanse your mind and find peace from your work. The less it has to do with your primary passion, the more it can reinvigorate you after you have completed an intensive design session. That sounded a bit familiar to Vase. Wouldn't spending a few minutes with the Angel of Tranquility produce the same results? Not quite. A hobby was meant to do more than blanking his mind. It could provide a lot of other benefits, such as entertaining him and helping him feel fulfilled in a different manner. Vase recalled that another older mech designer advised him to find a hobby. Back then, he utterly failed, but this time might be different. I will try my best, though I don't think it is easy for me to find a hobby that clicks with me. I have spent so much time on creating one product after another that it doesn't feel right when I step outside this sphere. Professor Benedict gave Vase a knowing look. You crave control. That is not an uncommon desire among mech designers. Perhaps it is best for you to find a hobby where you are not fully in control over all of the variables. Such activities require you to adopt a vastly different mindset, which will help you ground yourself after you have spent too much time on designing mechs. That actually sounded like good advice. Vase seriously nodded. I shall try and find a hobby that fits. The two eventually turned back to the topic at hand. The Mars project that they would work on soon was a powerful expert mech design that contained a lot of special elements. So far, Professor Benedict only unveiled a part of the charm of the Mars project. He soon began to explain how he intended to make the internals more malleable. Earlier, you asked how I intend to implement the adaptation that I have planned. Though taking advantage of nanotechnology is the most obvious answer, I am not too proficient with it and I cannot fully take advantage of all of its properties. They are also more difficult to apply to expert mechs, as resonance can more easily interfere with the functioning of many individual nanomachines. You will understand later on. What is important is that I have decided to go for a more conventional semi-modular arrangement. The senior projected another diagram that displayed an extremely complicated arrangement of shifting parts. Vase grew dizzy as he studied it, as its complexity exceeded what he could bear. The drafts fully embodied Benedict's design philosophy. You should understand the gist of what I am trying to achieve by looking at these drafts. I think your Chiron design is a good example of what I am trying to accomplish. The goal is to enable the internal architecture to dynamically shift and change into different configurations that excel in different situations. While most mech designers that attempt to do the same will outright fail in trying to achieve a good balance between toughness and adaptability, I believe I am able to find a good sweet spot. The technical challenges related to this ambitious problem were far beyond the scope of a mere journeyman such as himself. Vase finally encountered a situation where his solid foundation and senior-level skills were too inadequate for him to implement a similar solution. Still, he didn't need to understand how everything worked in order to learn the effects of this solution. The semi-modular arrangement not only enabled the Mars project to shift configurations on the spot, but also adapt better to Patriarch Reginald's piloting style by tweaking the distribution of energy. This was remarkably similar to the concept of growth that formed a central component to Ves's work. You recognize it, correct? Professor Benedict grinned. The true potential of this solution is when I apply it to mass-produced mechs. Each copy can develop its own unique configuration over time depending on the preferences of the mech pilot. A soldier who prefers to fight indirectly can direct more power to his mech's flight system and boosters. A pilot who has a preference for long-range combat can redirect more power to a mech's precise laser weapon systems. The more they pilot their mechs, the more they become aware of the changes they need to perform better. This was adaptability on another level. While nanotech mechs were able to adjust their forms to a vastly greater degree, they were much more expensive and did not offer the same degree of solidity and robustness. Besides, using expensive nanomachines was overkill for the purpose. Instead, Vase much preferred the solution that Professor Benedict presented. Like a true mech designer, he came up with a sophisticated solution that was relatively affordable, efficient and just effective enough to serve its purpose. Even if other mech designers were able to design similar internal architectures, they would be hard-pressed to match Professor Benedict's promised efficiency levels. This was the first time that Vase truly came in touch with the full effort of a senior mech designer. Just the drafts and outlines was enough to make him impressed. "I call it the magma vein system," Professor Benedict said with pride. "I bestowed my new method with this name because I visualize it as the magma flows of a terrestrial planet. During calmer times, the magma flows peacefully. Yet when it is time to erupt, the flow of magma can build up an enormous degree of pressure which will eventually lead to an explosion of power. Magma vein system." Though the visualization sounded a bit weird, the senior was fully passionate about his innovative new energy transmission system. With the help of this innovation, the Mars project would definitely be able to exert supreme energy superiority in battle. Chapter 3707 A Sincere Gesture. Chapter 3707 A Sincere Gesture. Professor Benedict clearly aimed to center the Mars project around the magma vein system. Though it was only a theoretical concept for now, it promised extreme power and great adaptability as long as he managed to turn it into an effective implementation. Vase even grew jealous that the Mars project would enjoy this fantastic energy transmission system while the Larkinson clan's expert mechs had to make do with more boring alternatives. The result of this was that the Mars project would have a definite edge over his own expert mechs in terms of direct physical combat power. Fortunately, there were areas where the Mars project could not measure up against the Larkinson expert mechs. His works were all prime mechs on top of expert mechs, so they interacted and synergized with their expert pilots to a considerably stronger degree. On top of that, many of them also utilized unending alloy, which was incredibly tough and provided his machines with clear defensive advantages. Even so, Vase already recognized that his expert mechs would be hard-pressed to keep up with the offensive output of the Mars project. Professor Benedict's future expert mech might not be able to exceed the single-shot precision of the Amaranto, but its largest weapon system would be able to output shots that would definitely come close to matching the destructive power of the Amaranto's high-powered shots. Though Vase didn't think the single-shot power of the Mars project could exceed that of the Amaranto, the difference here was that the expert hybrid mech would definitely be able to fire such intensive shots again and again in quick succession. This was because the total energy reserves as well as the efficiency of the Mars project were much superior. The Mars project's mech frame was larger as well, so it offered a lot more capacity for components as well. This helped a lot in increasing the offensive might of a mech. All in all, the Mars project filled a hole in the Golden Skull Alliance's high-end lineup. It was an assault-oriented mech that was able to deal damage at any range but excelled in mid-range attacks where it could torment melee mechs and destroy them before they could ever get close. With the help of the magma vein system, the Mars project could turn from a formidable ranged mech into a potent melee mech. By redirecting energy away from its ranged mechs, the expert mech would be able to direct a lot more juice into its flight system and its mechanical systems. Naturally, there were limits to how far this could go, but in high-level duels between expert mechs, even a slight edge could tip the balance in Patriarch Reginald's favor. The design budget of the Mars project was also destined to reach a ludicrous figure. It would probably be one of the most expensive second-class expert mechs built in the Krakatoa Middle Zone due to the use of many different high-end, power-hungry mech parts. The best part of it was that it also had a lot more staying power as long as Patriarch Reginald managed his expert mech's energy reserves well enough. It could keep fighting in situations where the Amaranto or the Riot were starting to run on fumes. This is a mech fit for a leader. Vase sighed in admiration at this design concept. This mech personifies energy supremacy. I can't think of another expert mech that can come close to how well your Mars project leverages energy. The might this mech can display in battle will be insane. The senior nodded in agreement. The Mars project is also designed to inspire friendlies in battle. It is a mech fit for a war leader, which perfectly aligns with Patriarch Reginald's role on the battlefield. Patriarch Reginald Cross was able to lead his men into battle like a classic war leader of old. He could raise the morale of his fellow Crosser soldiers to a greater height as long as he succeeded in establishing his dominance over the battlefield. Whether it was crushing weaker expert mechs or laying waste to entire formations of standard mechs, as long as the Mars project lived up to its codename, the expeditionary forces would gain an immense boost in morale while their enemies would experience the opposite. Naturally, the Larkinson expert mechs were able to do this as well. The Minerva project was practically made to empower allies. The difference was that Vess's work relied heavily on glows and other gimmicks while the Mars project primarily relied on raw martial strength to affect morale. This was an important distinction as there may be cases where the Larkinson clan could not count on its glows. Besides, the Mars project promised to become an extremely powerful individual combatant on the battlefield. It could fight against other extravagant high-tier expert mechs on at least an equal basis. Vase narrowed his eyes in suspicion. As Vase made these realizations, it slowly dawned upon him that Professor Benedict hinted that he was ready to go above and beyond to maximize the potential of this expert mech design project. Vase narrowed his eyes in suspicion. The way you talk about and invest your effort into the Mars project makes me think it is way more than a strategic project for the Cross clan. This project has personal significance to you, am I right? Professor Benedict did not deny it. You guessed right. It is rare for seniors such as myself to be able to design a mech with a design budget this high. The mandate that Patriarch Reginald has extended to me has given me the right to procure damn near anything that is within the means of the Cross clan to design the strongest possible expert mech for him. The Mars project is an opportunity for me to make some of my cherished dreams come true. It is much harder for me to realize them when I am working under the constraints of much smaller budgets and much less skilled mech pilots. An opportunity like this only comes once every century. This was not a big surprise. Vase would have done the same if he was in Professor Benedict's shoes. He was quite happy for Professor Benedict in a professional sense. Mech designers who found projects that riled up their passion usually went on to create dazzling new innovations. Passion projects could become some of the best works that they have ever realized in their careers. Vase only regretted that he would only be a contributor to the Mars project. While Patriarch Reginald was impressed with Vess's design philosophy and wanted it to become a prominent addition to the Mars project, it was impossible for Professor Benedict to stay on the sidelines when it came to the design of a key mech for the Cross clan. It was also rather stupid to hand over so much responsibility to an external mech designer when the Cross clan already had a senior at home. Vase was fine with playing second fiddle on this project. He could already tell that he did not need to contribute that much at all because Professor Benedict was already able to do better by himself. Both of them were smart and passionate mech designers, so they quickly entered the same wavelength on this. Vase did not insist on playing a greater role while Professor Benedict did not try to establish his dominance. They continued to exchange ideas about the Mars project. Since the design project hadn't even formally started as of yet, many details were still fluid and could easily be changed or supplemented in order to improve its premise. Though Professor Benedict was clearly confident in the mech concept that he had planned out for years, Vase was such an oddball of a mech designer that his input often made the older mech designer pause in thought. I cannot design living mechs such as yourself, Professor Benedict stated with a hint of regret in his voice. That said, I did not spend the time we have cooperated on progressing the Minerva project in vain. You have taught me that mech design is more multidimensional than I thought. The material dimensions are not the only ones that I can pay attention to. By seeking out, unlocking and leveraging one of the other dimensions, I can affect and empower a mech beyond what their conventional components can provide. The man suddenly stood up from his chair and gave Vase a sincere bow. Whoa, Vase almost wanted to jump on his feet at this extraordinary display. Why are you doing this all of a sudden? The senior clearly wasn't joking around this time. His posture and his demeanor fully showed that he was being serious. I am expressing my gratitude to you. The magma vein system is not the only new concept that I have derived from your work. I have also conceived an even greater and more revolutionary idea that no master has ever accomplished before, at least to my knowledge. It is still too premature to introduce it to you, and I cannot say whether I will be able to flesh it out in time to add it to the Mars project, but regardless of how long it takes for me to perfect it, I have a strong expectation that this will be the breakthrough accomplishment that I have spent decades on pursuit. Vase widened his eyes as he took a step back. You mean, I set you on the path to becoming a master? Yes, Benedict succinctly said as he straightened himself up again. Mind you, I am not 100% certain whether my hunch is true, but I am far more confident in this latest idea than anything else that I have conceived in the past 3 decades. When a senior of my level comes across a moment such as this, he will know whether he has struck gold. It is akin to groping around in the dark before finally finding a light at the end of the tunnel. Even if I cannot realize my ambitious idea due to practical constraints, I can keep accumulating more knowledge, resources and assistance until I am finally ready to implement it in a practical form. As long as that happens, the contribution that I can provide to the mech industry will be so great that it shall be a signature accomplishment that shall propel my rank to master mech designer. Though Vase still didn't have a full idea on what was needed for seniors to advance to master, he did not think that someone who obsessed so much about crossing this gap would be wrong about this matter. Professor Benedict Cortez may truly become the first person to become a master in the Golden Skull Alliance. May I ask, how my work and design philosophy inspired you? Vase curiously asked. He did not feel as if Professor Benedict had stolen from him or anything. He felt honored that he was able to help a struggling senior find his light. As I have stated earlier, my innovations are not directly equivalent to yours. My strength lies in energy transmission. I have no intention of encroaching on your field of specialty. What you have done for me is to help me think outside the box. Sometimes, a spark is all that is needed to start a wildfire. You are that spark. This did not sound unfamiliar to Vase. It was similar to how Master Huron's neural networks inspired the creation of kinship networks, battle networks and design networks. Even though they all had the word network in their names, what Vase had created worked on another level of that of the Fredaman Master's signature works. I am truly happy to hear that I have been able to help you in this regard. Vase eventually said, I hope that when you advance to master, you don't completely throw everyone else to the wayside. The older man chuckled. My journey through life has taught me many lessons. Appreciating the value of true friends is one of them. Becoming a master entitles me to enter an entirely new community, but I may not fit in that circle. I prefer to associate with a different set of friends. Chapter 3708 Changing seats. Though the two mech designers eventually returned to studying the phase water that their expeditionary forces obtained from the Pokladan refugee fleet, Vase no longer became as excited about phase water as before. He even figured that this entire meeting was an excuse for Professor Benedict Cortez to have a heart-to-heart talk with him. The way that a senior mech designer made a formal bow left a strong impression on his psyche. Professor Benedict was not the sort of person who acted frivolously. Just like his specialty, he prized efficiency and tried to make every action or word he said as meaningful as possible. From beginning to end, Benedict did not treat Vase as a journeyman that he could boss around. Instead, both of them spoke on an equal level most of the time. While there were instances where Professor Benedict's considerable expertise and experience put him on a higher level, he shared more knowledge than was strictly needed. Vase learned a lot during this hours-long session. He not only gained a closer appreciation of Professor Benedict's design philosophy and perspective, but also became more familiar with him on a personal level. Of course, he was not blind to the practical benefits of developing a stronger personal bond between them. Since they were likely about to become the two most important mech designers of the Mars project, increasing their intimacy was a good way to improve the finished mech design. Vase and Gloriana had developed one of the closest bonds that mech designers could establish, so he already experienced the benefits firsthand. There was no reason for Vase to reject Professor Benedict's goodwill. The senior mech designer may not come across as sane on some days, but today happened to be a good day. Once Vase finally boarded his shuttle again, his head was filled with a lot of new thoughts. Getting a better feel and understanding of phase water was only secondary. What Vase actually lingered on was all of the revelations he received about Professor Benedict's promising new innovations as well as the initial outlines of the Mars project. The Mars project had become a pivotal mech for the Crossers. If it lived up to its promises, then the expert mech may very well spark a new era for both the Cross Clan and the Golden Skull Alliance. Everything will change if the Cross Clan will truly be able to gain a master mech designer as well as an ace pilot. The Cross Clan would have the biggest right to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel in the Golden Skull Alliance if that happened. Vase initially couldn't figure out how he should feel about that. Was this a bad outcome? A part of him would say yes. He had gotten used to being the top dog in the Golden Skull Alliance. It would be extremely difficult for him to maintain the same dominance if he had to compete directly against both an ace pilot and a master. Still, as Vase put more thought in it, he realized that his fears were probably overblown. What he feared the most was other people trying to use him or boss him around. He did not think that a reinvigorated Cross Clan would do that to the Larkinson clan. Both sides had already provided so much assistance to each other that neither of them would subjugate each other by force. Instead, Vase thought it was likely that the Cross clan would extend its protection to the Larkinson clan. Though the Crossers possessed a huge strength and rank advantage, their top figures were already old. The Larkinson clan was still young and its key members were predominantly 2 or 3 generations younger. Everyone knew that Vase possessed high potential as a mech designer. As long as he succeeded in becoming a master, his actual prowess would definitely exceed that of his peers. Besides, Vase provided lots of benefits even if he was still a journeyman. The utility he provided through his living mechs and so on was indispensable. Otherwise, Patriarch Reginald wouldn't have requested Vase to turn the Mars project into a living mech. Now that Vase regained his confidence in his own organization, he no longer viewed the Cross clan with as much dread. With the principled personalities of its top 2 figures, the chances that either of them would backstab Vase and the Larkinsons were not high. This will be even more so once they advance to this point. Ace pilots are extremely rigid about their promises and masters value their credibility like it is their religion. Vase viewed this development in a favorable light. If the Cross clan became the big brother of the Golden Skull Alliance, the Larkinson clan no longer had to shoulder a huge burden alone. The loss of control and decision-making power that came with this turn of events were acceptable prices to pay as long as the Larkinsons did not turn into complete followers. A decade or half a decade of peaceful development sounds nice. It was impossible for that to happen, though. The Red Ocean was too tumultuous to give everyone a break. Vase also craved stimulation and the only way he could get his fix was to explore the unknown bounty of the new frontier. Does that make me an addict? As Vase pondered this question, his shuttle finally brought him back to his flagship. Once he returned, everything went back on track. Vase and the other mech designers largely busied themselves with managing their spoils and resuming their work on their last mech design projects for the soon-to-be-completed design round. Meanwhile, time went by as the expeditionary fleet continued to hover alongside the Pokladan prize fleet. The Vorabug infestations were no longer as serious as before. They even turned into punching bags that the expeditionary forces utilized to train their armed forces. All of the infantry units of the Larkinson clan rotated to the Pokladan ships in order to gain real experience fighting against actual enemies. Even brave groups of mech pilots joined the fray. Each of them needed to get acquainted with the psychological pressures of fighting an actual battle and facing the threat of death. The most ridiculous instance was when a group of highly talented but completely green mech cadets went on a field trip to one of the alien vessels. Lainey and her classmates managed to acquit themselves well, but as soon as Vase heard about this trip, he immediately ordered the Larkinson Mech Academy to stop these reckless tours. Don't underestimate the Vorabugs. Even if they appear weak and under control, who knows whether they will be able to breach their limitations. Leave the tours aside and focus on minimizing their population. Vase was actually quite glad to see that his clansmen had overcome their fear of the alien threat. Sure, the Vorabugs weren't all that scary when their numbers hadn't accumulated up to a point, but they were still killers who always tried their best to slaughter any form of life that was not a fellow Vorabug. As he continued to settle one matter after another, he abruptly froze when he became notified of an alarming piece of news. Who broke into the box where I stored the Angel of Transcendence? Almost no one was allowed to wander in his personal workshop. The only one who could wander in without asking permission was Gloriana, but she never took advantage of this privilege because she vastly preferred to tinker around in her own workshop. It didn't take long for Vase to recall that he had recently extended permission to Kedis. His eyes narrowed in suspicion. Did she think about breaking in back then? He already figured out that Kedis came with a predetermined plan. Suffice to say, Vase immediately called her in for a meeting. Given the sensitive nature of this breach, he invited her to his personal office. Meow. Lucky lounged on the desk as usual when Kedis finally stepped through the hatch. Vase studied her carefully. He did not believe she sought out the Angel of Transcendence just because she wanted to experience a new thrill. She almost certainly sought it out because she wanted to achieve a breakthrough in some way. He could immediately spot the difference between the self-assured warrior before his desk and the uncertain woman who had fallen into doubt. Whatever she managed to do most certainly helped her overcome her difficulties. This was good. At least she hadn't breached the rules in vain. Though he was relieved and satisfied that Kedis managed to find her center again and get back on track, he was also enormously worried about the recklessness she displayed. For a moment, he didn't know how to begin this meeting. You should already know why I called you here. He said after he recalled that he was dealing with a smart mech designer and not a stupid mech pilot. I won't say any useless stuff. What do you have to say for yourself? He threw the ball in her court, allowing her to start this conversation and set the tone of this meeting. For her part, Kedis did not show any regret or remorse. I may have acted improperly according to the rules of the clan, and I may have violated your trust, but I knew what I was doing. Those organic statues, maybe you don't fully realize it yet since you are only a mech designer, but they can provide a huge amount of help to expert pilots and swordmasters like myself. With my mental strength, the danger posed by any of them is reduced to a minimum. Even the Angel of Transcendence, which you fear so much, is only a paper tiger in my eyes. I would not have tried to reach it if it was stronger. Vase glowered. You could have told me, you know. We've been working alongside each other for years, Vase. I know you. There are times when you are amazingly reckless, but there are also times when you are too overprotective. If I walked up to you and directly requested you to lead me to the Angel of Transcendence, would you have done it or would you have kept it hidden inside a dark box? He could not provide her with a good answer. He feared that he would likely choose to go for the latter option. There was much about the Angel of Transcendence and its effect on different humans that he had yet to understand. It had already blown up hundreds of heads. Having witnessed this bloodshed firsthand, how could Vase feel relieved to allow one of his closest friends and comrade to fool around with such a dangerous totem? Look, I might have said no in such a situation, but I am always open to persuasion. If you relied on solid logic to argue your case, I might have granted your wish after we perform a few careful tests and examinations. I couldn't wait that long. Kedis shook her head. I saw a solution, so I went for it. I cut through all of the middle parts and went straight for the end. That's the kind of girl I am. A day ago, I was in a crisis. You don't know how it feels for powerful warriors like myself to fall into a pit of doubt and questioning. It was eating away my confidence. The sooner I remedied myself, the greater my chances of avoiding more serious repercussions. If my state of doubt went on for too long, I would have developed psychological problems that could not easily be resolved anymore. I was particularly afraid of that happening due to my unusual condition. You know as well as I do that I am not a traditional swordmaster. Have you ever thought about the dangers and complications that brings? Vase grew serious. He indeed neglected this aspect. He just thought that Kedis had won the lottery and managed to become both a journeyman and a swordmaster at the same time. He never thought to look past the amazing benefits she received. Sit down and tell me about your issues. Let's figure this out together. Chapter 3709. Sharper. Though Vase still felt pissed about Kedis going behind his back, he did not quibble too much over her crimes. He was much more concerned about her health and safety. Getting to the bottom of this mattered a lot more than anything trivial. As Kedis took her seat, Vase recalled that she had an accomplice. Lucky. Meow. Do you know what you have done? Meow. Just because you have a good relationship with her doesn't mean you should listen to her whenever she wants you to take action. I'll deal with you later. Meow. Lucky rolled his body away from Vase and took a nap without exhibiting any concern. Vase rolled his eyes at his cat's behavior, but he did not linger too long on this issue. He turned his attention back to Kedis and studied her form a bit deeper. Before we go any further, I'd like to examine you. Can you show me Sharpie? I can sense that your companion spirit has undergone substantial changes. It has a different feel to my senses. Sharpie appeared out of Ketiz's floating greatsword. Initially, the spirit looked like a miniature greatsword. However, upon receiving a silent signal, Sharpie morphed into a downsized version of Kedis. What? Vase almost stood up as he observed the changes. Though he was quite aware that spiritual matter was morphable and never as solid as real matter, he still became surprised by how Sharpie was able to change forms so drastically. From what he learned about spirituality, the shape and appearance of spiritual entities directly reflected their identities. It was insanely difficult for such beings to change shape, as that would entail a direct change of the essence of their own being. Before, Sharpie adopted the shape of a sword, which said a lot on how it perceived itself. Sharpie was the living sword that Kedis always carried in her mind. It was the personification of her will to succeed and cut everything in her way. This was a simple enough interpretation for Vase to figure out. Now that Sharpie was not only able to change shape, but also adopt a form that was a lot more complex in nature, how was he supposed to interpret this bizarre change? The newly evolved Sharpie did not hover around and do nothing. She directly preened in front of Vase while swinging her tiny greatsword as if to show off her might. Due to her diminutive size, Sharpie looked like a toddler swinging around a toy sword. She looked rather cute if not for the fact that she was an extraordinary companion spirit that was also the source of Katiz's swordmaster powers. If that wasn't surprising enough, Sharpie unveiled another little surprise. Sharp, 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 huh? Vase looked shocked at Sharpie. This wasn't because Sharpie was able to communicate. Many spiritual entities were able to convey meaning to others. The problem was that as intangible existences that could not meaningfully affect the material realm, they were incapable of creating actual sounds. That would require them to gain the strength, ability or knowledge to affect the material realm in a way that allowed them to vibrate the molecules in a volume of gas or liquid. Perhaps the superior mother was able to do that due to her sophisticated techniques and brilliant methods of leveraging her strength, but she had never demonstrated this capacity so far. It was far more strenuous than just conveying her thoughts directly to a receptive individual such as Vase. This was why Sharpie was such an anomaly. The fact that she was able to create actual sounds was already notable, but what truly caught his attention was that the companion spirit did not look as if she had grown tired. It's a willpower thing, Ketiz explained when she saw his confusion. I was surprised as well that Sharpie is able to speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel like this. After examining her for a few minutes, I figured out that she can use our willpower to bend reality so that she can exert pressure onto air molecules. Sharp, sharp, sharp. Can Sharpie say anything more than that? Vase asked. No. Ketiz regrettably shook her head. Believe me, I tried. I don't know what is wrong, but I am sure that Sharpie will be able to expand her vocabulary once she grows stronger. Right now, she is too new to her human form. She needs time to adapt and consolidate her latest round of changes. Vase rubbed his smooth-shaven chin as he looked at Sharpie with an intrigued expression. There has to be more to Sharpie's evolution than just a shape change. What else did she gain? Well, she can do this. Ketiz smirked. Sharp, sharp. The cute mini Ketiz kept repeating the same word as she started to demonstrate the moves of the Annihilator sword style. The doll-like spiritual entity did not just imitate the form of the style. She actually changed her demeanor so that she better aligned with the destructive sword style before her intangible blade actually glowed in an ominous dark corona. Sharpie then dove with her tiny greatsword, causing her to penetrate the reinforced deck of Vess's office. Hey, don't damage my ship, Sharp, sharp. Though Sharpie looked a bit more tired than before, Vase was still impressed by what the little companion spirit had accomplished. Sharpie was able to deal a substantial amount of damage in the material realm by relying on her inherent capabilities. She did not make use of the Bloodsinger. She did not channel her power through Ketiz. She did not leverage the power of a mech. It was all her. The companion spirit was able to inflict actual damage without any assistance, which meant that she had gained real bite this time. This meant that even if Ketiz was captured and restrained in almost every way, as long as her force of will was still intact, Sharpie would be able to create a bloodbath all by herself. This is a useful development. Vase gasped. Well, I don't think you will actually need Sharpie to do any fighting, but she is still a handy option to have in emergencies. Only Blinky could match what Sharpie had just done, but that was only in the case where Vase channeled his powerful Wuxia energy through his companion spirit. Blinky appeared from Vess's mind and curiously floated towards Sharpie. Sharp. Sharpie stopped swinging her tiny blade and flew over to Blinky in order to huge the relatively large cat. The sight looked rather silly to Vase and Ketiz. To them, it was like a miniature human was embracing a miniature tiger. Ketiz giggled a bit. They look cute. They're far more powerful than they appear. Vase seriously said. Blinky is no slouch, but your new Sharpie is much more useful now that she has adopted a human form. Can I ask why you evolved her in this direction? I thought with your personality, you would have chosen to turn Sharpie into an even sharper and better sword. That was my original plan as well, but I thought it was too simple for me. This will take a bit of explaining. Earlier, I hinted that being a journeyman and a swordmaster isn't necessarily a paradise. Sure, I have more power in my hands than anyone else at this stage, but I am constantly split between the mentality of a mech designer and the mentality of a swordmaster. They are practically polar opposites when it comes to how you perceive reality and how you want to manipulate it. The further I progressed, the more I struggled with this dichotomy. The latest problem that I experienced finally prompted me to take drastic action. Did you succeed? Does Sharpie's new form help you with dealing with your split focus? Kedis smiled and nodded. Definitely. Let me explain it to you with the help of an analogy. Let's say that I run a small traditional restaurant. Before, worked as both the chef and the waiter of my business. On one hand, I had to manage the ingredients and cook the meals. On the other hand, I had to serve the dishes and fulfill customer requests. These are two substantially different jobs, and while I was managing to keep up with the transitions, I never wore any of my hats long enough to concentrate on any of my jobs for too long. I see. Vase understood the gist of her story. If you keep cooking and serving dishes in quick succession, you can never excel at any of the two jobs. The quality of your meals won't be able to increase as much. That's right. My answer to this problem is to bring in additional help. Since I primarily like to be a cook, I chose to concentrate more on my mech design activities and shift most of my preoccupation with swordsmanship to Sharpie. It's as if you hired a serving bot. Vase remarked. This was a brilliant solution. However, Kedis shook her head. Not exactly. Sharpie is not a mere bot. I did not hire a waiter either. Instead, you could say that I cloned myself and handed off the responsibility of serving customers to my clone. That was indeed a more accurate description of what Kedis had done. When Vase studied Sharpie in a different light, he became impressed by how human she looked. Though Sharpie had not yet reached the same level as a human, Vase could foresee a time when she could evolve once again and turn into a more complete form of life, equivalent to that of his third-order living mechs. So how did Sharpie evolving to this form solve your original doubts? He asked. This was a bit unclear to him at the moment. The order is wrong. I first used your aspect of tranquility and aspect of healing to know myself better and gain a clearer picture of what I was struggling with. I then used the aspect of transcendence to accelerate the process of resolving my doubts. When that happened, my Swordmaster persona gained a boost of power which I purposed into altering Sharpie's nature. If I hadn't hit a minor bottleneck, the process of transforming Sharpie would have probably taken longer if it was possible to do so at all. Do you understand? I think I do, Vase said as he became thoughtful again. What happened to Kedis was outside of his knowledge base. Companion spirits were still new and several different variations existed. Sharpie was different from the rest in that she did not solely consist of spiritual energy but was also made up of extraordinary willpower. This caused Sharpie to follow a mutated trajectory which had less in common with the normal progression of other companion spirits such as Blinky and Alexandria. Vase lowered his head. I can't give you any advice. I hardly know what I am doing with companion spirits and I still haven't seen how far they could go. What you have managed to do with Sharpie is unprecedented. You are a trailblazer, which means you need to forge your own way forward by yourself. I think I understand a bit better why you took action on your own. No one can tell you what you should do. If even I don't have a clue what is going on, then I doubt that there is a second person that can provide guidance. It's fine. I am used to it. I am confident that I can overcome all of the challenges that I will meet. This is just the first of many tests. With Sharpie in her new and more autonomous form, her ability to solve her own problems is much greater than before. She's like a second consciousness in my mind. That caused Vase to lose a bit of his elation. When Kedis described Sharpie in this manner, he developed a new concern. Are you saying that Sharpie has a more independent companion spirit? Yes, she's become a lot more human than before. Why, is that wrong? What will happen if she evolves into a human that becomes stronger than you? Will Sharpie be content to allow you to keep inhabiting your own body? Chapter 3710 Better Applications. When Vase originally came up with the concept of a companion spirit, he quickly developed concerns about control. A companion spirit originally came from a part of a person's spirituality. Vase essentially scooped up a portion of someone's spirit and infused it with life, causing it to develop a measure of independence. However, Vase always made sure to make the companion spirit both loyal and subordinate to its originator. He never grew concerned that Blinky would grow out of control because of these measures. The issue was that nothing was absolute and any companion spirit could mutate in ways that contradicted their initial design. That was the effect of life and growth. Companion spirits were never static and always grew over time. In Sharpie's original design, Vase had never intended it to become a clone of Kedis. He actually contemplated this possibility before but always developed nightmares about the clone taking over the life of the original. Though Vase could see that Kedis and Sharpie got along like bosom buddies at the moment, what if this changed one day? What if one of them started to resent the other? Kedis did not exhibit much fear, though. That won't happen, Vase. The two of us are inseparable. Even if Sharpie grows smarter and more human, we are still the same person more or less. I am Kedis and Sharpie is also Kedis. If I was not so assured of this, I would not have expanded Sharpie's autonomy. The certainty and self-assurance in her tone left Vase with little doubt that she was determined to make Sharpie more human. She had already taken the first steps on this new path. There was no way someone as willful as her would back out at this point. Vase looked helplessly at her former student. If she was someone less important to him like Melkor or Vincent, then he would have treated her as a test subject and given her his full blessings. Unfortunately, she wasn't expendable to him. He would feel terrible if she suffered a mishap one day because of her continued attempts to push the boundaries of her companion spirit. There wasn't much he could do. Kedis was an adult who was responsible for her own decisions. She had weighed the pros and cons by herself and decided that this was the best course of action. If she made a mistake, she was already prepared to own up to it. She bet her future in the hopes of obtaining a fantastic advantage once Sharpie developed to a monstrous point in the far future. What is your endgame, Kedis? What is the goal that you are trying to reach by humanizing Sharpie? Murrow, Sharp. Though the current iteration of Sharpie resembled a cute doll that a child like Aurelia would love to play with, Vase could clearly sense the sharp and unshakable will inside her diminutive form. Sharpie actually gave him a sense of threat that was similar to that of his mother when she was in her own small ghostly form. If the companion spirit was already this strong as an infant, how powerful would it become after a century of growth? Would Sharpie grow to the size of an adult human? Maybe Sharpie might grow even bigger to the point where it could contend equally against mechs. At that point in time, the traditional shortcomings of swordmasters might no longer apply. After all, whereas human warriors were always limited by their scale, a spiritual entity that could constantly morph its body was not as constrained. Kedis threw an intriguing smile at Vase. Wouldn't you like to know? I have a few ideas, but I am taking this one step at a time. As you have just said, this is all new to the both of us, so any plans I make right now are based on incomplete information. The only way I can go forward is to rely on my instincts and observations to figure out my next moves. That was the wisest course of action. Vase was relieved that Kedis did not possess the hubris to construct a complete model out of limited data and assume that it provided her with an ironclad formula for success. Innovation was much messier than that. Anyone who groped in the dark continually had to remind themselves that they rarely held the right answers. Now that I'm here, I'd like to bring up a more important topic with you, she said. Oh, Kedis glanced at Sharpie who kept playing games with Blinky. At one point, she even sat on top of the star cat as if she was riding a battle mount. How long has it been since you created those organic statues? She asked. Ever since you made them, all you've done is put them in your personal workshop and allowed them to collect dust. You have hardly made use of them aside from making those strange sanctuary variants of yours. What are you driving at, Kedis? Do you know how I came up with the idea of leveraging your aspects of Lufa to solve my doubts? No, thought so. You can thank your sanctuary models for that. I checked up on how your customers made use of them. While they haven't sold well in the old galaxy due to their poor marketing and extreme pricing, a few military organizations have actually bought them in bulk. Interesting, is it not? Why would they buy so many overpriced third-class mechs at once? Vase grew curious as well. He activated his terminal and searched for this topic. He soon discovered that the LMC wrote a few reports about how the local agents speculated that the military organizations were actually taking advantage of the sanctuaries to treat expert pilots. What a brilliant solution. He didn't know who came up with the idea and how they convinced their bosses to purchase the sanctuaries just so they could present them to different expert pilots, but the approach seemed to bear a bit fruit. Of course, all of those psychologists and other specialists were being extremely cautious about experimenting with the sanctuaries. The new methods were still unverified and any procedure involving a state's precious expert pilots had to be conducted with the utmost care. Therefore sales of the sanctuary treatment editions hadn't skyrocketed, which explained why Vase hadn't noticed this development. However, he could already foresee a trend where his customers would make more use of his sanctuaries once the specialists figured out the correct way to make use of Lufa's glows. Once a single state managed to crack the code, all of the other states would adopt the same methods as well. After all, if one state managed to make use of the two sanctuary variants to produce more expert pilots and raise their resonance strengths at a faster rate, then it would eventually attain regional superiority. The Komodo War had already shown how being able to field more expert mechs could change the fate of a state. No one would say no to pursuing greater power. Kutiz's reminder caused Vase to recognize that his sanctuary treatment additions turned out to be even more useful than he thought. Perhaps he should have priced it at an even higher level. His eyes sparkled as he expressed his gratitude towards his former student. You are right, I haven't been paying as much attention to my old work as I should. I am always obsessed with my upcoming mech designs that I rarely put serious effort into looking back. Maybe I should check up on how all of my other old commercial mech models are doing. The mechs that we have produced over the years are all living mechs, after all. With the passage of time, I bet that plenty of them have grown formidable in their own different ways. Anyway, when I looked into your sanctuary mechs and read all of the reports on how different people have benefited from the tranquility and healing variants, I became inspired. Why should you limit their use to norms? They can work equally well on expert pilots as long as they take the initiative to open themselves up. Although the glows are not beneficial all the time, as long as an expert pilot is troubled, your sanctuary mechs can help make the problem go away. Vase widened his eyes. Kedis opened him up to new possibilities. There was so much potential in his existing work, but he didn't recognize it before. It took someone younger and more junior than him in order to figure out these basic truths. I never thought much about how glows interact with expert pilots since they can easily resist any mental influence. However, if the pilots lower their mental defenses on their own initiative, the treatments will definitely have an effect. This realization sounded so simple, but the implications were massive. Demigods were essentially brain-damaged mech pilots who derived their strengths from extreme convictions and obsessions. Were they normal? Absolutely not. Every expert pilot was insane by definition. While this was good in terms of moving closer to the rank of God pilot, this could also be bad because distorted personalities always produced mental problems. Given these circumstances, wouldn't it be great if expert pilots could regain their balance? Kedis grinned like a shark. In my opinion, your aspects of Lufa become twice as relevant when they are used to help expert pilots sort out the hindrances that drag down their growth. While I'm not sure about the aspect of rationality, the other three statues can definitely help people like myself and Venerable Joshua. Even the aspect of transcendence. Vase skeptically asked. I have made use of it in person so I know it can. Kedis confidently answered. I don't recommend you expose it to our expert pilots too frequently. They need to be able to do most of the work themselves, or else they won't work as hard as before. The aspect of transcendence should only be used to facilitate breakthroughs or help people pass their bottlenecks. Don't worry. Even the weakest expert pilot won't be at risk. The threat level is completely different to powerful people. Though Vase wasn't sure about all of this, Kedis had a lot in common with expert pilots. She could speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel with authority on this issue. I am truly impressed you came up with this idea. Kedis smirked and crossed her arms. You should have known about it sooner. The reason why you didn't is because you cling too closely to your many secrets. You never let anyone get involved in your aspects of Lufa, so there was no one with you that could look at your work from a different angle. You're right, Vase sighed. While I do keep a lot of secrets, I suppose it isn't necessary to hold onto my aspects of Lufa so tightly. I could have made more progress in my research if I had a bright mind like you in my research team. Hehe, if you think my earlier idea is useful enough, then my next one will definitely make you rethink their usage. From what I have gathered, your aspect of transcendence is your way of helping mech pilots advance, right? Vase reluctantly nodded. Yes, and your attempts never succeeded, right? That's not strictly true. I managed to create a few successes, but the costs are too high. You're going about it the wrong way. She plainly told him. In matters like this, why haven't you asked our expert pilots to help out the people that are hoping to break through? Our expert pilots can keep a close eye on how much progress a mech pilot is making. I know that the aspect of transcendence is dangerous, but so what? With the guidance of an expert pilot, anyone who tries to break through while under the effect of its glow do not have to fear too much. As long as an expert pilot is sharp enough, he or she can vaguely understand what is taking place. I believe this is the right way for ordinary people to take advantage of the aspect of transcendence. What a radical idea. Vase never thought about using expert pilots as mentors to the people hoping to achieve a breakthrough, but Kutiz's suggestion made a lot of sense. Chapter 3711 Kedis the Sage in a Single Meeting. Kedis made a bunch of excellent suggestions to Vase. First, he should try to involve others in his secret research projects. Even if they didn't have his specialty or weren't able to contribute as much, just the fact that they were different people with different perspectives could bring in a lot of refreshing new ideas. Second, Kedis suggested that Lufa's different glow variations could provide crucial assistance to expert pilots who were stuck in a rut or failed to overcome their bottlenecks. In the past, people like this either needed to seek out battle or had to rely on factors outside of their control to keep moving forward. No expert pilot could possibly enjoy a smooth ride to ace pilot. The fact that the latter were much rarer spoke much about how difficult it must be for demigods to shed even greater parts of their mortality. Since their strength was based on a mental concept like willpower, any solutions that could directly affect their mentalities might have a direct impact on their strength levels. However, it was Ketiz's third suggestion that truly floored Vase. She actually suggested that Vase should expose more ordinary people to the aspects of Lufa. You've been trying to find a method to increase the rate of breakthroughs for such a long time, right? Kedis prodded him. Why have you not enlisted the help of those who have already completed this journey? Whether it is myself or a genuine expert pilot such as my husband, we have first-hand experience of what people must go through to reach a new level of strength. We are much more capable of guiding weaker pilots into finding their strengths. Though I don't expect this proposal to produce hundreds of expert candidates and expert pilots in an instant, it can be part of a comprehensive set of solutions that can increase the rate of breakthroughs in our clan. Vase looked shocked at Kedis. Are you being serious? You are suggesting that we put our own clansmen at risk by exposing them to the aspect of transcendence, an object that has created plenty of fatalities over the course of my attempts to harness its power. That's because you are an idiot by trying to do everything yourself, Vase. I admit that you are brilliant in several areas. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't impressed by your ability to design living mechs. That doesn't mean I respect your ability to design swordsman mechs or your attempts to create a method that increases breakthroughs. You need to work with people who know better or at least offer a second opinion that is different from your own. The reason why you failed to make good use of the aspect of transcendence so far is because you kept tunnel visioning by performing the same experiment over and over again while expecting a different result. That's not true. While I did create a lot of failures, I was slowly getting closer to my goal. I even managed to derive a few lessons from the few success cases that emerged. Vase defended himself. Your progress is too slow and you spent way too much time on diversions. Kedis judged. That is also what I am trying to accomplish with my suggestions. There are many mech pilots that have gotten stuck after running into bottlenecks. According to my own understanding, each of them spend way too much time on figuring out how to get past their blockage. They can spend years if not decades of their life pursuing many fruitless diversions. With the help of your aspects, all of these desperate mech pilots do not have to waste so much time anymore. They can leverage the aspects of Lufa to understand their true selves and find inner peace. Breaking past their bottlenecks will become a lot easier at that point. She made so many valid suggestions that Vase was beginning to doubt himself as a researcher. The swordsman mech designer sounded as if she was the one who developed the aspects of Lufa. Why do you care so much, Kedis? Isn't it obvious? I want to strengthen our clan. We are still too weak compared to all of the alien forces and powerful human organizations. We need to pursue strength in as many directions as possible. Whether it is producing new expert pilots or helping our current ones avoid time-consuming diversions, I think we should not let off this opportunity to speed up our growth. Of course, Kedis had a personal interest in this particular development. Finding better uses for the aspects of Lufa directly facilitated her progression as a swordmaster. She had already used them once in order to evolve Sharpie to a human form, so she could probably use this method to make further progress in the future. Her ideas truly gave Vase a vastly different cognition about the organic statues he neglected. Even without performing any new experiments, he already thought of many new ways to make good use of their properties. This was the benefit of having a second opinion at hand. Few people were more qualified to assist him than Kedis. She was not only a mech designer who was familiar with glows and living products, but also possessed first-hand experience on the breakthroughs that Vase tried to produce. At this point, Vase no longer harbored any resentment towards Kedis for breaking into his secret box. She had completely vindicated herself with her results and the many useful insights she provided. He briefly recalled that the polymath had personally instructed Vase to achieve greater progress in one of his older MTA missions. So far, None of the MTA Mech pilots serving in the Larkinson clan as guest pilots had broken through to expert candidate after several years. This was abysmal progress. He closed his eyes and made a few important decisions. "All right," he said, "I will start getting serious on this topic. The only issue is that you and I are full-time mech designers. We cannot divert too much time on this. We should look into hiring trusted helpers that can help us implement the suggestions you have made. I think I will set up a new confidential research group that will systematically conduct research on facilitating breakthroughs. The problem is that we need to staff it with people that we can trust." This was a huge move that was bound to attract attention. However, as long as this new research group took shape, the research on facilitating breakthroughs would no longer halt whenever he performed other activities. Even if he went back to designing mechs, other researchers would make sure to conduct the studies that he had started. Neither Vase nor Kedis knew anyone on the top of their heads that could become a part of this important new research group. They needed to pick their staff carefully because mistakes could easily lead to fatal accidents. Vase intended to assign multiple different breakthrough-related projects to this new group. The Quint and the Enlightened Warriors all aimed to achieve the same result through different methods. It was too bad that there weren't many people aside from himself who could properly manage the projects. This was a familiar problem and one that Vase had struggled with for years. According to his estimation, the only person who could truly lead these breakthrough-oriented research projects were people who received the inheritance of the Five Scrolls Compact. In other words, Vase needed to get his hands on a madman like Dr. Jutland and someone convince him to obediently supervise his spirituality-related research projects. Suffice to say, this was an unrealistic fantasy. The safest option was to nurture a dedicated spiritual engineer and researcher from one of his own offspring. The downside to that was that it would take decades before one of his children could reach a satisfactory level. Given the haste and time pressure that he was facing, Vase thought about applying a more unorthodox solution to his problem. That was something to consider for later. By the time that Vase and Kedis reached the end of their discussion, both of them were satisfied with what they achieved. There was only one more topic that Vase wanted to bring up with his fellow journeyman. "Kedis, yes, despite all of the fantastic suggestions you have made, you can't deny that there will always be an element of danger with our experiments. I am not comfortable subjecting our clansmen to experimental procedures. Even if your assistance and the assistance of expert pilots can reduce any potential accidents, screw-ups will occur sooner or later. I would rather avoid seeing that happen to someone who has invested their trust in us. We have an obligation to protect them and we should take that seriously." "I don't disagree. What do you suggest, Vase?" "We use the Pakladins we have taken prisoner as our test subjects." "Ves, you promised me you would keep them alive. I'm not talking about subjecting them to my old experiments." Vase innocently raised his arms. "You taught me a few different approaches, and I already came up with one myself that I had always been waiting to try out. The Pakladins are not humans, but they are close enough to us that they can serve as useful guides on whether our new methods can truly make a difference." Kedis calmed down a bit. Though she still expressed outrage, she was willing to hear him out at least. "You know how important promises are to people like myself," she fiercely reminded him. "If you break your word, I will never find peace until I rectify the matter. Don't make this situation harder on me. Saving the Pakladin refugees may be a mistake in other people's eyes, but I did what I thought was right." Though Vase thought that Kedis made an incredibly naive and troublesome decision, it wasn't enough for him to disregard her demands. That didn't mean he wanted to cope with the headache of hosting tens of thousands of Pakladins for free. Even if it didn't take a lot of effort to keep them fed and housed aboard the Dragon's Den, it was not good for a human fleet to keep collecting every sympathetic alien race it came across. He already came up with several different solutions, but even the most gentle one presented hard decisions. "Hear me out before you blast me any further. First, I don't know if you have noticed, but there's an MTA frigate constantly following behind our flagship. Everything we do is under their sights." Kedis huffed. "I haven't forgotten about that, Vase. You've been trying to get on their good side. That's one of the reasons why you're so eager to confront the aliens. Maintaining our relations with the MTA is vital to our future. If the Mechers don't approve of what we do, they will step in whether we like it or not. Right now, it is against their policies to extend any form of mercy towards the aliens. No matter whether they are reprehensible savages or harmless savages, as long as they do not identify with the human race, they are obstacles to the expansion of human civilization. Do you truly think you can keep the Pakladan refugees safe from the MTA's directive just because you asked nicely? The air around Kedis turned gloomy. Even Sharpie no longer appeared playful and upbeat. Sharp, Moreau. Blinky tried his best to console Sharpie. Fortunately, the little humanoid companion spirit was made of condensed and empowered willpower, so she did not remain deflated for long. A sense of power and pressure radiated from Sharpie. Her unyielding will made it so that she would never admit defeat so easily. Perhaps the time for her to impose her will was not today, but Kedis was confident that a time would come where she could make the MTA take her seriously. Anything could be cut as long as her blade was sharp enough. Chapter 3712 L'Institut. Though she aspired to become the best swordsman mech designer in existence, she was far from reaching that level at the moment. As a journeyman, her right to speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel in front of the MTA was practically nil. Even her peculiarities that set her apart were merely curiosities that did not translate into any real power. Just like Joshua, Kedis experienced the helplessness of trying to oppose one of the most powerful organizations of humanity. Not even a sword god could cut an enormous trans-galactic organization in half. She eventually sighed in defeat. Okay, then, have it your way. What do you suggest? As I've mentioned earlier, the Pakladans are obstacles that provide no meaningful benefit to humanity. The only way to change that is by making them valuable enough to humanity that keeping them alive is more beneficial than killing them off right away. Our options are limited, but I think we can make a good case to the MTA if we propose to use them as our test subjects for our breakthrough and advancement-related research projects. They are not human, but possess enough commonalities with our race to make this viable. How will you treat them, Vase? This was the difficult part of this proposal. Vase leaned forward on his chair and adopted a serious expression. If we leave the Pakladans be, then they will be regarded as burdens at best and latent threats at worst. If we want to change this evaluation, we need to convert them into assets, and the only way I can think of that qualifies is to turn them into test subjects. The good news is that we don't have to experiment on all of them. We can leave at least half of their population alone so that we can use them as a control group to make comparisons and as a reserve pool if we ever need to draw upon more test subjects. Vase essentially guaranteed to Kedis that half of the Pakladans under their control wouldn't be subjected to depraved experiments. That was already a great development that made Kedis feel more relieved. Saving half of a population of harmless alien refugees was not as good as saving all of them, but at this point she would take what she could get. Just like Joshua, she could not possibly push the boundaries set by the MTA in an open manner. Vase hadn't even detailed his experiments as of yet. As a mech designer and researcher herself, Kedis was aware that there was a huge leeway in how dangerous experiments could be. If haste was no concern, then they could easily drag out the studies across many decades, thereby reducing the potential dangers to a minimum. Vase activated a projection that displayed a document that outlined his preliminary plan. I have been working on this ever since you requested that we preserve as many Pakladans as we can. I already figured out from the beginning that we need to make them more useful alive than dead to humanity. Although there is no time for us to form any complete research proposals, I often daydream about exploring new phenomena by conducting different experiments. This was one of his pastimes whenever he had an idle moment. He never stopped thinking about ways to improve his design philosophy and the strength of his clan. If he ceased to do all of this, he would inevitably stagnate as a mech designer. Vase turned his head and glanced at his document. It's a little outdated. The stuff we talked about has given me a lot of new ideas. Let me revise this plan. He utilized his implant to directly transcribe his thoughts into additional text which he added to the document. It only took a dozen seconds for his research outline to look a lot more ambitious and comprehensive. The T-Institute. Kedis raised her eyebrow. Yes, that's the name that I have chosen for the special research group that I have just mentioned. Vase answered. It's a bland name that doesn't convey much meaning, but that's deliberate. I originally wanted to call it the Transcendence Institute, but that is too revealing. Once I have set it up, it will become the umbrella organization that is responsible for conducting all of the ongoing research related to facilitating human breakthroughs and improvements. Right now, I have come up with 4 broad research divisions that each attempt to discover new and better ways of facilitating human development. The revised document mentioned 4 research divisions in total. The Mech Guidance Research Division encompassed any research project related to providing guidance through living mechs. Mechs such as the Chiron model, the Quint, the Enlightened Warrior model and even the upcoming Monster Slayer model fell into this category. This was currently the most advanced and practical research direction. The Chiron and the Quint had already yielded good results while the Enlightened Warrior mechs were already starting to work on their mech pilots. With the addition of the Monster Slayer, the Mech Guidance Research Division would be able to make a lot more comparisons since the mech was designed by Kedis as opposed to Vase. The Enlightenment Research Division encompassed any non-mech means of gradual improvement and achieving minor breakthroughs. What Kedis had recently done and suggested to Vase fell into the scope of this research division. Although Vase had not yet performed any studies in this area, he already possessed enough clues to believe that this was a promising research direction. The process of human development always required a lot of accumulation. The road to advancing to the next rank was long and tortuous. The aim of the Enlightenment Research Division was to make this journey as straight and smooth as possible so that people did not waste their time on detours and dead ends. This was especially relevant to mech pilots because they were like athletes whose conditions only allowed them to compete in a limited age range. Due to the inherent nature of their careers, mech pilots needed to advance to expert pilot before they reached 80 years old if they wanted to obtain hope of going any further. The sooner they broke through, the better. This was why it was so crucial for mech pilots to overcome their hurdles quickly and gain strength as fast as possible. They were literally working against their biological clocks. Why set up this Enlightenment Research Division when you already have the Mech Guidance Research Division? Kedis asked. They both attempt to improve people through similar means. That's true, but one research direction is exclusive to mech pilots while the other is open to people of other professions. You and I can't benefit from any advancements related to mech piloting. Ah, that makes sense. Aside from the two divisions, there was also the Breakthrough Research Division. It encompassed all of the research related to triggering apotheosis and achieving major breakthroughs. This was where Vase put much of his effort into the past. Though it was by far the most dangerous and extreme research division that he came up with, he still had confidence that it could yield incredible results. Ultimately, Vase hoped that the Breakthrough Research Division could help him figure out how to artificially induce breakthroughs of every rank. Mech pilot to expert candidate to expert pilot to ace pilot. If Vase was able to grasp the secrets of each of these transitions, he would never have to worry about running out of high-ranking pilots again. The Companion Research Division was the fourth and final one under the T Institute. It centered around the propagation and improvement of companion spirits. Having created a bunch of them and seeing them flourish under different circumstances had given Vase a lot of confidence in their value and potential. He no longer wanted to work on them on his own but form an entire research division that could perform dedicated studies on every conceivable aspect of companion spirits. Unfortunately, this was also by far the most demanding research division because the requirements to create, manipulate and study companion spirits were extremely strict. Vase did not want to give up on it, though. The more he thought about it, the more he saw potential in how companion spirits granted new capabilities to people who did not possess them before. Alexandria formally introduced Gloriana to spiritual engineering. Since her companion spirit was made out of spiritual energy, she was able to manipulate it to a limited degree as well by borrowing the help of the Queen Cat. Sharpie allowed Kedis to adopt a second profession. Without her companion spirit, Kedis would have little choice but to become an average journeyman with a relatively boring specialty. These were just two of the examples that proved to Vase that his companion spirits could improve human development in another manner. Whether it was improving one's existing capabilities or giving them entirely new capabilities, humans could always accomplish a lot more as long as they enjoyed this benefit. Still, there were way too many problems with companion spirits. Not only did Vase barely know what he was doing, he also found it tedious to invest a lot of time and effort to grant companion spirits to individual people. It was the same as how Gloriana was only able to provide a handful of mech pilots with custom mechs. There was no way she could equip thousands of soldiers with mechs in a timely manner. This was why setting up the Companion Research Division was so important to Vase. He needed help to understand companion spirits better and find a way to mass-produce them without requiring his personal input. It did not matter if the quality, capabilities and potential of the mass-produced companion spirits fell behind. As long as he was able to bestow companion spirits to thousands of people at a time, the sheer quantity of them would overwhelm any other group of people. His ultimate ambition was to find a way to bestow a companion spirit to every clansman. With this additional source of strength, his Larkinsons would become a lot more productive, thereby enabling them to contribute a lot more to the clan. There was also an even greater reason why Vase placed so much emphasis on companion spirits. If his assumptions were correct, the concept of companion spirits might provide him with the key to bestowing spiritual potential to norms who did not possess this quality. Vase theorized that this could potentially be accomplished through two possible methods. The first one was to activate a person's spiritual potential. Someone whose potential was dim and dull like Melkor could be activated through special means. The second one was to transplant someone else's spiritual potential in the target's mind. This was a much more precarious and dangerous procedure, but Vase recalled he had already produced a partial success when he helped Silent William advance. If Vase was able to follow up on this accomplishment and perform follow-up experiments, perhaps he would have been able to crack the secret by now. It would have been easy for him to turn Melkor into someone who had hope of becoming an expert pilot in his lifetime. He silently shook his head. He was ultimately a mech designer. His passion always centered around mechs. His research on mech pilots was merely incidental due to his increasing proficiency in spiritual engineering, but he could never allow it to consume all of his attention. Hence the need to set up the Tea Institute and delegate much of the research to other people. That ultimately brought Vase and Kedis back to the most important requirement to setting up this new research institution. All of this sounds nice, Vase, but it is useless if you can't find the personnel to staff this institute. Kedis seriously pointed out, you and I are the most qualified to lead it, but we don't have the time to babysit research projects that don't improve our ability to design mechs in the slightest. Vase grimaced, I know. I don't intend to give up on the Tea Institute, though. I am done with performing all of this research on my own. I have come far enough that I am ready to shift this responsibility to a dedicated organization. Give me a few minutes. Let me think about who I can appoint to lead my new institute. Chapter 3713 Unconventional Source of Manpower. Vase already came up with a handle of suitable names that could lead his ambitious Tea Institute. The most obvious choice was to put Rania Woden in charge. She was a biotech expert by trade, so she already possessed a lot of relevant knowledge as well as the right mindset towards augmenting humans. She had also proven her ability to lead a large and important group by successfully remaining in charge of the Larkinson Biotech Institute. Under her leadership, the LBI steadily grew to become the primary biotech service provider of not only the Larkinson clan, but also the rest of the Golden Skull Alliance. Though the LBI made much less progress in developing unique biotech products that could be put on the market, Vase did not mind too much. He understood how difficult it was to break into the biotech market when an organization had to start from scratch. Still, Director Rania had already told Vase that the LBI was on track to release numerous viable commercial products in 5 to 10 years. Once this happened, the clan would finally gain a second major revenue source. Aside from her proven leadership ability, there was an even more important reason why Vase favored Rania above many other choices. She was trustworthy. She had long cast aside her former status as a member of the Woden dynasty and fully embraced her new identity as a Larkinson. Not only that, she had become the wedded wife of Venerable Tusa Larkinson. This indirect blood relation made Vase more inclined to entrust his secrets to her, knowing that she would never betray his confidence due to her personal bonds. Isn't Rania an exobiologist? Kedis asked as Vase mentioned the woman's name. I can see why you think she can do a decent job in leading the Tea Institute, but who will you put in charge of the Larkinson Biotech Institute instead? That is indeed a problem. The LBI had grown into a large organization that employed thousands of researchers and other staffers. There had to be plenty of smart people who could fill in Dr. Rania's shoes. Vase was reluctant to see that happen, though. He was someone who prized familiarity and personal relations and did not feel at ease with putting a relative stranger in charge of such an important institution. Although the Larkinson Biotech Institute did not play a crucial role to him for the moment, it would definitely have a bigger influence in the future. After all, it was already in the process of collecting and cultivating dozens of mutated beasts. Vase could turn each of them into spiritual ingredients or design spirits. Kedis made another suggestion. How about one of your students? If I recall, that kid Michael Larkinson is the closest mech designer who is following in your footsteps. Even though you're grooming him to become a mech designer, with his understanding of living mechs you could also turn him into the first director of the Tea Institute. That sounded interesting, but Vase quickly shook his head. Michael has his own ambition, and it doesn't involve performing weird experiments. He has dedicated many years to achieve his goal of becoming a mech designer. Sure, with my power and prestige I can easily convince him to pursue a different vocation, but I will be doing him a grave disservice. Vase also looked forward to seeing what Michael Larkinson could do once he began to progress his chosen design philosophy. Keddies was right in that the young mech design student also wanted to pursue living mechs. This turned Michael into a highly important asset to Vase. It was unacceptable to turn the kid away from a career in mech design. Now that he thought about it, the original 4 Larkinson seeds were almost ready to graduate and become fully fledged mech designers. Though they would have to start off as mere novices, they had all received at least a bit of instruction from several different journeymen. Even if Vase was too busy with his own projects to spend much time tutoring Michael and Xanthar Larkinson, the 2 adolescents weren't clueless students anymore. Both of them had not only studied a lot of fundamental subjects, but also gained plenty of hands-on experience and observed a lot of mech designers at work. Though Vase regretted that he couldn't provide Michael and Xanthar with orthodox education, the 2 had received so much personal attention that they definitely enjoyed a much higher starting point than other mech designers. Only the direct disciples of master mech designer like Tristan Wesseling received better guidance. Vase and Keddies continued to swap ideas, but neither of them came up with anything better. The difficulty of finding even a single person to lead the T Institute was a considerable problem that could significantly delay his research gains in the area of human development. This was an unacceptable outcome. As Keddies had already said, Vase had been wasting the potential of the aspect of loofah and many other fantastic solutions due to lack of time. He might have been okay with this in the past because he never really thought about it, but now that she pointed it out, he couldn't ignore this issue any longer. As Vase continued to think about this problem, he suddenly came up with a radical idea. The MTA, or at least the survivalist faction, possessed a vested interest in the success of the T Institute. After all, weren't they clamoring to uplift humanity and promote their development? What Vase sought to accomplish with the T Institute aligned quite well with the goals of the survivalists. The only concern was that the research projects of the T Institute might interest the 5 Scrolls Compact as well, but that made it even more important to tie his cart to the MTA's horse. Though Vase preferred not to entangle himself with any of these huge powers, if he had to shelter under any of them, he might as well stick with the MTA. The mechers weren't malicious towards him. In fact, as a mech designer, he possessed a natural affinity with the association. His previous concerns about attracting the wrong kind of attention from the MTA were also dispelled mostly. The polymath herself traveled all the way to Davut in order to probe whether Vase possessed the system. Since she failed to find what she was looking for, Vase was pretty much in the clear. None of his other secrets were a big deal in the eyes of the mechers. It was actually beneficial for him to expose what he could do because it enabled him to cooperate with the MTA in an upright manner. Vase quickly made a decision. Since we can't find the right person to lead the T Institute in our ranks, we can ask for help from another organization. I have contacts within the MTA that will probably be happy to recommend me a suitable talent. What? This time, it was Katiz's turn to be shocked. According to her own understanding of Vase, he would have never asked for help from the MTA on his own initiative. It was even more unlikely for Vase to allow the MTA to put one of their own goons and informers in charge of his most sensitive and vital research projects. You can't do this, Keddies hissed. Haven't you forgotten about your original aim of turning the Pakladan refugees into your test subjects? We need to protect them from the MTA. That's exactly why this is a great idea, Keddies. I know the mechers well enough that they are fascinated by research. As long as our research projects are promising enough, anyone the MTA puts forward will not only provide unofficial sanction for our activities, but also make sure our experimental assets will be fully retained. Even if we dump the aliens on a sleepy mudball, the MTA will probably assign warships to patrol the star system. This is the best way to guarantee the long-term survival of the alien refugees. The Swordmaster was not a stupid woman. She quickly figured out his rationale. It was a brilliant if unconventional way to obtain cover for his experiments. The logic being that any experiments happening under the full supervision of an agent of the MTA ought to be without issue. You are playing with fire here. Well, that's only because you pushed me into the fire in the first place, you know. The two discussed a bit more until they finally ended the meeting. In the end, both Vase and Keddies had a lot to look forward to. Not only would the T Institute provide a way for the Pakladan refugees to survive, it also promised to provide the Larkinsons with many new ways to improve their strength. Once Keddies retracted Sharpie and left the office, Vase remained silent as Blinky returned to his own mind. Meow. Yeah, I should make the arrangements. Vase moved quickly. He expanded his initial plan for his tea institute and instructed his assistant Gavin to take care of the administration. As for finding a suitable director and other useful personnel, he directly sent a message to Hovey's personal comm. He recalled he still needed to provide a companion spirit to Jovi, but he needed to think about it carefully. If he wanted to raise his value to the survivalist faction, then he needed to make sure that Jovi received a life-changing gift. The companion spirit that Vase intended to design for the MTA journeyman not only had to be strong, it also had to complement his design philosophy. Only by accomplishing this goal would the Mechers be truly delighted. Days passed by as Vase arranged various matters before turning his attention back to putting the finishing touches on his remaining mech design projects. Almost 2 weeks after the Battle of Orange Tulip, the salvage fleet invited by the Golden Skull Alliance finally entered the star system. Everyone in the expeditionary fleet was relieved to see the arrival of the new ships. Once the salvage fleet took over the captured Pokladan starships, the Golden Skull Alliance could move on without carrying any burdens. Though it took a bit of time for the slow and heavy salvage fleet to reach the inner system, once they neared the site, Vase took a good look at the newcomers. There were a lot of carriers as well as cargo ships in the salvage fleet. The Golden Skull Alliance had transmitted the exact volume, mass, dimensions and other data about the captured vessels and valuable debris, so the salvagers came prepared. As the salvage fleet came into position, the expeditionary fleet moved back in order to give the professionals space to do their work. Many of the salvage ships belonged to a company called the RTG Group. When Vase observed their salvage teams at work, he quickly nodded in satisfaction. They were all working efficiently and with great care towards preserving as much value as possible. Murphy and Sons happened to bring the bulk of the cargo ships, though. These huge but largely hollow vessels used to carry all of the parts of their disassembled shipyard. Now that it was set up in the Davut system, it was no problem for the cargo ships to be used to transport salvaged goods and materials. Malaya Murphy of Murphy and Sons happened to accompany the salvage fleet this time. Vase received her on the Spirit of Bentime in person in order to discuss the salvage operations and other important topics. Is your shipyard operational yet? Vase asked the older woman. Not yet. I wouldn't be here if that was the case. The chief shipbuilder shook her head. The reassembly process is a huge endeavor due to the size of the shipyard. We also need to inspect and test every important system in order to ensure that their time in storage hasn't degraded their functioning. Aside from that, we have only received half of the replacement shipyard components that we have ordered so far. It will take at least 2 more months before we can tentatively begin with constructing starships. Don't worry, it will not take long before we can fulfill your first ship commission. Chapter 3714 Shipbuilding Trends. The arrival of the fleet organized by Murphy and Sons and the RTG Group fully freed up the Golden Skull Alliance. There was no more need for the Larkinsons and their allies to linger any longer in this empty star system. While the salvage team surveyed and broke down the captured Pokladan ships, Vase continued to converse with Malaya Murphy. During his initial meetings with the Murphys, they always acted aloof and superior towards others. Shipbuilders were much more needed in the Red Ocean, hence it shouldn't have been a surprise that they acted as if they owned the place. However, now that Murphy and Sons became one of the founding members of the Open Consortium, the Murphys treated the Larkinsons with a lot more warmth. Many of the issues that previously plagued us are no longer bothering us as much. Malaya Murphy explained as she and Vase toured the Spirit of Bentime. Our shipyard will be ready to begin operations and we have already collected an enormous amount of prepayments for future orders. As long as we deliver the first batch of orders to the members of the Open Consortium, we will not only be able to pay off all of our debts, but also accumulate a healthy surplus that we can invest back into our company. Vase wanted to hear more. Where will you invest your money? Will you upgrade your shipyard's existing capabilities or will you work towards building a second shipyard? He had his guesses, but he was curious to hear what Malaya Murphy had to say. Her response would reveal much about the strategic direction of Murphy and Sons. We have not made any definite plans, but we are seriously considering whether we should build a second shipyard. With an additional shipbuilding facility, we can double our production volume. This will double our income, which we can use to invest in another set of shipyards. If this goes on long enough, Well, you can probably imagine how many ships we can produce per year. The profits would definitely be astounding at that point. If there was one commodity that would always be in short supply in the Red Ocean, it was starships. The ability to ship goods in mechs from point A to point B was so essential to the functioning of different colonies that the amount of starships a pioneer possessed directly determined their power. Therefore, Murphy and Sons and all of the other shipbuilding companies in the Red Ocean did not have to worry about oversaturating the starship market for many years. Still, with his background and experience in the mech industry, Vase recognized that the shipbuilding industry could not expand at a geometric rate without limit. I can see the benefit of building multiple shipyards, but how will your company be able to staff them all? Vase asked. From what I heard, naval engineers are extremely hard to come by. In addition, increasing the amount of shipyards will also increase the amount of input you require. The supply of materials will never grow at the same rate. Besides, all of your competitors will probably be pursuing the same strategy. Soon enough, there will be way too many shipyards in Davut but not enough materials to go around. Prices will skyrocket. Malaya Murphy nodded. She did not look surprised. Any insider in the shipbuilding industry could foresee this much. The first phase of our establishment in the Red Ocean is centered around building up a basic foundation in the local industry. Relying on a single shipyard for all of our business is too precarious. As long as we have a couple more of them in our possession, we will become less susceptible to falling in the same dire straits as before. That was understandable. A proper company should never put all of its eggs in a single basket. If this is the first phase, what is your second phase? She smiled. Once we have obtained a measure of economic security in the new frontier, we can begin to invest in our product development and quality of our production. Our aim is to develop more diverse and unique ship classes so that we can begin to stand out from the pack. This way, we can build up a more loyal and dedicated clientele that will allow our business to be more resilient in the face of sudden changes in the shipbuilding market. That was basically the strategy that Vase had suggested to the Murphys. Of course, Murphy and Sons planned to invest its money on a lot more areas. Since the company's spending power was so high, it would be a waste to pursue only a single strategy. Vase envied Murphy and Sons. Ships were in much shorter supply and even the crappier ones could be sold for a fortune in the Red Ocean. In contrast, the mech industry was already running at full tilt. The barrier to entry in this sector was much lower, so the competition was already extremely high. If the LMC wanted to stand out in the regional mech market, Vase had to come up with products that could seriously impress potential buyers. Vase asked a few more questions, but the chief shipbuilder did not give out many hints. Even though they were part of the same consortium, they were not that close. It was not wise for Murphy and Sons to reveal all of their long-term plans to the Larkinson clan. Who knew whether their direct competitors would get their hands on this sensitive information one day? Since Murphy and Sons was not in business yet, Vase and Malaya soon ran out of topics to discuss. The open consortium was almost a month old. Hardly anything happened as of late, and this particular cooperation was the first of this kind to happen. The only part of the conversation that interested Vase was when they both looked out in the distance where the salvaging fleet was slowly breaking down the crippled or ruined starships of the Pakladan race. Malaya displayed a lot of interest in the alien vessels. You've given us an interesting puzzle, Patriarch Vase. While the MTA has published a large amount of data on the Pakladan starships, it is much easier to study their nuances with actual examples before me. Ships equipped with warp drives are always designed in a different manner than ships equipped with FTL drives. Though we already studied the basic theories, the Pakladans have a wealth of practical experience in optimizing their starships for warp travel. This might not be important for building ships with regular FTL drives, but once phase water became more ubiquitous, this was bound to change. The direct combat applications of warp drives was too great. The Murphys could already foresee that military vessels equipped with either warp drives or superdrives would become insanely popular in a few decades. Even though that sounded like a huge amount of time, the Murphys did not wish to slack off. They had to start as early as possible in order to make sure that their company would be able to keep up with changing market trends. Through this conversation, Vase not only learned the importance of studying intact alien starships, but also gained more insight into the future pattern of the starship market. Once the time had come for both of them to part ways, Malaya Murphy shook hands with Vase once again. Thank you again for what you have done for our Murphy family. My mother has been less strict as of late. My sister and I have obtained considerably more leeway in what we can do in our respective positions. The Open Consortium is also working out a lot better than we hoped, though it is too early to make a definite conclusion. The Open Consortium will stand the test of time, Vase confidently stated. It is one of the few organizations that is truly bound by trust. Every consortium partner can do business with each other with the assurance that none of them will backstab each other. There aren't many organizations at this level that can make the same promise. That is so, but there are more factors at play than trust, Patriarch Vase. Power, connections and wealth are also indispensable, and we are currently short in all of these areas. Vase thought about her words when Malaya and her people boarded a shuttle and flew back to the salvage fleet. The Open Consortium was still on shaky grounds due to the lack of those fundamentals. Vase wasn't sure whether Chairwoman Kelsey could hold down the fort without the proximity of the rest of the Larkinson clan. I hope she can surprise me, Vase muttered under her breath. To most of the people in the expeditionary fleet, the saga surrounding the Pokladan refugee fleet had finally come to a close. The expeditionary fleet had already prepared a long time ago and finally transitioned back into FTL travel. The expedition to the deeper parts of the Krakatoa Middle Zone was back on track. At this time, Vase juggled several responsibilities. He not only helped with setting up the Tea Institute, but also had to make sure the Pokladan prisoners were taken care of while they remained captive inside the Dragon's Den. That latter group was providing Vase with a lot of headaches. Director Rania expressed more and more frustration with what the Larkinsons were even supposed to do with the aliens. We never anticipated that we would host so many alien guests on our ship. Do you know what it means to host tens of thousands of Pokladans? Once the initial panic has died down, they have begun to stir up trouble. Even though we continually emphasize that they should obey our arrangements, these avian aliens are highly emotional and react differently to what has happened to them. I hope you know where we should put them, because we do not have the manpower or facilities to house the Pokladan prisoners in the long term. Vase let out a deep breath. I can understand your difficulties, but try your best to cope with the situation. If the Larkinson Biotech Institute is short on manpower, then ask for help from the Larkinson Army. Try your best to keep the Pokladans in line. I have a few plans in store for them, but many of them will require us to host the aliens in our fleet for at least a year and likely more. Why so, sir? Because they will soon be used as test subjects. Clever, Doctor, Rania said. Human rights don't apply to aliens because they are literally not human. Hence, we can perform any experiments on them as we like. With aliens, we do not have to be concerned about violating any ethical or legal boundaries. As long as we refrain from researching weapons of mass destruction, we can get away with anything. The only concern here is whether your experiments on the Pokladans will have any relevance on other species. You don't need to be worried about that, Vase told her. The Pokladans are similar enough to humans in terms of their mentalities that they can definitely provide a lot of research data. I just need to set up the right research institution to conduct the necessary studies. The news that Vase planned to create the Tea Institute came as a surprise to Dr. Rania. She initially argued that the preparations she had made should already be sufficient to allow the Larkinson Biotech Institute to conduct this research, but Vase was adamant in his choice. The emphasis on the two institutes are substantially different. I don't want you guys to split your focus. The Tea Institute also requires researchers who possess different specialties. Though Rania was concerned that the status of the Larkinson Biotech Institute would fall because of this, Vase quickly reassured her. The LBI would remain important for times to come. There may even be research projects where both research institutes will have to work together. You won't be left out, Rania. I hope that is the case. Chapter 3715 Giant Bird Cage. Vase did not waste his time on the Dragon's Den. Aside from sharing some of his latest plans to Director Rania, he also took the initiative to come down to one of the major biomes of the bioresearch vessel in order to see how the Pokladan refugees were doing. Accompanied by Rania and his bodyguards, Vase approached a transparent barrier that provided him with a view of a forested biome. This environment looks close to the original habitat of the Pokladan race, he remarked. That is the point, sir. We have no intention of making the lives of our alien captives needlessly uncomfortable. We have invested a great amount of effort and resources into transforming the environment of this biome. However, we cannot give the Pokladans what they truly want. Their home planets, their star nation and many of their fellow aliens are all gone now. They can never go back to their old and idyllic lives, and it is all because of the fault of humans such as ourselves. How can they possibly be happy with their new conditions? They don't even control their own lives anymore. We can euthanize them tomorrow and they cannot do a thing to resist our actions. If Vase was in the shoes of the Pakladins, then he would definitely feel angry, helpless and resentful at all of the unfairness directed towards the race. Fortunately, he was a human, so there was no need for him to extend any sympathy for an alien race that had become uprooted and would eventually cease to exist in the future. Vase had no confidence that he could fulfill Kutiz's wish in the long term. No matter how Vase tried to turn the Pakladins into useful assets, the galaxy was not short on suitable test subjects. There were plenty of pirates and other alien races that could fulfill this role a lot better than a bird-like race. He could only hope that by the time the Pakladin race had become extinct, Ketiz would have long set her sights on more important matters. As he continued to peer through the transparent screen, he frowned as he had yet to see any of the Pakladins in person. The aliens do not like to linger at the edge of the biome. Rania explained to him. The cage reminds them of their lack of freedom. The inability to fly far and wide has made the Pakladins considerably upset. They are not comfortable with being confined to such a relatively small space. Oh, don't they live on starships where space is at a premium? How can they possibly cope with the conditions of this biome? Rania hesitated. We are not entirely certain of that, sir. The MTA has not conducted any thorough studies on the Pakladins. In any case, do you wish to drag over a few alien specimens? Please do. I'd like to inspect their mentalities, and for that I need to get close to them. Studying them by remote is not good enough. Vase waited for a minute before 6 different bots came over while clutching onto different Pakladins. Ka. Naturally, the bound and immobilized Pakladins were all panicking. They continued to struggle against the solid grips of the bots, not knowing what the humans had in store for them. Were they about to be treated as sacrifices? Vase didn't care what the Pakladins were thinking. He extended his spiritual senses without any warning and studied the individuals one by one. Rania had been thoughtful enough to instruct the bots to retrieve different Pakladins at different stages of growth and power. Vase had already noticed this in his earlier examinations, but now that he was able to examine the large avian species without any immediate on his shoulders, he recognized that they were more emotional than humans on average. Though this caused them to think differently from humans, extreme emotions could also trigger breakthroughs. If the Pakladins piloted mechs, how much stronger would they become? The youngest Pakladin in this group looked like a typical angry bird that swore vengeance on humanity. The creature's beak was so poisonous that the translation programs couldn't fully convey what the youngster was speaking. Vase had the greatest hopes on the alien equivalent of a teenager. The young Pakladin's mental development was the most malleable due to his young age. There were many ways to exploit this trait in order to transform the young bird into an entirely different creature. The other 2 Pakladins were much less flexible. The adult and older Pakladins shared the same hatred. Indignation as their younger comrade, but the difference was that their advanced growth and life experiences had already locked their mentalities in place. Vase did not need to tinker with their minds and spirits to know that performing any adjustments on them was going to be an uphill battle. He recalled the case of Venerable Stark. Unlike other expert pilots, she broke through at a later stage of her life and career. After that, she suffered so much trauma that her willpower broke because it wasn't malleable enough to cope with drastic changes. I should test this hypothesis in a study in order to confirm whether it is true. As he examined the 3 prisoners, he continued to develop all kinds of interesting guesses that needed to be confirmed. The best part about all of this was that he could perform a wide latitude of experiments on the intelligent birds without worrying about violating any human rights. Aliens weren't humans, so they didn't possess any human rights. In the scientific community, any non-human organics were the equivalent of lab mice. They just possessed different properties. Just like how no one cared if someone grafted an ear onto the back of a mouse or pumped painful toxins inside their veins to see how much they twitched before their hearts burst apart, the authorities would never arrest him if he tried to do the same to a bunch of aliens like these angry-looking Pakladins. Vase grinned at the resentful specimens. Go ahead, be angry at me. The more your emotions are riled up, the more you will stimulate your mentality. You need to have lots of spirit in order to do well in the experiments to come. The aliens didn't understand his words at all. Not that it mattered. They hated the humans to the bone and would not hesitate to rip Vase apart with their beaks. Though Vase could have used various means to make them understand his words, he did not bother to do so. Likewise, it was pointless for the aliens to comprehend his words. You probably aren't aware of this, but I am doing all of you a favor. Each of you should have been eliminated if we captured your fleet normally. It is only due to your research value that we are allowed to keep you alive and in captivity. If you want to do your best to cling on to your lives, then you should do your best to ensure you retain your value of test subjects. Ka, ka, ka. The more defiance displayed by the Pakladans, the more Vase became satisfied with the quality of test subjects. The samples brought forward by the bots were particularly more energetic than he thought. You Pakladans should feel lucky that you have become the property of the Larkinson clan. If other organizations have managed to capture you alive, then your fates would doubtlessly be worse. Here, you can not only relax and try to build new nests in the comfortable and spacious biomes we have made available to you, but you also don't have to worry about participating in any excessively dangerous experiments. Ka, ka. Vase waved his hand. Send them back. Although I would love to experiment on them, now is not the time. The bots forcefully brought the captive Pakladans back to the interior of the forest environment. After lingering for a while longer, Vase ended his inspection of the biomes and the Pakladans kept inside. He only made one last stop before he ended his visit to the dragon's den. Both Vase and Dr. Rania entered a cold compartment where stacks of alien eggs were put into storage arrays. The climate-controlled environment ensured that the incubation of the unhatched Pakladan embryos stretched on for many years, effectively freezing them in time. How are the eggs? Vase asked. They are in good condition more or less. The director answered. Aside from a handful that have cracked during the transportation, the majority of them can still hatch healthy chicks if we wish. What do you think we should do? Should we hatch a few and give the captive Pakladans something more fruitful to do by raising new chicks? Rania took a deep breath. That depends on your long-term plans with the prisoners. So far, we have not heard anything from you about how to treat and settle these Pakladans on a more permanent basis. While we can continue to take care of them aboard this ship, their presence here is a burden on our life support system and our supplies. It's like our clan has expanded by 40% all of a sudden. Not only are there a lot of them, but they are also larger than average humans. This means we need to invest more into feeding them and fulfilling their basic needs. Though we have plundered a lot of Pakladan-specific food and other supplies, storing all of them takes up a considerable amount of cargo space. I understand your concerns. To be honest, I haven't decided on what to do with them yet. Vase replied. I don't like to keep them all in our expeditionary fleet either. Hosting over 40,000 Pakladans on a single ship sounds way too precarious. Once our Tea Institute is up and running, I will task the people there with forming a more sustainable plan. I think the most likely option that we can take is to build an internment camp or something on a planet and dump the majority of the prisoners in them so that they won't burden our fleet anymore. That's a good idea, sir. A camp on a planet, preferably a settled one, is much cheaper and easier to run. Even if the prisoners manage to break out, they will not pose any danger towards a vital ship of our fleet. We shouldn't transfer all of the Pakladan prisoners away, though, Vase said after a bit of thought. We need to keep a few hundred promising test subjects within my reach so that I can conduct my most promising studies on them. Once the Tea Institute is operational, I will find a way to divide the Pakladan prisoners into different categories that will help us distinguish their value. The most valuable Pakladan prisoners were those that possessed spiritual potential. While Vase had not yet encountered an alien bird that displayed this quality, there were bound to be a few among such a large population of captives. He did not worry about finding one at all. Every intelligent species was able to produce those that had the potential to activate their spiritualities. Even the test subjects that didn't possess spiritual potential were useful to Vase. One of his major goals was to find a way to activate this property. In the past, he had been too afraid of harming Larkinsons who entrusted their lives to him, but he didn't need to be so reserved towards his new test subjects. Though there were certainly risks involved with trying to impart spiritual potential in those that lacked it, how could he make an omelet if he didn't break a few alien eggs? Accidents happened over the course of many experiments and it was unreasonable to hold himself back too much. If the Tea Institute failed to be productive enough, then why bother retaining so many test subjects? If the Pakladans wanted to stay alive, then they should do their best to cooperate with whatever experiment he had in store for their group. Chapter 3716 LRVAN Rifle. After a fruitful visit to the Dragon's Den, Vase returned to the spirit of Bentheim and put the matters concerning the Pocladens and the Tea Institute aside. It took a lot of work to get everything up and running, and he could not possibly perform all of the work alone. This was why he was patiently awaiting a response from the MTA. For now, it's time to finish the remaining mech design projects. With all of the matters relating to the Battle of Orange Tulip behind them, the Larkinson mech designers could fully devote themselves to completing the final sprint of the current design round. While journeymen such as Keddies and Tiffy Kozlone had already begun to fabricate the first production copies of their completed mech designs, Vase and a handful of other mech designers directed their attention to a more important mech design. After a huge amount of work and effort, the Minerva project was finally complete. Vase, Gloriana, Juliet Stamaros, Sarah Voikin and Professor Benedict were all satisfied with the latest iteration of the expert command mech that they had especially designed for Commander Casella Ingvar. As far as expert mech design projects went, the Minerva project turned out to be a fairly easy one to design. This was primarily because it was not that difficult to incorporate the various command and communication modules into the mech design. Each of them were based on high-quality component designs that were already compatible with the mech design to begin with. Gloriana and Professor Benedict both possessed a lot of finesse and excelled at puzzling all of these powerful and demanding parts into a cohesive internal design. Of course, the two also clashed quite a lot. Both of their specialties overlapped to a degree. Even though Gloriana was only a journeyman, she was not afraid of voicing her opinions at all, especially towards a man. For his part, Professor Benedict tried to keep an open mind, but when the discussion turned to subjects related to his design philosophy, he was unwilling to compromise. Fortunately, the senior did not apply too many solutions to the Minerva project. If he became more involved, then his design philosophy would have crowded out the other ones. This was not desirable, as the Minerva project was supposed to be a Larkinson mech rather than a crosser mech. When the 4 Larkinson journeymen who participated in the project gathered together, they briefly studied their completed mech design one last time before they were ready to fabricate the crucial expert mech. It looks better than I imagined. I never imagined that designing a powerful expert mech would go so smoothly. Sarah Voikin said. Vase smiled towards the defensive specialist of his team. We owe a lot to Professor Benedict for designing all of the complicated elements that are related to the most powerful traits of expert mechs. With his help, we were free to apply our own solutions without too many burdens. It's a pity that an expert command mech is not the best platform to showcase my talent. Sarah Voikin was exceptionally lucky to be able to contribute to an expert mech design project at her current stage. The circumstances in the Larkinson clan wouldn't last forever. Once Vase and a few others advanced to senior and beyond, the role that journeymen could play in future expert mech design projects would definitely diminish. Right now, the clan was too new and its team of core mech designers were still in the early stages of their careers. This created an opening where journeymen who had just entered the clan could also take part in the design of important mechs. Although Sarah was correct that a mech that did not possess a lot of armor was not a good place for her to maximize her unique abilities, she definitely played a useful role. As Vase studied the armor system and inner structure of the Minerva project, he could clearly recognize that the expert mech definitely gained a boost in its defensive capabilities. Perhaps the difference was not as much as he hoped, but even a modest increase in damage resistance could allow Commander Casella to survive an engagement against a dedicated kill team of enemy expert mechs. In addition, due to Sarah Voikin's specialty in physical negation, the armor system designed for the Minerva project excelled at repelling physical projects and melee weapons. Due to the Minerva project's high strategic value, Sarah paid extra attention in raising its resistance against powerful piercing blows. Anyone who thought that a command mech would crumble instantly when attacked by an expert light skirmisher would receive an unexpected surprise. Though the defenses of the Minerva project couldn't keep up with most expert mechs, the true value in having a defensive specialist around was her ability to raise a mech design's defensive coefficient while maintaining the same mass and volume. Therefore, even if Sarah Voikin felt as if one of her hands were tied behind her back, she definitely made a positive contribution to the mech design. Vase was fully satisfied with her performance in her first collaboration on such a complicated project. I am looking forward to how fast the Minerva project can fly. Juliet commented. This mech carries a considerable amount of mass, but her mobility is not weak. The Minerva project's acceleration and maneuverability characteristics were nowhere comparable to that of the Dark Zephyr or the Star Dancer Mark II. It carried too much baggage around to dance ballet. However, Juliet managed to squeeze in a fairly powerful flight system with the help of their external consultant. Professor Benedict specialized in energy transmission systems, which essentially meant that the Minerva project could provide considerably more juice to its systems. One of the consequences of that was that the Minerva project's flight system was able to provide more thrust power than usual for an expert mech of its size and budget. Did this turn the Minerva project into a capable duelist? Not really. What Juliet was able to accomplish was boosting the expert command mech's straight-line acceleration. They all decided that this was the best course of action for the Minerva project because it allowed Commander Casella to reach the places of the battlefield where she was most needed in a timely manner. Being able to move faster also allowed it to outrun many more expert melee mechs that might attempt to kill one of the leaders of the Larkinson army. No matter what, a melee mech that couldn't keep up with the pace of its target was hardly a threat. Even if certain expert mechs possessed the ability to damage enemies from a distance, as long as they didn't carry any powerful ranged weapons, the Minerva project was more than capable of firing back. I'm pretty happy with how my new Irvin transformable Luminaire crystal rifle turned out. Vase smiled with pride. It had been challenging for him to design a Luminaire crystal weapon that possessed substantially different weapon modes. He not only needed to design both a long-ranged rifle and a short-ranged submachine gun, but also come up with additional components to combine the two together in a single weapon frame. Suffice to say, Vase had to put in a lot of hours to make this weapon concept viable. He studied a lot of models of existing transformable guns, but blindly copying their solutions didn't work due to the peculiarities of Luminaire crystals. Vase had to put on his innovator hat and invent a lot of specific solutions to come up with this formidable and flexible energy gun. Considering all of the time and effort he put into it, he decided to give it a name of its own. There was no particular reason why he called it the Irvin. Maybe he thought it sounded similar enough to Casella's family name while still being unique enough to prevent confusion. Whatever the case, the Irvin was a distinctly powerful Luminaire crystal weapon that strongly distinguished itself from the other comparable weapons that Vase had designed for his other expert mechs. Of all of the expert mech-grade weapons that he had designed, the Amaranto was unquestionably the most high-profile one. It was hard not to become impressed by its supreme firepower and long-range suppression. Since Vase had not bothered to bestow it with a name, Venerable Stark had taken to calling it the Instrument of Vengeance. It did not take a lot of thought to figure out why she settled for this name. The Everchanger's Luminaire crystal rifle was a bit more standard and balanced in attributes. It was not as special as the other weapons of its level, but if Venerable Joshua resonated with it, the gun would definitely acquire special traits over time. Joshua hadn't named the weapon yet, so Vase had taken the liberty of calling it the Vitalis. The only other existing expert mech-grade Luminaire crystal weapon in the expeditionary fleet was the one wielded by the Star Dancer Mark II. Venerable Brutus had a slightly more powerful weapon at his disposal. Due to its size and mass limitations, the rifle was remarkably compact and suited a mobile expert mech extremely well. Funnily enough, when Vase inquired whether Brutus had named the weapon, the expert pilot responded that he had taken to calling it the Hexacris. Vase scratched his head when he heard this name. In any case, each of these high-end weapons possessed their own advantages and disadvantages. In terms of power level, the Minerva Project's Irvin probably ranked second when it was in its rifle mode. The weapon looked fairly impressive in this state. Not only was it almost as big as the Amaranto's Instrument of Vengeance, it also shared many of the same features. This enabled Commander Casella to contribute in a similar fashion, though not as drastic as Venerable Stark. No matter what, the Amaranto was completely optimized for long-range marksmanship. Its accuracy and ranged power output in combination with its expert pilot was unparalleled in the Larkinson army. Against closer-ranged opponents, it was no longer suitable for the Minerva Project to wield such a large and unwieldy rifle. Its muzzle was excessively long and could lead to plenty of problems in close-ranged combat. This was why the Commander Casella could choose to detach the forward muzzle as well as a part of the chassis. Once the Minerva Project stowed away these parts, what was left transformed into a submachine gun that was considerably lighter and possessed a completely different firing mode. Its high firing rate but low power per shot did not look impressive, but it was enough to threaten light mechs while posing enough threat to other melee mechs. Was the Irvin in its submachine gun mode an impressive weapon? Definitely not. Was it better than many other options? Likely yes. Vase felt it was worth it to put in the extra effort to bestow the mech design with a submachine gun mode. Although the complicated weapon performed well in many of the simulation tests, he needed to see the finished product in action to be certain of the results. He had a good feeling, though. The Irvin might not be the most powerful or even the most flexible ranged weapon, but it was just right for the Minerva project and its expert pilot. All in all, the Minerva project was not a simple expert mech. Compared to the more common mech archetypes such as light skirmishers and medium night mechs, a command mech was a weird beast that came in many different forms. To some states, a command mech should look like a bloated beast that contained as many command and control modules as possible. Other people believed that command mechs should essentially be the mech version of a mobile command center. The machines that conformed to this vision were essentially the mech version of buses that housed battlefield commanders and their staff. The Larkinson clan did not support any radical ideas about command mechs. The Minerva project possessed fairly normal traits for a mech of its role. The only truly peculiar element aside from its Irvin rifle was its special properties that came from being both an expert mech and living mech. The Minerva project had a lot of extra tricks up its sleeve. Chapter 3717 Better Tools. After the Larkinson mech designers who took part in the Minerva project repeatedly confirmed that the final design was acceptable to them, they all boarded a shuttle that brought them out of the spirit of Bentime. Each of them were on their way to the cyclical engine. The reason for traveling to the Cross Clan's factory ship was that Professor Benedict had graciously offered his high-end workshop to fabricate the Minerva project. This was not an easy offer to accept. There were pros and cons to accepting the decision. The biggest upside was that Benedict's workshop was much more powerful and capable than the ones aboard the Spirit of Bentime. It couldn't be helped. The production machines used by Vase and Gloriana were still Hexer goods that used to be adequate back in the Galactic Rim but not any longer in the Red Ocean. Vase had personally visited the cyclical engine not too long ago and confirmed that Professor Benedict's workshop was filled with much better equipment. They could not only handle and process all kinds of additional materials, they also perform their work at a higher pace and degree of consistency than inferior machines. The downside was that the learning curve was higher. The machines that Professor Benedict had picked out for his own work were not aimed for beginners. If the Larkinsons hadn't already practiced with the specialized production equipment in virtual simulations, Professor Benedict wouldn't have agreed to let them use his workshop. Still, Vase hesitated whether it was a good idea to fabricate the Minerva project in a new and foreign workshop. He was not concerned about leaking secrets. Professor Benedict participated in the design of the expert command mech from the beginning and was familiar with almost all of its weaknesses. Vase didn't think that the man would ever abuse the sensitive knowledge he possessed on the Minerva project. The Larkinsons and the Crossers had grown close and Vase had also progressed his friendship with the senior mech designer. So what if the Cross clan was familiar with the ins and outs of the Minerva project? Soon, Vase would be in the same position as he would soon take part in the design of the Mars project, which was a much more important mech to his counterpart. The actual concern he was grappling with was whether he and his fellow Larkinson mech designers were able to work fluently enough with Professor Benedict's high-end production machines. Even if he read the manuals and operated their virtual equivalents to gain proficiency, he still lacked real experience. Vase knew quite well that these little details could disturb him and the others during important moments when they were fabricating the Minerva project. He did not forget that he had managed to fabricate 3 masterwork expert mechs with the help of his trusted old workshop equipment. He knew the settings and properties of the ELKINE production line inside out and had tweaked their settings exactly to his liking. More importantly, he had used them enough times while channeling his passion that a part of him had rubbed off on the equipment he used. This had unintentionally imparted them with a bit of life of their own. While Vase wasn't sure whether this could make a difference at all, he at least managed to develop a greater sense of intimacy towards the machines that had helped him secure numerous fantastic achievements. A part of Vase held the mindset of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. His familiar workshop had yielded him plenty of success and there was no reason to think that it would disappoint him this time. However, another part of Vase wanted to move on to better equipment. The original Hexer production equipment might have been amazing to a mech designer who had recently escaped from a bunch of third-rate states, but as a leader of the Larkinson clan, he deserved better. Vase only needed to spend the equivalent of Gloriana's single handbag in order to get his hands on better gear. 120 MTA credits roughly translated to 22.8 billion hex credits, which sounded like a huge sum a few years ago but was not an excessive price for him to pay these days. He was reluctant to upgrade his current workshop, though. Anything he could get for 120 or 1200 MTA credits would be substantially better than the ELKINE production line, but would still fall far short from a superfab. Obtaining a superfab was one of his medium-term goals. To do that, Vase needed to raise tens of thousands of MTA credits, which was not easy considering the Larkinson clan's debt burden and large expenditures. Still, Vase was confident that once he completed a bunch of commercial mech design projects for the next design round, the Larkinson clan's finances would look a lot better. At that point, investing 30,000 or 40,000 MTA credits in a decent superfab was not impossible. He planned to stick with the superfab that he would buy at that point for the long haul. He even wanted to look for a model that was more modular so that he could upgrade it more easily over time. Wouldn't it be great if he used the same superfab over many decades of his career? Perhaps he might even learn enough about fabrication technology that he could design upgrades for the machine himself. Combined with investing it with life and imparting it with a touch of Vulcan, the superfab was bound to turn into a remarkable life artifact. Vase just needed to be patient and earn enough money to reach a starting point. The superfab he intended to buy shouldn't be too shabby, so he disdained purchasing the cheaper second-hand goods that were usually sold for at least 10,000 MTA credits. All of that was still too far away. For now, it was already good that he and his fellow Larkinsons obtained an opportunity to make use of Professor Benedict's high-quality workshop. Although his relative lack of familiarity with the Cross clan's production equipment was definitely a constraint, the potential rewards were much higher. There were always limitations to tools. It was a lot harder to cut down a tree with a butter knife as opposed to a woodcutter's axe. In turn, a woodcutter's axe was much less efficient than a modern saw. Better gear translated to a higher base and ceiling in output. As long as Vase was able to use his new tools well enough, he could potentially surpass his previous best work. We're here. After a short trip, the armored shuttle smoothly landed in the hangar bay of the cyclical engine. A couple of guards and attendants met the Larkinson mech designers and guided them to Professor Benedict's workshop. Upon entering the slightly familiar hall, Vase immediately spotted the senior, but also encountered a handful of new faces. Patriarch Vase, Madame Woden, Miss Stamaros, Miss Voikin, welcome to my workshop. Please come and meet your peers in person. This should be the first time that you have all met in person. The Larkinsons approached the group of crosser mech designers and awkwardly shook hands. They had briefly met during various virtual meeting sessions but never interacted on a serious level. The two groups weren't actually comparable. Even if they were all journeymen, their potential and accomplishments were entirely different. The Cross clan wasn't a particularly attractive destination for mech designers, and Benedict probably recruited this batch by looking for specific qualities. Garen Atoran, Demilo Tarvis, Ridden Kais, Askaska Tarine and Archibald Uzu emerged from different parts of the old galaxy. After they somehow managed to enter the Red Ocean, Professor Benedict somehow managed to get them under his banner. Their ages ranged from 44 years to 76 years, which meant that they belonged to the older generations compared to the Larkinson mech designers. The professor has assigned us to assist your group for the upcoming session. Archibald Uzu, the oldest among them, politely explained to the Larkinsons. We will not be fabricating any parts ourselves as we have not made any significant contributions to the Minerva project. We will primarily help with the logistics and the various preparations, so please feel at ease and devote your time to the work that matters. That sounds good. I trust you know what you are doing. Vase nodded in understanding. Having genuine journeymen ready to assist in a fabrication run was luxurious treatment. Professor Benedict must have been highly effective at establishing his expertise among these crosser journeymen. Otherwise, these dignified mech designers wouldn't have embraced a role that was ordinarily relegated to low-ranking mech designers. Of course, Vase was not blind to the other possible motivation that the fivesome harbored. Each of them wanted to see the legendary miracle couple in action. Both Vase and Gloriana possessed a lot more prestige than their peers. Almost no other journeyman succeeded in earning genuine masterwork certificates at this stage in their careers. Therefore, the dynamic in the workshop was definitely a lot more hierarchical than normal. The Larkinson mech designers held themselves with a lot more confidence than the crosser mech designers. Their ages didn't matter in the mech industry. Only their rank and accomplishments mattered. Those with inferior skills and abilities could never earn true respect from their peers if they tried to throw their weight around. This was why Mr. Atoran and company did not dare to hold their heads high at this time. Vase wasn't particularly interested in getting to know them better either. If one of them managed to excel and develop a brilliant new design application, then he might change his mind, but for now he had more important matters on his mind. After they got past the perfunctory chit-chat, Professor Benedict clapped his hands. I will give you all an hour to examine my workshop and make your various preparations. If there is anything you need, please say so. While the Minerva project belongs to your clan, I look forward to adding another strong addition to our collective fleet. Each of the mech designers that were about to work on the Minerva project did not set out to produce an average quality expert mech. They were aiming to match or exceed their best. They would never be fully satisfied with their attempt if they failed to make a masterwork mech this time. We will need the presence of the designed mech pilot in order to improve our final product. Vase spoke up. I have taken the liberty of inviting Commander Kusela Ingvar over. We have a special technique that can substantially improve the alignment of the mech to its intended user. We will bring her to this workshop when she arrives. During the next hour, the mech designers all made their preparations. All of them seriously inspected the production machines and made sure that none of them were different from their expectations. Gloriana and Juliet also performed their usual ritual by asking for a blessing from the Superior Mother. Since they hadn't brought the original statue of the Superior Mother to the cyclical engine, they had to make do with prostrating before a small altar. The entire site looked odd to the crosser mech designers. Vase helplessly shrugged. I find it best to just let them do what they want. When it comes to matters like these, any source of confidence can make a difference. Even if it is silly, it doesn't matter as long as the final outcome is good. He would butcher innocent Pokladins if that helped with producing a masterwork mech. What did it matter as long as he was able to add another extremely strong mech to his lineup? The value of a masterwork expert mech far surpassed that of a regular expert mech. The latter was not a worthless machine, but the former simply brought too many benefits. Machines like the Shield of Samar and the Everchanger not only accelerated the growth of their mech pilots, but also had a much higher chance of helping Janzi and Josh undergo their second apotheosis. For this fabrication run, Vase and the others wanted to try their best to provide Commander Kusela Ingvar with the same opportunity. Chapter 3718 Expert Babysitter, Meow Meow. Meow tilde, woo, mama. While the mech designers were making their preparations, Gloriana made sure to feed and pamper Aurelia. The baby giggled as Gloriana kissed and tickled her little girl. Mama will be busy for the following week. I won't be able to spend as much time with you as I'd like. Your uncle will do his best to keep you company, okay? Mama. One of the requests that Gloriana had made was to invite Venerable Brutus over to the cyclical engine. Pa Nda Novel the sole purpose for bringing him over was to turn him into a babysitter for Aurelia. Right now, she hadn't hired any nannies that she was willing to trust with her precious daughter. While there were other workers who could babysit her daughter such as Melody Raft, her personal assistant, none of them excelled at this job. With her standards, Gloriana could never accept the thought of handing over her precious daughter to someone who wasn't family or a professional caretaker. Fortunately, Venerable Brutus was more than happy to pause his regular duties to watch over his niece. He already responded to Aurelia as soon as he caught sight of her. His force of will swelled as it enveloped Aurelia with a thick protective bubble. Though Venerable Brutus was hardly able to express his strength outside of his expert mech, Aurelia responded well to the goodwill he directed towards her. She immediately reached out to her uncle. I'm your uncle, Aurelia. Can you say that word? Well, you will get there eventually. With a smart mother like Gloriana, I am sure you will dazzle us all with your intelligence. He. Brutus absolutely adored Aurelia and the baby immediately got along well with him. Gloriana was relieved at the sight. She also reminded herself that she should look into hiring a nanny to take care of Aurelia as well as her future children. It was never easy to raise 6 offspring. While Gloriana and Brutus discussed how Aurelia should be cared for in the following week, Vase and Professor Benedict Cortez gathered together in order to hold their own little talk. You've done it before, so you can do it again. How confident are you in fabricating a masterwork mech? The senior straightforwardly asked. You should know as well as I do that you can't make a masterwork mech by snapping your fingers. Vase replied, it's difficult. Many different variables have to fall in line to make it possible. While I have done my best to manipulate the variables that I can control, there are many other factors that are out of our hands. We can only roll the dice and hope that we have started on a good day. Not even a senior mech designer was able to do much better in this regard. In fact, Professor Benedict was arguably worse at this than the journeyman he was working with. He actually created less masterwork mechs over his career than Vase. Part of the reason why that was the case was that Professor Benedict did not insist on fabricating any mech he designed. They usually took up a decent amount of time and he never found it important to put in so much effort for relatively unimportant mech designs. The success of the Larkinson mech designers may have prompted him to develop a new appreciation for hands-on work, but he was primarily obsessed with research. Professor Benedict was mature enough to accept this reality. If we do not succeed this time, then so be it. There are more than enough opportunities in the future for us to achieve our goal. I know, but it still feels bad if we know that we can do better. I put in a lot of effort into designing the Minerva project and my other design partners feel the same way. This is the only expert mech that we have worked on for this year and it is by far the most interesting one that I have worked on. I have a considerable emotional investment in this expert mech. Despite designing so many masterwork mechs and despite being able to count on Vulcan for assistance, Vase still had no idea what might come out of this fabrication run. The only regret he had was that the system was still on a holiday. Vase was already certain that its superpublish function had become available again, but without the ability to access it, there was no way for him to take advantage of this function. This was not a major setback, but one that made Vase feel as if he was missing an opportunity. Not only would he be able to improve the Minerva project further, but also gain another opportunity for everyone to learn how to refine their respective design solutions. An even greater benefit was that he could reinforce Mr. S's existence and further prove that Vase was connected to this great figure. After all, there was no way a journeyman like Vase could make so many wonderful improvements to a mech design. Vase didn't have many high-level contacts and it was easy to check whether the superpublished design was actually made by a known high-profile mech designer. Vase inwardly sighed. The system wasn't going to make an appearance anytime soon, so he should make do without this extra bit of help. It was fortunate that Vase never developed a reliance on the superpublish function. He had never been anxious about using it as soon as it became available. To him, there may be times where he felt it was worth it to use on certain projects, but he would never obsess over it to the point of aligning the completion of his important mech designs to the availability of the superpublish function. It did not take much effort to correct his mentality. Anyway, he relied on himself to develop his own repertoire of solutions to increase his chances of fabricating a masterwork mech. His hand briefly brushed the handle of the hammer of brilliance that was hanging from his tool belt. Professor Benedict did not miss this little gesture. I have heard about that hammer of yours. I have also heard much about your so-called creation association. My initial impression is that all of this is a scam, but I know that you are not without substance. Seeing this hammer in person confirms my guess. Can I hold that hammer of yours? Vase saw no reason to refuse. He detached the hammer from his tool belt and handed it over to the senior. Professor Benedict may have anticipated the hefty weight of the object, but he was not as strong as Vase. It is heavy. Your hammer certainly possesses a distinct identity. I can feel the presence of a glow of sorts. Is this your Vulcan? Vase nodded. Yes. Vulcan is one of the personalities I have made that is specifically designed to help me create higher quality products. We don't have to rely on him to fabricate a masterwork mech, but he can help in the right circumstances. Interesting. I am skeptical about this hammer's utility towards me, but I can see how it can make a significant difference to journeymen such as yourself. Vulcan was a strong design spirit but he lacked a lot of knowledge accumulation. It would be great if Professor Benedict got hit in the head with the hammer during this fabrication session, but the results wouldn't be as drastic if that was the case. Senior mech designers were considerably more powerful than many of the mech designers that Vase had met. Their mental resilience and other relevant properties might not be as potent as that of a master mech designer, but many of them were already close to leaping to the next rank. They just needed to obtain the right opportunity to trigger a breakthrough. In any case, Vase doubted whether he should hit Professor Benedict's head with his hammer. The immediate benefits should not be drastic, but the brief period of contact should give Vulcan a lot of opportunities to peep into the senior's mind. Mech designers of this caliber usually possessed strong mental defenses. Professor Benedict would not give a lot away even if he formed a bond with Vulcan. As the two went into further detail on how to approach their fabrication run, the final guest had finally arrived. Commander Casella, are you excited? Vase asked as she marched closer. I am, Casella plainly admitted. I have waited a long time for this mech. I have heard so much about it. I am gratified to see that the final mech design incorporates many of the suggestions that I have made. The Minerva project is exactly what I need to go any further. Vase did not entirely agree. This will be the first expert command mech that we have designed, so we do not understand the full implications of our own work. We cannot promise that it will meet your expectations. It can turn out better or much worse than we thought. Don't worry about all of that. Your role is to impart your knowledge, insights and experiences to your expert mech. I am aware. The other expert pilots of the clan have already filled me in. I will not hold you back, she promised. They continued to talk about the impending realization of the Minerva project. Vase found that the Sentinel commander was not overly nervous or unstable despite the huge importance of this event. The Minerva project was her first expert mech. Not only would her expert command mech define her first years as an expert pilot, it also determined how well she could help the Larkinson clan. A lot was riding on this mech. An expert command mech's individual ability to defeat powerful opponents might not be the best, but its ability to amplify the combat effectiveness of subordinate forces was top-notch. With so much responsibility resting on her shoulders, Commander Casella was able to retain her mental balance, which impressed Vase a lot. This was one of the essential traits of a steady and clever leader. After making sure that Commander Casella was ready to do her part, Vase made one more check. He took out a stone and reached out to one of his new design spirits. The Titania existed in her current incarnation for a few months now. Though it had been hard for her to accept that her 6,000-year-old life as a massive apex astral beast had come to an end, she managed to transition to her new form of life easily enough. It helped a lot that other friendly design spirits such as Goldie, xianxia and the Superior Mother accompanied the Titania. Just like how a clueless kid could turn into a troublemaker if he befriended the wrong crowd, the Larkinson design spirits succeeded in converting the Titania to the Larkinson cause. In any case, her old life was already over and it made little sense to take revenge against her killers. Unlike the original Zygra, the Titania was much older and much wiser. Despite her supreme arrogance as an astral beast that had overcome a huge amount of opponents in her former life, the bestial design spirit was still prudent enough to bow her head to more ferocious predators. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to survive in a dwarf galaxy that was dominated by phase whales and other major races. Vase wasn't naive enough to think that he had managed to subdue the Titania. A portion of her original memories and consciousness had survived. Having lived for so long, it was extremely difficult to indoctrinate such an old and experienced entity. His only hope was that the other Larkinson design spirits continued to befriend her. As an entity that originated from a bestial creature, the Titania got along remarkably well with xianxia. Hopefully you are willing to cooperate with Commander Casella and the Minerva project. In order to maximize the power of his upcoming expert command mech, it was vitally important that every party involved got along with each other. Chapter 3719 Fabricating in a new workshop. The fabrication of the Minerva project started slower than usual. The four Larkinson mech designers were unfamiliar with Professor Benedict's workshop and still had to get used to all of the differences. It took hours for them to truly get accustomed to the layout, the positioning of the production equipment and the type of bots available in the workshop. In fact, the adaptation process should have taken longer if not for a novel factor. When Gloriana summoned Alexandria from her mind and ordered her companion spirit to form a design network, everything changed. Of the Larkinson journeymen, Vase, Gloriana and Juliet were already accustomed to the effect of a design network. They hardly exhibited any surprise and immediately took advantage of the additional data they received. Sarah Voikin had come in touch with design networks numerous times when she collaborated on the design of the Minerva project. However, this was the first time she came under its effect during a fabrication run. The work they performed was substantially different, so she still needed time to figure out how to make the most of her new condition. Professor Benedict Cortez was the true newcomer to design networks. Initially, he instinctively repulsed Alexandria's attempt to form a spiritual bond with his powerful mind. It took a lot of effort on his part to lower his defenses and allow the spiritual cat to successfully establish a working bond. Even then, Professor Benedict's inherent guardedness and caution made it so that only a limited amount of his thoughts and emotions flowed through the bond. He might be new to this, but his mental control was surprisingly formidable. This was not a man who trusted others easily. This was not a surprise considering all of the skeletons he hid in his closet. Vase initially paid close attention to Professor Benedict as the latter got accustomed to the novelty of a design network. The Larkinsons had briefed the man in advance, so he already knew what to expect. That said, experiencing it himself was far different from hearing about it. He immediately understood how helpful it was to receive the thoughts and emotions exchanged by every member of the design team. This was one of the best tools for cooperation that he had ever encountered. While the senior had occasionally heard of other powerful, remarkable methods to increase the coordination of a design team, none of them were this easy and harmless. The prerequisites and downsides of a design network were much less. Compared to linking everyone's cranial implants or resorting to strange alien technology, a design network was the least invasive but also the most intimate means of boosting cooperation that he knew of. Perhaps even those pampered mech designers would drool if they encountered this kind of boon. As Professor Benedict familiarized himself with this strange new state, he slowly put down his guard and opened himself up to an extent. He still exerted a lot of control over the thoughts he was willing to share with his fellow mech designers. Aside from keeping secrets, Benedict did not want to flood the design network with an immense amount of high-level theories related to mech design. As a senior and a fairly advanced one, his knowledge on mech design was much more overwhelming than that of the journeyman he worked with. Vase and the others were too young to handle so much input. He had to pay attention to what he passed on through the design network in order to avoid polluting the minds of the Larkinson mech designers with knowledge that they were not ready to comprehend. No one objected to this. Vase was not greedy to access the knowledge of a senior. Besides, much of what went on in Professor Benedict's mind mostly pertained to his design philosophy. What Vase and his fellow peers received from the design network was just the basics. The bits and pieces that Professor Benedict cautiously passed on was enough to increase their understanding of the seniors' work, but not enough to distract them from their primary work assignments. Amazing, Commander Casella Ingvar said as she quietly stood next to Alexandria. You are truly a remarkable cat. I heard from Venerable Joshua how taking part in this fabrication run can give me a much better understanding of mechs and mech design, but this is something else. I already feel as if I know every strength and weakness of my new expert mech. Although several different mech pilots had already cooperated with the Larkinson mech designers in this fashion, the gains they made from this remarkable experience varied by a considerable extent. Every mech pilot was different, so the way they interpreted the input from a design network was different as well. For example, an expert pilot such as Venerable Joshua, who did not receive too many augmentations and only attended a couple of third-class mech academies in his life, did not exactly stand out in terms of intellect. He was an expert pilot who heavily relied on feeling, intuition, passion and diligence to excel. He was much worse in book learning and never stood out during his theoretical classes. Therefore, when Joshua became a part of the design network during the fabrication of the Everchanger, he mostly paid attention to how Vase regarded his living mechs and whatever he could learn about the Patriarch's design philosophy. Casella was different. Even though she started off as a third-rater as well, she was a former noble who had grown up under a considerable amount of pressure and expectation. She had always been serious about her studies, and she had kept that up when she joined the Larkinson clan. Leading the Living Sentinels was tough, and she had always tried her best to increase her qualifications through additional studies. What truly caused her to stand out from most mech designers was that she was not bad in studying the sciences. This had come in handy as she possessed a much better understanding on what mechs were capable of and how far she could push her mech units. Pa nda novel. Due to this foundation, Casella was able to understand the science and engineering-related knowledge passing through the design network to a much greater extent. Although this did not magically turn her into an engineer who could repair her own mech, it was enough for her to gain a much deeper understanding of the technical side of mechs. She sat down and completely immersed herself in the moment. She not only enjoyed learning about the unique perspectives that every participating mech designer held towards her upcoming expert mech, but also found satisfaction in contributing her own knowledge and experiences. Every mech designer, including Professor Benedict, gained a lot from the expert pilot, especially since she was also a Legion commander. Learning how much Commander Casella worked to strengthen the Living Sentinels gave him a much better appreciation of the most humble mech legion of the Larkinson clan. To Casella, duty was paramount. The role of the Living Sentinels was to embody the most fundamental desire of the Larkinson clan, which was protecting their family. Casella constantly tried to come up with new ways to improve the performance of her mech units so that more of them came back alive after a battle. This was a heavy burden. Each of her decisions directly or indirectly determined the lives and deaths of not just the Living Sentinels but any other clansmen affected by the performance of her mech legion. She's a hard worker, all right, Vase surmised as he busied himself with synthesizing the many crystals of the Irvin rifle. She reminds me of Janzi, but she is much more preoccupied with empowering her fellow Larkinsons rather than protecting them. This is an interesting distinction. From what Vase knew about Janzi's mindset, the defensive expert pilot was inclined to defend her fellow clansmen no matter whether they could take care of themselves or not. Commander Casella possessed similar tendencies, but her different life experiences caused her to be much more accepting of the risks that soldiers endured. She could not save every mech pilot who deployed on the battlefield, but she would do her damned hardest to improve their chances of winning. This drive to win was a much more proactive mindset and often encouraged Casella to figure out better ways to defeat their opponents. Under all of these influences, Vase cared even more about his work and looked at his contribution in a more serious light. He couldn't help but put in an even greater amount of effort in his work than before. Hours went by as everyone worked in a harmonious fashion. The design network constantly helped to align their thoughts and make their work more rounded. With a senior mech designer participating in the fabrication attempt, Vase and the others received a lot of simple but profound tips that slightly improved their work in various ways. They completed their work assignments a bit faster than anticipated and the quality of their output rose as well. Fewer mistakes and friction occurred as everyone increasingly worked as one instead of 5 separate mech designers. The only interruptions occurred when Gloriana needed to take a rest. When Alexandria retracted her design network, Blinky took over for a few hours. This allowed the mother to go back to Brutus and take back her adorable baby. Me, the baby smiled. Yes, Aurelia, your mama and her friends are making a new mech right now. Isn't that impressive? Once you grow older, I might allow you to lend a hand. That way, you can become a part of the production process of an impressive machine. As Gloriana regained a bit of her energy by playing with her child, her brother approached her side. How is the work on the Minerva project proceeding so far? It's going well enough, brother. Enough to add a new masterwork mech to our fleet. Gloriana looked uncertain. It's too early to tell. What I can say is that we are all confident and optimistic about our work. The mood among us is good and our willingness to cooperate with each other is higher than ever. Each of us are invested in this project, but Vase and Sarah Voikin stand out by how much they care about the outcome. Could you explain that further? Well, Vase is Vase. He is always passionate about his work, but he gets particularly excited whenever he works on anything that is new, innovative and different from what he has handled before. The Minerva project carries so many new features that he is incredibly eager to see his inventions in action. What of Miss Voikin? She is one of your newer mech designers, correct? She is an adequate mech designer. Gloriana nodded. Her defensive specialty adds a lot to our design department, and she is useful in so many different design projects. The Minerva project holds special meaning to her as it is the first time she had made significant contributions to an expert mech design. Our cooperation would have gone smoother if she was more experienced in fabricating mechs and if she already possessed a few masterwork mechs. We are doing our best to bring her up to speed through our design network, but she needs to make sure she carries her own weight for this fabrication run. Venerable Brutus glanced at Sarah Voikin in the distance. The journeyman was currently in the process of producing armor plating for the Minerva project. He was impressed by how much she tried to do her best. Sarah did not want to disappoint her peers. She knew quite well that this was an extremely rare opportunity for her. All of the other mech designers she was working with had already fabricated masterwork mechs. She might be lucky to join their ranks as well even if she did not perform remarkably brilliantly during this week. The premise of achieving this was that she did not negatively impact the others. This was why she was being extra serious about putting in her all. She did not even dare to take a break at this time. She is a hard worker, all right. Gloriana nodded in approval even as she was about to take a brief nap after tucking in her sleepy daughter. Chapter 3720 Taught by Juniors. The fabrication of the Minerva project was projected to take 7 days. Although it was theoretically possible for them to finish the expert mech in 5 or 6 days due to working with better production machines, the mech designers participating in the project gave themselves more leeway so that they could pay more attention to quality. Ordinary journeymen never thought about fabricating a masterwork mech, but Vase and the others were clearly different. Since 4 out of 5 of them already succeeded at least once, they all had realistic hopes of succeeding again. Even if the chance of success was just 5% or 10%, as long as there was a window of opportunity, they would pursue it with all of their heart. Professor Benedict was actually surprised by how much fervor the Larkinson journeyman exhibited towards this goal. Ordinary mech designers did not think too much about this at all, but it absolutely dominated the minds of those who were far too young to be obsessed about this accomplishment. They're too ignorant, yet maybe that is their strength. Those who knew better understood exactly how difficult it was to fabricate a masterwork. Seniors such as himself had probably made over 100 mechs in their careers, but it was already fortunate if they succeeded once. This was why he ordinarily did not set his sights on this goal at all. If he fabricated a mech at all, he merely wanted to deliver a good product to his clients. To the Larkinson journeyman, this was not their end goal, but their absolute minimum. He discovered that all four of them possessed slightly different mindsets that were ultimately conducive to making masterworks. Vase possessed a remarkably distorted mindset towards making masterwork mechs. He was fearless in the face of difficulties and eager to overcome challenges. His confidence in himself was absurdly high for a young journeyman due to the many successes he had achieved. What was even more remarkable about Vase was that the fire in his heart burned incredibly hot once he became engrossed with creating another powerful mech. His passion in mech design exceeded that of everyone else's. Vase was so consumed by his work that even Professor Benedict thought he was falling behind at times. This was an astounding accomplishment, as the older man always thought that his passion and drive in mech design was the highest among his peers. His passion and extreme dedication were so high that these personality traits had even pushed him into risking everything. He had gone as far as breaking the MTA's taboos and committing unspeakable acts in order to exceed the limits of his design philosophy. Though Benedict had tried his best to restrain his wild side as of late, right now he felt the urge to release the beast. The senior mech designer shared many traits with Vase. When he looked at the leader of the Larkinson clan at work, he saw an echo of his younger self. For a moment, Professor Benedict reflected on his own life. Though he was still incredibly passionate about his work, all of the trials and tribulations he had endured over the last few decades had worn down his optimism and caused his mentality to become a lot more jaded. The stagnation of his design philosophy had also impacted his confidence to a degree. The fire in his heart had grown cooler over the years as the constant setbacks in his research slowly caused him to doubt whether he could advance to master at all in his lifetime. How I wish I was young again. The Larkinson clan's design network allowed Benedict to reconnect with the fire of youth. The Larkinson mech designers were all young, confident and utterly unaware of the near-impossible challenges they would face in the future. Once they became seniors and learned what it took to break past the barrier that prevented them from realizing their design philosophies, it would be impossible for them to maintain the same optimistic mindset. Pas nda nouvelle for now, he was willing to let these journeymen indulge in their own fantasies. It did not do them anything wrong at this stage. As Benedict continued to study the source of Ves's strength, he noticed that the passionate mech designer relied on another source to boost his confidence. Vulcan. Though others weren't able to sense this clearly, Vase maintained a constant connection to Vulcan. This allowed the design spirit to constantly provide hints and other forms of assistance to Vase. After all, they were bound by life. Ves's craftsmanship not only became more exquisite because of this connection, the unorthodox mech designer also showed points of brilliance every now and then. His open mindset and his willingness to think outside the box made it easier for him to develop strange ideas, of which a few of them could actually produce performance gains. This guy, Professor Benedict, twitched his eyes. Through their earlier collaborations, he already had a decent understanding of Vase as a mech designer. It was only now that the senior discovered that he had severely underestimated the fellow's creativity. "He's crazier than me," Professor Benedict admitted. Despite this evaluation, the senior genuinely admired the gutsy journeyman. He gained a better understanding of how Vase was able to find success with his abnormal design philosophy. The journeyman broke the conventional rules of mech design as easily as eating breakfast. He will either become a legend or face absolute ruination in the future. Though the odds that the latter would happen was much higher, Professor Benedict couldn't help but bet on the former possibility. That was because the senior recognized that rare spark of brilliance and irreverence in Vase. In the professor's extensive experience, this rare breed of mech designers had the highest chance of creating miracles. With his extreme mentality, I can fully see why he has succeeded in making so many masterwork mechs. If Vase was already an oddball, then Gloriana was even crazier. Her belief in her superiority was so high that Professor Benedict had never met another journeyman who was more arrogant than the wife of the Larkinson patriarch. For some reason or another, Gloriana genuinely assumed that she was the chief person responsible for creating all of the masterwork mechs of the Larkinson clan. It helped a lot that her design philosophy heavily emphasized quality and perfection. After making numerous masterwork mechs, she had derived so many profound insights and lessons from her best works that her absolute belief in her own superiority had become even more inflated. I've met plenty of spoiled journeymen back in my former home state, but this is ridiculous. It didn't matter if the other people in the design network did not think that Gloriana deserved so much credit. She was so immune to doubt and criticism that not even a star designer could convince her that she was overestimating her capabilities. Professor Benedict had to resist the urge to rub his eyes whenever he looked at Gloriana performing her work assignments. This is the first situation that I have encountered where narcissism is a positive trait. If that wasn't enough, Gloriana derived even more confidence from the assumption that she carried the superior mother's blessing. To her, this supposed hexer god or whatever was not only real, but also happened to be her mother-in-law. With the belief that the superior mother was the grandmother of her child, Gloriana assumed that she enjoyed divine support. The senior bet that hardly any other zealots were as conceited as her among the Larkinsons. Professor Benedict felt ambivalent about the fact that he was working alongside a hexer with such an extreme personality. She was crazy in a way that made someone like Vase look normal. Yet for some reason, Benedict couldn't bring himself to reject Gloriana's role in this fabrication run. The more he studied the dynamic among the Larkinson mech designers, the closer he came to the truth of how they were able to succeed multiple times. It turned out that her insanely high confidence in herself synergized well with Ves's fiery passion in his own work. Sure, both of them were confident and passionate in their own work, but it was this combination of one brand of crazy with another brand of crazy that was capable of producing amazing results. It is not a disservice to call them a miracle couple. Logically speaking, such a crazy combination shouldn't have worked in the first place. Though Vase and Gloriana shared a lot in common, they also harbored deep philosophical differences about mechs. Some of them outright clashed against each other. Professor Benedict had witnessed many collaborations crash and burn over increasingly more irreconcilable creative differences. When there weren't any clear leaders in a design team, any argument about what was right and what was wrong could ruin long-standing friendships. Yet somehow the two managed to cooperate without getting bothered by their differences. Is this the power of love? The design network clearly conveyed the affection the two held towards each other. They were husband and wife and trusted each other on a level that Professor Benedict had never experienced. Previously, he always thought that mech designers would only get bogged down if they wasted their time on marriage. Not only did it take up a lot of time that they could have spent on designing more mechs, it also caused them to become less dedicated to their craft. My assumptions were wrong. A relationship between mech designers doesn't have to be a detrimental influence. Though Professor Benedict recognized that the love between Vase and Gloriana was not entirely normal, their sincerity towards each other was strong. The birth of Aurelia only further tied them together as a family and made them even more motivated to succeed. The cross-clan senior mech designer envied their synergistic relationship so much that he also wanted to seek out a partner to build the same kind of mutually beneficial bond. Unfortunately, his love life was pathetic and he was anything but an expert in romance. How could he possibly find a suitable partner to date, let alone form a permanent relationship? Maybe I should enlist the aid of a matchmaking service. Benedict frowned. I might not be good at this, but there are professionals who excel in solving problems like these. He did not dare to think about this matter too long. What Vase and Gloriana built with each other was probably unique. Replicating it was anything but simple. Compared to the extreme mindsets of Vase and Gloriana, the other two Larkinson journeymen were much more reasonable. To Professor Benedict, Juliet Stamaros was a more muted version of Gloriana. She was a fairly normal journeyman aside from her strong loyalty towards Vase and her extreme devotion towards the superior mother. The strangest part about Juliet was that her unflinching beliefs aligned with that of Gloriana, causing them to reinforce each other's faith while they were connected to each other. Not only that, but Juliet easily became affected by the enthusiasm transmitted by Vase and Gloriana. As long as the miracle couple believed they could do the impossible, then so did Juliet. The only normal mech designer in the design team was Sarah Voikin. She was too new to the Larkinson clan and adopted a follower mentality due to her lack of seniority and accomplishments. However, Sarah became so caught up in all of the hype that her common sense was beginning to erode. She no longer believed in the ordinary assumption that journeymen weren't capable of making masterwork mechs. Under the heavy influence of the other Larkinson mech designers, even she began to believe she could do it despite not excelling in craftsmanship. In fact, even if this was the case, Vase just happened to possess a means to reverse this shortcoming. During the third day of the fabrication run, Vase slowly raised his hammer of brilliance and contemplated who he should use it on. He and Gloriana had already used it enough times. A false inspired state wouldn't produce anything special. The effect was always strongest in the first few attempts. Chapter 3721. Her first time. The mech designers steadily fabricated all of the high-end components of the Minerva project. While their complexity and use of expensive materials increased the difficulty of producing the parts, none of them were unprepared for their respective tasks. It also helped that the 5 mech designers had split up the work assignments so that they all worked on what they excelled at. Their chances of producing high-quality mech components were much higher if their work was directly tied to their primary specializations. Everyone possessed a clear division of work. Vase was responsible for building the Luminaire crystal rifle and miscellaneous components. Juliet created the flight system and various other mobility-related parts. Sarah invested all of her attention on the armor plating of the Minerva project. Professor Benedict produced all of the power, generation and energy transmission parts. Gloriana was responsible for fabricating the remaining structural components such as the sensor system. In this fabrication run, the work division of Gloriana was not as well defined. In past projects, she was usually responsible for making both the armor system and much of the internal architecture of a mech. However, now that Sarah and Professor Benedict came into the picture, Gloriana was squeezed out of her prior roles. Not only that, but her design philosophy partially overlapped with that of the senior mech designer involved in this project. That did not discourage her at all, though. She respected the contributions that the other 2 mech designers could make and plainly acknowledged that Sarah and Benedict could do a substantially better job. Pa-nda novel. There were still plenty of ways for her to leave her mark on the Minerva project. It was a high-end project that she had individually tailored for Commander Casella Ingvar, after all. The expert pilot's presence in the design network made it a lot easier for Gloriana to tailor her work to the intended user of the expert command mech. As everything went well enough, Vase judged that they had reached a stage where the hammer of brilliance could exert a useful effect. Still, before using it, he had to decide whether it was desirable to make use of it. From what he could see, every mech designer working to make the Minerva project were doing well so far. None of them exhibited any obvious inadequacies and they all produced satisfactory parts. It could be better, though. Vase wasn't sure whether the circumstances at the moment was enough to meet the threshold of producing a masterwork mech, but it was nice to have additional assurances. He gripped his hammer tighter. I shouldn't discard an advantage so easily. The Minerva project is crucial to our clan. Now that he decided to use it, he had to figure out who to whack with his hammer. He quickly ruled out himself and his wife. Both of them had been knocked on their heads so many times that the benefits had turned marginal. Each of them had turned a lot of their latent ideas into realized design solutions that there were hardly any raw materials left in their minds. Inspiration only worked when there was enough accumulation, and Vase did not think that enough had passed for him and Gloriana to refill their minds with new materials. The hammer of brilliance would produce a much more significant effect if applied to others. Vase recalled that he had already whacked Juliet at least once. This meant that the second time wouldn't be as drastic, but could still bear a lot of fruit. He decided against it, though. First, Juliet was not one of the more prominent individuals who worked on the Minerva project. The expert command mech itself did not revolve around mobility either. Another candidate was Sarah Voikin. The defensive specialist played a considerably more important role in the design of the Minerva project and was the primary person responsible for keeping Commander Casella alive under difficult circumstances. It also helped that she was new to the effect of the hammer of brilliance. Once she experienced Vulcan's splendor for the first time, she would gain a huge amount of benefits that could substantially push her design philosophy forward. When Sarah experienced all of this during this crucial timing, her elevated mood and pleasure of gaining enlightenment would definitely boost everyone's moods to a higher level. This is an interesting choice. There was also another alternative, though. Vase directed his gaze towards Professor Benedict, who sensed the attention. The two of them stared at each other for a moment. Eventually, Professor Benedict shook his head. Both of them had conducted a silent conversation through the design network. The senior did not think the hammer would have a strong effect on him. Applying it to Sarah was more appropriate because her reaction would be the strongest and because she was most in need of a boost. You want to facilitate the design of our next expert mech, Vase surmised from the older man. The logic was easy enough to understand. Professor Benedict liked the Minerva project, but valued the Mars project. As his passion project, the senior intended to put his full effort and resources into designing the best possible high-tier expert mech for Patriarch Reginald Cross. If Vase utilized his hammer on the professor at that point, the difference it could make might play a crucial role. In the meantime, Sarah could obtain a major improvement in her design ability that would allow her to increase her contribution to the next expert mech design project. As far as the Crossers were concerned, the development of the Minerva project was a practice run for the development of the Mars project. Vase frowned. He didn't quite agree with Professor Benedict. From the perspective of maximizing the prospects of the Mars project, it was indeed better to whack Sarah's head. However, even if she gained a massive amount of inspiration, it was still unlikely for her to improve so much that she could impart a qualitative boost to the Minerva project. She's not like Gloriana and I. She still needs to work on her confidence. Sarah was too new to the Larkinson clan and did not think she was able to match up against the miracle couple. Otherwise, she and her brother wouldn't have applied to work under Vase and Gloriana in the first place. It took a certain amount of humility for journeymen to subordinate themselves to other journeymen. Given these circumstances, Vase did not think that the Hammer of Brilliance would produce the strongest effect with Sarah. Vase had higher hopes for Professor Benedict, especially when the old man had become fascinated by the way the Larkinson mech designers were working. His astonishment and appreciation couldn't be hidden. Once he tasted the fruit of Vulcan, Professor Benedict was much likelier to produce a significant reaction. Even if Vulcan wasn't strong enough to produce a strong reaction, even minor improvements would be enough for Professor Benedict to get excited. Besides, with all of the insights he would gain from this experience, he would be in a much better position to design the crucial magma vein system and other critical elements of the Mars project. The downside to this course of action was that they would have one less tool available to potentially turn the Mars project into a masterwork mech. You made a commitment to our clan. You should do your best to fulfill it, Vase. Professor Benedict softly conveyed. Vase remembered that he did indeed promise to do his best to participate in the design of the Mars project and turn it into a masterwork expert mech at all cost. Given this condition, the last thing that Vase should do was shoot himself in the foot and miss a chance to fulfill one of his important promises. All right, have it your way, then. Vase sighed. He quickly readjusted his mentality and did not think about applying his hammer to Professor Benedict anymore. In any case, it was not a bad idea to enlighten Sarah at this time. The benefits she could gain from this time would not only allow her to contribute more effectively to the Mars project, but also improve her work on any other mech design project she participated in the future. Considering that defensive systems were vital to practically every mech, Sarah could have a major effect on the performance of the Larkinson clan's subsequent mech designs. When Vase stepped in front of Sarah, the woman already had a decent idea of what was about to take place. It's finally my turn, is that correct? The woman asked. Yep, since you know this much, you should also be aware how precious this opportunity can be. The first time is always the most drastic. The benefit does not only lie in all of the dots that you can connect in your mind, but the immense satisfaction that you gain from solving so many latent problems. Don't underestimate these emotions. The euphoria that you will likely experience will not only elevate your work to a higher level, but also bleed through the design network and affect the rest of us. Don't hesitate in sharing your happiness. We all benefit, which means the Minerva project will benefit as well. Do you have any other tips for me, sir? Not particularly. Everyone experiences it differently. All I can say is that you should not get lost in your daydreams but remember your current responsibilities. Try your best to channel your creative energies into furthering your work. Once they were ready, Sarah turned around and presented the back of her head. Vase carefully raised his hammer and lightly tapped Sarah's skull. For a moment, the defensive specialist stood still. Half a minute passed by as Vulcan's gift caused Sarah's head to glow in a bronze light. Then, she opened her eyes. So it's like this. I should have figured this out before. How could I be so blind to miss the obvious? With the help of Vulcan's active influence, Sarah truly felt enlightened for the first time. Her mind elevated to a higher level than ever as she spotted dozens of mistakes that had gone unnoticed while figuring out the solutions to many more problems. When she turned her attention back to the work she was doing, she suddenly discovered that if she changed the settings and utilized slightly different processes, she could increase the resilience of the Minerva project's armor plating by a small but consequential margin. Sarah enthusiastically dove back into her fabrication work. She had become incredibly motivated to apply some of her new solutions on her existing work. In addition, she had become so buoyed by the inspiration that she received that her good vibes quickly spread through the design network, thereby infecting the other mech designers with her drive and passion for her craft. The difference it made was noticeable. Not just Sarah, but all of the other mech designers worked as if they had wind in their sails. Though no one exhibited any exceptional performance after Sarah gained a lot of stimulation, the good vibes in the workshop had risen by a noticeable amount. Even the crosser journeymen who were assisting the main mech designers noticed the changes. They all paid even closer attention to the performance of Vase and the others for fear of missing out the crucial factor that caused them to make so many remarkable mechs. Do you think they are actually succeeding? Ridden Kais asked one of his older colleagues. Archibald Uzu looked envious at the industrious designers. I have worked in numerous different workshops over my career, but none of them comes close to this. The trust, cooperation and optimism shown by these mech designers are incomparable. There is something about these Larkinsons that makes me feel that anything is possible. I wish more than ever that I could be a part of this project. It was a pity that a mech design project could not accommodate too many contributors. Besides, the Minerva project belonged to the Larkinson clan, so it did not make sense to involve any more external mech designers than necessary. Chapter 3722 Workshop Fighting Spirit. When Patriarch Reginald Cross entered the workshop, he stopped and observed the mech designers at work. Vase, Gloriana, Juliet, Sarah and Professor Benedict had all become engrossed in their own tasks. With the final parts of the Minerva project being made, the fabrication run was soon ready to move on to the assembly phase. After seeing how productive the mech designers had become, Patriarch Reginald gave them an approving nod before he strode forward. He did not want to disrupt the ongoing work, so he kept a lower profile and made sure that his distinct aura did not affect any of the mech designers. Brutus. Patriarch Reginald greeted his fellow expert pilot. Are you impressed? How could I not? My sister is always at her best when she is fulfilling the purpose she has dedicated her entire life towards. I am happy and envious towards Commander Casella Ingvar. She will definitely be happy with the mech she is about to receive. Patriarch Reginald nodded after he observed the mech designers a bit more. I don't understand anything about building mechs, but I can sense the fighting spirit in these mech designers. That is always a good sign. These are not people who are going through the motions. They are putting their all in order to practice what they love the most. That is not a sight that I have seen every day. Both expert pilots were impressed by what they were witnessing. As pilots who resided on carriers all the time, they had seen plenty of instances where mech technicians and mech designers worked on different mech-related tasks. However, that was all routine work that hardly fired up the workers. To them, servicing or fabricating a mech was routine work. As long as they put in the hours and as long as they did not completely slack off, the mechs that passed through their hands would be fine. There was no pressing need for them to exert more effort into their work. As long as they were familiar with the steps they needed to take, it was practically impossible for them to make a mech stronger than normal. Even if they had the talent to do a better job, it was too difficult for their efforts to yield drastic differences, especially in the case of mass-produced mechs. Ordinary workers didn't even dream of creating a masterwork mech from their own hands. The prerequisites were so insanely high that not even seniors could produce them just because they wanted to. Why should they even entertain the notion of creating a work that could define the rest of their careers? This was why the current group of mech designers stood out so much. Their eyes were all lighting up and they did not show any signs of boredom. Furthermore, they all directed their full attention to their work as if every little step mattered. They looked so diligent and serious about their craft that Patriarch Reginald thought that his confidence in them was vindicated. To him, not even master mech designers showed as much passion in their work. He still recalled the time when the high and mighty masters contracted by the old clan developed his Balvo's rage. Though they showed great care and enthusiasm when it came to designing his powerful father's ace mech, they treated every other project like a more ordinary commission. Pa-Nda novel. While these mech designers did what they were asked to do, Reginald never saw them put all of their heart and soul in the design and fabrication of the Balvo's rage. Those aloof masters had already made too many mechs to get excited at the thought of making another one, even if it was an expert mech. Compared to the treatment he received back then, the care and enthusiasm displayed by these bunch of brats truly surprised the cross-patriarch. Even if their design capabilities were not as refined as that of centuries-old masters, their unrestrained ambitions and their fearlessness in the face of the odds reminded Patriarch Reginald of the toughest battles that he had fought in his life. Years ago, he and his fellow crossers fought like hell in order to break out of the Garland Empire and escape their pursuers. Through a combination of grit and an unwillingness to let his enemies have their way, Patriarch Reginald succeeded in overcoming the many opponents he fought and found a way for the remnants of the Cross clan to flee into the Komodo Star sector. Though those desperates were long in the past to him and his fellow veterans, the memories of that hell march still defined them in many ways. Not only had they been tested in the toughest circumstances, they also learned that they could beat any powerful opponent as long as they fought hard enough. It was this sort of attitude that Patriarch Reginald had always relied upon to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. He believed that such an attitude could also produce the same result in a mech workshop. This was why he did not look down at all on these Larkinson mech designers. Their previous expert mechs fully showcased their passion and their willingness to put in every effort they could muster in their work. If other mech designers routinely exerted 60 to 90% of their effort into a typical project, Patriarch Reginald could always count on people like Vase and Gloriana to put in at least 95% of their effort. This percentage grew even higher when they were working on mechs that were designed for their clansmen. Their urge to protect their family was strong, and a powerful expert command mech like the Minerva project could have a massive influence on how many clansmen might fall in the next battle. When Patriarch Reginald shared his thoughts, Venerable Brutus looked thoughtful. The latter looked down at the crib where his cute little niece was sleeping. She looked especially cozy when Clixie was cuddling up alongside her tiny body. "You're right, Patriarch. Now that I have noticed it, my sister and the others are working on the Minerva project as if they are fighting a battle that determines the survival of our fleet. That is a given. Each of them are residing in the same fleet as us. The mechs they make not only protect their family, but also themselves. There aren't many mech designers who are willing to venture into the more dangerous parts of the frontier. It is difficult to imagine that this group of mech designers would feel as urgent if they are all working in a safe and well-protected design lab on Davut or another settled planet. When they don't have to brave the same dangers as us, they don't have to work as hard anymore. This is yet another reason why I respect these mech designers. With their skills and accomplishments, it would be natural for them to retreat to the rear, but they have decided to stay aboard this fleet despite all of the risks. Although the Larkinson mech designers were already accustomed to this, their behavior was way outside the norm. High-ranking mech designers were extremely precious. It took a huge amount of learning and dedication for journeymen and seniors to emerge. Why should they put their lives at risk when their presence on the battlefield wasn't needed? Mech designers made their contributions before a battle began. Once the fighting was about to commence, it was the job of the mech pilot to shoulder most of the burdens. It said a lot to people like Patriarch Reginald that nerds like Patriarch Vase and Professor Benedict were willing to accompany their own troops despite the risks to their lives. To the Cross Patriarch, these mech designers were soldiers even if they didn't see themselves in this way. It was because of their high dedication towards their work and their own organizations that Patriarch Reginald readily agreed to put a huge amount of wealth and resources at their disposal in order to develop the Mars project. There was no better guarantee to the success of the Mars project than putting their lives and future on the line. The two expert pilots continued to chat with each other as they observed the mech designers pumping out components from their machines. The sight was rather magical to them as they had no clue how to operate all of the complicated industrial equipment. If they attempted to do this work themselves, they were liable to make the machines explode. The more Benedict and Brutus the ongoing work, the more they envied Commander Casella for the treatment that her expert mech received. "This expert mech will change the way we fight our battles going forward," Brutus remarked. "I've never fought alongside a command mech, let alone one that is made for an expert pilot. I've learned what the Minerva project can do from Gloriana. If she hasn't exaggerated her claims, then the combat effectiveness of the rank and file of the Larkinson army will skyrocket." Patriarch Reginald looked envious for a moment. "In my former state, we believed in the supremacy of our champions, so we never bothered to cultivate expert pilots with command specializations. Not that it would have mattered that much as the difficulty of producing them is extremely high. The Larkinson clan is lucky that it can add one to our defense force." Neither of them thought that their respective organizations would be able to catch up to the Larkinson clan on this aspect. It was simply too difficult to purposefully nurture a mech officer into an expert pilot and also ensure that the pilot in question was willing to sacrifice individual combat power in order to act as a force multiplier. As both of the expert pilots thought about what the Glory Seekers and the Cross clan could do in order to close the gap to the Larkinson clan, the situation in the workshop changed. Shortly after Vase tapped his hammer on Sarah Voikin's head, the mech designers all became energized. Alexandria became livelier as the rush of euphoria from Sarah Voikin spread to the other mech designers through her active design network. This not only pumped the rest up, but also fed their positive outbursts back into the design network where they subsequently rippled out to each other. Through this powerful interaction, Vase, Gloriana, Juliet and even Benedict became a lot more fired up. With Sarah Voikin leading the way this time, the work on the Minerva project gained an extra push. Though Reginald and Brutus still didn't understand what had happened, their strong intuitions and their keen observations told them that the chances that the Minerva project would turn into a remarkable product had increased. "We are blessed," Venerable Brutus wistfully remarked. "Oh, we are blessed by the opportunity to get close to a mech designer like Patriarch Vase. He not only made all of his wonderful mechs possible, but also serves as the glue that holds us all together. Without him and his passion for mech design, no one would have imagined that mechs such as My Star Dancer Mark II or this upcoming Minerva project could even be turned into reality. I feel the same way. We are indeed lucky to befriend and enlist the services of Patriarch Vase. If he is already this capable in his 30s, imagine what he could do when he becomes 100 years old. Maybe even ace pilots will seek to commission their mechs from the Larkinsons." This was an absurd notion and one that Reginald would never dream about under ordinary circumstances. Professor Benedict, who was much further along this journey than the Larkinson mech designers, might be impressive in his own right, but he didn't instill the same sense of confidence that he could produce a dazzling work someday. As for the Larkinson Patriarch, brilliant machines such as the Amaranto, the Shield of Samar and the Everchanger already serve as examples of his ability to exceed his limits. I wonder if the Minerva project will join their ranks soon. Chapter 3723. Reversing years after numerous days of long and tedious fabrication work, the 5 mech designers completed all of the parts they had been assigned to make. The collection of parts looked quite impressive. Despite involving multiple different mech designers who each possessed their own outlooks on mechs, the components and subcomponents they made with great care and attention were remarkably consistent. Even though a discerning mech designer could spot the differences in the output of every individual mech designer, the degree of cohesion and uniformity was much higher than usual. This was one of the many benefits of design networks. The ability for mech designers to share their insights and solutions to other participating mech designers made it so that their respective strengths spread out to others. It was almost as if all of the parts were made by a single amalgamation of the 5 mech designers. Of course, individual differences remained, and those who became preoccupied with producing parts related to their specializations were unlikely to accept the input of others. This was why the components that made up the flight system or the armor system were still distinct from each other. In any case, the hardest and most influential phase had passed. The parts formed the building blocks of the mech that the mech designers were about to assemble, so their quality and other properties were extremely vital to the outcome of this fabrication run. Excellent parts made it a lot easier to build an excellent mech. As long as the assemblers possessed enough skill, they could put the mech components together in a ways that maximized their performance while minimizing any negative impacts on the final product. Of course, if the people assembling the mech were incompetent or out of their league, then they could easily fail to unlock the potential of the parts. At worst, they could even damage the mech. This was why no one who cared about mechs took the assembly process for granted. Every participant was like a cook that had meticulously prepared the ingredients. Now, they needed to employ all of their skill, knowledge and any other advantages they might possess to cook the best possible dishes over a span of 2 days. Let us begin. Alexandria's design network continued to play a major role in this fabrication run. Although the mech designers did not need to borrow each other's expertise as much during the assembly phase, they still maintained a high degree of unity and coordination. None of them stepped on each other's toes and always maintained a tacit distance from each other. Only rarely did they work as 2 or 3, as it wasn't necessary for them to do so anymore. Every mech designer knew that there was a greater chance for problems to occur anytime 4 hands were needed to complete a task when 2 hands should be enough. The existence of the design network brilliantly made this optional, since the mech designers could directly convey their own advice and solutions from one mind to another without any friction. As the oldest and most experienced mech designer in the current team, Professor Benedict Cortez expected to take the lead in the assembly phase. This was the traditional method of assembling mechs. The more the mech frame became complete, the greater the chance of colliding into each other. Someone always needed to be in charge to set priorities and determine the order of putting the parts in place. What the senior discovered was that the Larkinson mech designers did not defer to him despite his qualifications. First, they were confident or overconfident in their own skill and approach. Whether it was warranted or not, the journeymen all thought they could do just as well or even better. They were not entirely wrong. People like Vase and Gloriana made the most masterwork mechs out of all of them. If nothing else, their repeated successes not only inflated their confidence in themselves, but also increased their mech affinities to a considerable height. Professor Benedict quickly discovered that his fears were unwarranted. He was completely wrong to doubt the competence of the Larkinson mech designers. Though Juliet Stamaros and Sarah Voikin were not as perverse as the miracle couple, the two female journeymen both carried their own weight. They were already accustomed to working together with Vase and Gloriana, so they did not pose any hindrance at all during the assembly phase. This completely relieved Benedict from any burdens. One of the reasons why he refused opportunities to collaborate in the past was because he always became frustrated at the less than perfect teamwork that ensued. Many mech designers were too full of themselves and did not believe that they were wrong. They also held strong opinions on many design aspects and could become unreasonably stubborn when challenged. While that hadn't become invalid for this fabrication run, the design network solved a lot of misunderstandings before they happened. Pa-nda novel This caused Professor Benedict to be able to work a lot smoother than in the past. Due to his exacting standards and his intolerance towards failure, he had never been the easiest mech designer to work with. This was especially problematic when he teamed up with another picky mech designer such as Gloriana. Yet even though conventional wisdom in the mech industry stated that the two should conflict with each other, nothing of the sort had occurred. They either resolved their differences without saying a word or they simply avoided each other and worked on significantly different sections of a mech. Without the interference and interruptions that usually occurred during collaborations, Professor Benedict seamlessly performed his work in a harmonious fashion. The lack of irritations allowed him to become more engrossed in the craft of assembling a mech. "I missed this," he whispered to himself. He had made many mechs throughout his career. Each time he did so, he treated it as a chore at worst. There were only a limited number of cases where he had developed a valuable mech that was more powerful than normal or incorporated a new invention. Those were the moments where he invested a lot more in the fabrication process than before. Those instances were rare, though. In fact, as he grew older, he enjoyed the process less and less. Part of that was because his growth had slowed down. Back when he was younger, he continued to learn so much new knowledge. If that wasn't sufficient, he performed research and developed new techniques based on his results. Whenever he came up with an excellent innovation, he became a lot more eager to fabricate a good mech. This was how he managed to create a few of his best works. Yet, the further he progressed, the harder it became for him to make new achievements. He found himself in a position where he needed to spend time on much more complicated studies, many of which were so tenuous that they rarely if ever yielded usable results. How could he maintain the same fire as before? With reality beating him down every time he tried to push it, he began to hold less expectations about his work. It was only when he started to work alongside the Larkinson mech designers that he regained a portion of his drive. One example was gaining inspiration of Vase and Gloriana's design solutions to develop numerous innovations including the magma vein system. There was just something about getting in touch with younger and eager mech designers that shocked Professor Benedict out of his inertia. Now, that sense of change became a lot more evident as they were gradually piecing the Minerva project together. A sense of anticipation and fulfillment surged from the Larkinson journeymen. Vase and Gloriana particularly held high hopes for the outcome of this fabrication run. Though it was far too premature of them to assume that they had met their goal, the increased confidence and enthusiasm they exhibited towards their work was infectious. Even without the design network, their optimism and eagerness inspired confidence in those who were working alongside them. Juliet and Sarah couldn't help but have higher expectations as well and began to put even more effort into their work than before. Though Professor Benedict was able to maintain a degree of soberness, his ambitious and hopeful side of himself wanted to embrace the positive vibes generated by the Larkinson journeymen. This is delusional. Though he along with everyone else were satisfied with their work so far, there was no reason for them to feel convinced that the expert mech would become a masterwork mech. Yet, there was always hope. Previous successes had buoyed their confidence, and so far none of them had made any blunders. From a rational perspective, the Larkinson mech designers were gamblers who purchased a lottery ticket with the firm expectation that they had won the lottery. The odds aren't that high. Yet, what if they became lucky? What if they happened to do everything right? What if they only needed to put in a little extra effort to succeed? All of this logic gave Professor Benedict an excuse to indulge in his own hopes. As the hours passed by, he became increasingly more astonished when he noticed that his productivity had increased. He was highly sensitive towards these changes due to his design philosophy. There was no way that he had made a mistake. I am actually working faster and smoother than before. I have also improved the quality of my work. These changes came for no good reason aside from getting infected by the emotions of the other mech designers. It's nice, though. He had worked by himself too many times. A hint of loneliness affected him for a moment before the companionship of his fellow collaborators drove it away. While Professor Benedict regarded himself as a senior mech designer with formidable design capabilities, he had forgotten that he was a human as well. Eventually, he decided to throw logic out of the window and immerse himself in this moment. The next few hours went by in a blur as the older man entered a state of mind that reminded himself of his younger self. He used to be bolder and more unrestrained when he was a journeyman. He had yet to learn about the immensely difficult challenges to come and readily believed he could become a star designer as long as he worked hard enough. Though Benedict had gradually come to reject this naive mindset, the youthful passion shared by his other collaborators caused him to see this mentality in a new light. He derived a lesson from this experience. You will do your best to attain your goal when you think that everything is possible. If you assume your goal is impossible to achieve, then you have been defeated before you have even tried. He wasn't sure whether the former statement was valid, but he was wise enough to recognize that the latter was absolutely detrimental to his career. This was why he readily embraced the youthful vigor of the younger mech designers. He threw aside every other doubt, concern or distraction and fully tried to relive his younger experiences in working on mechs. Without his notice, the time had come to put the finishing touches on the Minerva project. When he started to gain awareness of himself again, he discovered to his surprise that the expert command mech looked harmonious and complete in a way that he had rarely seen before. Every other mech designer backed away as Vase and Commander Casella floated above Mech. Kedis taught a little ritual, Vase said as he handed a small knife to the Sentinel commander. Blood can cement your connection to your mech. Go ahead and do the honors, Casella. Your battle partner awaits your mark. Commander Casella looked solemn as she accepted the knife and slit her palm. As the drops of blood splattered over the surface of the Minerva project, the silvery mech came to life in a way that Professor Benedict never would have expected under ordinary circumstances. Yet when he was working alongside these youthful and happy Larkinson mech designers, he felt as if this result was their expected reward. Masterwork. Benedict gasped. Chapter 3724 The Power of Youth. After 7 days of constant and diligent work, the Minerva project reached completion. What was more, it had become a masterwork mech. As soon as Commander Casella Ingvar symbolically baptized the expert command mech with her blood, everyone already understood that something remarkable was about to happen. Every mech pilot and mech designer in the workshop looked reverently at the completed Minerva project as it began to undergo a mysterious transformation. Vase, Gloriana, Juliet, Sarah and their external consultant Professor Benedict had managed to accomplish the unlikely and succeeded in creating another masterwork out of an expert mech. This outcome completely shocked the only senior mech designer who took part in this project. Not only did this remarkable outcome defy all of the odds, he had actually played an integral part in making it possible. I did this, for a mech I did not play a leading role. The Minerva project was first and foremost a Larkinson mech, so the older man had to hold himself back. He was unable to apply as many of his unique design solutions to the mech design as he wished, so he initially did not care as much about the project as he should. Much of that had changed at the end of the project. The inspiration he gained from working alongside the likes of Vase and sharing the joys and expectations of the younger Larkinson mech designers over the course of the fabrication run had completely changed his mentality towards his work. The Minerva project became more than a commission to him. It became a point of pride and a work that he genuinely wanted to succeed. Since when did I care so much? Through the influences passed on by the design network, Professor Benedict had gradually opened himself up to the feelings of the other mech designers. They wanted Commander Casella to do well. They wanted the Minerva Project to become another champion mech that could protect their fellow clansmen. They wanted their work to become a masterwork mech because they assumed it was possible for them to attain this goal. Before he knew it, Benedict had turned into a reflection of his younger self. It was surprising how much a bunch of journeymen had caused him to adjust to them. The opposite usually took place. Pa-Nda novel as each of the mech designers became fascinated by the subtle transformation of the Minerva Project, Professor Benedict temporarily threw aside his distractions and immersed himself in what he could gain from his observations. Amazing, the senior felt as if he reacquainted himself with the magic of delivering an excellent mech. How long had it been since he felt so accomplished and fulfilled about his product? Seeing Commander Casella Ingvar bloom with joy made him happier. He had completed his purpose and delivered the best possible mech to his client. Even though he had done this many times over the decades he was active as a mech designer, he rarely if ever interacted with his clients directly in recent times. This experience was a reminder of how keeping in touch with his customers could give his work more meaning. I shouldn't have looked down on any of them. Their skills might not be as good as mine, but their confidence is crucial. His diligence and his decision to be more accepting of the attitudes of the Larkinson mech designers paid off. Professor Benedict derived numerous little lessons from the masterwork transformation that provided him with a little more confidence in his ability to advance to master. At the very least, Professor Benedict could already think of a few ways to improve the performance of his upcoming Mars project. Even if he didn't derive any clear lessons from the Minerva Project's ascension to a masterwork mech, just the increase in his mech affinity was a valuable gift. When Professor Benedict closed his eyes, he could feel the powerful mech a bit more clearly than before. He knew that he could gain an even better understanding of a mech even if he did not employ a scanner. How useful! Mech affinity was a vague subject even for a senior of his stature. It was an inherent quality that every qualified mech designer possessed, yet it was not a trait that could clearly be measured or defined. There were certain people that used mech affinity as an indicator for talent in mech design, but this was far from the only variable that determined one's success in the mech industry. There were brilliant mech designers who started off with low affinities but worked themselves up through hard work and thinking outside the box. There were also mech designers who easily advanced to senior by relying on their raw talent and excellent affinity, only to hit a wall that prevented them from getting an easy ride to master. At that point, it was no longer enough to rely so heavily on intuition and feelings to design better mechs. Mech designers needed to go outside their comfort zone where the most obvious answers weren't the best anymore. As far as Professor Benedict knew, mech affinity was not an essential trait and could easily be substituted with knowledge and experience. It was nice to have, though. With all of the satisfaction he derived from making a brilliant masterwork mech after such a long time, the fact that his affinity and intuitive understanding of mechs became better was a sweet reward. We finally succeeded again. It's about time you stopped holding me back, Gloriana exclaimed as the results validated her supreme confidence in her skills and fueled her conceit even further. I'm about to receive my 6th masterwork certificate. 6th. The others were happy about their work as well. Each of them had contributed a little bit towards turning the Minerva project into a more powerful mech. It's not just a masterwork mech. It's also a third-order living mech, Vase uttered as he became engrossed with exploring the newborn mech's expanded personality. Of all of the mech designers that took part in this run, Sarah Voikin obtained the most benefits, especially given how little she brought to the table. With no masterwork certificates under her belt, it was undeniable that she hadn't played a decisive role. Yet her excellent teamwork and the euphoria she brought after getting hit by a hammer played a helpful role in getting them closer. To be honest, Professor Benedict hadn't imagined that the Minerva project could go this far even at the very end. The parts the mech designers fabricated were good in quality but were not particularly exceptional aside from their greater uniformity and cohesion. The assembly phase proceeded fairly well as well, but no one had shown a lot of brilliance during the last 2 days. It was only when the Minerva project was in its final hours that Benedict had an inkling that it might turn into a remarkable machine. Even then, the odds shouldn't have been that good. When Professor Benedict looked back on how they all spent the last 7 days, he formed a tentative conclusion. Emotions make all of the difference. An older mech designer like himself had grown steadier over the years. While this was good in maintaining a consistent level of performance, it had also made it difficult for him to exceed his previous performance levels. It was only when the Larkinson mech designers infected him with their youthful confidence that he had broken his own pattern. He derived a great lesson from this experience. The power of youth is more useful than I expected. He should have collaborated more with younger mech designers if this was one of the benefits he could receive. It was harder for him to maintain his drive and passion towards improving his craft by himself. The erosion of years kept pushing him into taking it easy, but he resisted this urge as best he could. This was why this experience affected him so much. He reinvigorated his passion in mech design by getting affected by the power of youth. I should collaborate more often with younger and less experienced mech designers. Professor Benedict recognized that it was likely difficult to replicate all of the boosts he received during this fabrication run. The absence of a design network was a major hindrance to replicating the incredible degree of coordination that he and the Larkinsons displayed. However, plenty of mech designers were able to achieve success without resorting to such a trick. The senior was highly confident in his ability to find his own way to derive strength from the power of youth in the future. Maybe it is time for me to go back to mentoring the younger generation of mech designers again. He had mentored up-and-coming mech designers that displayed talent in the past. However, back then he never realized that he could lean on their youthful vigor and ignorance to rejuvenate his own attitude towards mech design. The gains didn't outweigh the costs to him back then. He thought differently, now. As Professor Benedict turned his attention back to deciphering how their design team had succeeded in turning the Minerva project into a masterwork mech, he recalled the impressive degree of confidence that the Larkinson mech designers displayed. Confidence is the key here, he hypothesized. Earlier, he thought that Gloriana was foolish for assuming that she could make a masterwork mech just because she assumed that she would succeed. No other journeyman could be so conceited, yet Gloriana thought in the depths of her heart that she could do better than many seniors and masters. The fact that her absurd attitude did not drag the Minerva project down was surprising to Benedict. It caused him to question his own assumptions towards making mechs. Was it truly right to maintain a more sober and skeptical attitude towards his work? Overestimating one's capabilities is not desirable, unless it stimulates us into rising up to the occasion. There was a name for this type of phenomenon. If Professor Benedict's analysis of the situation was correct, then the truth did not necessarily matter. This was because Gloriana and her fellow mech designers engaged in their own self-fulfilling prophecy. They strongly believed in their ideal outcome and used it as a target for them to work towards. Although their target was insanely difficult to reach, their assumption that they could reach it caused them to work hard to meet their inflated expectations. This eventually caused them to put in far more effort and emotion into their work, which ultimately caused their prophecy to come true. The wonders of youth. Gloriana actually taught Professor Benedict a valuable lesson with her display of fanaticism and conceit. Though the senior mech designer did not regard her personality traits highly, their ability to warp her expectations was immensely high. This was a classical case of making the improbable happen by believing in it hard enough. The difference here was that the difficulty in doing so was a lot higher. Although the concept sounded easy enough, Professor Benedict knew that it was practically impossible for other journeyman mech designers to succeed with this method. They needed to believe with all of their hearts and minds that they could successfully create a masterwork mech, yet how could they truly accept this belief when they had never made this accomplishment beforehand? Only abnormal personalities such as Vase and Gloriana succeeded in overcoming this immensely difficult hurdle. As long as they succeeded once, they would definitely be able to succeed again. This was because their absurdly high confidence in their own abilities had a basis in truth, however small. I cannot even imagine how they managed to succeed in the beginning. How could they have possibly passed the initial hurdle? He puzzlingly frowned. Regardless, Professor Benedict had become inspired by the effectiveness of this approach. Perhaps even a senior like himself could adopt the same mindset over the impossible challenge that hindered his advancement to master. If I think I deserve to be a master hard enough, then I will likely get closer to realizing my ambitions. Chapter 3725 Raised Floor. We did it, Vase. We created another masterwork mech. Gloriana happily embraced and kissed Vase after they had all pulled out of their fascination. Each of the Larkinson mech designers were ecstatic about the results of their stellar fabrication run. They succeeded in adding another masterwork expert mech to the Larkinson army. Although Vase had played an important role in making this possible, he genuinely did not expect that he would be able to hit the jackpot again so soon. He thought that he and his wife needed more accumulation since they already depleted much of it in their last expert mech design projects. It was already exaggerated for them to succeed twice in a row. The Shield of Samar and the Everchanger were the culmination of their previous design round, and they invested a lot more resources and ingenuity in their mech designs than normal. The Minerva project was a bit more average in comparison. They didn't have access to unending alloy this time, which was a fantastic material that made the prior expert mechs extra special. They also did not receive help from an impressive MTA master mech designer. Furthermore, the Minerva project was not a passion project to anyone. Neither Vase, Gloriana and the others considered it to be a mech that spoke to them personally. That didn't stop Vase and her wife from putting in their full effort into the project, but that was mostly because of their professional obligations. They were accustomed to channeling their passion into their work, and the Expert Command mech also happened to be the flagship project of the current design round. Therefore, Vase held fairly modest expectations towards this fabrication run. He had traveled to the Cyclical Engines workshop with the mindset of giving it a try, not really expecting that he would win the biggest prize all of a sudden. He still had to process this amazing turn of events. To him, it appeared that he and the others put in a lot of effort, but not to the point of reaching critical mass. His gut feeling caused him to think that they had all put in enough effort, that the Minerva project was only a short distance away from reaching the next rung of the craftsmanship ladder. In this particular scenario, Vase could have given Expert Mech a final push by integrating one of Lucky's gems. Yet somehow this additional step wasn't needed this time, and that made him confused. How could they have made everything so well despite involving a relative newcomer with no experience with masterwork mechs? Practice makes perfect, Gloriana exclaimed as she espoused her own theory of what went right. Isn't it obvious, Vase? It's all because of our earlier successes. We learned so much about elevating the quality of our mechs due to the previous masterwork mechs we've made. Don't you see that this is a positive feedback loop that will ultimately enable us to make masterwork mechs on demand? I doubt it is as simple as you say. Otherwise, human space would be filled with masterwork mechs. Vase mildly retorted. His wife arrogantly lifted her chin. HMPH, says you. I am more special than you. Have you forgotten my specialization already? Being able to make masterwork mechs on a frequent basis has always been one of my core goals. As a result, I learn a lot more how to repeat my successes than any other mech designer. Her argument might sound more convincing if she had proof to back up her claims. It was unfortunate that she was full of herself, that she did not think that providing solid proof was necessary to back up her boasts. Though Vase could readily believe that Gloriana had done a lot to increase their odds of success, he didn't think she deserved the sole credit for what had happened today. Vase still believed that no one dominated this fabrication session this time. He had kept track of every mech designer, including Professor Benedict. Though each of them grew more confident and motivated over time, no one entered into an exceptional state of mind. As he silently crossed out one theory after another, he ended up with an explanation that sounded a little more plausible than the other ones. Had they unconsciously become good enough that it was no longer extremely difficult for them to reach the masterwork threshold? Their mech affinities had risen so high, and they had developed a substantial amount of experience in making prior masterwork mechs. This continually raised the quality floor of their work. Perhaps the difference of a single success was not that great. However, when Vase and his wife had succeeded multiple times, all of the gains they made from those fantastic attempts continued to stack up until they had attained a formidable height compared to where they started. Pa-Nda novel. The simplest analogy that he could think of was stacking data pads on top of each other. A single one might not look impressive, but when dozens of them were precisely placed on top of each other, it became a lot easier for Vase to touch the ceiling of a room if he stood on the stack that he had built. This theory implied that as long as the stack of data pads was high enough, there would come a point in the future where he could touch the ceiling without exerting any additional effort. Their success today made Vase think that this was an accurate description of his current state. The only question was how many data pads he needed to add to the pile before it became high enough. 6, 20, 100, he had no clue. He still had a lot of time, though. In the meantime, his incremental improvements would slowly raise his base chances of success. As Vase thought about the success rate of his subsequent mech design project, Commander Casella Ingvar had already begun to familiarize herself with the mech of her dreams. She hovered closer to the just completed expert mech and placed her palm on its silver-coated surface. Minerva, that's a good name. I'll call you Minerva, are you pleased with that? The simply named Minerva apparently agreed because it responded to her in a deeper fashion. To her, the Minerva was an expert mech that was just waiting to demonstrate its power. No expert mech was weak, but a mid-tier one like the Minerva was much more formidable in its own way. From now on, you and I will be partners for many years. If neither of us fall, we will do our best to keep up with each other. The enemies of the Larkinson clan will regret fighting against our combined might. Your voice shall command the stars. Don't get too carried away. It is enough to lead our fellow clansmen in battle. Commander Casella was accustomed to dealing with higher-order living mechs. Her considerable experience in dealing with the Quint played a useful role this time. As the expert pilot and expert mech got along with each other, Patriarch Reginald Cross looked impressed at what the team of mech designers had delivered. He expected that they had the potential to create a masterwork mech, but he felt both gratified in the expectations he placed on them but also distressed that it wasn't his Mars project that received this treatment. My sister has done it again. Her excellence will not allow anything worse. Venerable Brutus smiled with pride. She and her fellow Larkinson journeymen are truly far above the ones that our clan has recently employed. Patriarch Reginald Cross agreed. The momentum of the 5 Crosser journeymen were incomparable to that of the Larkinson journeymen. The latter were not only more competent, but also possessed real accomplishments that could earn the respect of any mech designer. Now, the difference between the two groups had grown. Moving resources around or clearing away the fabricated parts hardly required a lot of knowledge. Any mech technician could have taken over their roles. As Vase kept going over the implications of what he learned today, Gloriana dragged him over to the place where his daughter and his cats were being cared for. Aurelia already lit up as she sensed the approach of her mother. Mama. Gloriana lovingly picked up the baby and entertained her for a moment. Mama is here, now. I hope you have enjoyed your time in the company of others. I have a strict set of incentives in place. Vase gently took their daughter from her hands. Papa has made a mech that will make our clan grow stronger. I have a hunch I will be meeting them again in the future. Hee. The baby clearly didn't understand what he was saying. Aurelia just wanted to grab onto anything shiny and interesting enough in order to wait for the next move. Congratulations to your new masterwork expert mech, Larkinsons. Patriarch Reginald respectfully said. Many forces in the Red Ocean cannot even dream about fielding a single masterwork mech. It is even more unlikely for them to be expert mechs. On the other hand, your clan is able to field 5 of them at a time. This is a disproportionately high number for a relatively small organization like yours. I am afraid that people cannot even believe that you have been able to build them up as journeymen in the span of a couple years. We take more risks and put more at stake than many other mech designers. Vase modestly smiled. We just happen to be lucky enough that our bets have paid off. It got easier at that point. Our successes will become more frequent in the future. That said, we haven't reached the point where we can guarantee the Mars project will match the splendor of our new expert mech. From what I have observed, you are on the right track. I would never bother to ask if other mech designers can turn my expert mech into a masterwork. Unless they are highly accomplished masters, no one can give me enough assurances that they will be able to meet my exacting demands. You are different, Vase. You and your team are among the few mech designers that can actually deliver on your promises. Vase grew awkward. Despite getting ready to collect another masterwork certificate, he was still leagues away from being able to make a masterwork mech whenever he wanted. Properly speaking, he would have to become an extremely powerful master mech designer before he could reach that point. Even if he started off early, there was no realistic way that he could raise his chances of success at this stage in his career. The Minerva project was just a happy accident in his eyes. Maybe the fact that he had been making so many masterwork versions of expert mechs in particular gave him an advantage when making exceptionally powerful mechs, but the Mars project specifications were much higher. The difficulty of turning a quasi-first-class expert mech into a masterwork mech was incomparable. Although Vase wanted to temper the Cross-Patriarch's expectations, the astonishing success today made that difficult. Professor Benedict deserves a lot of credit for today's accomplishment. Vase modestly said, choosing to shove most of the burden to the senior. He has played a critical role in the development of the Minerva project, and that was when he acted as an external consultant. Next time, your esteemed senior will be directly in charge of your clan's flagship project. His work and effort will set the tone for your future expert mech. The leader of the Cross clan placed his large hand on Ves's shoulder. That is a given, but if he is the body, you are the heart. Your role in the design of my new machine is indispensable. I hope you can show the same level of passion and dedication that you have displayed towards your clan's new expert command mech. Have no fear of that. I always treat all of my mech designs as if they are my children. Each of them are alive, after all. I already have a few interesting ideas in mind for your Mars project. Chapter 3726 Divine Label. The excitement surrounding the completion of the Larkinson clan's fourth new masterwork expert mech had yet to die down. The significance of this new machine couldn't be overstated. It was not just a singular powerful combat engine, but also promised to provide a huge amount of support to the rank-and-file mechs fielded by the Living Sentinels and possibly other mech legions. If the Larkinson Battalion's final winning match in the GNA League was any indication of Commander Casella Ingvar's extraordinary combat application, then the addition of a suitable and compatible expert mech would allow her to replicate this feat to a degree. Right now, many mech pilots were curious to what extent the new expert command mech was able to enhance the battle power of ordinary mechs. It was difficult to perform a precise estimate because of many reasons. Commander Casella's previous performance was also a result of forced resonance, which often produced a more violent burst of power compared to true resonance. Still, even if Commander Casella was unable to rouse as much power in her current state, she was still a young expert pilot. As long as she continued to pilot her new machine, her resonance strength would definitely grow by leaps and bounds. This was one of the biggest advantages of piloting a masterwork expert mech. So you've decided on the name of your expert mech? Vase asked Commander Casella. The happy expert pilot nodded as she continued to rub the surface of her new battle partner's exterior. The Minerva is a good name for my mech, Patriarch. I have already associated it with this name in my mind and don't see the need to change to another one. Besides, the Minerva itself is completely okay with it. It is an honor to be called after an ancient human goddess of war. Vase twitched his eyes. This was going too far. When he originally came up with the mech concept, he only loosely called it the Minerva Project in order to give himself and other participating mech designers a strong mental idea of a powerful command mech. Names possessed psychological weight, and one of the best ways to hype up a new mech was to associate it with a powerful myth. However, he never seriously thought about sticking with the name. It sounded a bit arrogant for a mech to be called after a god. That was usually a treatment reserved for much grander mechs such as the ace mechs of the first-rate superstates. However, as Vase directed another admiring glance towards his latest product, he did not think that calling it the Minerva was a disservice to this powerful name. There were few masterwork versions of expert mechs in existence to begin with. Each of them stood out from regular expert mechs, and many had actually succeeded in nurturing ace pilots who went on to perform legendary deeds. Therefore, Vase did not reject the name as much as before. The only part he found difficult was that he did not like to develop the mistaken impression that he and his clan were messing with actual gods. It was one thing to call a mech after a mythical god. It was another thing for people to mistake the Minerva as the actual personification of the ancient Roman goddess of war. Although Vase detested such a phenomenon, he knew quite well how easily people fell for superstition. The former Vulcan Empire clearly proved that the fictional existence of Vulcan was enough to brainwash trillions of dwarves into tall folk-hating fanatics. Vase may have chosen to give life to Vulcan, but that was only because he wanted to take advantage of the gullible dwarves. With a convenient helper, like the Iron Emperor, spreading the gospel of Vulcan out of strategic reasons, borrowing an established brand would definitely make it easier for the incarnation to harvest a lot of spiritual feedback. This was okay in his opinion because Vulcan solely took advantage of the dwarven people. Even if they were human in a sense, the dwarves who fell under the banner of the Iron Emperor were all planning to separate themselves from human civilization, so it was fine to treat them as non-humans. What Vase could not stomach was setting up a situation where humans might do the same one day. A prominent mech like the Minerva would definitely attract a lot of admiration, especially among his own Larkinsons whose lives depended on the performance of this expert command mech. He shrugged. This was not a phenomena that could be stopped once it got going. Mechs were venerated in the age of mechs, and powerful ones received even more attention from the public. No matter whether he called Casella's new machine the Minerva or a boring label like M12346, the attraction of a powerful expert mech was irresistible. In any case, after Vase reluctantly agreed to register the name that the Sentinel commander had chosen, the woman addressed another topic. The Minerva and I are eager to see what we're capable of, sir. When will we be able to deploy for the first time? Be patient, Commander. We have just completed a 7-day fabrication run. We're not in the best state to supervise a field test at the moment. Besides, We also need to examine the Minerva carefully now that it has grown to its current form. Let's reconvene in 12 hours. We can use this time to prepare a more elaborate testing session. Since your expert mech excels as empowering other friendly mechs, it is necessary to see how many machines you can boost. This is crucial information that we can use to plan out our future battles. Casella nodded in understanding. The Sentinel commander needed to know the limits of her own capabilities. Though she possessed an intuitive understanding of her own prowess, she did not know how much her new expert mech could amplify it through resonance. Only an actual attempt would make everything clear. Novel Vase and his fellow Larkinsons did not need to stay in the workshop any longer. The Minerva project was originally the property of the Larkinson clan, so he arranged for it to be shipped to the Spirit of Bentime. Professor Benedict's subordinate mech designers were already cleaning up the workshop as well, so that was one less chore he needed to worry about. Once the Larkinsons were about to depart, Vase briefly spoke with Professor Benedict one last time. "You Larkinsons are truly amazing," the senior said with a hint of bewilderment in his tone. "You are a young mech designer and your clan is not that old either, but the amount of surprises you can give me is still astounding. Your strong and abundant vitality is your greatest strength. Cherish it well and try not to lose it through the passage of years." Though Vase looked a bit confused, he gratefully nodded. "Thank you for your compliment. You are an excellent mech designer as well. I look forward to collaborating with you on the Mars project. With a straightforward combat expert mech, we don't have to compromise so much." The Minerva was an expert mech that needed to split its resources between combat power and utility. It was inevitable for Commander Casella's new machine to fall behind in terms of absolute strength. The Mars project promised to be different. By allocating 100% of its design to direct combat applications, its mech designers would definitely be able to turn it into a strong battlefield champion without peer. Like children in a candy store, both Vase and Professor Benedict exchanged eager grins. "There are many reasons for us to be excited for our next big project, but let us not get ahead of ourselves. The magma vein system and many other innovations I have in store cannot be realized unless I make the necessary preparations. I have not yet managed to gather all of the rare high-grade exotics I need to construct these special systems." The impressive-sounding magma vein system promised to turn the Mars project into the singular most powerful combat asset of the expeditionary fleet, but how could it be made without paying a heavy price? Every remarkable combat system required specific support. An ingenious design could only carry a mech so far. The use of powerful exotics with different unusual properties were indispensable. Once the two finished chatting, Vase bid farewell to Professor Benedict and headed back to his flagship. Both Vase and Gloriana cuddled up against each other. For now, no argument or differences of opinion could break them apart. They had just fulfilled their highest goal for this design project. How could they not be happy at this time? "Mama." What was even better was that Aurelia playfully bounded around on their laps. The baby girl seemingly sensed the happiness of her parents and became happy as well. Meow meow, meow. Lucky and Clixie flanked their sides and were content as well. They were smart enough to know that the Larkinson clan had grown stronger again. With the Minerva watching over everyone, it would take a lot more effort for enemies to threaten everyone's lives. Vase rubbed his daughter's head. "Don't look at your mother all the time. Have you forgotten about me already? I'm your papa. Say papa." Aurelia paused for a moment before she tried to reach out to Vessa's face. "Papa, yes, you called me papa. What a good girl." Gloriana rolled her eyes at the spectacle. "Don't forget she said, Mama, first. You will always come second, Vase. You don't have to remind me about that every day." As Vase continued to play with Aurelia, he began to think about how they should raise her in the coming months and years. "Should we look for playmates for Aurelia?" "I'll take care of it," Gloriana quickly said. "Don't worry about that. I have already been examining a list of children born from prominent couples. There are not many of them that have powerful lineages in our clan, but they are adequate enough." Vase did not excel in this area, so he was happy enough to shove this matter to his wife. She clearly cared about this more, so she would definitely do a thorough job. "What I am more concerned about is her schooling," his wife said. "It will take a few years before she is ready to receive her first lessons, but I am not satisfied with putting her in an ordinary school aboard the Spirit of Bentime. There aren't many other options available," he told her. "Dawn City has larger schools since it is a large civilian population center, but it is inconvenient for us to put our own daughter on a different ship. I don't want to put her into a fancy virtual school for elites." I don't want her to grow out of touch with our clansmen. He expected Gloriana to object to that and convince him to put Aurelia into an elite school. Instead, she made a different suggestion. If we lived in Davut, it would have been easy for us to enroll her into an expensive academy. Since we cannot do that, I think that we should hire a group of highly qualified tutors to educate her and our future children in person. That sounds like a decent suggestion. As a low-born human, Vase was quite aware that he was severely lacking in etiquette and many other essentials that the members of upper society took for granted. While that had never been a problem due to relying on his strength as a mech designer to earn people's respect, he did not want to pass on this shortcoming to his daughter. Hiring renowned and capable tutors sounded like a good way to instill Aurelia with the knowledge to excel in whatever vocation she embraced. The truly excellent ones were already attached to various elite educational institutions, but there should be plenty of decent ones that could be persuaded to tutor a child in exchange for generous salaries. Of course, the amount of money needed to employ them was high in their perspective but trivial in the eyes of the Larkinson clan. Since those elite tutors could also be used to educate other prominent children in the clan, it was absolutely worth it to pay a couple of MTA credits a year to hire a bunch of them and raise the development of the clan. Vase nodded in acceptance. All right, let's do what you say, but don't hire the tutors by yourself. We probably won't be able to bring them aboard unless we return to Davut, and that might take a while. You should take that into account. I know what I'm doing, Vase. Chapter 3727 New Mech, New Possibilities. When the Larkinson mech designers returned to the Spirit of Bentheim, they quickly returned to their grand staterooms and enjoyed a well-deserved rest. The mood among the clansmen was high. The appearance of another masterwork expert mech and one that was capable of enhancing other friendly mechs was like music to their ears. The regular mech units were the backbone of the Larkinson army. Although the 6 impressive expert mechs in the service of the Larkinson clan had attracted much of the attention as of late, they could not shoulder the burden of defending the Larkinson fleet alone. There were just too few of them. Their individual combat power needed to be directed wisely in order to achieve the best possible impact. They could also be blocked by enemy forces that fielded their own expert mechs. The most reliable way to win a battle was by achieving superiority on a fundamental level. The expert mechs wouldn't even be needed to bail out the regular troops if that was the case. The mood among the living sentinels was especially high at the moment. Though Commander Casella was unable to return to the Gorgonean at the moment, the sentinels stationed on the well-armored fleet carrier practically held a party when they learned that their Legion commander would be able to enhance their battle strength in future conflicts. Ready our mechs and make sure our mech pilots go on a refresher course. Captain Sorrel Larkinson instructed. We're about to show our strength when the new Minerva gets tested soon. Let us make sure that we are not found wanting. Among the living sentinels, a pair of expert candidates grew envious towards Commander Casella. Each of them were far away from wielding so much strength and influence on the battlefield. How long will it take for us to receive our own expert mechs from our patriarch? Trinity Larkinson asked. Percival Larkinson looked troubled. We need to work harder if we want to catch up to the likes of our Legion commander. It would have been nice if we are able to pilot the Quint, but there is only one of it. Isabel is lucky she possesses the right specialization. The latest 2 battles reinforced the importance of strengthening the Larkinson army's ranged combat capabilities. It made complete sense to put their only expert candidate who excelled at piloting rifleman mechs in a masterwork mech that had a reputation for producing breakthroughs. I heard that our clan has made a bunch of new mechs called the Enlightened Warriors, which apparently work like a lesser and more universal version of the Quint. Our guest pilots have already begun to pilot them on a daily basis. Percival Larkinson shook his head. Those are commercial mech models, Trinity. If the Patriarch intends to issue mechs to expert candidates such as ourselves, then he will probably wait until he has designed a more powerful version that is exclusive to our clan. That will take at least a year. What will we do until then? We do what we always do. We follow our Legion commander's orders and find our breakthrough opportunity the old-fashioned way. I think the Minerva can help us. The mech pilots who participated in the Gienna League back then told me that Casella was able to give them the battle strength of an expert candidate. I wonder how this boost will apply to us. I don't expect us to turn into expert pilots, but I think the Minerva might be able to give us a surprise. Neither Percival nor Trinity knew what to expect from the Minerva. They had high hopes for the mech though. As a machine that was dedicated to empowering other mechs and mech pilots, perhaps it might be able to make their dreams come true. Half a day passed as the Larkinsons excitedly prepared for the upcoming field test. They decided to go big and deploy a lot mechs for the occasion. Over 1,000 mechs hailing from the living sentinels as well as numerous other mech legions deployed into space. The expert mechs of the Larkinson clan launched into space as well. Aside from the Amaranto, every other powerful Larkinson mech was scheduled to take active part in a couple of specific tests. Even a few custom mechs showed up. The Quint piloted by expert candidate Isabel Larkinson, the B-Man piloted by expert candidate Vincent Rickelin, the Gold Beacon piloted by Avatar Commander Melkor Larkinson and the Blade Chaser piloted by expert candidate Imon Ingvar had all been chosen to play a special role in the Minerva's debut performance. Of all of the mech pilots taking part in this greater-than-usual testing session, Imon Ingvar felt the most mixed about it. His sister, who he considered to be an equal for many years, had completely bloomed once she settled in the Larkinson clan. Imon struggled for months to make peace with the fact that Casella became a demigod while he remained immortal. Now, he needed to press down his envy of his sister now that she had received an expert mech that was also a masterwork mech. Piloting such an exceptional machine was the dream of many mech pilots. Not even first-class mech pilots could obtain them on demand. The supply of mechs of this caliber was far too limited to meet everyone's demands. This made the continuous successes of the Larkinson mech designers so remarkable. Even though much of the rank and file would never have a chance to pilot a masterwork mech themselves in their lives, just the hope of obtaining one if they advanced to expert pilot did wonders for their morale. Imon Ingvar didn't know what he would experience in the coming testing session. As someone who aspired to become an expert pilot himself, he knew he mainly needed to rely on himself to find his chance. However, if his sister could help him out by giving him a preview of what he could become in the future, he might have a clearer idea on what he needed to do to reach that level of strength. "Relax, Imon," Vincent said over their private communication channel. "This is going to be fun. I always thought that expert candidates like ourselves can't play a big role in a battle, but if we get amped up by your sister, that might change. As long as we can borrow just 1% of the power of an expert candidate, I bet that we can beat up an enemy expert mech." That was a daring guess. Custom mechs or not even Imon could bring himself to believe that they could gain the power to challenge an expert mech. However, a part of him wanted this to become true. How great would it be to relieve the burden of the Larkinson clan and fight against powerful opponents on a more level playing field? The Minerva could potentially make it all possible. Imon frowned and quickly tempered his expectations. "I don't know, Vincent. Casella is still a new expert pilot and she doesn't have the strength to do much, I think. Even if what you say is possible, we probably need to wait many years before Casella grows strong enough to make that happen." "Oh, come on, give your sis some credit. She is way more amazing than you think." While the custom mechs of the Larkinson clan approached the testing site, Commander Casella was still hovering inside the hangar bay of the Spirit of Bentime. Vase and Gloriana were performing their last-minute checks on the Minerva. They had studied the mech carefully and made sure to scan the masterwork mech from top to bottom. "All right, the Minerva is ready, Commander. You can hop inside the cockpit and wait for further orders." Before Casella entered her expert mech, she briefly turned towards Vase. "Did you add a kill switch in my machine? That is standard for all of the mechs I make." Vase plainly admitted it. "I am sure you understand that mechs can be dangerous when we try them out for the first time. This is even more important for expert mechs like yours. The power of your machine is so great that subduing it will take a lot more effort. It is much easier if I can just press a single button to forcibly pull the plug of your Minerva in case you ever lose control." "That will not happen. The Minerva and I will never give you cause to use your kill switch," Commander Casella confidently stated. "You will remove it once you deem my mech safe, correct?" "Yes. As long as your new mech proves it is worthy of trust, I have no reason to leave the kill switch intact. It's a security risk and any hacker can potentially take advantage of it to disable one of our crucial expert mechs during a battle." In truth, it was not that easy to accomplish that, but Vase didn't need to explain that to a mech pilot. Commander Casella soon flew inside the cockpit and seated herself on the padded chair that accommodated her suited body to an excellent degree. Once she secured herself, she silently waited as Vase and his fellow journeymen all entered an observation room. A pair of large bots arrived in the hangar bay. They grabbed a hold of the Minerva and moved the inactive expert mech into space and off to a more distant testing site. The journey was long and tedious. Due to the scale and intensity of some of the upcoming tests, the Larkinsons extended the normal distance and wanted to make sure that all of the mock battles took place a lot further away. When everything was set up, Vase finally issued a command. Go ahead, Casella, start up your mech. Casella pressed the activation button and sat back as an entirely new presence unfolded in her mind. As the man-machine connection took hold, the Minerva truly came alive in a way that she had yet to experience before. Although the third-order living mech had already made contact with her beforehand, that was when the expert mech was in its dormant state. Now that the Minerva was not only booting up but also interfacing with its destined expert pilot, Commander Casella slowly came in direct contact with a new but already formidable artificial life. Casella, Minerva, the two of them were separate beings, but came closer to becoming one. As Casella continued to interface with her expert mech, she quickly felt at home in a way she never did with the Quint. Although the Quint was a powerful living mech in its own right, its snarky personality along with its imperfect compatibility towards herself made it feel as if she was renting someone else's apartment. Not so for the Minerva. The expert mech designed specifically for herself truly felt like home to her senses. As she closed her eyes and explored what the man-machine connection exposed her to, she felt safe, comfortable and much less restrained. She already began to resonate with the Minerva to a degree. A dark gold corona surrounded her silver expert mech, causing it to exude an aura that made the Larkinson mech pilots in the vicinity feel as if Casella was staring directly at their souls. Just as Casella continued to familiarize herself with her new living mech, a third presence made contact with her mind. Titania, the supposed design spirit, was a core part of the Minerva. Casella did not know what to expect from something that Vase had apparently made out of the remains of the giant astral beast the expeditionary fleet had fought. It did not help that the Titania did not know what to expect either. This was the first time she played her role as a design spirit. Though Casella initially sensed a lot of wariness from the Titania, that slowly changed when the design spirit learned that she was receiving spiritual sustenance from the expert pilot. This was the first time that the Titania tasted such delicious food. The two got along better after that. Chapter 3728 Defensive Properties. Commander Casella Ingvar might not know it, but Vase had kept his finger close to the kill switch during the initial activation sequence. The Minerva was a great mech and Vase had little doubt that Casella could get along with the living mech. The real danger lay in its design spirit. The Titania was an unusual spiritual entity that was derived from an ancient space creature. Even if she had lost much of herself, what remained of her mature personality and her huge collection of memories turned her into a formidable spirit that might respond completely differently from others of its kind. However, after spending months in the company of Goldie, xianxia and the Superior Mother, the Titania had integrated into the Larkinson clan to a degree. She might not be the feral alien monstrosity that Vase had feared. "How are you doing, Casella?" Vase asked from the observation room. He paid careful attention to the piloting telemetry. He did not want to take chances this time. Any sign of excessive stress or strain and he would flip the kill switch without any hesitation. They could repeat a field test anytime, but it was hard to reverse any damage done to people's lives. There was a reason for his heightened caution. The Titania was a brand new design spirit that had not been utilized before. This test run was not just about the Minerva but also about the former controlling consciousness of an astral beast. "I am in an excellent state," the Sentinel commander answered. "The Minerva is better than I have ever hoped. The expert mech fits me so well that it makes me feel complete. I have already begun to resonate with it without even trying, and if I push for more, my expert mech easily keeps up with effort. We are nowhere close to reaching our limits." "That sounds good, Commander. What about the Titania?" "We made contact," Casella stated. "The Titania is being cooperative. We have already agreed to back each other up. I have not sensed any ill intent from her. Even if she changes her mind, I am certain I can block her influence." Vase grew reassured. The initial feedback sounded positive and he did not get the sense that Casella was concerned about herself. "What of your cooperation? Can you sense whether the Titania can help you out in any way?" "I don't know. We're too unfamiliar with each other. The Titania's presence is already helping me hone my mind to a degree." After answering a few more questions, Commander Casella finally received permission to proceed with the initial round of tests. She was already familiar with all of the movements her expert mech needed to make. The Minerva moved its limbs and cautiously tested out its flight system and boosters. Once it became clear the expert mech wouldn't fall apart or explode if it made the wrong moves, Casella gradually increased the intensity of the Minerva's maneuvers. The expert mech accelerated faster and faster until it exceeded the parameters of a standard mech and continued to speed up to a prodigious degree. What a fast mech! It has to be in order to outrun pursuing expert melee mechs. The Minerva doesn't look agile. Its turning radius is high. Despite this shortcoming, the Minerva's straight-line acceleration was considerably higher than almost every expert mech in the Larkinson army. The Minerva's flight system remained stable while operating at maximum thrust. Juliet Stameros reported, all systems related to flight and maneuvering are still working without issue. The Minerva can keep this up for a decent interval of time, though I recommend that it should not maintain maximum thrust unless it is necessary. Alright, let's end the mobility test and start with a more exciting examination. Vase wanted to see how the Minerva's defenses would fare against typical attacks. Although the mech needed to endure different kinds of attacks, he was not too worried about its state. Even if the Minerva did not incorporate any unending alloy, the defenses that Sarah Voikin had designed for the expert mech were not light. Let us start with testing your energy shield generator. Please activate your Minerva's energy shield without arousing your resonance shield. We need to gain a preliminary assessment of how much damage that both of them can take in isolation. The next few tests were much more interesting. A numerous living sentinel mechs flew forward and shot at the stationary Minerva with a combination of luminaire crystal rifles and Gauss rifles. Naturally, the energy shield held strong and only started to reach its limits after a long time. The shield generator is operating according to expectations. Sarah Voikin reported, as expected, the Minerva's energy shield is considerably more efficient at resisting energy damage than physical damage. However, its total damage capacity is not impressive due to the smaller size of the shield generator. The Minerva should only activate its energy shield under serious circumstances. Understood. Commander Casella switched off the shield generator and aroused another form of defense that came standard with expert mechs. Resonating with the Minerva was incredibly easy for her, especially since the living mech actively cooperated with her. The golden corona around the expert mech soon grew stronger and more solid. Alright, fire away. Attacks poured onto the Minerva when it was in its most defensible state. Compared to technological energy shields, the more mysterious resonance shields did not entirely work according to common sense. The resonance shield resisted a lot more damage as a consequence. Although its defensive capacity was ultimately limited by Commander Casella's limited resonance strength, the Minerva remained absolutely impervious even when an entire mech company kept bombarding it with attacks. As long as Casella and Minerva were able to keep up their resonance shield, they did not have to worry about getting blasted to pieces by a multitude of regular mechs anytime soon. Only two major threats could effectively overcome the resonance shield. Resonance-empowered attacks launched by other expert mechs posed a significant threat to any powerful machine. The Minerva was in an even dangerous position due to its strategic importance to the Larkinson army. In order to keep it active, the expert mech needed to hide behind solid cover or travel around with a formidable escort of defensive mechs. Fortunately, Sarah Voikin recently completed her rigid wall model that offered superior defensive properties compared to the Bright Warrior model. Though the mobility of the rigid walls were not up to standard, as long as the living sentinels weren't deployed away from the fleet, it was no problem for them to shield the Minerva. The strength of a resonance shield was determined by both the expert mech and the expert pilot. The Minerva was a mid-grade expert mech that incorporated resonating materials that were fairly average in terms of generating resonance shields. The defensive enhancement these materials offered might not be the best, but they were easy to work with since they did not produce much interference. The resonance shield's performance is fairly standard, Sarah Voikin stated. Commander Casella does not excel in defense, so it is normal for it to be able to withstand this amount of damage. Not every resonance shield was the same. The mech and the resonating materials played a large role, but the qualities of the expert pilot also played a major role. Someone as hard-headed as Venerable Janzi could easily withstand several times as much damage in the same conditions as Commander Casella by virtue of willpower orientation. Therefore, the Minerva might look tough when fighting against regular mechs, but its defenses were incomparably weak when measuring up against a genuine defensive expert mech. Let's move on to testing its armor system. This was a more dangerous test as the mechs were about to attack the actual structure of the expert mech. However, the Sentinel mech pilots that instructed their mechs to attack the Minerva head-on soon discovered that the expert command mech was not as fragile as they thought. Even if it lacked unending alloy, Sarah Voikin's defensive design was no joke, especially when she made use of resilient alloys. Vase felt quite grateful for being able to pick up Sarah Voikin. Having someone in the design department that specialized in the defensive side of mechs finally relieved a burden. Though Gloriana had tried her best to cover for this aspect, it wasn't her true passion. Having Sarah on hand not only solved this shortcoming, but also turned it into one of the Larkinson clan's new strengths. Sarah smiled as a group of Sword Maiden mechs approached before whacking the surface of the Minerva with their swords. The melee mechs weren't making much progress. I don't recommend using the Minerva as a space knight, but it should be no problem for it to resist a large amount of physical damage. This mech is much tougher than the Amaranto. This was excellent news. The Amaranto was a fantastic ranged mech, but its defensive properties had always been its Achilles heel. The mech had been designed in a time before the Larkinson clan had access to better materials and component licenses. Vase intended to resolve that when it was time to update the Amaranto, but that wouldn't happen until a few years had passed. The Minerva project wonderfully showcased how much better a ranged expert mech could withstand damage. The combination of a defensive specialist along with excellent materials easily multiplied Commander Casella's chances of surviving a battle. Though the Larkinson mechs did not dare to hit the Minerva too hard, Sarah collected enough data to build a detailed model of the expert command mech's actual defensive properties. I have seen enough. I suggest we move on to the next test. Vase grinned. My Irvin rifle will finally see action. He had painstakingly designed a transformable luminaire crystal rifle that was worthy of an expert mech. Even if he had seen it perform many times in simulated environments, he wanted to see how it performed in real circumstances. Let's start with the rifle mode. Set targets at various distances. The Larkinsons released numerous bots and pieces of scrap in space. The Minerva brought up its Irvin rifle and aimed its long and deadly-looking muzzle at the closest target. A powerful laser beam erupted from its muzzle. Even when it wasn't enhanced by resonance, the potent power of the Irvin rifle was enough to punch through the armor of a bright warrior mech. The Minerva quickly cycled its attack phase to the other weapon types. The positron beams, light beams and other types of beams unleashed by its rifle were all performing within expectations. The new Masterwork expert mech only truly showed its fangs when Commander Casella resonated with the Irvin rifle. When it repeated its earlier shots while employing true resonance, the firepower was on another level. Thick bright beams lit up the surrounding space as the Minerva easily dealt enough damage to demolish a standard mech with a single shot. Impressive. Vess's eyes lit up. The Minerva is almost exactly as powerful as I expected. Once Casella's resonance strength has doubled, this expert mech will truly become an oppressive presence on the battlefield. Casella hardly enjoyed any opportunity to exercise her resonance strength, so she wasn't able to make full use of her Minerva. How powerful is the Minerva's damage output compared to the Amaranto? Sarah curiously asked. I need to gather more data and perform more calculations to be sure, but I can safely state that the Minerva exceeds the Everchanger in terms of offensive prowess. Vase answered. It's no Amaranto, but it can definitely function as our second long-range expert mech. Stationing the two expert mechs apart from each other will allow us to suppress an enemy from two different angles. This was quite a powerful advantage. Enemy units that could only defend from one direction would not feel easy when they were struck from the side. With two fairly powerful expert ranged mechs, the Larkinson army's ability to deal serious damage against enemy warships and expert mechs had risen by a noticeable margin. This was especially the case if Venerable Stark learned how to coordinate Commander Casella. Chapter 3729 Adequate Combat Power. Commander Casella was having the time of her life. After she tested how much firepower she had at disposal at long range, she was finally allowed to test the Minerva's ability to fend off opponents at closer ranges. A long-barreled rifle that did not possess a high firing rate was too unwieldy to be used in close-ranged fights. This was why Vase was so keen in making it transformable. Once Commander Casella received the command to transform the Irvin into its short-range mode, she grinned. Let's do it, Minerva. The expert mech's rifle seemingly split in half. Its lengthy muzzle along with a portion of its forward structure detached from the rear half of the weapon. The Minerva grabbed the detached rifle component and easily stowed it away by placing it onto a slot situated at its rear. Shrinking the weapon unavoidable made it weaker, but that was not necessarily a demerit. Through the man-machine connection, Commander Casella was able to feel that her expert mech had become a lot nimbler when handling its downsized weapon. Let us repeat the earlier tests. However, instead of firing your gun at those stationary targets, I have prepared a better target dummy for you, Commander. The Everchanger soon flew forward until it faced the Minerva directly. The older masterwork expert Mech knocked against its chest plate with its sword. "You can fire your gun at me directly without worry, Commander. My expert Mech isn't as tough as the shield of Samar, but I can repair it as long as I have enough strength and energy." "Alright, Venerable Joshua, get ready." When the Minerva fired its newly emerged submachine gun, the weapon barked out a staccato of relatively weak energy beams. Of course, weak in this case was only relative, as the Irvin weapon was still powerful even in its submachine gun mode. A casual strike could easily exceed the firepower of a serious shot from a normal mech. The biggest difference here was that the Irvin submachine gun's firing rate was a lot higher. Combined with the fact that the Minerva was piloted by a demigod who possessed inhumanly high skill and precision, such an expert mech could easily disable a horde of enemy mechs by precisely targeting their weak points or concentrating attacks on a single point. The Irvin submachine gun in the hands of Commander Casella and the Minerva was an entirely different beast. All of the different shots landed at around the same spots, while the Minerva nimbly moved around in order to keep it safe in the open. The Everchanger did not launch an attack but tried its best to spoil the Minerva's aim by performing evasive maneuvers. It wasn't working. The Everchanger was not as fast and maneuverable as the Dark Zephyr. The Minerva's weapon was easily able to track the movements of its target due to its fast firing rate and other advantages. The firepower wasn't impressive, though. The continuous shots never got past the Everchanger's formidable unending alloy armor plating. For all intents and purposes, Joshua's expert mech was immune against this kind of damage. "Alright, I've seen enough. Begin resonating with the Irvin gun," Vase instructed. "It's time to see what your submachine gun can do when its shots can shred through defenses." The Minerva's damage output underwent a qualitative change now that Commander Casella expended a portion of her resonance strength into imparting additional power into her attacks. "Damn, my Everchanger is really beginning to hurt." Even though the Minerva only fired continuous bursts of laser beams, the golden corona around them showed that they had been infused with Casella's force of will, thereby making the attacks drastically more effective against any kind of target. A section of the Everchanger's chest plate began to glow and deform to a tiny extent. This was a remarkable amount of progress for such a light and weak energy weapon. If the Minerva fought against an expert mech that wasn't covered with extremely resilient alloys, the expert command mech might have been able to bore a hole into the enemy's armor at this time. "Impressive," Vase remarked as he saw how well the Irvin performed at shorter ranges. The weapon was not supposed to turn the Minerva into a close-range duelist mech. His goal was to give Commander Casella the option of fighting her way out of a predicament if the Minerva ever got assaulted by melee mechs. With this degree of firepower, Casella definitely possessed the power to outfight a powerful enemy at close range. They did not spend a lot of time testing Minerva's offensive power. Firing all of the resonance-empowered shots steadily drained Casella's willpower. Her resonance strength was too inadequate right now due to lacking an expert mech for numerous months. She needed to manage her reserves carefully to avoid expending all of her willpower too soon during a battle. Unlike conventional resources such as energy cells and ammunition, it was impossible to replenish an expert pilot's willpower once it started to become ragged. Only rest and time could restore an expert pilot's readiness for battle. Since this was just an initial test, there was no need to go overboard with weapon tests. That could be done in subsequent sessions. They moved on to a more boring phase of the field test, which was testing out its command and control capabilities. The Minerva performed admirably in this aspect. Even when various bots and mechs generated a lot of interference, the expert command mech's powerful communication arrays could forcefully penetrate through all of the jamming. If that wasn't enough, the Minerva was also able to connect through spiritual networks and use them to transmit data to compatible mechs. For now, the only compatible mechs that qualified were the Cherub, which was exclusively used by the Hex Army, and the nearly complete nanny project designed for the Penitent Sisters. A lot of waiting clansmen grew sleepy during this time as a lot of the tests were technical and not visible to the naked eye. Vase and the other Larkinson mech designers were satisfied with its performance, though. The Minerva deserved to be called a command mech as it heavily outperformed the other Larkinson expert mechs in this aspect. It's time we test out the centerpiece abilities of the Minerva. The entire design revolves around these functions. This is why it exists. If our expert command mech cannot properly channel Commander Casella's special capabilities, then it is a definite failure. Nobody thought the Minerva would underperform in this aspect. It had turned into a masterwork mech, and that usually didn't happen with flawed designs. Everyone grew more excited once it was time to test the special capabilities of the Minerva. The performance displayed by the Minerva before this point could be described as good but not up to the standards of the better works of Vase and his fellow mech designers. Since the famed and increasingly more renowned design department had begun to design expert mechs, none of them turned out to be basic or average. Each Larkinson expert mech not only started off as mid-tier models that normally weren't provided to low-tier expert pilots, they also possessed a few incredibly dazzling strengths that defined their existence. The Dark Zephyr was fast and elusive. The Amaranto excelled at long-range takedowns. The Riot was a resilient combat engine. The First Sword possessed the strongest cutting power. The Shield of Samar functioned as the toughest bulwark. The Everchanger was always strong in every battle scenario. Now, the Minerva was about to reveal its signature abilities, thereby joining the list of special Larkinson expert mechs with pride. The hype among the Larkinsons as well as its allies gradually built up. Nobody thought the Minerva would show an average-level performance this time. Even non-mech designers knew that mechs were designed with limited resources in mind. Since the Minerva had not shown exceptional firepower, defenses and mobility so far, it was clear that much of its capacity had been used to strengthen its utility. The fairly powerful sensor, command and control systems already confirmed the Minerva's orientation as an expert command mech. In addition, the spectators were already aware that the Larkinson mech designers preferred to save the best for last. This was because all of the weaker functions of the mech in question did not exert much strain on its frame. However, the last demonstrations usually took a lot out of the mech and pilot in question. It was naturally best to perform such a big display when there weren't any other tests scheduled afterwards. Finally, the Minerva is not a conventional ranged mech. Its real strength lies in working together with other mechs. Come on, power up my blade, my body is ready. These Larkinsons are moving further and further apart from us. We need to do something about our lack of expert pilots. 2 mech legions moved out in force this time. The bright warriors coated in silver and green slowly approached and halted just behind the Minerva project. Grouped up into numerous different mech companies, the Sentinel mechs looked incomparably united. However, the gold-coated bright warriors fielded by the avatars of Myth did not wish to fall behind. Even if the gold beacon piloted by Commander was incomparably weak in front of the Minerva, the avatar mechs lined up behind the new custom mech exuded a considerably greater sense of threat. This was the difference in quality between the avatars and sentinels. As the first 2 mech legions to have come into existence, both of them represented the 2 most fundamental values of the Larkinson clan. The avatars of Myth exemplified the pursuit of ambition and the willingness to uphold honor. The living sentinels stood for the love of family and the desire to protect the weak. Although it was common sense that the latter was weaker in many ways, the differences in leadership were incredibly clear at the moment. Whereas the avatars were led by a relatively young and unremarkable legion commander, the sentinels gained a lot of confidence by taking their orders from a talented and visionary expert pilot. No one understood this disparity better than Commander Melkor Larkinson. As a trueblood Larkinson, he always felt inadequate that an adopted Larkinson managed to surpass him to such a drastic extent. That's life, he sighed. Melkor was not the sort of person to get hung up about this. Everyone possessed their own opportunities and he acknowledged that Casella fully deserved to get where she was. Having an additional powerful expert pilot on the side of the Larkinson clan only helped everyone out, so there was no logical reason for him to harbor resentment at her excellent accomplishments. He soon adjusted his mentality and regained his confidence. Men, he said as he transmitted his words to his avatar pilots. We're about to fight in a tough mock battle. Even if our rifles have been adjusted to deal minimal damage, do not hold back even if we are confronting our fellow Larkinsons. I refuse to turn this into a showcase of how overwhelmingly the Sentinels can crush us with the help of their new expert mech. We are stronger than that. If we want to fight against expert mechs in the future, then we must gather our courage and acquit ourselves well. Let us show our clansmen that the avatars of Myth are qualified to challenge any expert mech. We are larger than life. With that little pep talk, the avatars were fully prepared to face the coming onslaught. The psychological pressure exerted by Commander Casella and the Minerva no longer depressed their confidence. In contrast to the Avatar Commander, the Sentinel Commander did not hold a speech. The Sentinels already received their instructions before they sortied and they did not need any further encouragement. Her presence and the presence of the Minerva were already enough. Casella could feel the incomparable confidence and belief that her subordinates placed on her shoulders. With the help of a purpose-built command mech and a design spirit with ancient roots, she was able to sense that she had already developed a bond with her sentinels. Chapter 3730 Command Field. Commander Ksela Ingvar and her new battle partner started slow at first. There was no time pressure in the initial test. The avatars, which had been assigned to play as the adversaries for this mock battle, did not launch attacks or move from their positions. This allowed the sixth expert pilot of the Larkinson clan to take her time with exploring how to resonate with the key resonating exotics of her expert mech. Having been exposed to the thoughts of the designers of the Minerva through the design network, Ksela possessed a decent understanding of the two most important resonating exotics in her new machine. She could already feel a material called Telasmir reach out to her so that she could expand her willpower and presence across a wider area. Even when she wasn't actively resonating with this material, her influence had already expanded to a modest extent. From the theories she had inadvertently learned, this was a sign of excellent compatibility between herself and Telasmir. It was incredibly lucky on the part of the Larkinsons for being able to find an excellent match and be able to acquire a sufficient quantity of this rare material back in Chance Bay. As her willpower ranged even further throughout the frame of her expert mech, she was able to sense a different resonating material with a strong response. This one stimulated her willpower in a different way. Instead of expanding it, the material known as Pecker carbon concentrated it to the point where she felt that she had gained increased dominion over a smaller area. Both resonating exotics strongly affected her willpower but in different ways. It was easy for Ksela to distinguish between them and resonate with them without making the wrong choice. She briefly tried to see whether she could resonate with both Telasmir and Pecker carbon at the same time, but the burst of pain and the feeling of tearing from her mech quickly disabused her of this notion. Telasmir essentially expanded her reach over a larger area while Pecker carbon concentrated it in a single location. Anyone could figure out that their effects were mutually exclusive. Since that is the case, let's start with Telasmir. This was the most compatible and gentle resonating exotic to her senses. As Ksela closed her eyes and steadily figured out the knack to resonating with it, the Minerva golden glow became more diffused. The resonance glow initially surrounded the expert mech like a bubble. After Ksela resonated with Telasmir, the glow expanded like an inflating balloon and became more diffused over a wider area. Seconds passed by as the bubble grew at a brisk but steady pace. Its radius reached hundreds of meters but did not slow down in the slightest. When the radius of the diffused golden sphere around the stationary Minerva surpassed a kilometer, many observers became a lot more impressed at the sight. The expansion continued until the sphere had reached an impressive radius of 8 kilometers, only slowing down near the end as Ksela had clearly reached her limits at this time. This meant that a large chunk of space that could easily fit hundreds if not thousands of mechs turned into a special field where Ksela held sway. It just so happened that the mech companies of the living sentinels that had sortied into space were all within this 8-kilometer sphere. Although the sentinel mechs did not glow or exhibit any special signs of empowerment at this time, Commander Ksela was not finished with her attempt. "What is your current state, Commander?" Vase asked. "I am under moderate strain at the moment, Patriarch." Ksela answered. "I can keep this up for a time, but it is much less exhausting for me if I reign in the expansion of my command field." That did not fall outside of Ves's expectations. "Try and retract your command field. At what point can you comfortably keep it up for several hours?" This required a bit of experimentation on Ksela's part. She reduced her effort and had to feel how much easier it became to maintain this state. The command field steadily shrunk until it had reached a rather disappointing radius of 300 meters. "I can maintain my command field without getting exhausted if I keep it at its current state," Commander Ksela reported. "If I get more practice and increase my resonance strength, I think I can increase the range of my command field when in equilibrium and when exerted to the maximum." That was to be expected. Every expert mech grew stronger as their expert pilot rose in strength. Masterwork expert mechs just happened to help their pilots grow stronger at an accelerated pace, so Vase did not have to wait too long for Ksela to become a monstrous existence in the Larkinson army. "Alright, we can explore the nuances of your range later, but right now I want to know what your command field can do. Can you apply your power to one of the sentinel mechs within your range?" Commander Ksela had already been exploring this idea herself. She had already made a bit of progress in mastering her command field and focused on a random sentinel mech. It was strange to describe her power. She felt she could latch a portion of her willpower onto the mech pilots in her range. When she explored this facet, she found out that her willpower easily latched onto the minds of her Sentinel mech pilots. Not only that, but she was also able to extend her influence to the mech itself. It helped a lot that the mech was alive. The living consciousness of the mech served as a hook that Casella could grapple without too much effort. She figured that it would be a lot harder for her to do the same to a lifeless mech, if it was possible in the first place. As Casella slowly tried to infuse the power of her command field in a specific mech and mech pilot, she gained a lot more awareness of them both. She understood their conditions, their moods, their inclinations, their conditions and more. Although she did not understand them on a detailed level, what she managed to learn from them could definitely be useful in the right circumstances. Casella knew she could do more than that, though. When she began to push more of her power into the new bonds she established, the mech and mech pilot she had chosen began to acquire a faint glow. Commander, I can feel you. I can feel your strength. When the lucky mech pilot received an order to launch an attack, his mech pointed its rifle at a piece of scrap and fired a laser beam that was clearly more powerful than usual. True resonance. The mech designers in the observation room were all ecstatic when they saw what Casella was capable of. Her special resonance ability was similar to that of Ganso when he piloted the Charlemagne. However, unlike Ganso who was a pure rifleman mech, Casella was a command-oriented expert pilot who could extend her power to others in a much more natural fashion. The use of spiritual networks and resonance abilities also enabled Casella to bless another mech with her strength without involving any complicated neural interfaces and other dangerous technology. This was the goal that Vase had been chasing with the Minerva. Seeing that all of his hard work had paid off made him a lot more jubilant. GS, XGSS. Several minutes passed as they tested the capabilities of the command field. Every Sentinel mech was able to receive an enhancement. Though the magnitude of strengthening was not that strong, Casella was able to extend her power to hundreds of mechs before the strain grew too great. With so many mechs carrying a portion of her will, the attacks they could unleash were much more powerful than the attacks launched by the Minerva's Irvin rifle. Casella and the Minerva are in their element this time. Vase and many others were shocked at how much stronger the living Sentinels became. Even though the mechs only launched attacks on cheap target bots and worthless pieces of scrap the Larkinsons had tossed into space, all of the sensors and analytics showed that the Sentinels became at least 50% deadlier. That was a huge leap in combat power. Even though Commander Casella indicated that she could not sustain the expenditure of infusing so many mechs with her strength for long, the use of her command field at this scale could definitely overturn a crisis. This wasn't all, though. Vase thought up an interesting idea that he wanted to test out. He just needed the cooperation of an expert mech. Venerable Joshua, please move your expert mech closer and resist the incoming attacks with your resonance shield as best as possible. Can I skip this mission this time? My Everchanger already got beat up earlier. My mech isn't happy about being treated as a target dummy. Isn't it a better idea to use the shield of Samar? Vase grew annoyed. Get moving, Joshua. Consider it practice. After the Everchanger begrudgingly moved into position, Casella had retracted her power from most of the Sentinel mechs. Her willpower wore out at a faster rate when she bonded herself with so many mechs and mech pilots. By limiting her command field's effects to just a single rifleman mech company, the strain became a lot more tolerable. Fire. The ranged mechs that were surrounded by Casella's characteristic dark gold glow began to fire plain and boring laser beams at the Everchanger. Although ordinary laser beams could not pose a threat to the expert hero mech under ordinary circumstances, the ones fired by the empowered Sentinel mechs were different. Even if their rifles hadn't switched to light beam mode, the resonance-empowered laser beams dealt considerable damage to the Everchanger's resonance shield. The attacks from the ordinary mechs already contained a touch of Casella's extraordinary will. Although the magnitude was weak, this extra property was enough to pose a real threat to the Everchanger's considerable defenses. My resonance shield is draining fast. The Minerva's command field was an amazing ability. As long as the friendly mechs were close enough, Casella could turn them into her surrogates, who were able to channel a small amount of true resonance. This ability possessed a lot of potential. Please shift your command field's active effect to a different unit and see whether it is just as effective. Vase instructed. When the Minerva began to empower a squad of avatar mechs, the strengthening was almost just as strong. The same applied to the mechs and mech pilots of other mech legions such as the Avatars, Battle Criers and so on. The only disappointment was that the strengthening effect was not as powerful with certain targets such as the Sword Maidens. Commander Casella was able to figure out the reason after personally experiencing the differences. My command field ability works best with mechs and mech pilots that are close to me. My Sentinel mech pilots already respect and revere me to a greater degree, so I don't feel any hindrance when I work with them. The Sword Maidens on the other hand largely believe in their own strength. Our attitudes are different and we don't align with each other that much. I see, Vase replied. That makes sense. There is another matter that I should say. I think it makes a huge difference whether the mechs are alive. I can only channel a limited amount of power to any single individual with my command field. If I can bond with both the mech and mech pilot at the same time, I can channel at least twice as much power. Well, that should be easy enough to verify. Vase requested the Cross clan to dispatch one of their ordinary mechs to the testing site. When the command field tried to latch on to the lifeless mech, the strengthening effect was much weaker. It's a lot more difficult to channel my strength in a non-living mech. Casella explained with a touch of frustration in her voice. I can sense that the Crosser mech pilot respects me, but we are too different from each other. We also aren't a part of the same network, so I have to put in extra effort to establish a bond with his mind. Chapter 3731 Commandeering Mechs. After half an hour of experimentation, Casella and the other Larkinsons figured out the basic rules of her command field effects when applied to the fullest. Vase even had to come up with numerous new terms to describe this key effect. Commandeering describes the act of empowering a friendly mech. A commandeered mech is a unit that Casella has already strengthened through this method. The terms quickly spread among the Larkinsons. The Sentinel commander did not object to them either. The more they explored the power of commandeering, the more everyone saw the potential in this ability. However, while it was a powerful means of enhancing the battle strength of friendly mechs, the effects varied depending on many different variables. Whether the mech was alive or not played a major role. Whether the mech pilot had a lot in common with Commander Casella played another role. A commandeered mech did not receive an equal degree of strengthening in every aspect. Attacks received the greatest degree of strengthening. After performing many different tests, the Lacrinson found out that both melee and ranged attacks received the same degree of empowerment. In comparison, the defenses of a commandeered mech did not receive a drastic boost. Cautious tests showed that commandeered mechs became a bit tougher, but only to the extent of resisting a couple more laser strikes. From what Vase could observe, the glow surrounding a commandeered mech should be the partial manifestation of a resonance shield. If Casella had grown much stronger and if the Minerva was a much better expert mech, then this secondary resonance shield might become powerful enough to massively increase the damage resistance of commandeered mechs. For now, the defensive boost was a bit tasteless. Vase did not take it seriously for now as it was unlikely for Casella to make any drastic improvements in these aspects. Finally, the mobility of a commandeered mech gained the least degree of strengthening. This was no surprise to anyone knowledgeable of expert mechs. Unless they were specifically designed with mobility in mind such as the Dark Zephyr, true resonance did not amplify their speed and acceleration that much. Aside from boosting these basic attributes, commandeering also improved many other properties. The mech pilots gained a portion of Casella's tremendous skills. They coordinated with each other as if they were under a perfectly unified command. The mech pilots all gained greater awareness of themselves in the battlefield. Casella was even able to communicate directly to their minds. All in all, the command field cemented the Minerva's role as an expert command mech. With the power of Telasmir, the Minerva did not even have to enter into combat in person. Commander Casella could delegate all of the extraordinary power produced by her and her expert mech to give other friendly mech units the strength to challenge powerful foes such as hostile expert mechs. Although there were doubts about the point of doing so, Vase was happy to add another combat solution to the Larkinson clan. At this point, adding another expert rifleman mech or expert swordsman mech would not create a lot of ripples. Enemies could easily make plans to counter the existing expert mechs of the Larkinson clan if they bothered to do their research. Commander Casella's command field brought a different combat method to the table. Expert command mechs were rare to begin with and Vase wasn't sure if other ones were able to function as well as the Minerva. What valued the most in this signature ability was its sheer versatility. After testing it out on numerous different mech units, Vase understood that Casella was able to team up with practically every mech legion. Although her compatibility with some of them weren't great, Vase was certain that this could be remedied through repeated training sessions. Once the self-assured Sword Maidens tasted the power of getting commandeered, they would not be quick to reject Commander Casella in the future. Casella could even apply her command field to mechs that belonged to other organizations such as the Cross Clan. Of course, the difficulty of commandeering them was much higher and the effectiveness was much lower, but there were ways to improve this so that it became a viable backup option. To someone like General Verl, the greatest value in this ability lay in its versatility. Once Commander Casella and the Mech Legions gained a measure of proficiency in cooperating with each other, they could essentially choose to apply the Minerva's command field in different ways. For example, during the Battle of Orange Tulip, it would have been extremely helpful for the Minerva to commandeer the Transcendent Punishers. Once the heavy artillery mechs gained a considerable offensive boost, each of their heavy positron cannons could tear through hull plating like nothing else. In case the Larkinsons fought against a more conventional mech force, Casella could choose to commandeer the Sword Maiden mechs and have them cut through the toughest enemy mech formations like a hot knife through butter. Vess's eyes lit up as he imagined all of the possibilities of the command field. The versatility of this resonance ability was directly related to the variety of friendly mech models available. The more mechs we design, the more options we have. Naturally, the main emphasis of applying Commander Casella's abilities should still lie on increasing her cooperation with her own troops. Her command over the living sentinels brought her closer to them than anyone else. The commandeering resonance ability displayed its greatest degree of effectiveness when applied to sentinel mechs. Gloriana happened to make another observation. The range of the Minerva's command field is too short, she said. That doesn't matter much when it is used to commandeer ranged mechs, but what if you want to apply it to melee mechs? Ah, yes, that is not an ideal scenario. A range of a couple of kilometers was nothing in space. If Commander Casella wanted to help out friendly melee mechs, then her Minerva either had to accompany them when they charged towards the enemy or have the mechs maintain a defensive posture at the rear. The only way to resolve this shortcoming was to extend the radius of the command field, which wouldn't happen anytime soon. Commander Casella should probably stick to commandeering ranged mechs if our future battles are similar to the last ones we fought. Vase concluded, so long as we continue to fight in space, our ranged mechs are pivotal to defeating enemy warships and other large threats. The Larkinsons could figure out the best tactics later once they registered all of the parameters of the Minerva's command field. Vase suddenly paused. Wait a second, does commandeering work on targets other than mechs and mech pilots? In order to test this out, Vase ordered a squad of infantry soldiers to board a shuttle and move to the testing site while other trials were taking place. When the shuttle finally neared the Minerva, every mech halted while the armored combat soldiers boosted out into space. The foot soldiers were all armed and armored with heavy gear, but they were still too small and weak to pose a threat to mechs. The point of this test was not to pit them against mechs. Vase just wanted to test a new hypothesis and see whether the Minerva's command field could take effect on other combat assets. Begin. Vase carefully studied the visual feed. He could faintly see a golden corona around the individual soldiers. GS, SS, XGSS. In order to gather more data, each of the soldiers were equipped with different loadouts. Some of them wore plain vac suits while others wore heavy combat armor. However, regardless of the soldier, Casella failed to commandeer them like she had done with mechs. Although it looked as if it was about to succeed a few times, she eventually ceased her attempts. I am unable to do it, she reported. I can feel their minds, but trying to latch on to them is like trying to use the wrong key to open a door. There's something about them that makes me feel that we aren't compatible. Vase looked disappointed. Oh, it's okay. You'll probably reserve this ability for mechs anyway, but it is still useful to know your limits. We can explore the reasons behind this distinction later. His fantasy of empowering warship cannons were shot. Oh well, it wasn't as if he would get his hands on a battleship or something and be compelled to use her most powerful weapons against a monstrous enemy or anything. Once they finished testing the commandeering ability on mechs at rest, Vase wanted to see how they fared in a more realistic battle scenario. Commander Casella, Commander Melkor, order your men to get ready for a live sparring session. Make sure to show enough restraint, but try and show as much superiority as possible. This was one of the highlights of this testing session. 200 mechs from each side squared off against each other. During previous sparring sessions, the avatars always gained the upper hand from beginning to end. The skill and confidence between the two mech legions were too far apart. However, Vase and many other people had a feeling that this time would be different. Start. The mechs from both sides sprung into battle. To their credit, the avatar mechs did not show any timidity. Even as their machines charged forward, every Avatar mech pilot immediately invoked the Golden Cat. This caused them to gain a portion of the skills of the best Larkinson mech pilots. After many months of practice, this little trick had become second nature. This had always been their capital to defeat other mech units. Given the same level of mechs, an increase in combat skill could give the Avatars a decisive edge in many confrontations. However, compared to the failed attempt to replicate a battle formation, the command field generated by the Minerva was much more impressive. Instead of relying on the relatively weak minds of average mech pilots, the commandeering ability shoved all of the burden on Commander Casella, who was much stronger than all of the Sentinel pilots put together. This produced a strengthening effect that went far beyond boosting the skills and coordination of the Sentinel mechs. Although their defenses and mobility hadn't increased that much, each of their attacks landed with additional power. Even if the Sentinel mechs held back, both their ranged and melee weapons gained an extra bite that induced a lot more pressure on the Avatar mechs. If an attack boost was the only effect of the Minerva's command field, then the Avatars might still find a way to blunt the offensive. The problem was that Commander Casella provided a lot more benefits than that through her resonance ability. Not only did the Sentinel mech pilots display more skill, they also exhibited much closer cooperation with each other. Though the Minerva had yet to make a move during this sparring session, Casella had become more active than ever. She tracked and issued regular orders to the mech units under her command, causing the Sentinels to employ various different tactics to dismantle their current adversaries. The difference in coordination alone was massive. Whereas Commander Melkor had to track what was going on through interpreting the data from his mech before issuing orders through several different layers, Commander Casella was able to command her subordinates directly. She did not even need to rely on the mech officers to execute her intentions. Although the strain was not light, she was able to display an impressive degree of multitasking by keeping track and commanding every individual mech in the field. In the short time Casella was able to keep it up, the living Sentinels completely shed their image as the weakest mech legion of the Larkinson clan and crushed the best the Avatars could offer. Even if the Avatars possessed an advantage in skill, the Sentinels benefited even more by enjoying an increase in their attack power as well as exhibiting exquisite coordination. Each Sentinel mech had willingly become an extension of Casella's will. Too strong. This is the ultimate command mech. Chapter 3732 Single Empowerment. This is too absurd. How can a single expert mech empower so many mechs at once? This is our Legion commander's unique strength. No, this has become the strength of all of our living Sentinels from now on. Alone, we are weak. Together, we are strong. The Minerva is a masterwork expert mech, remember. It's not comparable to the more normal mechs like the Dark Zephyr. Even the Balvo's Rage piloted by that arrogant cross-patriarch doesn't have as much potential. Everyone in the expeditionary fleet was utterly impressed by the strength and capabilities shown by the Minerva. All of the prior expert mechs were impressive in their own right, but few of them showcased their full capabilities in battle so far, so it was difficult to comprehend their charm. The Minerva was different. Its signature ability was not only wide-reaching, but also immediately clear to see. Everyone could understand the weight of the expert mech's combat effectiveness after seeing hundreds of Sentinel mechs beat the crap out of their Avatar counterparts. Fortunately, the Avatars didn't suffer from this ordeal for long. Commander Casella Ingvar had already expended a lot of her willpower today and still needed to save her strength for the last sequence of tests. The Minerva quietly retracted its command field without any warning, thereby depriving the Sentinel mechs of Casella's guidance and strength. Most of the Sentinel pilots were caught off guard. The deprivation was so abrupt that they could not adjust in time before the steady Avatar mechs quickly took advantage of the disruption in rhythm to regain their dominance. Vase twitched as he saw the results of this abrupt move. The Sentinel mech pilots clearly needed to train this scenario more often in order to avoid getting stunned during an actual battle. Alright, that's enough. End the sparring session. We're not here to see ordinary mechs fight. Most of the Avatar and Sentinel mechs retreated. Since both sides controlled their attacking power well, they did not incur any significant damage. At most, the Sentinel mechs occasionally created accidents due to failing to adjust for their sudden boost in power. Given her previous exertions, Vase gave Commander Casella a few minutes to catch her breath while he discussed the current results with his fellow colleagues. What do you think? Strong. Gloriana answered. I already expected our latest masterwork mech to be powerful, but what Commander Casella can do is a real game changer. What is even more promising is that this is only the beginning. Once Commander Casella grows into her power and once we perform a few upgrades on the Minerva, she can truly dominate the battlefield. Juliet Stamaros had another opinion. The Minerva shouldn't be used to amplify the Sentinels. It is a force multiplier that can strengthen the combat effectiveness of any mech unit after sufficient practice and acclimatization. However, why should we use the commandeering ability to boost our weaker mech units when we have much stronger ones at our disposal? Think of what the Minerva can do when it fights alongside the Penitent Sisters. When all of their Valkyrie Redeemers charge alongside the Minerva, they can tear apart any enemy mech formation. Pa-Nda novel. That was an interesting thought and one that Vase took seriously. If Commander Casella could strengthen an ant and an elephant by the same proportion, then only a fool would apply to the ant. However, Vase did not think the difference between the Sentinels and the other mech legions was this wide. The previous mock battle showed that the Sentinel mechs could still burst out with battle power beyond the level of an elite mech unit. Sure, the Avatar mechs could exert even greater strength after being commandeered, but their alignment with Commander Casella was not that high. Ultimately, Casella and the living Sentinels belonged to the same camp. Their relationships and affection ran deep due to Casella's successful attempt to revive the Mech Legion after a crushing defeat in the past. Hardly anyone in the Larkinson army remembered the first-generation Sentinel commander. Compared to the accomplishments of Magdalena Larkinson, the latest rising star of the Larkinson clan contributed a lot more to the Larkinson clan. Now that she had finally gained an expert mech that could properly amplify her strength in battle, Commander Casella was about to take off even more. Vase frowned in thought. Does Commander Casella have a boyfriend? Gloriana immediately pinned her husband with a suspicious stare. Why do you ask? I just thought it would be nice if she was like Venerable Joshua or Venerable Tusa. If she has married someone and started a family, she can potentially raise children who can follow in her footsteps if they develop genetic aptitude. With her personal tutelage and guidance, it is not impossible for her to raise a successor that can inherit her talent for commandeering mechs. His wife rolled her eyes. I've studied and talked to her extensively. Commander Casella is a dedicated woman who takes her responsibilities seriously. She spends much of her time leading the living Sentinels. She was even willing to sacrifice her practice time in order to make sure her mech legion is well run. Starting a relationship is much further down her list of priorities. Even if she is interested in finding a partner, there are not many people in our clan who can handle an expert pilot and a legion commander. She was right. Although Casella could always hook up with an average guy, Vase doubted that such a relationship could stand the test of time. Well, this isn't really relevant to the current field test, so let's set it aside. Before we begin with testing the Minerva's second resonance ability, do you have any further comments? When Vase saw that no one had any desire to say anything that couldn't wait, he turned around and issued a few instructions. Good job so far, Commander. For the final series of tests, we want to explore your application of the resonance ability associated with Pecker carbon. This resonating material behaves opposite to Telasmere, and that is interesting to us. If our guess is right, resonating with Pecker carbon will allow you to infuse a lot of concentrated strength on an individual mech and mech pilot. Since you are concentrating so much power in a single mech, this can potentially be highly dangerous. What do you have in mind, Patriarch? The tired Sentinel commander asked. Well, it already helps that you are nearing the end of your limits. We have two choices here. We can try to start with testing your single empowerment resonating ability by starting off with strong mechs and hope that they are sturdy enough to withstand any accident. We can also begin by testing your second resonating ability on a weaker mech, perhaps one that is piloted by a volunteer or by no one at all. Since we already confirmed that your influence works on living mechs, maybe we can be extra safe by letting you resonate with an AI-driven mech. Commander Casella frowned. You are in charge of this field test. I will defer to your arrangements. Alright, then let's start with an expert mech. Vase decided. I am incredibly curious whether your command field can positively affect another expert pilot and expert mech. I have several different theories, but they conflict with each other. The potential of letting the Minerva empower an expert mech was not light. What if the expert command mech was able to lend its strength to the Amaranto? The high-powered shots fired by the latter could smash through any enemy expert mech. What if the Minerva and the Shield of Samar banded together? Venerable Janzi's resonance barrier could block even more powerful warship volleys. What if Commander Casella and Patriarch Reginald cross-teamed up? Whether the latter is piloting the Balvo's Rage or the Mars project once it was finished, the top-level combat asset of the expeditionary fleet would be able to demonstrate strength that surpassed the level of a high-tier expert mech. Vase even came up with an interesting thought. The resonance strength of an expert pilot measured between 1 to 67 lavares. If an expert pilot happened to grow his strength up to 66 lavares. If Commander Casella empowered him to the extent of boosting his resonance strength by 20 lavares, what would happen? Even though the lavare scale was not linear as far as he knew, it should definitely be possible to push the expert pilot's effective resonance strength beyond 67. The problem was that a resonance strength that was higher than that was always considered to be the territory of an ace pilot. Would the empowered expert pilot be able to display the power of a genuine ace pilot, or would he get stuck halfway? What if something unintended happened that could cause the hapless high-tier expert pilot to suffer an accident and fall into a coma? There were way too many questions and far too few answers. This was why it was so important for him to conduct all of these tests and collect a huge amount of data. They soon proceeded with the test by putting the Everchanger back in front of the Minerva. Though Venerable Joshua complained about being used as a test dummy yet again, Vase had good reasons to make use of him. He not only got along with everyone, but was an inherently adaptable expert pilot. The same applied to his expert mech. Therefore, if the Minerva was able to empower any expert mech, then the Everchanger was the most likely candidate. I am about to start. Get ready. Commander Casella warned everyone. She concentrated her mind and will and tried to resonate with the pecker carbon that was integrated into her expert mech. The sensations were quite different from resonating with Telasmir. Whereas Telasmir made her feel as if she was inflating her mind to ridiculous proportions, pecker carbon made her think as if her mind was being crushed by another person's hands. Though Casella was eventually able to get accustomed to the strain, it was still difficult for her to compress her command field in a single point without practice. She soon discovered another problem. I can't do this, sir. I can feel that Joshua is welcoming me, but I am unable to push further. The two of us are like water and oil. We can't mix together. Oh, Vase slightly frowned. He was afraid of this. Keep trying for a minute, but don't try too hard. If you haven't obtained any results, then let us try our luck with the other expert mechs. They had no luck on the latter. No matter whether it was the Dark Zephyr or the Shield of Samar, the other mechs actively repulsed any foreign intrusion, no matter whether it was benign or malignant. From the vague and imperfect descriptions given by the expert pilots, Vase managed to confirm one of his hypotheses. Expert pilots possess incomparably strong willpower. This can produce a strong and highly individual field around themselves that form the precursor of their domain fields. Among equals, they will not allow anyone to encroach on their territory. Therefore, no matter how much Commander Casella tries to infuse them with her strength, the other expert pilots cannot tolerate such an invasive intrusion. From what Vase understood about the nature and role of extraordinary willpower, he believed this was the most likely explanation. The point was that Casella had no chance of empowering any expert mechs. Though this was disappointing news, Vase did not linger on it for too long. If expert pilots don't work, what about expert candidates? Someone call the B-man forward. Vincent Riccolin is an excellent test subject for our next attempt. When the Minerva applied its single empowerment ability on Vincent and his new custom hybrid mech, the results were finally different. After only a moderate amount of effort, Commander Casella was able to latch on to the expert candidate, theory enabling her to channel a larger proportion of her effective strength to the B-man. Whoa, Vincent gasped as she could feel a much stronger lady, pumping his head full with power. This is better than a one-night stand. The B-man's codpiece was heating up from the vastly elevated energies channeling through its thick and sturdy frame. Chapter 3733 Tasteless ability. Just like any other recently completed mech, the B-man had yet to show off its strong side. While the confrontations against the Titania and the Pokladan refugee fleet were both intensive battles, they did not progress in a way that allowed the newer mechs to showcase their full capabilities. However, the B-man took part in enough virtual and live practice sessions for everyone to gain a decent idea of its battle prowess. The custom mech was a fairly powerful hybrid mech that could pump out a lot of firepower while resisting a decent amount of incoming damage in return. Its major shortcomings was its lack of flexibility and its less than stellar mobility. The B-man actually occupied an awkward position in the Larkinson army. It was weaker than an expert mech and could not pose a threat against such a powerful machine. It was also strong and special enough that it couldn't blend in with the regular mech units. The lack of coordination along with the ostentatious appearance of the B-man would only lead to problems. This was why any mech piloted by an expert candidate fell out of place in the expeditionary fleet. Yet this was different. Now that Commander Casella was trying out the resonance ability she had recently comprehended, the B-man began to develop a brighter dark yellow glow with each passing second. It's done. I can go no further. Please tell Vincent to show what he can do in his current state. It took a bit of time to snap Vincent out of his fascination. Once he regained control of the B-man, he tested out its capabilities. Compared to the mechs that were commandeered before, the single empowerment ability significantly enhanced all of the B-man's attributes. Whether it was defense or mobility, the B-man was no longer weak in either of these areas. However, what truly stood out for the custom mech was its abundance of integrated weapon systems. The B-man's firepower became a lot more threatening when all of its energy attacks became empowered by a substantial amount of resonance. Amazing. Vase enthusiastically studied the elevated sensor readings. The B-man is still too far away from challenging an expert mech by itself, but the individual enhancement is so potent that it can definitely beat any other normal mech. The B-man effectively became several times stronger under the influence of the Minerva. The strength enhancement was much more comprehensive as well as all of its parameters increased, though the increase in attack power was still the greatest. What was more important was that Vincent also received the direct guidance of Commander Casella. The B-man fought a lot more effectively under their combined control. Our compatibility is not the best, Commander Casella reported to the mech designers. Vincent and I don't get along even though he's a friend of my brother. I do not think I am doing the single empowerment ability justice with the B-man. Vase could vaguely see what she meant. The single empowerment ability exhibited much poorer efficiency than the commandeering ability. After all, the Minerva was able to multiply the combat strength of the B-man by 300 to 500%. In contrast, its use of a command field could only amplify the strength of an ordinary mech by a more modest margin before reaching a limit. The difference was that the commandeering ability worked across hundreds of friendly mechs. Vase would rather choose to strengthen 100 mechs by 50% than boost an individual machine by an even greater margin. However, there were still situations where single empowerment could play a useful role. Duels, challenge rooms and so on were instances where boosting a single mech could lead to a lot of benefits. He still preferred the command field in large battles. The difference it could make was vastly greater as the sheer quantities involved could trample any opponent. After they collected enough data about empowering the B-man, they moved on to applying the same effect on other mechs. This time, they paraded a number of other mechs such as the Bright Warrior and the Ferocious Piranha. The mech designers soon figured out a few rules. While it was possible to empower a regular mech to the point where it could easily defeat elite mechs, the strengthening effect was not as good this time. Part of it was because the mechs simply couldn't carry as much power. Strengthening them further might cause them to burst out greater force, but the relatively weak mechs risked falling apart right afterwards. This made the ability tasteless in the eyes of others. Rather than supercharging a single mech by 3 times, it was much easier to deploy 5 mechs in order to accomplish a task. During the trials, they also learned that compatibility was a much more important issue. There was no problem at all with Casella's relationship with her subordinates. It went without saying that the Sentinel mech pilots received her strength with the least amount of friction. It became a lot more difficult if she tried to get in sync with the pilots of other mech legions. Single empowerment is not designed to be applied to a random stranger mech. Gloriana said, it should be treated as a means to lend a considerable amount of strength to hand-picked expert candidates. The stronger the mechs, the easier it is to carry the weight of Commander Casella's power. Vase ultimately wasn't satisfied with this series of tests. The resonance ability had a lot of potential, but it cost Commander Casella quite a lot of effort to power up just a single mech. If it could be applied to an expert mech, then that was still okay. If the best it could do was to strengthen a single mech piloted by an expert candidate, then that was too pathetic. Gloriana turned to Vase. We should end the field test. Commander Casella's life signs show that she is close to reaching her limit. We aren't gathering any new data from the current tests either, so there is less of a reason to continue on like this. Let us go back and digest all of the data before planning out the subsequent tests. That is a good suggestion. Once Vase transmitted the orders to cease the tests and bring every mech home, he reflected on what he had witnessed from the Minerva. The expert command mech performed above his expectations. Though it showed plenty of shortcomings and limitations, the powers it was able to display when Casella was piloting it for the first time were already impressive. He could already foresee that the Minerva would center completely around its fantastic command field and its useful commandeering resonance ability. Just having this capability in any of the Larkinson clan's previous battles would have led to more decisive victories. What does the MTA think of the Minerva? Vase wondered. This was a good question. As far as he was aware, expert command mechs were rare, and those that could directly empower so many mechs were even rarer. Master Huron's clumsy attempts to make the Charlemagne work proved how difficult it was to create the ultimate group enhancement mech. Even though the Minerva benefited from much more expensive resources, it still managed to outperform the Charlemagne in every area that mattered. I can see the Minerva doing especially well when propping up a defensive line. Sarah Voikin expressed her own thoughts. Once the living Sentinels are able to replace their older mechs with our new rigid spines and rigid wall models, we can form a solid battle line that can intercept much more powerful enemy mech units. Both mech models excel at defense, but their ability to damage their opponents is not that great. If Commander Casella commandeers them with her expert mech, then the mechs in question will become a lot more lethal and solve one of the shortcomings of their formation. That is one promising application of Minerva's command field. Vase acknowledged. The Sentinels haven't played a major role in battle for a while now. They should be much more useful in landbound battles where terrain plays a limiting role, but I don't know when we will ever deploy mechs in a planetary environment. For now, we should focus on increasing the Minerva's synergy with ranged mech units. Vase wished he already had 100 Fearless Project mechs at his disposal. The stalled design project promised to deliver a ranged mech that wielded heavy luminaire crystal rifles. These weapons were meant to be so potent that they could pose a legitimate threat to expert mechs. Still, no matter how much the Fearless Project mechs tried to bridge the gap between themselves and enemy expert mechs, the former still suffered from a lot of handicaps. Fighting against an expert mech had always been an uphill battle. If it was so easy to overpower expert mechs through mundane solutions, then the Hexadric hegemony shouldn't be losing the Komodo War so badly. The Minerva gave the battle criers and other Larkinson mechs hope of legitimately challenging opposing expert mechs. Sure, the command field was only able to impart a shadow of Commander Casella's force of will to other mechs, but when it was applied to several hundred mechs, not even the Balvo's rage should be able to weather the storm intact. Vase grew more optimistic about the future of his clan. A single effective solution against powerful threats was not enough to make him feel secure. Creating another one that overlapped with the earlier solution was a lot better. As he and his fellow journeymen were about to wrap up this testing session, Vase received a sudden call. Patriarch Vase, I was trying to reach out to you for a while now. I had to go all the way up to General Verl to convince him to reroute my call to you, Imon Ingvar said in a hurried tone. Vase grew confused. Why are you contacting me? The field test that we have just concluded centers around your sister and her new expert mech. You are not involved. That's what I wanted to talk with you about. I think you are wrong. You have tested one of the Minerva's abilities on Vincent, but why have you skipped me out? I am Casella's brother. We grew up with each other and attended many of the same classes during our youth. I have to experience this ability myself. Why are you so impatient? We can wait until next time. Commander Casella has already tired herself out and needs a good rest. I don't want to wait, sir. I know my sister. She can still push herself a little further. Just give me half a minute to experience her power. We know each other so well that I think we can cooperate much more effectively. This was a logical-sounding argument. Vase did not expect Imon Ingvar to be so clever. The expert candidate was too eager at the moment and did not want to turn away from this opportunity. Fine, you and your blade chaser can stick around a little longer. I will talk to Commander Casella and find out how she wishes to proceed. He conferred with Commander Casella. Though she was too tired to care about her bonds, she was willing to indulge in her brother. It's best to get this over with. My brother won't be able to snap from his obsession if it remains unfulfilled. This was only a minor annoyance on Commander Casella's part. She was also curious how it would be like for her to support Imon more directly in battle. If she could give Imon stronger support by loaning him a part of her willpower and her skills, then his chances of surviving a battle would definitely be raised. Of course, the Minerva could also use its Irvin rifle to shoot down any threats directed towards the blade chaser in advance. The problem was that Casella would be doing her brother a disservice if she went overboard. Imon needed to depend on himself to find his breakthrough opportunity. He was not having much success with this approach. Chapter 3734 The Legacy of House Ingvar. The Minerva amply proved its worthiness in the expert mech lineup of the Larkinson clan. After performing many exhaustive tests, the Larkinsons gained a good idea on what it was capable of. Though its individual battle prowess was relatively average, its ability to channel and amplify Commander Casella's natural talent after her breakthrough was stellar. This was the ultimate dream of every mech designer. Those who chose this vocation usually did so because they wanted to serve mech pilots to the best of their abilities. One of the greatest ideals in mech design was to design a machine that could draw out all of the untapped potential of a mech pilot. The Minerva was far from the strongest expert mech that could be designed and built. There were stories about first-class monstrosities within the MTA that could easily tear apart the shield of Samar as if it was made out of a leaf. However, that was no reason to disparage the Minerva. It was an excellent machine for a beginner expert pilot, and it was powerful enough to give Commander Casella Ingvar the capital to survive most battles against equal opponents. The Larkinson clan finally obtained a powerful machine that provided a monstrous degree of utility. The command field was more than a simple offensive boost. It was a way for a powerful command-oriented expert pilot to take control of hundreds of mechs and turn them into Casella's personal instruments. The Larkinson clan's strength had risen by a huge margin because of the birth of the Minerva. Masterwork expert mechs were always powerful beyond doubt, but much of its strength was derived from its design. Even if it wasn't a masterwork, it still would have been able to commandeer friendly mechs, just not to such a drastic extent. Imon Ingvar was happy for his sister. He knew her the best. From growing up in House Ingvar to attending the same mech academies, he became intimately familiar with her ambitions. Becoming a mech commander was her dream, and now she had fulfilled it in a way that she could never imagine. Not only had she become the leader of an entire mech legion before she had reached her 40s, she also managed to do so while shedding a portion of her mortality. It was already difficult for a mech pilot to achieve success in any of these two pursuits. Though many people thought that leading mech pilots into battle was only a matter of learning, it had been difficult for Casella Ingvar to keep up with her leadership studies on top of polishing her piloting skills. Even after they graduated into full mech pilots, Casella learned the hard way that leading a mech unit required more than book learning and school-level exercises. You must be happy to have come so far after suffering so much failure when our house was falling apart. The topic of House Ingvar still produced mixed feelings within him. He used to pledge his loyalty to it before he forcibly had to shift his allegiance in order to join the Larkinson clan. For a long time, he harbored a lot of thoughts about reviving House Ingvar, either by returning to the treacherous kingdom of the Three Flowers in person or transferring funds to the distant cousins that survived the purge. Over time, the need to take revenge for the conspiracy that killed so many of his relatives had faded. The Larkinson clan had become his new home, and it was so much better than anything he experienced before. Power and wealth continued to flow into the clan. As prominent mech pilots and leaders, the Ingvar siblings earned a generous salary. Both of them had transferred the hex credits they earned into a bank account they set up to fund the expenditures of the remnants of House Ingvar. All of the distant blood relatives that had remained behind in the Komodo Star sector had managed to escape the reach of the Kingdom of the Three Flowers and build up an increasingly prosperous business empire. To the Larkinson clan, a third-class corporation was a weak and forgettable existence. To the Ingvars who had to flee while leaving behind much of the riches of House Ingvar, it was a new foundation. With the money that Imon and Casella had funneled to the remnants, they could have moved to a second-class state, but they wisely chose to settle down in the Sentinel Kingdom. Second-class states were much more treacherous than the Kingdom of the Three Flowers. It was incredibly ill-advised for third-raters to drop into a second-class state and expect that every person and organization would let the hillbillies take advantage of their institutions. Without a foundation of strength and local support, it was impossible for the Ingvars to do well. After several years of transferring millions of hex credits to the coffers of the Ingvar remnants, the survivors eventually decided to integrate into the power structure of the Sentinel Kingdom. By offering plenty of tribute and taking advantage of their tentative connection to the Larkinson clan, the Ingvars successfully persuaded the Sentinel King to become his vassal. The House of Ingvar had risen again. With the ample funds they possessed, the members of the reconstituted house bought the rights to own and manage a rural star system. At a certain point in time, Casella came up to him and persuaded him that the time had come to end their support. Why? He asked. House Ingvar needs to stand on its own. We have already repaid the grace of raising us and educating us. As much as the blood of the Ingvars still flows through our veins, we are Larkinsons now. We cannot serve two masters. While I have tolerated the act of supporting our old house with money, we cannot allow these ties to weigh us down. They're our relatives. Imon retorted. I can accept that we are Larkinsons now, but much of our blood family died back then. Don't you want the conspirators to pay? Ksela sighed and placed her hand on his shoulder. Let it go, Imon. What happened to our house was a tragedy, and many of our fellow Ingvars didn't deserve to get killed. However, now that we have reached this height, we can see more now. House Ingvar did not fall without a reason, and what has happened is a consequence of participating in games of power. Taking revenge is pointless. It won't bring back the dead, and it will only serve to vent the unhealthy emotions of survivors. Does this sound like a worthy cause? Her brother only grew more conflicted. Though his affection for House Ingvar faded with each passing day, his honor demanded that he should not leave it in the dirt. We can still do more, Ksela. House Ingvar are still newcomers to the Sentinel Kingdom, and the Komodo Star sector is anything but calm at the moment. Ksela casually waved her hand. House Ingvar isn't the most powerful in the neighborhood, but it has already grown strong enough to protect its own interests. As long as our surviving relatives don't bite off more they can chew, it can survive the test of time. Continuing to support will not do our house any good. While we are lucky that the elders are far-sighted enough to create new revenue sources, throwing more money at them will just make them dependent on us. They need to stand on their own, Imon. Though she managed to persuade him to cut off the remittances, he still felt uncomfortable with the move. It was as if he was leaving a job unfinished. This notion weighed down on him so much that he never felt comfortable with his identity as a former noble who took refuge in the Larkinson clan. He didn't know why, but Imon Ingvar no longer felt that sense of failure anymore. Only pride and happiness filled his being. Seeing his sister rise from the ashes of their original house and gain power with the help of the Minerva completely caused his residual bonds of belonging to snap. He recalled everything his sister had said at the time. There's no point in taking revenge on the royal house of Black Poppy. We were only ordinary members who weren't shouldered with any great responsibilities at the time. The surviving Ingvars have already chosen to leave the past behind and rebuild their lives in peace. House Ingvar of today owns enough territory and industry to stand on its own. The Larkinson clan is our only home. For a long time, Imon could never bring himself to embrace the last statement. His sister was not as entangled. She had always been the smarter of the two, and seeing her bloom so much in the Larkinson clan had loosened the final shackles that bound him to the cause of his former house. Patriarch Vase and his clan had given them so much more than it owed to the Invers. Imon and Ksela not only received an opportunity to serve as mech pilots, they also received powerful new mechs that were designed with great love and care. How could Imon still cling to ties to a house that had not only grown more distant to him, but also didn't need him anymore? It turns out that everyone has moved on except for me, he said in a depreciating tone. He felt like a clown for making this belated realization so late. What happened in the past should already be behind him. Even if he wanted to meddle with the affairs that brought down his former house, he was hundreds of thousands of light years away from the Komodo Star sector. Rather than clinging on to useless and redundant notions of taking revenge and restoring the honor of the Ingvars, it might be better to let it all go and accept the current circumstances. A sense of liberation overflowed his mind and body as he felt more at peace with himself. As he used his Blade Chaser's sensors to watch his sister's impressive performance, he began to develop another purpose in his life. I'll accompany you and fight by your side, sister. She was his only blood relative left as far as he was concerned. Although the Larkinson clan was his new family in a sense, his sister had been his pillar of support. Now, a sense of hunger rose up in him. As the Minerva began to test its ability to empower single mechs, Imon felt jealous at his friend Vincent. Why should he be the one to receive her power? It should be me that fights on her behalf. Of course, he wasn't stupid. He understood the logic of empowering the B-Man. The mech was equipped with lots of powerful ranged weapons, and they could become even more damaging if they received a huge boost in power. Out of all of the mechs piloted by expert candidates, only 2 of them stood out as suitable targets if Ksela ever wanted to employ this resonance ability. Both the Quint and the B-Man were powerful mechs that could output a lot of damage at range. If Ksela grew stronger and became more proficient in using this resonance ability, then the empowered mechs might be able to output enough damage to threaten expert mechs by themselves. Together with the Minerva's range capabilities, this was in effect a way to output the damage of 2 expert mechs instead of 1. Such a force would definitely have a massive influence on many battlefields, especially long-ranged firefights which seem to be more common as of late. As for Imon, his blade chaser was just a custom swordsman mech. He might be able to gain the power to protect the Minerva if his sister channeled her strength in his direction, but there was no point in doing so unless a powerful enemy came close. Imon's expression grew grave. With a high-profile expert command mech like the Minerva, this will happen sooner or later. I need to get enough practice with this ability in order to defeat the mechs that are attempting to assassinate my sister. Chapter 3735 Overprotective Brother. The request issued by Imon was unusual to say the least. Nonetheless, Vase was in a good mood, so he acquiesced to this personal demand. He was curious at what would happen. The previous tests with the single empowerment resonance ability showed that compatibility was crucial. In fact, the requirements were much more complicated than that. Compatibility was merely a convenient catch-all term that could quickly describe how well Casella was able to channel her extraordinary power through another mech. Testing out this ability on dozens of different targets had given Vase a good understanding of the variables that determined compatibility. Logically speaking, Imon Ingvar should possess the highest degree of compatibility with Commander Casella Ingvar. Their bond with each other was so much stronger that no other Larkinson could compare. Not even her subordinates serving in the Living Sentinels could compare to their sibling bond. However, Vase did not fall into the trap of obsessing over compatibility above all else. The point of adding a resonance ability derived from Pecker Carbon to the Minerva was to increase the combat strength of the Larkinson clan. Ranged mechs were much more important to the battles of today, and it was logical to find a way to make them stronger. Of all of the tests conducted so far, Commander Casella produced the most powerful result by infusing her power in the Quint. The Quint was the best carrier to Casella's power due to many reasons. First, the legendary mech was Casella's old ride. Both of them knew each other well, and Casella owed her breakthrough to the powerful mech. Second, the Quint was not only a masterwork mech, but also a third-order living mech. These traits made it a lot easier for Casella to latch on and channel her power through its frame. Third, even without the aforementioned advantages, the Quint had been upgraded numerous times and possessed considerably more combat power than an average Bright Warrior. Amplifying its strength by 5 times or so would produce a much greater boost in combat power than doing the same to a weaker mech like an ordinary Ferocious Piranha. Fourth, the Quint was currently assigned to Isabel Larkinson, an expert candidate and a serving member of the Living Sentinels. She should have an excellent relationship with Commander Casella, thereby making it much easier for her to accept the power given to her by her commanding officer. All of the other mechs were inadequate in comparison. The machines and their pilots simply did not possess a sufficient degree of compatibility with Commander Casella to make the attempt worthwhile. As the Blade Chaser approached the Minerva, the two mechs made for a powerful contrast. Both of them were living mechs that were exclusively designed for their current pilots. That said, their combat prowess and strengths were like night and day. The Blade Chaser was just a custom mech that Gloriana had designed for Imon Ingvar because she wanted to exercise her specialty. It was powerful compared to the regular mechs of the Larkinson clan, but it was not a machine that could single-handedly change the course of a battle by itself. Its blue coating with gold accents made the custom swordsman mech look dignified and different from the standard mechs hailing from the Mech Legion. However, its appearance also caused the mech to stick out like a sore thumb. It was clear that it could not fight alongside the Avatars or the Sword Maidens without disrupting their coordination. The Minerva was different. As an expert mech, the aforementioned problems did not apply at all. As an expert command mech, it was more suited to integrate with large mech units than other expert mechs. In honor of the Living Sentinels, Vase had given it a coating of silver and green that reflected its prominent identity within the Mech Legion. Though he added a few fancy golden accents and symbols, they only served to complement the inherent majesty of a noble mech. Seeing the Blade Chaser hovering in the vicinity of the Minerva was like comparing a soldier to a king. They were incomparable in status and strength. It was hard to believe they were piloted by brother and sister. As the Blade Chaser waited for the test to commence, Imon opened a private channel to the Minerva. "What is it, pilot? Put as much of your power in me as you can," Imon requested. "I don't know how much you have left, but please let me experience you at your best. I want my Blade Chaser and I to show everyone that we can be stronger than any other combination." Very well, I will try. With the willpower I have left, I cannot sustain my effort for long. You should make the most out of it, brother. After a minute of delay, Casella finally received permission to employ her single empowerment ability again. The Minerva glowed in a dark gold before much of it began to flow towards the blade chaser. The custom mech began to take in the force of will of another expert pilot. Ordinarily, this shouldn't even be possible. Most expert pilots such as Joshua and so on could not extend their influence beyond themselves and their mechs. Casella was different. Her pursuit of power did not emphasize martial strength but instead focused on leading troops in battle. In essence, the Irvin rifle equipped by the Minerva was not her primary weapon. It was merely a tool for self-defense. The evolution of her strength and the design of her expert mech already pointed out Casella's future progression. Even if she was a highly skilled rifleman mech pilot that only got better once she surpassed her human limits, she could never be as good as Venerable Stark or Venerable Brutus in this aspect. The differences might not be obvious at this stage, but every expert pilot knew that growing stronger required one to continue to deepen their proficiency in their chosen pursuit. While there were expert pilots that could handle multiple weapons such as Venerable Joshua, even he had to pay a price for splitting his specializations. Those that piloted the expert versions of first-class multipurpose mechs had to master a lot more modes of combat. Their highly sophisticated cranial implants and genetic modification treatments might help with shouldering a lot of the burden, but those who only chose to specialize in a single weapon system would always be able to surpass them in terms of absolute power. This was why Imon felt a bit more ambivalent about Casella's successful ascension as a command-oriented expert pilot. Once she reached the level of Patriarch Reginald Cross, she would no doubt struggle to fend off an aggressive high-tier expert mech. Her marksmanship would not be able to keep up, and her other combat skills would become too mediocre. She would become a sitting duck against any powerful challenger that sought to decapitate one of the prominent leaders of the armed forces of the Larkinson clan. This is why I need to be at her side. The other expert mechs could easily protect the Minerva, but they all possessed their own roles. In case a powerful enemy ever got close, Imon wanted his blade chaser to be there to serve as her agent in fighting against a closing threat. To him, it did not matter if he and his mech were not strong enough for this role. He would make sure to train as hard as possible in order to satisfy Casella's needs, if not today then surely tomorrow. As time went by, the power that Casella infused in both himself and the blade chaser became more obvious. He could feel her presence and felt an instant sense of familiarity and intimacy with it. Though other recipients had described various problems related with trying to work with so much power, Imon only experienced a minor degree of strain. "That's it, sister. Give me more." Casella's willpower continued to pour inside the blade chaser. The mech had already begun to glow brightly, but continued to gain more power until it clearly exceeded that of the Quint. It was only at the later stages that it became more difficult for the siblings. Commander Casella eventually hit a wall and could not infuse her brother and the blade chaser with any of her willpower. The pair were not able to bear any greater strain. When the blade chaser made a single swing of the arm, the latent power behind it was strong enough to strain its structure. As for Imon, his sister occupied such a large part of his mind that he felt as if his brain was getting close to bursting. Despite the heavy strain on his mind, Imon did not say a word of complaint. He needed to tough it out if he wanted to exercise the maximum possible borrowed strength from her sister. After a short amount of time, Vase spoke to Imon through the command channel. "Impressive work so far, Imon. According to our readings, this is not an easy state for you to maintain. Do not hesitate to say whether the pressure becomes unbearable. Now, we don't have much time, so I want you to demonstrate your current level of strength by pitting you against the Everchanger. Spar against Venerable Joshua and do the best you can. We need to measure your current strengthening degree." The Everchanger had already moved before the brightly glowing blade chaser at this time. "Go at me with all of the strength you've got," Venerable Joshua transmitted. "You don't need to hold back. Even with this little trick, you can't hurt my expert mech." Imon's eyes flared. Says who? The expert candidate did not think any further. He let his fury and Casella's willpower guide him in going forward to clash blades with the Everchanger. For a moment, a quick and powerful exchange of blows took place. The Everchanger had holstered its Luminaire crystal rifle behind its back and wielded just a single sword at this time. The sword and the arm that held it continually swung around as it blocked and deflected the blade chaser's sword attacks with relative ease. Imon did not give up, though. He was already aware of the disparity between an expert candidate and an expert pilot, and the strength of the Everchanger only widened the disparity. Nonetheless, even if he was unable to defeat a genuine expert mech with the direct support of his sister, he at least wanted to score a few blows on the surface of the Everchanger and prove his strength. "Attack me," Imon demanded. "You're getting off too easy by sticking to defending." The expert hero mech easily fended off the Blade Chaser's furious assaults. Joshua was content with playing a passive role for this session, but if Imon wanted a greater challenge, then that was okay as well. "Be careful, Imon." The Everchanger began to make offensive moves, but only cautiously. Imon still experienced a lot more pressure than before. Each attack launched by an expert mech should not be underestimated. Combined with Joshua's superior sword fighting skills, the Everchanger was already pushing back the Blade Chaser despite not putting in a full effort. As an expert candidate, Imon could clearly judge that despite the massive boost of strength he and his custom mech obtained from his sister, it was far from enough to put a dent in the Everchanger's armor. "No, this is not the extent of what I can do. I can do better." No matter how much Imon tried to outfight his opponent, the Everchanger easily resolved every attack. Yet the more he failed, the more he thought about how his sister might have to rely on him to defend her against an opponent of similar power. How could he accept failure and allow his adversary to pass his mech? "I need power. I will not fail my sister." How could he gain the strength to defeat a mech as powerful as the Everchanger? He was only so strong and his mech base attributes were fixed. Then, a new idea popped in his mind. My sister. He had already embraced the source of his empowered strength, but he was no longer content with the extent of his strengthening. Being able to wield 5 or 6 times as much power as before was not enough. If he wanted to gain the strength to not only beat the Everchanger but also more powerful opponents such as the Balvo's Rage, then he needed to break his limitations and change so that he was able to channel his sister's willpower to an even greater degree. He did not know why he came up with such an absurd thought, but as soon as he channeled all of his need and desire into this aspiration, a barrier shattered inside his mind. When the Blade Chaser launched its next attack, its powerful sword slash battered the Everchanger's sword with so much force that the latter almost flung aside. What? Before Venerable Joshua could question where the outburst of strength had come from, the brightly glowing custom mech before him exploded in far more light and power than any empowered mech seen before. Chapter 3736 No exclusion. Within one of the observation rooms of the Spirit of Bentime, the mech designers and staffers monitoring the last test became shocked at what was taking place. The Minerva had already produced a lot of astonishing feats during its debut deployment. Everyone thought that would be the extent of all of the excitement. The expert command mech had already displayed its main capabilities, which were much different and more sensational than anyone expected out of the latest Larkinson expert mech. It would be downright absurd for anything else to happen on this day. The Larkinsons and its allies had already witnessed enough remarkable feats to talk about for weeks. Who could have imagined that letting Commander Casella Ingvar perform her single empowerment resonance ability on her brother Imon Ingvar would produce such an exaggerated reaction? This is impossible. My sensors are going crazy. The processors are producing errors. They can't make heads or tails of what is taking place. The resonance meters are going wild. The Blade Chaser is emitting confusing signals and our software cannot interpret the results. Gloriana quickly flicked her projected interface until they displayed the sensor logs of the resonance meters. The errors are a result of trying to measure the resonance strength of a mech that is not only being empowered by an expert command mech, but is also breaking through at the same time. If you want to make sense of what is happening, then split up these readings into 2. You will find that one of them corresponds of Commander Casella's true resonance while the other is generated by Imon Ingvar's breakthrough. When Gloriana personally tweaked the settings so that the different signals weren't jumbled together anymore, the data finally reflected the actual situation. The readings were unambiguously clear. The Blade Chaser gained another infusion of power, and this time it was much more powerful and violent than that of the Minerva's single empowerment ability. Imon Ingvar is undergoing apotheosis. A lot of mech pilots who figured out what was taking place grew incredibly envious at the lucky bastards. Many of them had no realistic hope of breaking through in their lives. Others might have the potential to become a demigod but needed to push themselves through constant battles in order to prove themselves worthy. In contrast, Imon's sudden chance was an extremely lucky occurrence. Not only did he manage to find a chance during a last-minute test of all situations, but also did not have to worry about getting strangled by an enemy force in order to prevent him from becoming another asset of the Larkinson clan. Only Venerable Janzi Larkinson and Commander Casella Ingvar had the fortune of breaking through under safe circumstances, and now another clansman was about to join this envious club. Aimon did not realize what was happening to him. He was so consumed by his overwhelming desire to protect his sister from future foes that he immediately embraced the rush of power pouring out of his being. All he had in mind was to prove his worth, embrace his new strength and attain more power in order to protect his sister. I will not let you down, Casella. I have tried so hard to find my own goal, only to realize that my strength has always been derived from you. It was foolish for me to try and become more independent from you. I will stay by your side so that we can grow strong together. Since you cannot defend yourself against every enemy, let me stand in front of your foes. If my power or yours is not enough to defeat a threat, then let us both combine our strengths. Your power is mine, and my power is yours. No one had witnessed a breakthrough quite like this, but the phenomenon taking place was undeniable. Not only was Aimon Ingvar undergoing the changes that were traditionally associated with apotheosis, the Blade Chaser also gained a massive boost of strength that temporarily put it at the same level as an expert mech. No, there was more than that. Commander Casella's willpower that had been running through the frame of the custom swordsman mech had doubled and tripled in magnitude. Casella herself reacted with both shock and happiness as she witnessed what her brother was going through. She was happy that Aimon had finally succeeded in catching up to the same level as her. She had always noticed the frustration and envy from her brother. If this unequal state continued, she could not guarantee whether their relationship would remain as close and harmonious as before. Now that Aimon had finally become a demigod, those concerns had gone away. As a proper expert pilot, her brother finally had the capital to remain confident in her presence. The reason why she was shocked was not because her brother broke through while she was empowering him with one of the Minerva's abilities. She was taken off guard by how her active bond with her brother was affecting them both. The first effect was that Commander Casella suddenly experienced a rush of strength that undoubtedly came from her brother. A part of the energies unleashed by Venerable Aimon's breakthrough had flooded in her direction. For some reason, Casella was easily able to absorb her brother's energy despite the different properties. This was the odd part about this. She did not sense any form of rejection. In fact, Aimon's violent and powerful energies turned tame when they reached her mind. They smoothly integrated with her own willpower, which not only wiped away her exhaustion, but also caused her to become more aligned with her brother. What is happening? Casella couldn't explain it, but she intuitively sensed that this was a positive turn of events. This was why she did not retract her resonating ability. Whatever reactions that Aimon's advancement had evoked at the moment were creating an even deeper bond with her and her brother. Their absolute trust, affection and willingness to protect each other became empowered by Aimon's overwhelming desire to serve as Casella's champion. The temporary bond created by the Minerva's single resonance ability became the unwitting vessel of this transformation. All kinds of miraculous and wondrous changes occurred, one of which was the formation of a permanent spiritual bond between the two expert pilots. The effects of this bond and more were in stark display at the moment as the brightly glowing Blade Chaser exuded vastly more power, and not just because of the forced resonance that was coursing through its frame. The Minerva visibly weakened in power. Its dark gold corona grew dimmer and dimmer until it looked like a sickly expert mech that had fallen on hard times. In contrast, the custom swordsman mech that was hacking at the Everchanger even now became increasingly more splendid and radiant after obtaining a much greater proportion of Casella's reinvigorated willpower. Any signs of incompatibility that existed before were wiped away as Aimon's apotheosis had forcibly caused the two Ingvar siblings to become almost perfectly aligned. At this moment, Casella willingly answered the call of her brother and passed on her extraordinary power to him without reserve. The results were becoming increasingly more clear. The Blade Chaser no longer exhibited the strength of a mech that was affected by forced resonance. With two different powerful sources of resonance affecting the same mech, the swordsman mech that had only recently fallen into the hands of Aimon Ingvar turned into a monster that was actually giving the Everchanger a run for its money. What is this? Even I wasn't this strong when I broke through. Venerable Joshua exclaimed as he had to fend off the repeated strikes from his sparring partner. Their skills were still too far apart from each other. Venerable Joshua had already become an expert pilot for a couple of years and also spent enough time to thoroughly familiarize the Everchanger's nuances. Though he was not a full-time swordsman mech pilot, his wife constantly exhorted him to practice his swordsmanship and thoroughly master all of the basic drills. All of this helped with turning him into the second most powerful swordsman among the expert pilots of the Larkinson clan. Although Venerable Dice could easily abuse him in a sword fight, no other expert pilot should come close to challenging him in a contest of blades. Yet that was exactly what Imon was doing. As the forced resonance from Imon's breakthrough and the escalating power donated by Commander Casella blended together, the Blade Chaser turned into a vessel that effectively channeled the power of two expert pilots at once. This was a miraculous result considering that willpower was highly exclusive and usually rejected other influences. Only an insanely high degree of compatibility could make two expert pilots get along with each other to such an amazing extent. A phenomenon like this would have never occurred if Imon did not desire with all his heart to offer himself up to her sister and serve as her eternal guard, protector and champion. As the expert pilot as well as the expert mech became irrevocably changed, the Blade Dancer pressed the Everchanger with greater force, speed and ferocity until it overpowered the expert hero mech. No matter what kind of technique Joshua employed, the Blade Chaser was considerably faster and more powerful at the moment. Relying on these temporary advantages, Imon Ingvar roared as the sword of his custom mech finally evaded the guard of the Everchanger before slicing its surface with a radiantly glowing blade. The Everchanger got hit on its arm. The powerful blow was not enough to cut through the Everchanger's arm structure, but it had left a deep cut behind that showed that the attack had firmly penetrated through a solid layer of unending alloy. This was an exceptional material with the defensive properties that usually corresponded with first-class materials. For a second-class mech to be able to inflict this much damage was impressive, even if the dual forms of resonance were responsible for making it happen. Ha ha ha, I did it, I've become strong enough. Did you see my performance, sister? As soon as Imon succeeded in this attack, much of the power that had elevated him and his custom mech quickly resided as if it had completed its mission. The forced resonance that had pushed the Blade Dancer far beyond its limits had disappeared, drastically causing it to deflate in power. Commander Casella also took the initiative to stop her single empowerment ability. Imon did not react well to the sudden changes. The truth was that he had been overdrafting his strength by a lot in order to pass his own test. He quickly fell unconscious as his recently evolved willpower was in an exhausted state. His custom mech did not look much better either. The mech had performed amazingly fast and powerful moves, but all of those high-intensity movements took a toll on the physical structure. Many fractures and overloaded components marred its frame, causing it to look as if it had fled a war zone. The Larkinsons did not think that there was anything wrong with this. No matter what, once Venerable Imon Ingvar recovered from his ordeal, their clan would finally have another expert pilot at its disposal. The entire clan celebrated this unexpected event without any reserve. Hail Venerable Imon Ingvar, our clan is blessed with expert pilots. As everyone cheered for the appearance of another powerful hero in the Larkinson clan, Vase was not as jubilant. His mood sank when he realized he needed to invest his time into designing yet another expensive and cumbersome expert mech. The logistics surrounding the development of such a high-end machine always troubled Vase. What was worse was that the expeditionary fleet was heading away from Davut, so it was unlikely that they could find compatible resonating materials. Resonating materials were the foundation of a unique and individualized expert mech. Without knowing what Imon Ingvar was good at and what resonating materials could amplify his natural talents, there was no proper way to get started with designing a new expert mech. Vase frowned. The only solution is to wait until we have returned to a major trading system. Only a large settlement where lots of trade is taking place will have the warehouses and marketplaces that can expose Imon to a lot of different resonating materials. Chapter 3737 Cubed Root Relationship. Suffice to say, the Golden Skull Alliance and more specifically the Larkinson clan experienced a long and exciting day. No one expected that after the Minerva demonstrated its prowess, the brother to its pilot would break through under circumstances that had never taken place before. An incredible amount of coincidences had to take place at once to make such an improbable event happen. If Casella and Imon worked for any other organization, it would have been impossible for the Sentinel commander to connect to her brother with an empowering bond at the time of his breakthrough. It was clear to numerous people who possessed an understanding of expert pilots that a unique and possibly legendary breakthrough had occurred. There was no way that Commander Casella remained unchanged after getting involved in her brother's transformation. It was also unlikely that Venerable Imon Ingvar had broken through to become a normal expert pilot. Right now, the Larkinson clan's highest priority was checking up on the health of the two power siblings. Both brother and sister had been carted off to the dragon's den where the most knowledgeable and experienced lifer medical specialists examined their new patients. Commander Ksela Ingvar's condition was relatively mild. She had exhausted her willpower during the field test. Though she received an infusion of energy from her brother's breakthrough, she had exerted herself far too much during the last test. "How is she, Doc?" Vase asked as Lucky clung to his shoulder. "Ksela is doing okay," Director Rania told her as they stood behind a transparent screen. "Aside from her mental exhaustion and signs of stress, there should be nothing wrong with her. She will require several days of rest in order to return to her peak." Vase looked relieved. "That is great to hear. Have you also detected any foreign presences, significant changes in her brain structure, elevated energy signals or other anomalies?" Rania narrowed her eyes. "Are you suspecting that Ksela has experienced greater changes?" It was hard for Vase to miss the spiritual bond that had recently formed between brother and sister. The connection emerging from Ksela's head went right through the bulkhead and off into the direction where Imon was currently being treated. "I suggest you keep the Sentinel Commander under observation for a few more days," he mildly said. "I think it would be good for them both if you can put the Ingvars together. This breakthrough event has produced changes that we have never seen before and cannot fully understand." Rania looked thoughtful and nodded. You are correct in that, though I believe that Ksela will not experience any detrimental side effects from the incident. Her brother on the other hand is in a much more serious condition." The two moved over to observing the treatment room where Imon's unconscious body was being subjected to a lot of intensive scanning. "He looks in bad shape all right," Vase commented. "His breakthrough event was quite a doozy. It shouldn't be more violent than a typical breakthrough in battle, but..." Rania hesitated. "The current scans show that his brain signals are more disordered than usual. What that exactly means, we do not know. Usually, expert pilots gain more physical resilience due to their changes that always helps with recovering from a stressful transformation. The concern we have right now is whether this normal healing process is enough for a newly advanced expert pilot who has channeled substantially more power than usual." Everything had a price. Commander Ksela's act of empowering her brother during his breakthrough created both positive and negative repercussions. Vase predicted that the former outweighed the latter, but that did not mean he should disregard the cost. He briefly extended his spiritual senses to the unconscious expert pilot. Imon's force of will was more frazzled and messy than normal. Though expert pilots ought to be strong enough to remedy this damage, it might take weeks or even months before Imon consolidated his new state. "I think we should pay more attention to healing and rehabilitating. Venerable Imon," he told Drive. "Rania, take it slow with regards to his recovery. There is no hurry. It will take many months before we can develop an expert mech for him, so he does not need to push himself to pilot mechs anytime soon." "Very well, I will take that into consideration." Vase waited for a time in order to see whether Imon was able to wake up soon. When Rania indicated that he would remain out cold for at least several days, he gave up and headed back to the room where Ksela was recovering. Meow. Updated from COM. Lucky flew to the tired-looking Sentinel Commander and tried to cheer her up by acting cute. Ksela slowly reached out and petted Lucky, but it was clear her heart was not in it. Her mind was a jumble as she thought about the implications of her brother's successful apotheosis. "Well, we had a big day today." Vase spoke in a light tone. "Let's start with your expert mech. Now that you have finished a session with it and have time to reflect on your experiences, what do you think about your Minerva?" "I do not have much to say beyond the feedback that I have already given before and during the field test. The Minerva is both powerful and fully capable of amplifying my strengths. I cannot wish for anything better, truly," she answered. "How well do you think you can improve your command field going forward?" I already have a sense that I can increase the range of my command field by growing my resonance strength. When I stretched it all the way out to 8 kilometers from my Minerva, I already felt that I was being limited by my lack of growth. I cannot tell you how much more powerful I have to become to extend that field to 16 kilometers, but it will not happen soon." Vase nodded. "I wonder whether your growth in resonance strength will expand the range of your command field at a linear rate or progress in a cubed root relationship." Ksela frowned as she failed to understand this point. "What do you mean by that?" "There are two possible models for range extension that I can think of. If the range of your command field only looks at distance from your expert mech, then growing twice as strong as an expert pilot will also multiply the radius by 2. If you grow 4 times as powerful as now, the maximum range will be 4 times as much as now." "Understood." That is simple enough to understand. Does this mean that my command field can cover entire battlefields in space if I grow strong enough? If I can encompass enemy mechs in my range, maybe I can affect them in a detrimental way. Xianxia already started to think about what she could do to debilitate any hostile mech that fell into her spider web. Let's not get too excited, Commander. Your command field was fairly strong back then because all of those mech pilots voluntarily embraced your intervention. If they considered you their enemy, then you wouldn't be able to affect them that much with the dispersal of your strength over such a massive area. I see. Well, I will see for myself once we fight our next battle. What about that square root relationship you mentioned? Ah, that's another possible model that describes the growth of your command field. If it is not based on range but rather on the volume of space that you can influence with your expert mech, then the increase in radius will not be as exaggerated. You can think of it this way. Vase activated his comm and used it to draw a simple projected circle in the air. Imagine this as a standard 25 cm diameter pizza. He drew a larger circle around the first one. Imagine this as a 35 cm diameter pizza. Now, you don't need to be a mathematician to figure out that the bigger pizza exceeds the smaller one by 5 cm on both halves. A 10 cm difference in diameter does not sound like a massive difference, but the bigger pizza is actually twice as big as the smaller pizza. Xianxia became more attentive as she studied the two circles. In other words, the 35 cm pizza offers as much food as two 25 cm pizzas. Vase smiled. Correct. Next time, don't get fooled by the sizes of the pizzas that you order in the future. Even a 5 cm difference in diameter can dump a lot more joules of energy in your stomach. Now, I didn't present you this story to teach you about pizzas. What I really wanted to do was to put you in the right perspective. What does this have to do with the range of my command field, then? Your command field is a big pizza. Vase simply stated. No, it's more than that. It's a big ball-shaped loaf of bread. Since we are working in 3 dimensions rather than 2, you need to describe the expansion in volume in a cubed relationship. Xianxia frowned and rubbed the side of her head with a pained expression. Meow. Lucky looked concerned. I had a long day today. I am not like this normally, but can you please give me the short version of your explanation? Vase let out an exasperated breath. Okay, imagine a balloon that is 5 centimeters across. If you want to increase its radius by 1 centimeter, you only need to pump in a small breath of air. Now consider a balloon that is 5 meters across. If you want to increase this big boy's radius by 1 centimeter, how much air do you think you need to blow inside? I am guessing a lot more air than with the smaller balloon. Correct. It is so much more that at some point the cost becomes too exorbitant. I am afraid that this will be the case with your command field as well. Instead of air, the substance that inflates your field is the true resonance that you are able to generate with your expert mech. There is only a finite amount of energy that you can generate, and the larger your command field, the more difficult it becomes to expand its radius by just 1 meter. This is because you need to blow a huge amount of air just to fill up all of the extra volume. Although the analogies made her feel woozy, Xianxia roughly understood the gist of his message. She would have been able to figure this out easily enough on her own if she was in her prime, but she should have been asleep a while ago considering how much she had exerted herself today. Let's talk about another aspect of your command field. Vase moved on. Have you figured out how you can affect more mechs with your commandeering ability? During the testing session, we noticed that you struggled to commandeer more than a couple of hundred mechs. It would be nice if you can raise this number over time, but we aren't sure what is needed for that to happen. Xianxia smiled. That is easier. While I think I can do better when my resonance strength has grown, I already had a thought back then that it is a matter of exercise and proficiency. The more I become familiar with this operation and the more I exercise my mind and willpower with the commandeering ability, I can probably affect more mechs over time, especially if I push my numbers limit on a regular basis. I would have to practice alongside many friendly mechs in reality for that to happen. Ah, that sounds good. I suspect that we can also improve this aspect of your ability by augmenting your multitasking capabilities. This is a risky operation, though. A botched implantation procedure can ruin your genetic aptitude or your qualifications as an expert pilot. The risks are far too great. The Sentinel commander already understood this truth. I will exercise the quantity limit of my command field the old-fashioned way if that is the case. This should be the most natural and healthy way for me to strengthen my command field. I hope it will grow to encompass the entire Larkinson army. In the future. Chapter 3738. Responsible Sister. Vase and Casella kept talking about the properties and growth methods of her unique abilities, most notably her command field and commandeering ability. The power to uplift hundreds of friendly mechs and mech pilots without making any complicated and cumbersome preparations beforehand was incredibly powerful. Master Huron would probably salivate if he learned what the Larkinsons had been able to accomplish with Commander Casella Ingvar in her new Minerva. In fact, the Fredaman Master couldn't be blamed for botching up the Charlemagne. He had been unable to acquire approval to test this radical new concept on one of the mainstay expert pilots of the Friday Coalition. The only test subject that his superiors and supervisors deemed acceptable was a defector from a third-rate state. The Fredaman wouldn't shed any tears if such a test subject suffered an accident during a risky experiment. Although Vase had been a lot more reckless by subjecting Casella and many other Larkinsons to the effects of the Minerva straight away, he was always confident when it came to his mechs. The expert mech's performance ultimately exceeded his expectations, and that made him reconsider the value of the Sentinel Commander in his mind. He looked speculatively at the tired but still powerful expert pilot. Maybe he should slowly bring her into his inner circle and fill her in on some of the secrets he carried around. How is your relationship with the Minerva? I can imagine it is good, but it is a masterwork expert mech that I hope will be paired up with you for a long time. If there are any concerns, it is best to handle them now when it is still early. Casella thought for a moment while she hugged and petted Lucky. I don't think I need to mention any issues. My relationship with the Minerva is excellent. The expert mech is truly devoted to me in a way that I never experienced from the Quint. The only shortcoming is that the Minerva's personality is still a bit too young and inexperienced. Sometimes, it makes me feel as if I am raising a child. That did not sound strange to Vase. That is natural. While every living mech starts with a certain foundation of personality and attitude, they are always designed to evolve according to the qualities of their pilots. Therefore, the Minerva's relatively bland personality should not be seen as a disadvantage, but must be seen as an opportunity for you to shape your expert mech and train its personality in a way that best complements your piloting style in the future. You won't have situations like the Quint where you frequently have to fight against its crotchety personality. I kind of miss it, to be honest. Casella smirked. The Quint was an annoying and stressful mech to pilot, but now that I look back on it, all of that antagonization has unintentionally done me a lot of good. I still needed to be straightened out, and partnering up with a snarky mech that did not take my position of Legion Commander into consideration was a good way to sort out the obstacles that prevented me from breaking through. Are you thinking about cultivating a more active personality in your Minerva? Not necessarily, sir. I think it is best not to make any deliberate choices. I will see where the Minerva will take me by piloting it normally. That is indeed the safest and most stable choice. If you do not choose to actively guide your living mech's personality, then it will definitely develop the most complementary traits to you. The only issue is that this is slower than if you make use of deliberate guidance. Casella had already made up her mind. She shook her head. As you have said, the Minerva will be my designated mech for the long term. I do not think this process should be hastened, and the Minerva already possesses a decent personality. They moved on to talking about other topics. Vase inquired about Casella's perspective on certain aspects of the Minerva. If you can commandeer or empower non-mechs in the future, then your utility will definitely elevate your role in our clan to the top. Have already tried and failed, sir. Casella firmly shook her head. I believe my command field is only able to latch on to certain people. Those infantry soldiers you brought forward were all difficult to grasp. If I have to describe it, it was as if we didn't have any common ground. Well, it makes sense that your command field possesses limitations. Your subjects must all be tied to mechs in some way. Your expert mech was also designed with the express purpose of empowering mechs and mech pilots, and combined with your own development as an expert pilot, it is logical that you can't augment other subjects. This was an annoying limitation, and one that severely limited Casella's usefulness in the future. Vase could think of plenty of situations where her talents could be employed to good effect if she was able to apply them to starships. However, he had been dreaming too much. There was no way that Casella's command field could be exploited to such a ridiculous extent. Perhaps the story might be different once she broke through to ace pilot, but that was way too far away. Do you have any words on the single empowerment resonance ability? Vase asked. It was originally integrated in your mech to create an additional expert mech for free, though I did not expect that the compatibility requirements would be so harsh. If there is a way to improve this, then as long as you grow a lot stronger, you can apply this special ability to empower the expert mechs we most need or do not possess ourselves. For example, we don't have an expert striker mech in our arsenal, but we can take a regular version of this archetype and amplify its strength. I can do that, but I do not think it is necessary, sir. So far, I think the best choice is for me to apply this ability as the Quinton, my brother's mech. They were nearing the critical topics of this discussion. What happened at the end was still unclear in many parts. The best way to clear up the uncertainty was to approach Commander Casella and get a first-hand account on what happened from her perspective. When Vase prodded the Sentinel commander to describe what had happened with her own words, he leaned back and mulled over the words. Everything she said was true, of course. She was an expert pilot and would not lie over trivial matters. You gained a good picture of what went on in Imon's mind, right? What did you sense? He found his way forward by dedicating himself to me. She reluctantly replied. He has given up his hope to advance into an independent powerhouse that many mech pilots have yearned to become. Instead, he has pinned all of his hopes onto myself. I am incredibly touched by his decision, but I am wondering whether his obsession is too extreme. Every expert pilot has a few screws loose in his or her head. Vase stated with certainty. It comes with the job. If his conviction is to protect you and fight on your behalf, then he cannot be dissuaded so easily. Commander Casella grew worried as she heard that. As much as she loved and adored her brother, she did not want his chosen role to turn him into a slave who could not function independently without help. Well, if the changes are for the worse, then you have my permission to sort him out, whether through retraining or other means. Casella grinned a bit. Thank you. I do not want to get followed around by a stalker all the time. Though I welcome his assistance, I still want him to live his own life. How do you think you will be able to cooperate with him in battle? We already know each other's habits and tactics to a good extent. We grew up together and took the same lessons in the Mech Academy. I already know most of his moves except for the unorthodox ones. It was only later on that we diverged and pursued our own specialties. Does empowering your brother and his mech take a lot of effort? Vase asked. Not at all, Casella answered. My brother and his blade chaser have all become highly compatible with my power. Even now, I can vaguely feel him despite not piloting the Minerva at the moment. That is a normal consequence of what you have been through. The bond that you have formed with him should be benign and useful going forward. At the very least, you will always know where he is located and vice versa. Vase continued to ask questions and gained a better understanding of what Commander Casella was capable of. He also clarified a few theories that could be helpful in designing future expert mechs. He stood up. You've answered enough questions now. I think it is best for you to sleep and recover your mental condition during sleep. Don't worry about anything else and relax. I know, I have already staved off my fatigue too much. When Vase and Lucky left her recovery room, she had already fallen into slumber. Vase briefly examined her force of will. Even if her mental energies were depleted, he was still able to sense the attributes of her spirituality. He wandered over to the treatment room where the doctors had completed what they could do in the realm of the physical. It was too bad that the Larkinsons did not have much of a clue to repair mental trauma. Only time and positivity could hasten the restoration process. Imon was not a regular victim, though. Vase wanted to confirm one of his interesting little theories, and that meant determining the Imon's spiritual attributes. I thought so. There's a part of his original attributes, but there are also newer ones that reminds me of Venerable Janzi. The result of these changes is that Imon not only possesses strong individual combat power, but can also channel a huge amount of energy with assistance from his sister. One of the reasons why they were so compatible with each other was that they started off with spiritualities that were a lot better than anything he had seen before. He still remembered the time where they looked lost and clearly needed help to get away from the Kinner tribe. The reason why he went out and recruited them back when he was just a third-rater was because he was attracted by their distinct spiritual potential. Although the Ingvars developed in ways that Vase did not foresee, their original attributes were still present and in company. They were made to work together, and the latest testing session reinforced this impression further. Vase would have to make sure that General Verl knew the importance of putting them together. It would be a waste to treat Venerable Imon like an average expert pilot. He was not certain about how strong Venerable Imon and his blade chaser could become after getting augmented by Commander Casella. Right now, Vase only had a lot of question marks, but did not dare to insult the expert pilots with his precocious personality. He couldn't wait to conduct his next test but knew that he couldn't rush the injured expert pilots. Vase had a strong hunch that the two could combine their forces and generate much more power than if they were separate expert pilots. At that time, the Ingvar siblings would have probably become high-tier expert pilots. Would they be able to stack enough their respective power together that they could harness the power of an ace mech, if only through a loophole? The notion sounded incredibly unrealistic, but as long as there was a faint chance of truth, Ves's curiosity could not be sated. Chapter 3739 Luxury Babies. Too much excitement took place in the Larkinson clan in a short time. Even as many Larkinsons celebrated the completion of both the Minerva and the successful breakthrough of Venerable Imon Ingvar, the mech designers responsible for making all of this happen had become bone-tired. Although their physical exhaustion was easy to solve with enough sleep, their mental exhaustion was not so easily solved. Vase gave himself and the other journeymen involved in the Minerva project a well-deserved vacation. Each of them needed the break in order to reset their mental states and process the humongous gains they had made during the extremely successful fabrication run and the astonishing field test of the Minerva. Both Vase and Gloriana shoved aside their work and responsibilities and enjoyed a quiet afternoon in their grand stateroom. Mama, Aurelia, a boisterous baby girl, almost stood up and walked with the help of her mother, but didn't seem to have the strength to support her weight. Meow Tilda, Clixie lied down at the side and watched Aurelia attempt to walk. She looked forward to seeing the little girl succeed. Once Aurelia learned how to walk properly and grew a few years older, they could move on to much more exciting places. Vase approached the girls and sat down next to them. Aurelia quickly noticed her father and eagerly stretched out her arms in an attempt to invite a hug. Papa. Hug, sure thing, cutie. He firmly grabbed Aurelia away from her mother and began to hug and kiss his daughter before studying her current state. She had grown a little bigger and cleverer compared to before. Ever since she learned how to speak please, like, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel her first word, she expanded her vocabulary at a steady rate. Of course, she was far too young to understand more complicated concepts, but Vase and Gloriana already discovered that their child was a little sharper for her age. The greater advantages of designer babies finally came into play. Vase did not agree to pay 4,000 MTA credits to wuxia and Yuneka for nothing. Vase even learned that Venerable Joshua and Kedis were so impressed by Aurelia that they sought to purchase a designer baby of the same tier. He knew this because Kedis had recently approached him for an advance. Although Vase hated the thought of giving away so much money at once, the recent monetary gains from selling all of the unwanted salvage derived from the Pokladan refugee fleet were quite substantial. It was not a big problem to divert a portion of the proceeds to fulfill the prominent couple's wish. He eventually agreed to Ketiz's heartfelt request because of several reasons. First, he wanted to maintain good relations with two of the key figures of the Larkinson clan. Even though they already owed him a lot of gratitude, they might not be so fond of him anymore if he acted stingy in a matter that was incredibly important to their hearts. Children were the foundation of their love. As a father himself who adored Aurelia enough to conduct an unprecedentedly risky and extravagant experiment on her to grant her a powerful companion spirit seed, he knew exactly how parents could become irrational if their children became involved. Second, the money wasn't a gift but rather a loan. Once Kedis finished the Monster Slayer project and commercialized her work with the help of the Wild Fighter Association in accordance with their contract, the money would flow in soon enough. Kedis had already promised to relinquish her share of the proceeds until she had fully repaid her debt. Therefore, Vase and his clan weren't suffering a meaningful loss at all. From what he knew about the Monster Slayer project, the commercial swordsman mech model possessed several unique selling points. There was no way that no one would lack interest in a mech designed by the only dual journeyman and swordmaster in existence. All of these reasons and more convinced Vase to give the lucky couple the money they need to become another client of wuxia and Yuneka. Mech, Aurelia said as she crawled over her plushy mech and presented it to her parents. Yes, that's a mech. Vase smiled. Are you interested in them, sweetie? Papa, Mech, Aurelia yelled before she began to chew the arm of the plushy mech. Gloriana frowned a bit and pulled the plushy mech from the baby's grasp. Mechs are not for eating, dear. You shouldn't gnaw on anything that you can grab. Mech, Aurelia instantly began to tear up and cry. Don't cry, please. Gloriana, give her back her toy. You can't indulge her like this, Vase. She needs to learn how to behave. Now let's focus on soothing her first. Despite the various bumps, the couple enjoyed spending time with their daughter. It was a lot more relaxing to keep Aurelia company when they weren't distracted by their work. As Aurelia expended much of her energy and began to take a nap by cuddling with Clixie, her parents began to talk about more serious subjects. Once we complete the current design round, I want to commission another designer baby, she told Vase. He winced. Are you sure you want to go at it again so soon? Yes, I already told you that I have been preparing for my second pregnancy. I visited the Dragon's Den numerous times to hasten my recovery and make sure I can safely bear a child again. I don't want to delay this matter too long. He knew that he could not stop Gloriana once she set her mind on this decision. He just lamented that he would probably have to spend another large sum of money in order to fund the development of a customized designer baby. Do you have a formula in mind? Updated from com. Gloriana grinned. She had already done her research. Since she was an existing customer of wuxia and xianxia, it was easy enough for her to contact the renowned genetics company's representatives and receive help with finding the right designer baby package. She reached out and placed her hand on his leg. You don't need to worry too much about the cost. I am okay with spending as much money as we did to obtain Aurelia. I am incredibly happy with our firstborn daughter, and our secondborn child should be just as good as long as she receives the same treatment. Even Gloriana couldn't ignore the laws of diminishing returns when it came to designer babies. The next substantial tier that was objectively better than a 4,000 MTA credit designer baby was probably at least 10 times more expensive. Vase could buy an excellent brand new superfab with that kind of money. Although raising an excellent child could definitely pay off in many different ways, Vase could not afford to hollow out the foundation of his clan and his personal ambitions just to raise another money pit. This was only their child. Gloriana intended to raise at least 4 more children before she was willing to stop, and it was conceivable that those future brats would all demand a lot of money to support their upbringing. Kids were expensive. Still, they were worth every credit in the end. Vase gazed lovingly at their sleeping baby. She looked especially cute when she was cuddled up in Clixie's soft fur. You know that Aurelia is a lot better than designer babies of the same tier because of my spiritual augmentations, right? You're wrong. Gloriana shook her head. It's not just you who is responsible. Have you forgotten about the blessing the superior mother bestowed to her granddaughter? Ah, yes, that happened as well. His wife smirked. This is also why I am okay with settling for a designer baby that is worth around 4,000 MTA credits. So what if our child is cheaper than those birthed in prosperous first-class households? The Terrans and Rubarthans will never be able to have children like ours. When Aurelia and our other 5 children grow up one day, they will become the envy of all parents. Though Gloriana was a bit too confident for her own good, Vase happened to agree with her this time. Both of them had already experienced the amazing benefits that companion spirits could provide. It was a lot harder and more cumbersome to implant them in children before they were born, but this was only a trifling price compared to the potential benefits. Seeing how much more remarkable Aurelia had already become at this age, Vase was certain that he could use this as the foundation of his family's rise. Gloriana activated her comm and projected a document that outlined one of the many formulas developed by wuxia and xianxia. As a long-standing biotech company that had bred an uncountable amount of children to clients throughout human space, Vase couldn't even count how many formulas W and Y had developed over the centuries. Most of the formulas they developed were probably flawed, cost-inefficient or uncontrollable, but as long as even 1 in a million formulas succeeded, then that could easily recoup all of the extravagant research spending. The formula that Gloriana had picked out was one of many random attempts that W and Y initially did not place much hope in. The company merely came up with a base formula but tweaked its parameters in thousands of different ways. For example, one variation substituted one key ingredient for another. A different variation changed the proportion of valuable ingredients. Another variation altered the genetic programming of the designer baby to increase the metabolism of the child. The formula that Vase was studying was vastly different from the one used to make Aurelia. According to the short description, Formula K356666EKT was primarily geared towards raising elite mech pilots and military officers. It was the kind of product that propelled many mech pilots in first-rate states to prominence. Although it was not necessary for children to become excellent first-class mech pilots by relying on advantages bought before their birth, it made their journey a lot easier. Although Vase was attracted by the many advantages promised by Formula K356666EKT, he was not blinded by all of the positives of this designer baby package. There were downsides to every formula, and this one possessed a greater issue than the one they utilized before. All of these advantages sound nice to someone who aspires to become a mech pilot. Vase waved at the list of benefits. Increased physical strength, more resilient nerves, enhanced protection of the brain and central nervous system, much denser bones, better endurance, more efficient organs, an adrenaline stimulation system, high metabolism, accelerated cellular regeneration, strengthened immune system, enhanced combat-oriented cognitive functions, minor social and of course a better appearance. All of this is great if our second child not only possesses the right genetic aptitude, but also chooses to become a mech pilot. However, what if these conditions aren't favorable? His wife kept smiling. That is regrettable, but that doesn't mean Formula K356666EKT is wasted on our second daughter. She can still rely on most of her enhancements to excel as a military officer with the help of her modest cognitive improvements such as better memory and better combat deduction capabilities. Besides, you haven't read the most prominent advantage of this formula. She scrolled down the document and pointed her finger at an impressive claim. This formula can improve the emergence of the right genetic aptitude for mech piloting by 10%. Vase was shocked. He had heard whispers of solutions like this, but he did not expect that it would be available at this price tier. Even though the military-oriented designer baby package only promised a modest increase in probability, this was already a price worth paying. Whether his second daughter could become a mech pilot or not, it did not hurt to give it a try. So, do you think this is an acceptable formula? Gloriana grinned. He did not immediately say yes. It is a little light on the cognitive enhancements, so if our child doesn't have the right genetic aptitude, then much of these physical enhancements are wasted. Can you give me a look at similar formulas to this one? I need to understand the differences and see whether you have truly made the most appropriate choice. Chapter 3740 Genetic Aptitude Lottery. Although Vase felt a bit uncomfortable with setting up their second daughter to become an excellent mech pilot, he did not object to it that much. First, he wanted to raise at least one powerful mech pilot in his lineage. With the impending establishment of the T Institute, Vase possessed a huge amount of confidence that he could turn any son or daughter of his into an expert pilot as long as they possessed the qualifications to get started in this privileged profession. While Vase wasn't sure whether mech pilots would continue to remain important as warships were hoping to make a return in human space, he still felt it was worthwhile to raise a mech pilot in his family. He actually possessed little doubt that his upcoming daughter would choose to become a mech pilot once they confirmed that she possessed the right genetic aptitude. No child could resist the romance of piloting mechs and becoming a powerful god pilot that could dominate human space by themselves. Unless the course of human history changed drastically in the coming decades, becoming a mech pilot would still remain the favored vocation of any child with the ability to interface with mechs. However, the road to becoming a qualified mech pilot was not easy. Simply possessing a compatible genetic aptitude was only the first hurdle. Aptitudes also differed by grades. This is a pretty uncertain bet that we are taking, Vase told his wife. In order for our designer baby to take full advantage of her genetic endowments, she not only has to pass the minimum threshold, but also gain enough talent to make it worthwhile for her to pilot mechs. Her grade needs to be a minimum of D, but preferably at least C to give her a bright enough future in mech piloting. Any lower than that and the costs far outweigh the benefits. Gloriana's smile faltered. She understood that there was always a probability that her second daughter could end up in this awkward zone between possessing decent talent and no talent for mech piloting at all. These were probably the most saddest people in human space. Vase remembered a long time ago that he witnessed an arena match of a prominent mech athlete that went by the name of Leviticus. Despite developing a low-grade genetic aptitude, the fellow persevered and worked 10 times harder than his peers, but could only barely pilot a normal mech to a satisfactory level. This was an impressive accomplishment for someone with his condition, but most people whose genetic aptitudes were too low simply didn't bother. The cost was too great and most mech academies didn't even want to bother with investing scarce resources into their training. It will be okay. Gloriana quickly recovered. No son or daughter of ours will be average. Your Larkinson bloodline should prove immensely useful here. If there is one good trait about your family's genetics, it's that your lineage has numerous dominant genes and gene combinations that increase the probability of producing offspring with compatible genetic aptitudes. Vase crossed his arms. That may be true, but as far as I know it doesn't improve the probability of obtaining higher grades of genetic aptitudes. If our daughter is born with an E-grade genetic aptitude, then that is practically no different from being born with no good genetic aptitude. In fact, In various scientific documents, a norm who lacked the right genetic aptitude received an F grade. Don't mention that, Vase. It's bad luck. Our second baby will grow up to become a talented mech pilot. I will pray to your mother and hope she can shower our next daughter with a blessing that will guarantee that she has all of the requirements needed to become a talented mech pilot. Vase rolled his eyes. He was pretty sure that not even the best research teams of the MTA managed to develop a solution that could improve any potentate's genetic aptitude. If this was already the case, then word of it would have leaked long ago and the MTA would be stuffed with an endless amount of A-grade mech pilots. Of course, there was also the possibility that the MTA had indeed developed a working solution, but was so expensive and impractical that only a select group of elites could take advantage of it. Such an extravagant benefit was far beyond the reach of the Larkinson clan. Vase shrugged. We can't do much to influence the genetic aptitude of our upcoming daughter, so let's put that matter aside. We just have to hope for the best and prepare for the worst. This is also the main problem I have with the formula that you have chosen. Compared to the ones that I have studied earlier, the one you have set your sights upon provides the best possible boosts to mech pilots, but comes at the cost of foregoing non-mech pilot related enhancements. The alternate formulas were a bit more universal in purpose. They might not create designer babies that were so abundantly strong if they grew into mech pilots one day, but the increase in intellect and learning ability meant that a child without the right genetic aptitude could easily excel in any other career. We don't need to consider those options. Those are merely compromises that attempt to hedge for failure. Gloriana said in a disapproving tone. We don't need any safety nets for our next child. I already told you that our second daughter is guaranteed to become a talented mech pilot with the help of your mother's blessing. She will want her granddaughter to become a powerful pilot the most. Vase wanted to vomit after he heard that. He distinctly remembered his mother telling him that she secretly messed up his genetic aptitude when he was in her belly so that he would not risk his life in battle. Now that he had grown older and become a parent himself, he actually understood why Cynthia Larkinson pursued such a drastic procedure. She was in a dying state and did not have long to live at the time. There was no time for her to raise multiple children. If Vase was to be her only flesh and blood offspring, then a concerned mother would be a bit hesitant about seeing her son participate in one of the bloodbaths of the Bright Vija Wars. The Larkinsons always took pride in serving in the Bright Corps and fighting on the front lines in the many conflicts against the Vija kingdom. Yet what did this have to do with a foreigner who looked down on banal territorial rivalries? Cynthia would definitely find it unbearable to see her only son die on behalf of a worthless cause. She would rather make sure that her son would never have the chance to pilot mechs in his life so that he could safely stay in the rear. And have a much higher chance of staying alive in the event of war. Whether her loving gesture was misguided or not, Vase did not have to make the same choice. He and his wife already agreed to have 6 kids, so it was not as devastating if one of them died. They would still have 83.3% of their offspring left. Therefore, Vase would not prevent his second daughter from entering the battlefield if she became a mech pilot. Compared to other warriors, he would make sure that his girl would receive the best possible advantages. He and his wife could design a custom training mech that performed a lot better than the Chiron. He and his wife could also design dedicated custom mechs that integrated the highest possible pilot defenses that they could obtain. He could group her up with the best mech cadets so that she could groom them into becoming her dedicated bodyguard units. He could ensure she received plenty of tutoring from every useful expert pilot in the clan. He could make use of any successful research applications from the T Institute to guarantee her advancement to expert pilot. A father would do anything to help her daughter survive. As Vase studied the details of Formula K356666EKT once again, he figured that it was indeed a bargain at its current price level. The premise was that his second daughter developed the right genetic aptitude. If not, then this formula was not nearly as cost-effective as most of her combat enhancements would be wasted. He did not feel comfortable with making such a high-stakes gamble for his child, but Gloriana was right. The other formulas were too half-hearted. If their next baby entered the battlefield as a mech pilot one day, then those weaker combat enhancements might fail her one day. As Vase tried to make up his mind, he suddenly lit up. There was another splendid future that her daughter could pursue if she was unwilling or unable to become a mech pilot. Let's say our daughter isn't lucky enough to develop the right genetic aptitude. That will never happen. This is just a hypothetical scenario. Vase exasperatingly argued. Just imagine a future where our daughter simply doesn't have the right talent. While she can choose to become a mech designer or any other profession, that would ultimately waste much of her combat enhancements. Since this is the case, why not hand her over to Kedis so that she can personally raise our little tigress into a swordswoman? For a moment, Gloriana looked disgusted. The sword maidens are too uncouth. I will not allow any of my daughters to embrace their crude and savage culture. I am not suggesting that we throw our daughter to the sword maidens. Just Kedis is enough to provide all of the personal instruction needed to raise a qualified swordswoman. If that is not enough, then there's thousands of Heavenswarders who are much more refined than the sword maidens. Once our daughter inherits their swordsmanship tradition, maybe our family will be lucky enough to welcome a swordmaster of our own one day. His wife calmed down a bit as she considered this possibility. Swordmasters are obscure for a reason, Vase. They are an anachronism in human history. Maybe they were useful in the past, but nowadays an ordinary mech possesses enough firepower to tear a swordmaster apart. Then we just have to make sure our daughter isn't stupid enough to put herself in front of a hostile mech. Vase retorted. Besides, with stronger combat training, our child will have a much higher chance of keeping herself alive during a crisis than if she chose a different pursuit. You have a point, Vase. Both of them agreed that they would give their daughter the option to become a swordmaster if she wasn't able to become a mech pilot. Naturally, Vase insisted that their child should always have the final say in matters. No matter what she chose, Vase was determined to support her all the way. Becoming a swordmaster did not sound bad to him. Sure, they were weak and unable to take part in massive space battles between mechs and warships, but they could still play a role in smaller engagements. If his daughter truly wanted to become just as strong as Kedis, then Vase would do his best to gather the best materials and develop the strongest pieces of equipment. He was even willing to remodel his unending regalia so that his daughter could inherit it and benefit from all of its potent properties. Once Vase and Gloriana made their choice, they started to make the first arrangements. They scheduled a consultation meeting with wuxia and Yuneka and notified Director Rania that she should get ready to cultivate another designer baby fetus in the near future. Gloriana smiled. The timing is good. Venerable Joshua and Kedis are also about to grow their designer baby in the near future. Once they both show that they have the talent to become mech pilots, they can train together and back each other up on the battlefield. It will be perfect. From the eager glint in her eyes, Vase guessed that she had a lot more in mind than providing their daughter with a strong battlefield companion. Chapter 3741. Fresh mint. After they settled on a plan for their second designer baby, Gloriana soon paid another visit to the Dragon's Den to begin the lengthy process. It just so happened that Kedis was undergoing the same ordeal, so the two had decided to travel together and talk about how they planned to raise their kids. Gloriana had taken Aurelia and the cats with her. This left Vase by himself for half a day. I have rested long enough. I should ease back into my work. There were a lot of items on the agenda. The ones he looked forward to the most was examining the results of the remaining mech design projects. He recalled that several of them had just completed the fabrication of the first production copies of their completed designs. Before he was willing to check up on the final batch of mechs, he wanted to address a few other important developments. He headed over to his office and sat down on his familiar comfy desk chair. He waited and studied the knick-knacks that he had put on display until his visitors finally arrived in person. Chief Minister Raymond Billingsley Larkinson and Chief Minister Novalon Pernis both entered at the same time. It was clear to see that they were ready to make an important presentation from their serious expressions and their slow gait. Interestingly enough, Raymond carried a briefcase today. He had already brought props today in order to fill Vase in on a major development that had just reached its terminal phase. Welcome, gentlemen. Vase began as he gave the two older men a gracious smile. Before we begin, tell me how the clan is doing from your perspective. Is there anything that stands out that you think is worthwhile to mention here today? Both Raymond and Novalon looked at each other. As two of the three chief ministers of the Larkinson clan, they essentially ran the civilian side of the fleet. There were plenty of problems they could bring up, but whether it was wise to bring them to the Patriarch's attention was another matter. Vase may carry the title of Patriarch, but he was far too busy with his primary vocation to waste much time on governance. The office of the chief ministers emerged in the first place so that he could delegate much of his authority to others in order to run the clan better. So far, this new governance system worked well enough. The Larkinsons continued to have their needs met while the clan administration continued to become more comprehensive. The Larkinson clan already possessed most of the elements of a state. There were just a few areas that still needed to be addressed, and this meeting centered around one of those essential building blocks. Novalon Pernus, the son of Foreign Minister Sheddarin Pernus, decided to go first. We have noticed signs that you are willing to relax your insistence on keeping all of our clansmen and assets in the same fleet. Your investigation into building our own planetary manufacturing complex, your attempts to establish a so-called expedition hall, and your inquiries into setting up an internment camp on a settled planet to house the bulk of our alien captives are all indicators that you are open to a change in policy. Vase furrowed his brows. That may be the case, but I have yet to make any solid decisions. For now, I still want to keep the bulk of our clansmen in the same place. No matter what, the core foundation of our clan should always be rooted in our fleet. This is non-negotiable. If we ever create branches in numerous fixed locations, then they must only be manned by a small proportion of Larkinsons, preferably those that we can afford to lose if accidents occur. He had thought about the Larkinson clan's future situation and thought it was acceptable to become a little more flexible. In any case, his fleet was already overcrowded to an extent and could use the opportunity to dump the excess in other places. Novalon looked happier. I will not hide my thoughts and think it is better for us to spread our people and shift more of them to fixed locations such as Davut. There is much we can do to accelerate and improve the development of our clan by reversing our isolation from the local community. If we establish bases and station more Larkinsons in different major star systems, we can forge better business deals with material wholesalers, industrial manufacturers, and specialist suppliers. We can also form our own distribution network that will help us reduce our reliance on other companies to ship our physical products. Aside from that, setting up branches on different planets will also give our clansmen the option to live outside a ship environment. Raymond added. Vase did not have a good opinion on that. To him, the Larkinsons should always consider their fleet to be their home. It was the only way to stay safe in the long term. He looked down on all of the people and organizations willing to fight to the death to defend their fixed territory and assets. Starships were much more convenient in comparison. Sure, the living space aboard them was limited, but who knew when their planetary outposts would get in the way of an enemy invasion one day? The clansmen who chose to settle on the surface could all die on the hills they chose to embrace. The chief ministers heard enough from Vase. They were glad that the patriarch was truly willing to loosen the rules. Raymond made a suggestion that was related to this topic. If you are willing to allow Larkinsons to leave the fleet and reside on different settlements, then I suggest we erect a new LMC branch headquarters in the Davut system. Why? Given that you plan to design multiple commercial mech in your next design round, I think it is best that the LMC lays the groundwork to produce and sell the new models in-house. While I suggest that we can still outsource production to third-party manufacturers, we should limit this strategy to the zones surrounding Krakatoa. Vase rubbed his smooth-shaven chin as he considered this rational strategy. I have to admit that your proposal makes a lot of sense. Let's just say that I am open to the idea as long as we don't have to shift tens of thousands of clansmen to Davut. We do need to open up our own production and sales channels in at least one major market. Then we shall work on it. I shall give you an update in a few weeks. We have already laid some of the groundwork. After chatting about a few lesser issues, Vase finally wanted to come to the main point for today. I have heard that our financial ministry is finally ready to set up our own central bank. Raymond Billingsley Larkinson became more animated at that. This had been one of his primary preoccupations as chief minister. That is correct. Although it may sound absurd to establish a central bank and our own mint so soon, it is better to do this earlier than later. In 5 or 10 years, our clan will hopefully reach a scale where we need to exert more control over our internal economy. Controlling our own currency can play a great role in softening any eventual crises that might occur in the future. I understand the arguments. Please move on to the exciting part where you introduce our own currency. Very well. Raymond steadily unlocked and opened his briefcase. He reached inside and withdrew a handful of metal coins before placing them on Ves's desk. The chief minister presented 4 different coins. Each of them possessed several commonalities but also differed by size, color and markings. Since we have decided to transition away from using the hex credit, we have performed many studies and focus testing to determine the name of our own currency. It needs to be short and easy to spell in order to ease their use in our daily lives, but it also needs to be unique and iconic enough to be associated with our clan. After months of consideration, we have settled on calling our currency the Lark. A few moments of silence passed as Vase took in this short and odd-sounding name. The lark, Raymond confirmed. It makes sense if you think about it. First, it is simple and easily rolls off the tongue. Second, it is a highly uncommon word to describe a currency and will not lead to any confusion. Third, lark is strongly identifiable to the Larkinson clan as it is literally a shortened version of our clan name. That is true, but, really? Vase looked skeptical. Lark doesn't exactly sound serious enough to my ears. You will get used to it, sir. It is a neutral word that sounds friendly and universal enough to gain everyone's acceptance. It is highly unlikely for the word to cause offense to our diverse members. Vase decided to shrug past the odd-sounding name and turned his attention to the coins. I see you have taken the liberty to mint a few coins. That is correct. These are not purely commemorative in nature. While we expect most clansmen to transact directly from their bank accounts, in order to reinforce the existence of the lark, we also intend to circulate physical coins in the local communities. This will hasten everyone's acceptance of it while at the same time make their wealth more concrete. It is hard to understand how rich everyone has gotten when their money is only available in the form of abstract numbers on projected screens. You have a point, Vase said as he picked up the smallest coin of the bunch. It was smaller than the size of his fingertip. Give me the rundown on these interesting coins. When it came to designing the coins, we considered many different coin designs and coin denominations. Ultimately, we decided to stick to a simple format and adopted the metric system to divide the different coins. Raymond reached out and picked up the second smallest copper-like coin. This is the base coin, and it is relatively high in value. This is 1 lark, and it corresponds to a value of 0.001 MTA credits according to our initial valuation. How did you come to this exchange rate? We plan to peg the lark to the MTA credits in the beginning, sir. That does not mean we intend to keep it that way, but our internal economy is too small at the moment to justify this move. In order to keep our economy consistent in the first decades, we believe it is best to value the lark at a level lower than the MTA credit, but not too low. Given our rising prosperity, in the near future, an average clansman should be able to spend several larks a day without problem. You have a highly optimistic view about our financial growth. Raymond chuckled and put down the copper-like coin so that he could grab the smallest coin in black. If the lark is too valuable, then this 1 millilark coin should help out. They can be handed out to children in order to teach them the value of money. I see. What about the other 2 coins? They did indeed look like toys to Vase. The old chief minister put down the millilark coin and held out the second largest coin colored in silver. This is a step up from the 1 lark coin and should not be common. This is the 1 kilolark coin and corresponds to 1 MTA credit. This coin was already unaffordable to most Larkinsons. Vase grabbed the silver coin and noted that it was as big as a medallion. He liked the weight and the head of the golden cat stamped on the front side of the coin. A kilolark, yes, but that is not the most valuable coin we intend to mint. In order to truly establish the prestige of our currency, we intend to mint a limited quantity of 1 megalark coins. They are our most extravagant physical coins as they are supposed to represent a value of 1,000 MTA credits. Suffice to say, they will likely not be used for many years, and even then they will only be used for ceremonial purposes. Raymond passed a coin that was bigger and heavier than all of the other 3 coins. As Vase held the hefty piece of metal, he noted that it was the size of a drink coaster but substantially thicker. The megalark was not meant to be stored and carried inside an old-fashioned wallet. The lark and the design of the coins before you is the result of many months of work. With this currency, we are ready to bring our Larkinson clan one step closer to functioning as a complete state. What do you think, Vase? Vase stared deeply at the golden coin whose front side presented an empty cat head. This is boring as hell, he pronounced in a flat tone. This hunk of shaped alloy does not look and feel as if it is worth 1,000 MTA credits at all. Its design is not only bland, but the coins themselves are all without any hint of life. Chapter 3742 Legal Tender. Vase held up the big coaster-sized golden coin and acted as if he was appraising an antique artifact. This is a pleasant-looking design, he said in front of his 2 chief ministers. The logo of the Larkinson clan, the head of the golden cat, is properly depicted and looks identical to the medallion on the front cover of the Larkinson Mandate. He flipped the megalark coin. There were a few decorative elements on it that Vase did not bother to linger. The words, megalark, was spelled out in a bold embossed font. If that wasn't obvious enough for people to determine how much money it represented, it also presented a big fat, 1,000,000 feet on its rear side. He touched the surface of the large coin with his finger and let his skin and other senses gain a deeper impression of the object. He waved the heavy coin around and looked at the two older men who undoubtedly supervised the planning and design of the Larkinson clan's upcoming currency. Does this look like it is worth 1,000 MTA credits to you? Vase seriously asked. I mean, how much does it cost to buy the materials and stamp them into a coin? It doesn't look nearly as expensive enough to buy an entire combat carrier's worth of mechs. Raymond softly coughed. The Lark is a fiat currency. That means the coin is worth as much as we say it is worth. The materials used to make the coin is worth around a dozen or so Larks, but that is irrelevant as long as it does the job. The Lark mostly exists as a virtual currency anyway, and every coin is registered so that there is no point to forging it. The coins themselves should be seen as a marketing stunt more than anything else. For all intents and purposes, the Lark is an administrative and economic tool that is designed to regulate our internal economy better. I know all of that, Vase replied with a frown. I don't fault your solution to the demands that you have posed. What I do have a problem with is the goals that you have been working with. All of this talk about focus testing and trying to come up with the safest, most inoffensive and most universal currency for our clansmen sounds boring. Neither of the two chief ministers knew what to say to that. It was clear that Vase had entirely different goals in mind. Vase sighed. These older gentlemen were just doing what they thought was best for the Larkinson clan. They did not deserve a reprimand for doing their jobs. I blame myself for this, he said as he tapped the side of the coin against his desktop. I spent way too much time on designing mechs and other matters and did not check up on what you guys were doing with our new legal tender. Raymond was more affected by this implicit rebuke than most, considering he took charge of much of the financial affairs of the clan. Please tell us your intentions, Vase. We could all use more clarity. Vase tossed the big coin in the air and let it fall onto his desk, causing it to clatter as if it was a fallen toy. Let me ask you this, Raymond. Is the Larkinson clan a boring clan? His great-uncle frowned. I suppose not. Compared to other clans and family organizations, our history, our culture and our structure is unorthodox to say the least. The Larkinson clan is a young organization that is founded by a young and opinionated leader. Novalon Pernus added as if he was describing a third-party group. In cases where a charismatic and wealthy leader has erected much of the rules, customs and institutions, the organization will inevitably become a reflection of the aforementioned individual's personality. Over time, the rise of other executives and the drive to professionalize the organization will bring it more in line with prevailing standards depending on how deeply it is integrated in a regional community. Vase was impressed with this explanation. If you know this much, then you should have an inkling of what I think. I know that you have all been trying to convert our irregular, ad hoc way of working into a more formal and professional structure, and I am largely fine with that. We are not savages and we can't keep making up the rules as we go. Steps such as regularizing the bureaucracy of the clan and building up the staff of the Larkinson army are necessities that will make our clan stronger. He tapped the surface of the Megalark coin with his finger. However, I don't want the Larkinson clan to morph into a generic state or organization where everything we do comes straight out of the governance textbooks. We were originally a collection of misfits who split off from any existing state and organization so that we can pursue our own desires and ambitions without needing to conform to the rules of others. We are different, and we embrace that. From our living mechs to our various networks, we are strong exactly because we do things differently from the rest of human society. His speech served as a reminder to the two chief ministers. He rectified their approach to their own duties and made sure they should not blindly pursue standardization. Raymond looked at the coins that the finance ministry had invested a lot of effort in designing. The size of the coins, the material composition, the elements placed on the front and rear sides of the coin, the design on the edges were all the product of thousands of man-hours. He had been quite proud of them before this meeting. Even if the coins weren't supposed to be used in daily transactions, their clean designs and dignified appearances could convey a great amount of legitimacy to the clan. We understand. The old man sighed. Do you intend to intervene in this matter yourself? Vase nodded. Yes. Not every idea sounds awful to me. I think I am already getting accustomed to the word, lark, to describe our coin. It sounds unique enough to make sure that everyone else who comes across our currency will know it is a part of our identity. The notion of using the metric system to divide the different denominations is also a decent idea. We don't need to make it any more complicated than necessary. He turned his attention to the 4 different coins that Raymond had presented to him earlier. What I do have a problem with is the symbolism, meaning and value of the lark and more specifically the coins. I really can't stand them. They're so bland and uninspiring that they offend my designer sensibilities. For my entire career, I have worked to differentiate my mechs from the competition as much as possible. Generic designs are taboo in my book. He quickly picked up the smallest black coin. Just look at this so-called Millilark coin. It's a small black token that depicts the logo of the Larkinson clan on one side and a number on the other side. The small flourishes are boring and uninspired. Yet what really gets to me is that these coins have no life. Can you imagine it? Our clan has pioneered living mechs and living products. Why the hell do we have to resort to boring coins that are no different from that of other states? What do you have in mind, then? Raymond tentatively asked. It's simple. First, I want to redesign these coins myself. They need to look more unique and reflective of our Larkinson style. There is no need for them to look too bland and dignified. Second, I want to make each and every coin alive. This is non-negotiable. I want every Larkinson to get in touch with them to feel how special it is for them to be a member of our clan. I want outsiders to envy us and learn by feeling the coins how special we are. In fact, I have an even better idea. Novalon Pernus looked wary at Vase. What kind of crazy idea did he come up with now? And what is that, sir? Vase grinned. I just thought about it. Why can't we turn these coins into a valuable product? They can do more than represent a specific amount of fiat currency. By making them alive and instilling them with special properties, we can sell them to others and raise a lot of money this way. As long as the coins are valuable, useful or desirable enough, we can work towards reducing our clan's debt burden. Quote. How can we do that? Raymond puzzlingly frowned. It sounds to me as if you want to make coins with the property of totems. As far as we know, each of your so-called totems require your personal input in order to be made. While it should not be a problem for you to make a couple of 100 coins, as our clan grows larger it is not tenable for you to keep producing coins in person. Your time is much more valuable than that and it is better that we shift responsibility over to our central bank or another specialized institution. The old man was right. Vase liked his new idea, but that didn't mean it was practical. He did not want to get stuck with minting coins every other day. Vase rubbed his smooth-shaven chin in thought. I need to think about this. For now, leave these coins with me. Also, pass on the relevant documents related to this project. I want to read up more about our currency so I have a better idea of what I need to pay attention to and what requirements it needs to meet. I'll try to rush this as fast as possible since I have other projects on the agenda. I'll notify you of my results in a few days. He quickly dismissed the 2 chief ministers shortly afterwards. He was in no mood to deal with other subjects when he was presented with such an interesting and important challenge. Vase picked up the Megalark coin again and flipped it around a few times. He actually found it to be a bit decent, but there were numerous different aspects about it that he didn't like. Why would a coin be worth 1000 MTA credits? That's way too exaggerated. What if someone drops it in a garbage chute by accident? Even the mechers themselves did not spend that much money without blinking. Although it was not an exaggerated sum of money by first-rate standards, it was not a sum of money that they would spend in order to buy a cup of coffee. Another issue that he had a problem with was that the coin was not truly valuable. There was no reason to make use of coins at all when a cheap composite bill could do the job as well. Pretty much every modern state utilized the fiat currency system to represent the value of their legal tender. It was a trust-based system that essentially encouraged the people that used it to pretend that it was actually valuable. Trust, although this was a successful system that had been used in many ages in humanity's history, it was also boring and standard to Vase. While there was nothing wrong with adopting a standard template, he felt this was a great opportunity for his clan to reinforce its unique identity and stand out further from the pack. What state or organization minted coins that were not only alive, but also possessed intrinsic value on their own? The ultimate goal that Vase had in mind was to design and mass-produce coins that were genuinely worth as much money as their face value. In other words, this project is partially a reversion to the ancient convention of using precious metals as legal tender. A coin that claimed that it was worth 1 lark must actually hold that value even if the Larkinson clan abolished its currency. The question is, can I do this? Vase wondered. Chapter 3743 Designing Coins. After reading many different reports, Vase understood the arguments and goals of the currency project to a greater degree. The people who worked to design the lark and the coins were all earnest people who wanted their clan to become a more serious body. Maintaining a currency and minting coins was one of the most influential ways to manipulate people's perception and behavior towards the clan. The lark is decent, but that is all. It checks the boxes without going any further. It was too bad that Vase was never satisfied with doing an adequate job. Maybe Gloriana had rubbed off on him more than he anticipated, but he truly could not tolerate an effort that only covered the basics without going any deeper. When Vase looked back on the Larkinson clan, he imagined the bonds of family that brought a highly diverse mix of human talents and individuals together. He thought about all of the living mechs that protected the expeditionary fleet through thick and thin. He thought about the unique and powerful expert mechs that possessed the greatest individual combat power of the Larkinson army. He thought about the diverse personalities of prominent members such as Calabast, Shedderin, Janzi and Joshua, which the clan did not try to suppress. When he thought back on all of this, he noted that each of them had a few elements in common. Diversity and unity. Vase identified, the Larkinson clan was not an organization that demanded a high degree of conformity. The best example that Vase could think of that pursued the opposite was the Hexadric hegemony. The former home state of his wife was large and filled with many different personalities. However, the overwhelming majority of them were rather similar to each other because that was what their culture and their fellow people demanded. The Hexers had to follow a strict set of rules that governed how women needed to comport themselves, the way that boys had to be treated and how much tolerance they should show towards deviations from these standards. Suffice to say, life in the Hexadric hegemony was strict towards rule breakers. Those that thought that boys deserved to be treated as equal would either get thrown in jail or be sent to special classes in order to correct their mindsets. Those that insisted on the barbaric notion that men were equal to women despite all of the warnings would be branded as Fredaman spies and sent to the execution chambers. Our clan isn't anything like that, Vase said with pride. Although it was not easy keeping all of the different subgroups and subcultures together, he liked the fact that his clan was made up of different people that easily got along with each other. Even the more distinct and abnormal groups such as the Sword Maidens and Penitent Sisters did not generate a significant amount of rejection from more ordinary clansmen. It wasn't just the different subgroups that were allowed to maintain their unique customs. Every individual clansman was allowed to develop their unique personalities. The clan didn't care how far they deviated from the norm as long as they were loyal and did their jobs. This was how eccentrics such as Vincent Rickelin, Kedis, Gloriana and even Vase stayed so unique. The clan did not pressure them to conform to a more generic standard, which was exactly how Vase liked it. He detested regimes that imposed too many silly rules on people. So what if people were different? As long as the deviances were harmless and not disruptive, it should be okay for Larkinsons to retain their unique identities. Naturally, there were downsides to this approach. Even if the Larkinson network did much to prevent different clansmen from splintering away from each other, it was still difficult to make every single Larkinson react the same way to different instructions. In any case, my clan celebrates individuality while at the same time binding them together in a common family. As he came to this conclusion, he gained a solid direction on how he should shape the currency of the Larkinson clan. The name could stay. It sounded good and it was rather clever to refer to it as the Lark. What Vase truly wanted to change was the design of the coins. He had a lot of different ideas on how he should overhaul their properties. Too much, actually. In order to sort out his thoughts and pick the most useful and relevant out of them, he opened up a document and listed out his own set of requirements. The Lark coins have to be living products without any exceptions. The Lark coins must be unique and traceable. The Lark coins cannot be forged by unauthorized parties. The Lark coins must be totems that not only possess a small form of life, but are also tied to different design spirits. The Lark coins should all possess the capacity for growth, allowing them to change and evolve as they are being used or handled by different users. The Lark coins must possess tangible value or utility that is worth money even if it is no longer used as a form of currency. The Lark coins must possess all of the aforementioned properties while at the same time make it viable for them to be mass-produced. Vase paused and went over the list several times. These were the major demands that his coins absolutely had to meet in order to satisfy his own demands. His overall aim was to turn the physical Lark coins into products that could be treated as special commodities that were not only useful to his clansmen, but also outsiders. This could become a potentially lucrative export product if Vase designed the coins well enough. He could create a coin that cost 0.001 MTA credits to make but actually sold for 10 MTA credits because that was how much customers were willing to pay to obtain extraordinary benefits. It shouldn't be easy to fool people like that, though. Maybe he should tone it down and adopt a more reasonable profit margin. He could do that by making use of more expensive materials in order to raise the physical value of the coins. People would become a lot less reluctant to pay 10 MTA credits to buy a metal object that cost 1 MTA credit to make. This was because the added value of the product more than made up the price difference. Of course, the premise to this was that the coin truly offered benefits that were worth at least 9 MTA credits in people's eyes. I don't need to mess with that yet. I should start with generating useful concepts. He activated his desk terminal and called up a design program. Usually, he used it to design his mechs and occasionally other technical products, but this time was different. He imported the design of the current coins and began to alter them based on his intent and feelings. He had to come up with viable concepts, and he thought about tying his coins to different design spirits at first. In half an hour, Vase made over a dozen different sketches of coins. He left aside differences in size and denominations and focused mainly on their appearance and spiritual design. The first coin he started with was arguably the most standard one. He created a simple golden coin that depicted the golden cat but in a more vivid and lively fashion. Although it seemed obvious that a variation of this golden cat coin should come into circulation, Vase had a different idea. This coin doesn't provide any tangible benefits to outsiders. The golden cat has nothing to do with them. It also isn't useful for my clansmen either. They are already connected to her and there are plenty of bright warriors and other sources where they can feel her presence. Obtaining this coin does not provide a lot of added benefit. Nonetheless, he still felt it was worthwhile enough to use it as the smallest denomination of the lark currency. The millilark is the least valuable but also the easiest tender to proliferate within the clan. Every Larkinson should be able to own a few and keep them in their pockets. As for outsiders, it is doubtful that they would even bother with buying such a low-value coin. It is much more convenient and desirable to exchange their MTA credits for the bigger and more valuable coins. Vase liked this idea enough to immediately mark it as the form of the new millilark coin. He swiped the interface and moved on to the next coin. This one made him feel a lot more doubtful. This was because the coin was a totem dedicated to Lufa. It's a good coin that should be powerful enough to reduce stress and cleanse one's mind. Vase guessed. He wasn't sure of this as Vase was never able to impart a lot of spiritual capacity to small totems such as coins. The effect would probably be weak and fairly subtle, especially if he employed some form of mass production. Still, even if it is weak, the Lufa coin should still make enough of a difference for certain people to buy them at a generous price. There were lots of people suffering from stress and mental imbalances. The Red Ocean was filled with them due to the frequent disasters and crises that the immigrants from the old galaxy suffered from. If all of these people could gain a bit of help by carrying a Lufa coin around them, then Vase anticipated that his clan would be able to sell a fair amount of them provided people did not get freaked out by unknown tech manipulating their moods. However, Vase ultimately turned against the Lufa coin. I shouldn't introduce a product that cannibalizes one of my other product offerings. Although he hadn't made any progress on it as of late, he still intended to market his sanctuary model to the Red Ocean. The sheer amount of utility of a sanctuary mech was far greater than a simple coin. Vase was also a mech designer by nature. If a problem could be solved through the use of a mech, then he would prefer to stick with that rather than go down the wrong path. If this is the case, I should also skip the Vulcan coin. He had recently erected the Creation Association, which had slowly but steadily expanded its membership. There were still a lot of craftsmen in Davut that had experienced Vulcan's glow before and were willing to pay a generous amount of money to gain inspiration on demand. A Vulcan coin will not only ruin the exclusivity of my Vulcan totems, but also devalue what my Creation Association is doing. Although the coins weren't meant to bestow people with a false inspired state, just the Vulcan glow was enough for people to skip the Creation Association. Well, goodbye then, I don't need you anymore. He manipulated the interface and deleted the drafts of both coins right away. Vase shifted to the next design, which was tied to the illustrious one. Strangely enough, he made it as a luminaire crystal instead of a random alloy formula. This is probably the prettiest coin by far. It's also one of the most useless ones. Aside from its brilliant reflections and sparkling surfaces, the illustrious coins did not bring anything meaningful to the table. They could be used as jewels, he supposed, but that would be a highly tacky use of legal tender. Useless. He deleted the illustrious coin and switched to the next coin on the list. This one made him pause for a time. Is it wise to make a totem based on a 6,000-year-old astral beast? The Titania coin possessed a vibe that was a lot more abnormal than usual. It wasn't easy to describe the Titania's glow, but one of his impressions was that it made him feel as if he was a subject to a greater hive mind. Chapter 3744 Living Larks, Why am I even thinking about this? This Titania coin is too risky. There was no logical reason to turn a totem dedicated to a former alien astral beast into a coin. Vase could not fully fathom how such a coin would influence its holders. Whatever the case, he did not think it would lead to anything good. He resolutely scrapped this design without any further entanglement. As long as he identified a severe risk factor, there was no need to consider the coin any further. Vase had plenty of alternatives and had the luxury of choice. The next coin in his consideration was a totem based on one of his earliest but also his most dependable design spirit. As far as intelligence and sophistication went, the Solemn Guardian probably ranked at the bottom. That's not necessarily bad, though. The Solemn Guardian only really had one job, and that was to inspire loyalty and duty in other people. It had done so brilliantly ever since Vase published the original Desolate Soldier design. It was such a useful design spirit that he had even turned to it again to serve as the design spirit of the recently completed rigid spine model. Besides, it is not as simple as before. There were perks to being his oldest design spirit. It had experienced more years of growth and influence from its mech pilots than any other entity. With tens of millions of desolate soldiers in circulation back in the Yena star cluster, Vase could not imagine how much spiritual feedback the Solemn Guardian received. Now that Vase checked up on the Solemn Guardian, he became a bit intrigued at the fact that the Solemn Guardian had refined its form. The Solemn Guardian is a man now. He also looks more humanoid. This must be the consequence of connecting with millions of mech pilots, many of which were human males. As for why the Solemn Guardian chose to be a man rather than a woman, Vase was not interested in finding out the answer. He was already happy to see that one of his spirits in a living product no less had gained a life of his own. It would be too boring if the Solemn Guardian remained static and unchanging over time. This is a useful coin to have, Vase surmised. It can be used as an extra badge for different organizations, and it can reinforce the motivation and steadfastness of soldiers in battle. The many use cases of the Desolate Soldier exemplified the utility of the Solemn Guardian. However, there was one big issue about the Solemn Guardian coin. It bumped into the same cannibalization problem as the Lufa coin. The problem was less severe in this case. The Desolate Soldier was an extremely cheap third-class mech that was a proven bestseller. Once he got around to updating it as well as designing a second-class variant, Vase had little doubt that his new Desolate Soldier models could achieve high sales volumes in the Red Ocean. A Solemn Guardian coin is useful to carry around, but its effect is not that strong. Bringing Desolate Soldiers into the field is the best and most effective way to reinforce people's sense of duty. Although the Solemn Guardian coin was one of the mildest and least exotic coins he designed, he felt it was good enough to use its concept as the basis of the one lark coin. A single lark is represented by duty. Simple, clear, valuable, but not excessively so. It is just right to price it at one lark. He made a notation to turn the Solemn Guardian coin into the third most valuable coin denomination. I need to select at least 2 more coin concepts. He immediately paused after he swiped to the next coin design. It was the only one in the collection that wasn't shaped like a circle. Instead, Vase had designed it so that its sides were shaped like a hexagon. Anyone in the expeditionary fleet would immediately be able to tell what this coin was all about by its contours alone. Of all of the coins he designed, the Superior Mother coin stood out because of multiple reasons. First, the Superior Mother was one of his smartest, most powerful and most versatile design spirits. Since she was directly derived from Cynthia, she possessed more capabilities than most, which meant that Vase could easily draw out different aspects depending on his needs. For example, he could create a variation of the coin that was based on the woman phase of hexism. This turned the Superior Mother coin into a hyper-feminine totem that would probably attract a lot of fans from hexers. He could also appeal to the Superior Mother's death phase to come up with a coin that would probably become a popular prop to use in burials. It can also be used as a token of bad luck. The real question here was not whether it was possible to make these weird coins, but whether it was useful to make them in the first place. Vase did not want to help the Hexers spread their odious culture. The fall of the Hexadric hegemony might be a tragedy to its citizens, but it was a net positive outcome to the rest of human civilization. He suddenly frowned. On the other hand, I can't allow the superior mother to starve. The design entity needed plenty of spiritual feedback to stay alive and healthy, and this was particularly the case when she expended her energy more often. All of those battle formations the Penitent Sisters and the Glory Seekers pulled off did not come without a price. The superior mother actually paid most of the bill. This was because the battle formation only provided the superior mother with a channel to affect the material realm from the imaginary realm. In other words, a battle formation was nothing more than a temporary pipe. It was up to the superior mother to expend a huge amount of her energy and flood it into the material realm in the form of a massive, battle-changing attack. Although the mech units employed this battle formation numerous times, Vase was quite aware that the superior mother was only able to sustain so many interventions by using a huge amount of hexers as her unwitting donors. What if the Hexadric hegemony finally fell? There's still the Hexer diaspora. A lot of hexers had already fled the Komodo Star sector in order to escape the reach of the Friday Coalition. They scattered into different fleets that traveled in many different directions. The wealthiest and most powerful of them were already converging on the Hexer colonies founded in the Red Ocean. Vase did not have much hope that the random Hexer refugees would be able to maintain their numbers and their culture in the long term. Without a state to support their biases and prejudices, it was extremely hard for them to remain obstinate in a foreign state. For example, Gloriana would get smacked in the face if she voiced her more controversial notions. She was quite lucky that the Larkinson clan was tolerant and inclusive. Anyway, there is an argument to be made about this coin. Turning totems of the superior mother into coins was a great way to introduce the design spirit to new sources of spiritual feedback. Vase reached out his hand and tweaked the design a bit. He decided to modify the spiritual design of the six-sided coin so that it was slanted towards the phase of life. This was not only the most boy-friendly phase of hexism, it also held great value that made it valuable enough to be used as the denomination of his kilolark coin. This coin should be worth 1 MTA credit according to the pegged exchange rate proposed by Raymond. The life phase was special for one major reason. Both Vase and Cynthia's domains were primarily based on life. The superior mother inherited both of their strengths and was able to exude a vibrant aura that could make anyone feel pleasant. Vase closed his eyes as he tried to imagine this glow. To him, this was a glow that he associated with motherhood and the birth and raising of children. The life phase represented a beginning and a start of an endeavor. He could think of a lot of potential uses for this coin. It can be used to promote childbirth. Superstitious mothers can even use it to ask for the superior mother's blessing. Women who carry it will probably find it easier to build up relationships with their children. It was a glow that reminded Vase of family. The golden cat was able to evoke the sense of family a lot better, but only Larkinsons benefited from this effect. Anyway, I'll add this one to the list as well. There were plenty of reasons to put the superior mother coin into circulation. Just the possibility that it would help his mother was enough to commit him to this choice despite all of the complications. Still, not everyone will appreciate this coin. What about men who don't want attention from their mothers? There was no way that they would be willing to exchange a superior mother coin for a single MTA credit. What if I introduce another kilolark coin? Vase swiped the projected interface a few times before he came across one that presented the boldest impression to him. The side of the coin depicted a muscular human physique that could inspire a lot of masculinity in men. Is the Bravo coin a mistake or a useful product? Bravo was actually a more complicated design spirit. He just didn't want to acknowledge it most of the time. Still, if Vase saw the masculine design spirit in a better light, then Bravo could play a useful role in stimulating competitiveness and encouraging both men and women to overcome difficult challenges. It's like a gym coach in the form of a design spirit. Was it worth 1 kilolark? Vase wasn't sure about that. What he did know was that the Bravo coin could serve as a counterbalance to the superior mother coin. If I value them both at 1 kilolark and circulate them at the same time, then I won't offend any men or women. It's up to other people to choose which one they prefer more. In fact, they might even choose to carry both if they can afford the cost. He frowned. He didn't know what would happen if anyone brought the two coins together. He didn't know how any combination of living coins would react for that matter. I should definitely investigate this further once I am ready to make a batch of coins. For now, Vase needed to finish this selection process by determining the final choice for the Megalark coin. A coin that was worth 1 million larks had to provide a huge amount of value. This made it a lot more difficult for Vase to think how this could be accomplished. If I chose the Vulcan coin or the Lufa coin, I might be able to justify this valuation. He had already scrapped them, though. He had a much harder time finding a good match with both of the obvious choices out of the way. As Vase switched from coins based on different design spirits, he eventually halted on a single sketch. xianxia. The coin based on the former sacred god exuded a sense of protection and safety. All of this sounded good, but it didn't do anything else. Must that always be the case, though? What if he made it a little more special? What if he invested more in its design and creation and turned it into a totem that could provide actual protection, if only to a minor extent? He frowned yet again. This is too difficult. I can hardly do anything with a totem that is this small. It was a great idea to use the xianxia coin as the basis of his Megalark coin, but if Vase wasn't able to make anything happen, then it wasn't the right choice. He didn't have many alternatives left, though. He only possessed so many design spirits and couldn't bring out more at the moment. As Vase continued to think about his limited choices, he abruptly came up with another strange idea. What if I base a coin out of other subjects? What if I use one of our masterwork mechs as a totem? Chapter 3745 Heads and Tails. Vase designed a few more coins. He also reimagined the purpose, uses and definition of the Lark coins. They have become more than straightforward methods of payment. He readily admitted that he had gone overboard and turned the coins into a full-blown side project that didn't need to be this complicated. In a modern society, almost all transactions were virtual. Coins and other forms of payment such as bills, jewels, raw ore and cattle were all cumbersome and outdated. They were rightfully phased out of daily use due to their inconveniences and inefficiencies. Nonetheless, coins still played a symbolic and ceremonial role in modern societies. Not just humans, but also aliens tended to make use of physical tokens of payment. They made money more real to people. Being able to touch them, carry them and pile them up evoked all kinds of emotions. Without coins or bills, money was just a number to many people. It was far too easy for individuals who lacked financial literacy to squander all of their savings, go way too deep into debt or fall for all kinds of unrealistic investment scams. Having a physical anchor to remind people of what money was truly worth could do wonders in grounding their monetary sensibilities. What Vase came up with went beyond this purpose. The coin concepts he developed in an hour were all alive and vivid in a way that no other coin could match. That was valuable enough alone. Their connection to greater existences and the possibility that they could grow in the future all added a lot of mystique to the objects. After puzzling over the concept and design of the most expensive tier of coins, he finally settled on using the masterwork mechs of the Larkinson clan as their basis. He developed a total of 5 coin concepts, each of which stood for a different masterwork mech. The Quint coin, the Amaranto coin, the Shield of Samar coin, the Everchanger coin and the Minerva coin were all exactly what their names suggested. Each of the sketches that he had made depicted different large, palm-sized coins with different faces. Their front sides all depicted the contours and outline of the 5 masterwork mechs that were currently in service in the clan. He found that it was a bit too awkward to fit the entire mechs into a circle, so he had cut the images of the mechs down to show off their heads and torsos. Fortunately, the upper half of the mechs each looked distinctive enough that people would easily be able to tell the difference. Vase was briefly tempted to color the images in different shades, but he found that the coins became too tacky. To him, coins still needed to convey a sense of dignity and timelessness in order for them to earn people's appreciation over the long term. Making them too colorful would just turn them into a fad that would inevitably fall out of fashion. Still, despite being limited to using shapes and lines to differentiate his coins, he was proud of the draft designs he whipped up. They were sure to impress many people as long as he fleshed them out and infused them with more life. After staring at his projected drafts for a while, he wanted to obtain a second opinion. Lucky, oh, I just forgot. You went with my wife. Fortunately, he could still call on 2 more cats. Beagle, Mew, the personification of the spirit of Bentime's AI core physically projected into view. The blue electronic cat brushed his form against Vess's side before studying the coin designs. What do you think about my coin designs? Mew Mew. Vase didn't really expect a serious answer from Beagle. The AI was not sentient and was incapable of experiencing irrational feelings. Blinky. Muro. A second cat emerged from his head. The purple companion spirit briefly glanced at Beigel in disdain before looked up at the various coins under development. As a spiritual cat, Blinky was able to sense the hint of life from the sketches. Muro. Yeah, I know the masterwork mech coins aren't worth 1000 MTA credits. This is why I have planned to compress the coin denominations. Anyway, the Lark currency is even out yet, so we can easily change its exchange rate without anyone losing money. Blinky hovered close to the smallest golden cat coin sketch and tried to lick the projection. Muro. Its value may be low, but that doesn't matter. It's only for internal use. The companion spirit lingered in front of the golden cat coin for a moment before he surveyed the other draft designs. The masterwork mech coins particularly attracted his attention. It was quite odd to base the coins on machines all of a sudden, but Vase had already proved with the Enlightened Warrior that not only his masterwork mechs, but any living mech could be used in the same roles as a design spirit. The issue was that most of his living mechs simply weren't powerful enough to make that worthwhile. Only his third-order living mechs that had gained an impressive level of strength came close to matching the strength and capabilities of his traditional design spirits. Muro. That might actually be a good idea. Let me try and see whether it can work. Blinky, despite being another part of himself, possessed an independent personality, so the cat occasionally noticed details or came up with ideas that were different from himself. Vase took up his cat's suggestion and modified the Everchanger coin in a special way. Instead of using a more generic design on the other side of the coin, he instead placed a side profile of Venerable Joshua's head on its surface. This gave the coin a substantially different meaning and appearance. The Everchanger on one side and its pilot on the other side. How fitting. The only problem that Vase faced was that an expert pilot couldn't be used as a design spirit directly. Vase had dabbled in this in the past. When he came up with the idea of using mechs like the Quint as a design spirit for a derivative mech, he had also tried to substitute the Quint for an expert pilot such as Joshua. It didn't work. Expert pilots were beings that relied on their own willpower to gain strength. Their solid and tenacious wills were purely derived from their own mentalities. They did not rely on external influences to further their growth or spread their influence. The only exception was their expert mechs. Their machines provided them with a battle steed and an object they could resonate from to generate even greater power. It's a pity that there is no point in putting expert pilots into coins. Vase still decided to leave their heads on the coins regardless. They looked nice and the symbolism was a lot more powerful now that the expert mechs were joined by their respective pilots. He liked the change so much that he even went back to his other coin sketches and altered them so that they gained a more human element. I suppose the sides with all of the heads are the front of the coin now. The sides with the mechs or design spirits constitute the rear of the coin. Vase had to alter his designs and change the proportions so that it made sense. When someone wanted to flip a coin for whatever reason, there should be no ambiguity on which sides represented heads or tails. He surveyed his collection of coin sketches once again. Due to compressing the denominations of the coins, the highest value one was the 1 kilolark coin. This coin came in 5 different variations, of which 4 of them depicted the masterwork expert mechs and their respective expert pilots. Amaranto and Venerable Davia Stark, Shield of Samar and Venerable Janzi Larkinson, Everchanger and Venerable Joshua Larkinson, Minerva and Commander Casella Ingvar. The meaning and significance of the coins had changed after he made his latest revisions. They became almost sacred in how they could tempt people into worshipping the pairs of expert pilots and expert mechs. The only kilolark coin that did not fit this pattern was the one that honored the Quint. The masterwork mech differed from the other ones in that it was not a machine that was locked into a specific mech pilot. Vase briefly contemplated the option of putting the head of the Quint's current pilot on the front side of the coin, but he felt that would be silly. Isabel Larkinson had not yet acquired the strength and prestige to immortalize her into a coin. What if she breaks through a year or two later? I'll have to go back and design another coin. He anticipated that the pilots assigned to the Quint would probably be swapped out on a frequent basis. Given this circumstance, it was a bit too much to update the design of the Quint coin each time a new pilot came along. In order to make sure the design of the Quint coin became more timeless, he used a different head as the front side of the coin. His own. This looks nice, doesn't it, Blinky? Muro. Blinky rolled his eyes. Of course Vase would put himself in the coins he planned to make. Hey, this is standard convention, you know. A lot of states put their heads of state onto their own physical coins. The head of the Star Emperor graces the coins minted in the Rubarth Empire, while the Terran ancient clans all put their own leaders and legendary figures on their own coins. Although the Larkinson clan wasn't a formal state, now that it was ready to mint its own coins, Vase might as well abide by this custom. The other coins also graced his own head as well. For example, the 1 Lark coins featured his head and the superior mother or Bravo on the reverse side. The odd combinations altered the symbolism of the coins. He liked the only hexagon-shaped coin in the series. The superior mother coin depicted both mother and son, although only a few other people were able to recognize it as such. The Bravo coin on the other hand made him feel more masculine and grown up. This was the true alpha male badge. Maybe I should carry one myself. Vase murmured. The remaining coins were not as big or dramatic, but they conveyed plenty of meaning as well. Vase had upgraded the Solemn Guardian coin to a 1 Centilark coin denomination. This made it more convenient to use in daily transactions in the future as the Larkinson clan steadily grew its prosperity closer to first-class standards. The Golden Cat coin held the same face value as before. With a value of 1 millilark, it should be possible for every Larkinson to have them in their pockets. All of the drafts he surveyed so far would constitute the first series of coins he intended to mint. He planned to release additional varieties of coins in the future whenever it was convenient. For example, he might decide to release a coin dedicated to other design spirits that missed the initial cut. He also had to make a 1 kilolark coin based on Venerable Imon Ingvar and his future expert Mech. It will take a while before I can make that coin. For now, I should convert these drafts into full designs and figure out how I can mint them en masse. He soon dived into his design work and tuned out everything else. He had become so interested in this project that he had become passionate about turning it into a reality. The coins he envisioned during this session transcended the common meaning of legal tender. They became tribute coins to Vase. Each of them honored the entities that were depicted on the coins and extended a portion of their majesty outward. The only challenge that remains is to figure out a way to mass-produce these coins. Vase reminded himself. Chapter 3746 Coin Press. Mass-producing totems had always been a persistent shortcoming of Vase. His work in extending his design philosophy in areas outside of mech design were severely hampered by his continued reliance on personal intervention to make his products. He wasn't alone in this. Every other mech designer suffered from this problem as well. Perhaps only master mech designers or star designers were able to rise above this limitation. Journeymen such as Vase could forget about overcoming this issue. At least that was the conventional wisdom. Vase was anything but conventional. Throughout his long career of designing mechs and solving problems, he learned that many problems could be solved as long as the solution was ingenious enough. He did not let this mass production issue hinder him. All of the work he put in his coin design stoked his passion and put him into a particularly creative mindset. He didn't even need to whack his head with his hammer to gain new inspiration. This is an engineering problem, Vase stated. That means that it is possible to find a solution through engineering. It was not as simple as it sounded, though. He could just pass on a work order to the spirit of Bentime's production halls if he wanted his crew to produce a large batch of coins. The complication was that the coins had to contain life and function similar to his handmade totems. His mechs did not suffer from this problem as Vase was a mech designer. To be more precise, he hypothesized that the design seed in his mind acted as a transmitter that enabled mechs based on his designs to carry his unique specialties without being physically involved. The design seed only worked for mechs because that was what it was based upon. It did not provide any boost to the production of his other products. If this is the case, why don't I create another design seed? Vase fell silent as he contemplated this possible solution. Whenever he studied his design seed, he understood extremely little about it. It was a naturally formed spiritual phenomenon that somehow performed a large amount of complex functions. What impressed Vase about the design seed was that a huge amount of journeymen were able to generate one when they broke through. Each of them might be centered around different design philosophies, but each of them followed a common programming and design. There was something extremely profound and suspicious about this realization. How come people gained the huge amount of instructions needed to formulate such a specialist product? He doubted that it came from human DNA. Every single gene in the human genome had been deciphered long ago. He was pretty sure that none of them governed such an impressive intangible organ. The second mystery was why it worked for mech design and not for other professions. There were brilliant and talented professionals in many different sectors, yet none of them produced the kind of exaggerated breakthroughs that defined the mech industry. Do design seeds only work in mech design-related pursuits? This was not a question that Vase was qualified to answer. He needed to become a master and have access to much more exclusive repositories of knowledge before he could figure out the secret behind design seeds and possibly the mech design profession as a whole. He shook his head. This direction is too profound for me. I need to come up with a more simple and practical solution. Even if he had become more passionate about it, Vase still needed to maintain a sense of proportion. This was just a side project. He had to finish his business quickly before he could go back to managing his mech design projects. Let's reduce the problem, then. What I truly need is a minting machine that can produce living coins on autopilot. If that was the case, then wasn't there an obvious solution in front of him? It was obvious now that he was thinking in the right direction. What better to make a living product than another living product? As a mech designer who excelled in living mechs, he could also moonlight as a normal engineer. While he had never made an industrial coin press in his life, its function was simple enough that he could easily design a functional version of it in a few hours. He was also a spiritual engineer. He excelled at making products alive and manipulating their spiritual designs to his advantage. He bet that he could somehow develop a coin press that could do the work that he required. Let's start small. I need to obtain a working proof of concept before I go big. A large industrial-grade coin minter was a big device. It would take a lot of effort to design such a machine. If he somehow botched the job, much of the time he spent on its design would effectively be wasted. He manipulated his interface and started to design a small-scale coin minter from scratch. Half an hour went by as he designed a basic device that did nothing more than take a piece of alloy as its input before spitting out a coin as its output. There was nothing complicated about the device. It only came with a single fixed golden cat coin template and could not be used to mint any of the other tribute coins he designs. What was truly interesting about the basic automatic coin press was that he had spent a lot of attention on its spiritual design. He not only wanted to make it alive, but also impart life in the coins it minted. Let's hope it works. The significance of this proof of concept was great. If Vase somehow managed to build a device that could produce living coins without his active involvement, then he could make other devices that could produce other living products. He would no longer be constrained by the rules that constrained every mech designer and could begin with producing special products early. As far as he knew, only star designers were able to match this capability. Ha 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 ha, it's already impressive enough to be able to make masterwork mechs at the journeyman level. How will the public react when they learn I can mass-produce other kinds of living products as well? The Creation Association would definitely take off if that happened. One of the biggest reasons why he told director Samindra Avakan to take it slow and limit her recruitment to craftsmen was because Vase couldn't be bothered with making so many Vulcan totems in person. If he could make a machine that could at least pump out the small and medium totems in batches, then he would be set for life. Once he finished the design, he exited his office and headed straight to his personal workshop. A short time later, he ended up with a minting machine the size of a dog. It was so small and basic that Vase did not encounter any difficulties during the fabrication process. Since he had made it himself, the coin minter was alive, if only modestly. He could have done better in this regard if he spent more time on it and if he scaled it up, but he was satisfied with what he managed to accomplish in a few hours. Let's hope it is strong enough to work, he whispered. He retrieved a small bar of briar alloy and put it inside the input tray of the coin press. After switching on the device, he waited while the device drew power and hummed for a while. The sound of clattering metal objects soon emanated from the output tray as the machine just pressed its first coins. Vase immediately grabbed the freshly made coins and studied both sides. The obverse of the coin displayed a pretty accurate representation of his own head. As he flipped the coin around, the head of the golden cat proudly looked forward in a ferocious but cute manner. His mood quickly sank as he extended his spiritual senses towards the coin. It's not alive. He already took this possibility into account, so it was not completely outside of his expectations that his first experimental product failed. It was more difficult to accept this result than usual because he enjoyed a string of successes as of late. Turning the Minerva into a masterwork mech probably swelled his head a bit too much. I need to temper my expectations. It's only natural that I can't succeed in the first try. If this problem was so easy to solve, then it wouldn't have hindered me for so long. He did not admit defeat because of this initial failure. Instead, he became more determined to overcome this engineering challenge and produce a workable version of a production machine that was able to make totems on demand. Let's see what isn't working with my coin press. He began to feed more materials into the device, while he employed a large scanner to track what it was doing inside. There was nothing wrong about the mechanical process it performed. The coin minter handled the input materials correctly and transformed them into coins that were all accurate enough to pass muster. Yet no matter what it did, the coin minter simply did not impart any life to the materials it was working with. It was as if its spiritual design was completely ineffective. When Vase employed his spiritual vision to observe the production process on a spiritual level, he could tell that despite being programmed to perform an action, the coin minter truly wasn't able to turn the coins into totems. There is at least one missing link. Although his first attempt was definitely a failure, he was happy enough that he was able to learn what wasn't working. Vase leaned back in his chair and rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. The spiritual design isn't working because of several possible reasons. First, it is not driven by a strong enough spirit that is comparable enough to my own. Second, the process requires input in the form of spiritual energy in order to fuel this process. These were the two likeliest explanations that he could come up with to explain this failure. He returned to his coin minting machine design and adjusted his work in order to address the perceived shortcomings. Once he was finished, he made a second coin press. This one was intended to utilize spiritual energy as additional input. When Vase let his second coin press do its job, he held aside and channeled steady portions of his spiritual energy inside the machine. The coins it made were just as lifeless as the first batch. Damn, to be honest, he could already tell that it wouldn't work. His spiritual energy didn't do anything inside. It just passed through everything before fading off into the imaginary realm. Then what about addressing the other problem? For his third coin press design, he decided to make it a bit more special. He used Vulcan as its design spirit in the hopes that this would lead to a breakthrough. The logic of utilizing Vulcan was sound. It not only excelled in craftsmanship, but also happened to be his own incarnation. If Vulcan was another side of Vase, could it borrow the powers of Vase as well? This was an interesting puzzle to solve. He hoped that his third coin minter would be able to present him with a satisfactory answer. Failed. Not even a coin press that obtained the support of Vulcan was able to do any better. The golden cat coins it produced were just as devoid of life as the darkest reaches of the cosmos. Vase had already wasted several hours on these experiments. Although he was determined to solve this frustrating puzzle, he could not obsess over it for too long without affecting his other duties. What am I missing? He felt that similar solutions wouldn't work. He needed to work from a different tangent and come up with an approach that introduced a different factor. Let me think. How can I create new life? Chapter 3747. Ginger Vase leaned his head against his fist as he tried to figure out what he was missing. After creating 5 different coin presses, he failed to make any progress. Why was it so hard to nail down a device that could produce living coins by itself? Conventional solutions won't cut it. I have tried all of the fairly obvious solutions, to no avail. There are rules in play that prevent my work from fulfilling its purpose. He wouldn't be suffering from this problem as much if he stuck to producing mechs. While they also required a human element in order to make them alive, he could at least leave this job to mech technicians. Is that what I'm missing? The human element. Working off this premise, he designed a 6th iteration of his coin minter before he called in a random mech technician who was on shift in the production hall. You called, Patriarch? Yes. Please head over there and operate this new coin producer of mine. Don't worry, I will pass on everything you need to do your job. The mech technician was bright and eager, but unfortunately that was not enough to make a difference. The cat coins that the technician produced suffered from the same absence of life as the ones that came before. Thank you for your services. You can return to your regular duties. Vase grew a bit more depressed now that he had failed again. Although he understood that this was a normal process whenever he tried to innovate a new solution to a difficult problem, what frustrated him was that he did not obtain any information that could nudge him in the right direction. Even if he made 100 different coin presses, as long as he did not come up with a radical new approach, he wouldn't be able to make any meaningful progress towards his goal. As Vase racked his brain for a tangent that was different and promising enough to make this project succeed, his comm suddenly chimed. He accepted the hail. A projection of his wife as well as the baby in arms appeared in front. Gloriana curiously her husband and his surroundings. The different variations of failed coin presses were highly distinctive. What are you doing, Vase? I'm just working on a little engineering project. Vase dismissively waved his hand. Why are you calling? Shouldn't you be preparing to bear your next designer baby? About that, I have just started the process with the Larkinson Biotech Institute and the geneticists from wuxia and Uneka. They just asked me to decide on how our baby should appear, and I was thinking about introducing a little more variety in our family. Like what? Vase curiously asked. Hair color, for a start. Aurelia here has inherited the same dark hair as us, and I am happy for that. Gloriana preened as she planted a kiss on their daughter's head. I originally thought it was fine for our second daughter to inherit the same trait as well, but then I thought that it would be great if we can introduce more variety. You called me just for this. Gloriana, changing hair color can be done at any point in someone's life. If I want to become a blonde, I can drop by the dragon's den and put myself under a machine that replaces all of my hair follicles in less than an hour. That's not the point, Vase. This is our child's natural appearance we are talking about. How she is born into our reality and how she looks as she grows up will define her self-image for times to come. I want Aurelia and our second daughter to treat each other as close as sisters. I don't want them to think that they are too alike to each other. This was a decent argument. Vase seriously contemplated it for a moment and thought it was fine if his family gained a little variety. It didn't have to be permanent anyway. If his second daughter didn't like her hair color, she could get a quick fix that would allow her to possess the same dark hair as her parents. Okay, suppose I am okay with this. What do you have in mind? Blonde is too extreme and brown is too subtle of a change. What do you think about red or ginger? Red, that was an interesting hair color. It also came in many subtle varieties, ranging from orange to a shade closer to maroon. He liked this choice. Okay, do it then. Do you have any other changes in mind? She shook her head. No, our genes are already perfect enough that our children will become beautiful regardless of how they grow. I will fill you in on all of the planned specifications of our second baby once I return to the Spirit of Bentime. Her design will be absolutely stellar. I hope so as well. Is Aurelia looking forward to getting a little sister? The young lady cradled in Gloriana's arms curiously tilted her head. Sister, want. Vase and Gloriana chatted for another minute before they ended the call. Hopefully, the doctors will be ready to implant a fetus in my belly within a month. I am looking forward to bearing another life in my belly. Aurelia will soon be able to take charge over her future sister. Sister. The call ended, leaving Vase alone in his workshop. He looked thoughtful as he mulled over Gloriana's last words. There was something about them that made him think about a different solution. Instead of producing the coins, how about growing them? He proposed. It sounded weird. Why would anyone want to go through the cumbersome process of growing coins as if they were bioproducts when it was a lot more inefficient than using a normal minting machine? Yet, if it worked for biomechs, it should work for coins as well. Maybe, this is the breakthrough that I have been looking for. Conventional technology is great in many areas, but it falls short when it comes to creating life. Biotechnology offered a viable alternative. Unlike the normal methods, the biotech approach to production entertained creating biological seeds before dropping them in nutrient pools where they could slowly grow into their programmed forms. His previous visit to the Life Research Association became incredibly handy now. Even though he was not a biotech expert himself, he had spent enough time in a state that was filled with biotechnology to know what was possible and how it worked in general terms. He was sure that the lifers could develop an organic coin minter that could create biological coin seeds that could eventually grow into real coins. The consistency of the coins might not be as even. The designs and material composition of the coins need to be changed as well in order to accommodate the organic growth process. However, as long as Vase made the changes, he could end up with a biological machine that could finally solve his problem. I can't do this alone. I need a biotech expert to do the heavy lifting on the design of the organic coin press. Vase turned around and stared at the three dormant aspects of Lufa that he had set to the side. Each of them were successful examples of how he was able to combine his design philosophy with organic components. The outer layers of cloned human tissue that covered their surfaces should have rotted a long time ago. Yet due to being sustained by an unknown interaction between their organic forms and their spiritual foundations, the organic statues were still as healthy as ever. This was proof that combining biotechnology and spiritual engineering could produce remarkable results that defied common sense. Although he felt a bit squeamish about messing with biotechnology again, the prospect of solving one of his long-standing problems was too tempting for him to resist. Before he was ready to give the Larkinson Biotech Institute a call, he paused and formulated a new plan. What kind of organic machine should I make? It was best if it could be a self-contained organic production machine that created coins by growing them inside its body before ejecting them after they had reached their mature forms. It's no different from human reproduction, Vase remarked. Just like how Gloriana is planning to grow and eventually give birth to our second daughter, my organic minting machine will also be able to grow and give birth to its little treasures. He was well aware of the absurdity of equating his wife to a coin-making machine. The difference between my wife and a coin press is that one of them is more profitable than the other. While an outsider might think this comparison was nonsense, it made complete sense to Vase. The more he imagined the organic coin press as a pregnancy machine, the more he thought this idea was viable. Once he settled on his new plan, he quickly contacted Director Rania. Though the head of the Larkinson Biotech Institute was currently in the process of helping Gloriana and Kedis design their next babies, she had enough time to offer her feedback. If you need to make an organic machine perform the work of a conventional machine, then you have come to the right place. My agenda is full, so I cannot help you in person, but Drive Avalon Paris should be able to provide assistance. She would love to be involved in a new bioengineering project. Dr. Paris. I remember. She's fine. Please notify her of my intentions and tell her to prepare. I want to get started right away once I arrive on your ship. Once Vase made the arrangements, he grabbed a few failed products and left his workshop. As he boarded a shuttle that headed to the bioresearch vessel of the Larkinson fleet, he quickly called up Drive Paris record. As the only biomech designer in the Larkinson clan, she didn't quite fit in with the rest. She had no place in the design department considering that everyone exclusively worked with mechanical mechs. After wasting a few weeks in a department where she wasn't able to pursue her passion, she decided to transfer to the Dragon's Den where she was able to work alongside her fellow lifers and biotech researchers. The records didn't mention much about her subsequent work, but it did mention that she had never stopped designing biomechs since she became a part of the Larkinson clan. She also worked on another important project that Vase had not paid much attention to despite its importance. He should really rectify that during his upcoming visit. I should give her an opportunity to design commercial biomechs if she has done well enough. Our clan shouldn't neglect biomechs entirely. There was no need to make a grand effort, though. Dr. Paris was still an apprentice mech designer and needed to do a lot more before she found her way. As the shuttle landed in a familiar hangar bay, Vase and his bodyguards headed deeper into the massive half-organic capital ship. He visited the bioresearch vessel enough times to know where the labs were located. Once there, he sniffed out the lab that Dr. Paris had reserved and entered a white and clean chamber. Numerous conventional and organic lab devices were laying dormant to each other. None of them showed any signs that they conflicted with each other. Patriarch Vase, it has been months. Dr. Paris greeted. When I was informed that you are ready to collaborate with me on a biotechnological project, I did not expect that you would want to make a coin press of all of the possible choices you could make. It's important. This is no ordinary coin press. I already filled you in on our goals, right? The female biomech designer nodded. You wish to make a living coin press that can grow living coins. If you wish to do that, then we need to go over the designs of both. You cannot straightforwardly convert a mechanical design into an organical design. The rules are different and it will take time to complete a successful conversion. I understand. Before we start on this project, I'd like to check up on another important project. How close are you to completing the meat suit? Vase asked with a grin. Chapter 3748 Titan 3 Project. After the completion of the Everchanger, the new masterwork mech performed above everyone's expectations. The expert hero mech was both powerful and versatile. It could fit in any role and it could even adopt any glow of its pilot's choosing. Although it did not perform better in any given role than the specialized mechs of the Larkinson clan, Vase did not ask it to do so. The Everchanger's entire concept revolved around applying its versatility to always take advantage of an adversary's weaknesses. However, there were opponents where this strategy reached its limits. The last two battles served as good examples. Against singular, powerful opponents such as giant astral beasts and alien warships, pure firepower was much more useful than adaptation. This was because the enemy's strengths were so pronounced that their weaknesses weren't actually exploitable. In situations where the Larkinsons had no choice but to fight against the enemy at its strongest, the Everchanger's Vitalis rifle wouldn't be able to contribute as much as the Amaranto's Instrument of Vengeance or the Minerva's Irvin Luminaire crystal rifles. This was the nature of the Everchanger as a mech that traded raw power for more balanced performance. The lack of overwhelming power in a specific role was why Vase devised the Everchanger to serve as a base platform for larger mech-sized add-ons. Just like how humans powered themselves up by equipping themselves with combat armor, the Everchanger was supposed to gain an immense amount of power by deploying into battle while armed with mounted wargear. Unfortunately, the side projects related to them did not make as much progress as Vase would have liked. The technical challenges were considerable and Vase already had his hands full with designing the more important Minerva project and other important mech designs. In any case, it was not as if Venerable Joshua was suffering at the moment. The Everchanger was still a strong mech in most circumstances and would never become irrelevant. This was why the projects relating to the mounted wargear took a backseat in the past few months. There was no particular hurry in completing them and Vase wanted to make them right. The wargear projects all underwent a lot of changes when the Larkinson fleet entered the Red Ocean. Vase originally conceived of the Everchanger and its associated side projects when he was back in the old galaxy. Back then, he could not get a clear idea on the superior tech and materials he could gain access to when his fleet could shop around in places like Chance Bay, Pelisa 3 and Davut 7. It was different now. The Golden Skull Alliance not only committed to staying in the Krakatoa Middle Zone for the time being, but also founded the Open Consortium which was slowly integrating into the regional economy. Now that the participants in the projects knew what they had to work with, they could finally make real progress in integrating a lot of attractive Red Ocean goodies into the mounted wargear designs. Vase paid more attention to the artillery wargear loadout than the other ones due to its immense value in the battles of today. The project related to this loadout had to overhaul its progress multiple times as the requirements changed. Although Vase understood how damaging it could be to change the goalposts so often, he did not want the artillery wargear loadout to become marginally relevant as soon as it was finished. Anyway, he did not come here to review the artillery wargear loadout that was under development. He was much more interested in observing the progress that Dr. Paris and her staff had made in the so-called meat suit project. In response to his request, Drive, Paris led him out of her personal lab and brought him to a different section of the deck. After undergoing a serious security check, they entered a restricted laboratory where a number of life or biotech researchers were quietly working on the many problems related to the secret project. Welcome to the Scarlet Garden, the female apprentice biomech designer introduced for the benefit of Vase. The Scarlet Garden Biocombat Department is a new research group within the Larkinson Biotech Institute that is mainly focused on the direct combat applications of biotechnology. Director Rania Woden has appointed me as its head and this is where the meat suit is being developed. The section certainly deserved its name. The interior was predominantly coated in red in order to emphasize the theme and the inherent danger of the research being performed in these labs. After Dr. Paris spent a bit of time introducing Vase to the researchers assigned to the Scarlet Garden, they moved on to a massive storage hall where literal mountains of frozen flesh were being stored inside specialized transparent storage compartments. The pale white and gray flesh evoked a lot of familiarity in Vase. That's astral beast flesh. Dr. Paris nodded. Correct. Although our clan has sold the overwhelming majority of organic tissue taken from the enormous carcass of the Titania, we still preserve many tons of the flesh for various reasons. The Titania's flesh not only provides us with great research material, but can also serve as the ingredients for other combat-oriented biotech applications. Although it has properties that are not ideal, it is extremely resilient and fairly easy to regenerate compared to the prevailing alternatives. The thought of using the flesh of a dead astral beast to make other products sounded disgusting to Vase. It was little different from using the leather derived from the hide of a sentient alien being to make a handbag. Vase briefly wondered whether aliens would barbecue his own flesh and use his skin to make their own version of a handbag in the future. He shook his head. What a silly thought. Have you done anything useful with the Titania's tissue samples as of yet? Vase asked. We researched ways to turn it into the principal material for the Titan III project ever since we obtained all of this flesh and discovered its superior properties. Although we had to get back to the drawing board once again, our expectations are much higher due to the availability of higher quality organic materials. The Titan III project was the more formal name of the meat suit research project. It was the first of its kind in the Larkinson clan and had gone through many twists and turns. After Vase had his fill of observing the piles of macabre astral beast flesh, drive. Paris led Vase out of the storage hall and led him over to a design compartment where she had prepared several miniature models. Each of them depicted the numerous different iterations of the meat suit. The earlier ones looked fairly conventional. They simply made the Everchanger look as if he was a giant human. Doctor. Paris picked up the first organic mech figurine. Our initial progress was decent but not spectacular. While we are able to design a basic meat suit, it failed to meet our requirements. Its tissue is too weak and we could not make the samples resonate with Venerable Joshua. She put down the figurine and picked one in the middle. This one looked substantially deadlier and incorporated numerous different organic weapon modules. Once we entered the Red Ocean, we gained access to Heartland-level tech and materials, which we quickly used to our advantage. The anticipated performance of this meat suit is much higher and can turn the Everchanger into a powerhouse as long as the organic mounted wargear remains operational. It still has its shortcomings, though. Its durability still remains a concern and we were still encountering hindrances in making it resonate with Venerable Joshua. We were close to requesting your permission to contact the Lifer Biomech designers to solve this problem. I would have given it if you asked. Vase said, although it was not wise to work together with outsiders on a project that had real significance in the defense of the clan, the Titan III project was not that critical compared to the Everchanger itself. So what if the specifications of the meat suit leaked? The finished product would wield so much power that it could resist a lot of attacks head-on. Its most obvious weakness, its lack of ranged weapons, was such an obvious element that Vase did not mind if everyone in the new frontier learned about this fact. I'm not interested in the work that we have phased out. Vase said, please move on to the latest iteration of the Titan III project. I want to know where we stand. Doctor. Paris put down the figurine she was holding and moved to the end of the table where the mock-up of the latest version of the meat suit design was resting. This is the version that corresponds to the latest conditions. It not only makes full use of the Titania's powerful flesh, but also incorporates all of the solutions we have developed in the earlier versions and more. She handed the hefty figurine over to Vase, who accepted it with pleasure. He could immediately tell it was made out of actual astral beast flesh, which made it a lot heavier and weirder than normal. Given the density of the Titania's flesh and how much of it will be used to make the meat suit, the final product will be substantially more heavy. Vase stated, the Everchanger's flight system will not be able to cope with all of the extra mass. How do you intend to solve the mobility problem? I have consulted with Miss Juliet Stamaros and requested her help in designing additional organic mobility systems. Paris replied as she pointed out various organic modules embedded in the rear of the meat suit. We have included an enlarged and more powerful organic flight system that provides substantially greater thrust power. The Everchanger equipped with the meat suit will not be as sluggish as the Shield of Samar with this upgrade. What about these nozzles? Are they boosters? They look awfully large and vulnerable. Correct, sir. To be more precise, they are single-use boosters that can only burn at full power for a certain interval of time before completely running out of high-density mech-grade fuel. Their purpose is to help the Everchanger close the gap between our expeditionary fleet and a distant enemy position as quickly as possible. Under ideal circumstances, the Everchanger equipped with this meat suit can come close to matching the acceleration of the Dark Zephyr. That was quite impressive. The price may be a bit much, but as long as the Everchanger equipped with the meat suit got close to an enemy fleet, it could definitely wreak a lot of havoc by relying on its overwhelming power at close range. There was only one detail that Vase was concerned about. These oversized boosters only work with high-density fuel. Paris briefly grimaced. Correct, and it is not an average formula either. The specific fuel we have chosen to work with is particularly high in quality even among other high-density fuel formulations. Only specialized refineries can synthesize this fuel in usable quantities. For now, we have stocked a modest amount of this fuel in our stores, but we should look towards expanding our fuel reserves once we complete the meat suit. I will pass that on to the chief ministers. It would be ideal if we can obtain a refinery ship so that we can produce all of the fuel varieties that many of our assets are burning on a frequent basis. We can become a lot less dependent on third parties if we obtain such a useful vessel. That was not relevant to the Titan III project, so Vase quickly turned his attention back to the specifications of the meat suit. They talked a bit more about the mobility of the meat suit. A big issue was that once the one-time boosters burnt all of its high-density fuel, the Everchanger's speed and acceleration became a lot more mediocre. Dr. Paris succinctly described the challenge of using the meat seat in battle. If you send in the Everchanger in this loadout, then you better hope it can defeat the opposition on the other side. Otherwise, the expert mech must purge the meat suit from its frame in order to lighten its burden and flee more quickly from a precarious situation. That did not sound good. Chapter 3749 Natural LN Gradient. The gap-closing capabilities of the Titan III project did not have to be so extreme. There were organic and mechanical booster modules that possessed much more temperate characteristics. For example, there was a variation of the organic booster model that could be activated 2 separate times before they ran out of fuel. This was particularly popular for melee mechs specialized in raiding and sabotage actions. They could get close to an enemy position quickly, perform their missions, and boost away from the danger zone when they were done. Aside from that, there were many other variants that could be activated and deactivated upon command were the most conventional ones available. However, Vase fully understood why Paris made the design choice to opt for a single-use organic booster model. It was incredibly powerful. All of the organic parts related to modulating the thrust output and fuel expenditure were left out. Instead, the boosters were solely designed to deliver the maximum thrust power that a component of such a size could deliver. By adhering to such an extreme and singular goal, the single-use boosters were much more powerful and efficient than the more complicated alternatives. Was it the right choice to equip the Everchanger with a meat suit that could only go on a one-way trip to the enemy position while it was encumbered by so much repurposed astral beast flesh? It depended on the situation. We can cope with this shortcoming, Vase said as he continued to study the scale model of the latest iteration of the Titan III project. The meat suit is an optional piece of equipment. We don't have to make use of it in every battle. We should only reserve it for battles where we have a need to send a powerhouse mech all the way to our opponents. If the enemy does not have any powerful defenses against the Everchanger equipped with the meat suit, then the risk that Venerable Joshua must call a retreat is small. It won't have to rely on boosters to get away if that is the case. If the Larkinsons miscalculated the situation, then Venerable Joshua always had the option to purge the meat suit and free up the regular version of the Everchanger. The expert hero mech was a lot faster and more mobile in its base form. This was not a scenario that Vase liked, though. The meat suit was expensive and it would be a shame if it got tossed away only for the enemy to annihilate it in spite. After Vase knew everything he needed to know about its mobility, he turned its attention to its more direct combat capabilities. The Titan III project is designed to perform as an overwhelming melee powerhouse. Before, I wanted it to turn into a humanoid monster that can bowl through enemy mech formations and wreak havoc among them, but that is less of a priority as of late. Vase almost forgot the last time the Larkinsons fought against a conventional mech force. The MTA protection period was still valid for a period of time, so there was not an acute need to strengthen his clan's ability to fight against human forces. What we truly need is a more powerful weapon against warships like the ones utilized by the Pokladan race. Vase continued, I hope our Titan III project can fulfill this role. Dr. Paris responded with a confident smile. The meat suit will definitely satisfy you. Do you recall how difficult it was for our weapons to pierce through the outer layers of the Titania? There are 2 different reasons why that was the case. First, the Titania's flesh is dense and enhanced by a myriad of different exotic materials that the ancient creature has ingested over the years. Second, its organic nature makes it easy for it to heal and regenerate. When applied to a form that is the size of an enlarged mech, it is tough enough to withstand a lot of firepower but also mobile enough to evade some attacks. Can you give me the numbers? Why, certainly. The biomech designer presented a few documents that summarize the projected defensive parameters of the Titan III project. Vase quickly learned that the Titania's flesh wasn't as exaggeratingly tough as he expected. The reason why the original astral beast was so hard to take down was because the creature was so immense. She was 5 kilometers long and 3 kilometers wide. On top of that, much of her internal structure was made out of solid flesh and matter. That provided the creature with such an immense buffer that ordinary weapons would have put in an extreme amount of effort in order to reach the core of the massive beast. The Titan III project, while making use of the same flesh of the ancient astral beast, was not nearly as thick and massive. It only used a speck of the flesh that protected the Titania. So how could it possibly resist enough damage to turn the meat suit viable as a fleet-destroying machine? The documents that you are perusing right now are not the complete picture. Dr. Paris said and used her comm to flick over another virtual document. These are the test results that we have obtained after working together with Venerable Joshua. His unique talents have completely changed the game. She did not exaggerate. While the document stated that Venerable Joshua's attempts to resonate with regular cloned organic tissue did not yield any success due to lacking resonating materials, the Titania's tissue samples were a different story. What? Vase leaned forward as if he wanted to make sure he was interpreting the explanations and data correctly. Joshua has actually succeeded in resonating with the Titania's dead flesh. Yes, this is a pleasant surprise. While the effect is not as strong as we would wish, I believe the finished version of the Titan 3 project will be able to yield a pleasant surprise. If you wish, I can show you the log footage. Please do. I need to see this for myself. The footage was not exciting. It merely showed Venerable Joshua cooperating with a series of lab tests by employing his unique life domain in different experiments. Although his life domain was extremely rare in regular mech circles, the biomech community actually possessed a greater familiarity with expert pilots who possessed similar inclinations. This was why Paris and her staff performed a series of standard experiments to learn how Venerable Joshua was able to interact with different forms of biotechnology. The bad news was that Joshua actually didn't perform well in most of the tests. Other expert pilots with a focus on life almost always piloted biomechs and possessed a deeper understanding and connection with them. It was logical for them to evolve their strengths in a way that allowed them to make better use of organic matter. Joshua, on the other hand, piloted living mechs, rather than biomechs, throughout his career. The former had always been regular metallic mechs that did not contain a hint of organic components. Therefore, it shouldn't have been a surprise that Joshua's compatibility with biotechnology wasn't the best. This made the unexpected outcome of the test involving the Titania's biomatter so surprising. What made it different from other forms of tissue? Why could Joshua resonate with it when it didn't even contain any of the rare resonating materials known to humanity? Did it contain a secret ingredient? Or was another factor at play? I think I have a possible answer to this result. Vase slowly said. What do you think, Doctor? Paris was not stupid. She might just be an apprentice, but she was a qualified biomech designer who had already spent a lot of time in the Larkinson clan. I believe it has to do with your specialization. From what I understand of your design philosophy and Venerable Joshua's specialization, the distinction here is that the previous experiments failed because we were making use of artificially cloned tissue samples. In other words, they are lab-grown pieces of meat that have never played a part in any organism's life. The Dragon's Den regularly produced artificial biomatter for various purposes. It was standard practice and it was a much more convenient and humane way of performing biological experiments and procedures than harvesting flesh from other organisms. However, this method of creating biomatter had a major flaw. It had no ties to any living entities, so it was lacking a crucial element. The Titania is the opposite of artificial tissue. Dr. Paris stated, it is completely natural. Not only that, but it is grown by an ancient creature that has lived an extremely long and relatively rich life. While the exact ages of the harvest flesh varies by hundreds if not thousands of years, they are all intricately connected to a living astral beast. We believe that has imparted all of its flesh with an invisible quality that makes them a lot more compatible to Venerable Joshua. This was incredibly interesting to Vase. The Titania's flesh was a natural resonating material. No one knew the exact factors that made this possible, but the point was that the Titan 3 project had obtained the breakthrough it needed to make real progress. So tell me how this discovery ties into the Titan 3 project. Vase asked. The biomech designer activated another projection that displayed a simulated scenario where Venerable Joshua resonated with the Everchanger while it was equipped with a version of the meat suit. The expert pilot not only succeeded in resonating with the mounted wargear as a whole, but could also take advantage of this property. By empowering the meat suit with true resonance, it became a lot more resilient against damage. Any non-expert mech sources of damage would become drastically less effective because they were unable to overcome the reality-distorting effect that made resonating expert mechs so tough to eliminate. Even if a powerful enemy came along and damaged portions of the meat suit, Venerable Joshua was able to correct it by activating its active regeneration resonating ability. With the power of Fixer Iron, the Everchanger was able to extend its powerful regeneration effect to its meat suit, thereby repairing any damaged tissue and possibly even growing additional tissue to fill in any gaps in the organic structure. How sure are you that the active regeneration resonating ability will even work? Vase inquired. After all, the meat suit is not technically a part of the Everchanger. It's an add-on that is outside of the scope of the base model. We do not know for certain whether our theories are correct and whether this simulation is accurate enough. Dr. Paris frankly admitted, we can only truly find out when we actually grow the meat suit and test it out in reality. This is also why we have not yet completed this project as of yet. We still need to gather enough data as possible in order to strengthen or disprove our many assumptions about the Titan III project. For what it is worth, I have a high confidence that the current iteration of the meat suit will succeed, but we cannot be 100% certain. Vase understood the dilemma that the Scarlet Garden was in and did not begrudge Drive Paris for taking her time. That's fine, but I hope that the time for making guesses will soon come to an end. We only need a few more weeks to formally complete the Titan III project, sir. The only issue is that it will take a month, maybe two, to reshape the Titania's biomatter into the actual meat suit. This is a slow and cumbersome process that cannot be rushed. That's acceptable. I don't think we will enter into battle anytime soon. Once it is complete, how well do you think its defenses will fare against strong opponents? The combination of superior defenses and high-speed cellular regeneration will turn the meat suit into a resilient combat monster that cannot be put down unless an enemy is able to destroy it with a single powerful blow. As long as the meat suit remains intact enough, Venerable Joshua will always be able to restore its condition and resist more damage as a result. This will especially become more prominent over time as his resonance strength grows. If he lives long enough to become a high-tier expert pilot, then, the meat suit will become as unkillable as a zombie. Chapter 3750 Unorthodox Attack Method. The Titan III project was unkillable under the right circumstances. Derived from the matter harvested from the Titania's carcass, the meat suit was unexpectedly compatible with Venerable Joshua. Vase believed this was not only related to his life domain, but also his passing familiarity with Titania, the design spirit. Although Vase had only tied the Titania to the Minerva, an expert mech that was exclusive to Commander Casella, that did not mean that Joshua had no ways of contacting the new design spirit. Joshua only needed to approach the Minerva and experience its glow to come into contact with the Titania. As long as Joshua managed to develop a friendship with the remnant consciousness of the ancient astral beast, he could definitely increase his affinity with her former flesh. This was why Vase had high hopes for the amazing resilience of the meat suit. Only a mech pilot like Joshua could draw out its full potential. The hope was that the meat suit would therefore turn the Everchanger into a miniature juggernaut. Even if its size did not even come close to matching the enormous dimensions of the Uranus, the meat suit was still large and tough enough to withstand a lot of punishment. The Titan III project is quite powerful, but its properties allow it to excel in battles of attrition. Dr. Paris explained, since that is the case, we decided to add additional energy cells and biological power reactors to enhance the meat suit's staying power. As long as the meat suit does not incur critical damage to its biosystems, it will always be able to keep fighting. Vase liked this aspect. That's good. The Everchanger is not a mech that scores high on endurance. If it can drastically increase the time it can remain active on the battlefield by donning this meat suit, then that is worthwhile enough to invest in its development. This turned the meat suit into a combat engine that just kept fighting under difficult circumstances. As long as the enemy could not overcome the meat suit's defenses straight away, it was impossible to take it down as it continued to regenerate its damage while relying on its vast power reserves to keep on fighting. After Vase studied the numbers and verified that the meat suit should theoretically be able to stay in a fight for several hours as long as Venerable Joshua wasn't pushing it too hard, he moved on to its offensive capabilities. I see that you have failed to integrate any ranged weapons in the meat suit. In fact, you also removed the spear that was present in the earlier iterations of its design. Dr. Paris looked apologetic. From the moment we chose to make the meat suit out of the Titania's biomatter, we were bound by its constraints. Given that the Titania was originally a massive but highly inflexible astral beast, the harvested tissue also possesses these traits. In order for the flesh to remain so dense, strong and resilient, we cannot treat it too much in order to make it more flexible or adaptable. Any changes we have made to the tissue has drastically weakened its structure, thereby turning them into weak points that can easily be exploited by our enemies. Without understanding the Titania's biomatter on a deeper level, we can only work with what we have. The consequence was that the Titania's flesh could not be repurposed into sophisticated bioweapons such as organic laser cannons and so on. The dense flesh was also lacking in flexibility and fine-grained movements, so the meat suit would not be able to wield any melee weapons with adequate proficiency. The flesh we are employing are akin to alloy bricks that cannot easily be bent or shaped. Paris stated, since that is the case, we have eschewed sophisticated weaponry and resorted to embedding the arms of the mechs with sharp and thick claws. The reinforced claws were large, thick and made of strong alloy. Their purpose was fairly clear at first glance. They were meant to tear through the thick hull plating that protected ships from outside factors. Even if the claws became chipped or damaged during a battle, it was no big deal to replace them after a battle had ended. There was even hope that Venerable Joshua would be able to regenerate easily enough since they were made out of biometals. These claws can be retracted, right? Vase asked. Doctor. Paris nodded. Correct. If the claws are not suitable and if applying blunt force trauma is more preferable, then the meat suit can retract its claws and fight with its fists. With the help of Tiffy Kozlone, we have designed the arms to be able to deliver a huge amount of physical force. This is also what the Titania's flesh excels at. The meat suit fights like a heavyweight brawler that relies on simple, winding attacks that can crush mechs with a single strike or punch holes through multiple layers of hull plating. There is no mech in the Larkinson clan that can come close to dealing so much physical damage. It was tough for Vase to determine the best trait of the meat suit. Its high resilience and fast regeneration made it into an unkillable zombie machine. Its large size combined with its enormous physical might turned it into a close-range brawler that could tear entire ships apart if unopposed. As Vase imagined the meat suit's performance in close-range combat, he did not think that few melee mechs would even dare to confront the machine directly. Every other mech would just get crushed by the meat suit's vastly superior physical strength. Not all was well, though. As Vase continued to learn about the meat suit's exact specifications, he identified a number of shortcomings and vulnerabilities that could potentially hamper its effectiveness. Vase put down the organic mech figurine. I am impressed by what you and your team have accomplished, especially with minimal output from myself, but I still have a couple of concerns. I won't mention anything about the meat suit's obvious lack of ranged weapons. It is not a big deal if it cannot retaliate against ranged opponents, as there will be other friendly mechs that can provide covering fire. What I need is a mech that can employ brute force to rip apart enemy forces that are not set up to defend against such a direct approach. About that, sir, what is it? Paris, the biomech designer, had presented her case with pride and confidence so far. It was odd for her to show so much hesitation all of a sudden. When we researched potential ways to integrate ranged weapon systems in the meat suit, we have found that all of the conventional options are not viable due to their inherent incompatibility with the Titania's flesh. However, one of the researchers assigned to the Scarlet Garden has come up with a rather novel idea. And what is that? Before I say anything further, do you recall how the Titania originally fought against our fleet when we encountered the astral beast in space? Vase frowned and revisited his memories of the short battle. The Titania, despite being an ancient astral beast that was the size of a medium-sized battleship, was remarkably lacking in firepower. Part of that was because the Larkinson fleet engaged the creature at longer ranges most of the time. The Titania would have been able to bite and crush the Expeditionary Fleet's starships if it ever got close, but the Golden Skull Alliance wasn't stupid enough to let that happen. Another part why the Titania's offense was so lackluster was that it had barely survived a fight against a mysterious phase whale. With so many scars and missing tissue, the creature was not able to put up a good enough fight against the Golden Skull Alliance. However, Vase would be lying if he claimed that Titania easily succumbed. Even in a heavily damaged state, she was still able to pose a lot of threat to the Expeditionary Fleet by employing a strange means of attack. The Titania literally launched her own offspring towards her enemies. Due to her immense size and biomass, she could comfortably launch meat torpedoes that were the size of mechs or larger at an enemy fleet. Even though the tough missiles could eventually be intercepted as long as they received enough attacks, the Expeditionary Fleet still fell into a precarious situation if it wasn't able to defeat the Titania quickly. Vase still had a decent impression of this unorthodox attack method. There had to be a reason why. Paris brought it up in a discussion about the meat suit. His eyes widened. Wait a minute, are you saying the meat suit can attack at range by giving birth to children? The female biomech designer awkwardly coughed. I wouldn't put it in those terms, sir. The meat suit is not the Titania and it doesn't have the reserves of biomass to launch those large flesh torpedoes. What we have managed to do is reverse engineer some of the mechanics behind the Titania's attack method and bioprogram a small-scale biological attack method that is derived from this research. In order to illustrate her point, Drive. Paris projected the footage of another simulated battle. This time, it showed the meat suit confronting an enemy fleet. While the target vessels did not possess enough defenses to repel the Everchanger when it was equipped with its organic wargear, the problem was that there were hundreds of vessels. Even if the enemy ships weren't particularly large or important, the meat suit did not possess the ability to inflict mass destruction at a scale that could effectively destroy the entire fleet in a timely manner. This was where its alternate attack method came into play. The meat suit did not approach any of the enemy vessels but instead flew through their formation. During this flight, the surface of the meat suit bubbled before they spat out small balls of flesh that launched towards the surrounding ships. The clip then centered around one of the balls that impacted against the surface of an enemy ship shortly afterwards. Once the flesh ball made contact, it began to search for weak points before trying to drill through the hull of the vessel. If the autonomous flesh ball succeeded in entering the enemy vessel, it could subsequently absorb a lot of suitable matter so that it could rapidly expand in size and power. What happened next was difficult to watch for Vase. The tiny flesh ball grew into a creature that was akin to a tiny astral beast. It began to wreak havoc inside the flesh, and the crew were simply incapable of defending against a powerful enemy that had moved past all of the ship's exterior defenses. If multiple flesh balls happened to land on the same ship, then the quantity of rapidly growing offspring could easily destroy an entire starship from the inside. Even though the simulated scenario was not entirely realistic, it still showcased the huge amount of destructive potential the meat suit possessed if it employed this unorthodox attack method. What Vase managed to observe was hardly different from purposefully infecting enemy vessels with vorabugs. The difference between the astral beast offspring and the vorabugs was that the latter were better at this job. Even so, this was a horrifying attack method that was sure to disgust a lot of people if exposed. Vase frowned at Paris. I cannot deny the impressive combat effectiveness of this organic attack method. I would be highly impressed if you can add this feature to the actual meat suit. There's a big issue that prevents me from approving it. I am pretty sure that this organic weapon system is illegal. It is a self-replicating bioweapon that can not only depilate entire ships, but also planets if it runs out of control. There was a very big taboo against employing biological monstrosities that could easily snowball to the point where they consumed everything alive on a planet. Despite the admonishment, Drive, Paris did not look defeated. It doesn't have to be a self-replicating bioweapon, sir. As long as we program the offspring so that they cannot reproduce any further, they can be contained. Their effectiveness against ships will drop if this is the case, but this is not a fatal setback. This is not an unheard of attack method back in the Life Research Association. It is hardly different from using mechanical bots to sabotage enemy ships from within. They are just organic in this instance. In other words, it might technically be legal for the meat suit to make use of this insidious attack method. Chapter 3751 Limitations of Mounted Wargear. Biotechnology has its strengths. Although most humans considered biotechnology to be unnatural and a deviation from humanity's technological progression, Vase did not quibble too much about what was right or what was wrong. Whether it was luminaire crystal technology or spiritual engineering, Vase only judged their value by how much strength and benefits they brought to him. He treated biotechnology in the same manner. The color of the cat didn't matter as long as it caught mice. As for other concerns such as how they distorted human society or how much destruction they could bring, what did it matter to him? He was just a mech designer, not a galactic mech counselor who bore the weight of human civilization on his shoulders. Though most ordinary humans possessed a bias against biotechnology due to how icky it appeared, Vase has spent enough time in the Life Research Association to be able to move past this instinctive response. Although the Titan III project did not exactly look bright and innocent, it was a powerful piece of equipment that could definitely elevate the Everchanger's combat capabilities to a new height. Leaving aside the meat suit's only ranged attack method, it is a great war weapon, and one that can definitely play a useful role in the right circumstances. Dr. Paris proudly smiled. Thank you, sir. Our team and I have worked hard to make it worthy of the Everchanger. That said, we need to know whether you are willing to include this additional biological weapon system in the Titan III project. The complexity and additional bioprogramming involved will set back the completion of the project by at least a couple of weeks. This was a difficult question for Vase to answer. He wanted the Titan III project to conclude as soon as possible so that his clan would be ready to tackle any unforeseen challenges. However, he was also tempted by the choice to add an extra trump to the meat suit. The simulation battle left a profound impression on him. Even though the meat suit had to cannibalize its own biomass in order to generate all of those miniature flesh missiles, the amount of damage and disruption they could inflict was too great for him to ignore. His eyes sharpened. Are you sure this bioweapon system will not violate the MTA's sensibilities? The female biomech designer nodded. This solution is not as terrible as you think. The autonomous flesh missiles cannot be formed out of nothing. While the meat suit comes with a reserve of excess biomass, it cannot afford to lose too much muscle mass, so it can only generate a limited amount of bioprojectiles before it has to stop. The only reason why we believe this weapon system is a good choice for the Titan III project is because of the potential synergies it might form if Venerable Joshua resonates with the meat suit. The strength and potentially the growth potential of these bioprojectiles will likely receive a substantial boost if they are empowered by his strength. This was an interesting possibility. Given how Venerable Joshua was able to resonate with the Titania's flesh, it was easy to infer that he might be able to give this unorthodox attack method a powerful boost that qualitatively boosted their effectiveness. His body shook. Vase could hardly imagine how devastating Venerable Joshua might become if his life domain fully resonated with the meat suit with all of its biological capabilities. He made a decision. You can add this additional weapon to the Titan III project. He told her. I can't say no to obtaining another trump card. We'll have to keep this weapon system under wraps until we truly need to make use of it, though. How long will it take to complete this project with this addition? We can finish it and produce the meat suit in 2 months if we are not delayed. If there are any setbacks, it might take up to 3 months before the Everchanger can make use of this powerful wargear. We will need your assistance in order to impart your design philosophy to it and help us increase its integration with the Everchanger. Vase nodded in understanding. Our current design round will soon come to an end, so I have plenty of spare time to contribute to projects like these. Just take into account that I have more priorities on my plate than the Titan III project. I also need to spend time on contributing to the artillery-mounted wargear loadout. If the meat suit is our best close-ranged ship killer, then the artillery loadout that is also under development will be our long-ranged ship killer. Unlike the meat suit, the artillery loadout was based on conventional technology. It was much simpler in construction compared to the Titan III project because it didn't need to perform so many different functions. The artillery loadout, otherwise known as the Megagunner project, was nothing more than a giant mounted module that was stuffed with heavy guns and enough armor to help the Everchanger withstand more incoming firepower. Since it wasn't meant to fight in melee battles, its mobility characteristics were abysmal. This not only made it easier to maximize its firepower, but also saved Vase and the design teams working on it a lot of work. The only challenging aspect was making it resonate with Venerable Joshua. No one in the Larkinson clan could make that happen since none of them were able to design expert mechs independently. Fortunately, Vase had already asked Professor Benedict to lend a hand to fulfill this requirement during his last visit to the cyclical engine. Once the Larkinson clan completed the Titan III project and the Megagunner project, Vase could easily foresee Venerable Joshua exerting almost as much power as Patriarch Reginald Cross on the battlefield. The former might be weaker than the latter, but if Venerable Joshua obtained a lot more powerful gear, he could easily close the gap as long as the Cross Patriarch had yet to receive his Mars project. Of course, Vase didn't think a trick such as mounted wargear could compete against a ludicrously powerful quasi-first-class expert mech. There were downsides to mounted wargear. Blindly making them as large as possible had detrimental effects on an expert pilot's ability to resonate with the enlarged mech frame. Although few people ever thought about it, an expert pilot's willpower only extended past a certain distance. They were still humans, after all. Their ability to extend their power into giant war machines had a limit. If this wasn't the case, who could stop them from resonating with 10-kilometer-long juggernauts? The idea was preposterous. Expert pilots usually possessed optimal ranges where they could exert their strength to full effect. This made sense considering that certain people thought of them as proto-ace pilots. Their domain fields were still rudimentary and their ranges were much more limited. It was no problem for them to extend their full power into the frame of a typical expert mech, but once their size surpassed that of a heavy mech, it became a lot harder for expert pilots to exert their strength at full efficiency. All of this created a lot of implications, but the most important one to take note of was that the additional power bestowed by mounted wargear had to be offset by the drop in efficiency of true resonance. The direct consequences of this was that the Everchanger gained substantial advantages when fighting against conventional opponents, but became a lot less efficient when fighting against expert mechs. For this reason, it was not always the best choice to mount these heavy but unwieldy pieces of wargear onto the Everchanger. Since loadouts such as the meat suit added a huge amount of bulk to the Everchanger, it effectively turned into a super heavy mech with all of the downsides that were associated with this weight class. The meat suit might be powerful enough for Venerable Joshua to crush hordes of regular mechs, but against a competent expert mech such as the First Sword, it could easily be outmaneuvered. Just like how a light mech could easily dismantle a heavy artillery mech up close, an expert melee mech could make mincemeat out of the slow and sluggish meat suit. The only way for the Everchanger to stand a fighting chance against a powerful melee mech was to purge the meat suit and answer the challenge in its base form. Vase and Dr. Paris were well aware of the pros and cons of mounted wargear. They understood that solutions such as the Titan III project and the Megagunner project were primarily targeted towards alien warships and massive concentrations of enemy mech forces. The two mech designers proceeded to discuss the specifics of what they needed to do in the coming weeks in order to complete the meat suit design. Once they were finished, Vase finally recalled the original reason why he had come to the Dragon's Den. "I need your help on another project," he told her. "I am working on a small side project where I have encountered a wall. I can't make further progress if I rely on my existing solutions, but I believe that resorting to biotechnology will help me overcome this obstacle." Dr. Paris grew curious what caused the patriarch to this point. "Please explain." He briefly presented his living coin press project and explained the need to create a production process that could autonomously produce living coins according to his design. What he learned about the Titan III project gave him greater confidence that biotechnology could provide him with the solution that he was looking for. If the Titania's biomatter reacted so well to Venerable Joshua, then it should react well to his design philosophy as well. After all, Vase and Joshua's life domains were closely related to each other. Dr. Paris paused for a minute as she took in the explanation. She silently skimmed through the documents that he had sent to her com. Since Vase needed her help, he freely passed on his research notes and documentation. The woman eventually smiled. "You are not the first person who developed the desire to produce coins through growth. The biotech sector has already come up with an efficient solution that we can adapt to our specific needs. Let me show you an example." She used her comm to project what appeared to be a fruit tree. Different from a regular tree, the fruits growing from its branches were translucent orbs that clearly showed the coins growing inside their center. "This is a money tree." Are you serious? It looked like a gimmick rather than a serious production method to Vase. "I am aware of what you are thinking," Dr. Paris said. "Biomechs are grown in a different way, but that is because they are too large and heavy to be grown from trees. Coins are considerably smaller, so we do not have to resort to a cumbersome means of production. Rather than relying on nutrient pools or production wombs, we can simply formulate a tree that can grow the coins like fruit seeds. Although the growth process is slower, the consistency in output and the ease in production is unparalleled. Once we have planted the money trees in a friendly environment, we only need to feed their roots with nutrients and raw materials in order to grow coins on a continuous basis." Once Vase got over the joke-like nature of money trees, he realized that it was an effective solution. The coins were grown by a genuine living organism. Even though growth them like fruits was not the same as giving birth to them, Vase believed that the differences shouldn't matter too much. Depending on the size of the trees, they could grow a large quantity of coins at a time, thereby fulfilling the criteria for mass production. "How hard is it to grow multiple money trees?" Vase asked. "It should not be an insurmountable challenge," Dr. Paris replied. "The main difficulty lies in designing the trees. Their bioprogramming along with their material composition needs to be exactly right. Once we have found the right configuration, we should easily be able to grow the trees, though that introduces its own problems." "How so?" Vase curiously asked. "Without additional protective measures, outsiders may be able to grow the trees as well, thereby risking our exclusivity. We will need to put in extra effort to ensure the money trees will only be able to grow our coins when it remains in our hands." "I see.